Volume 3, Chapter 237. An audience today, Han Li listened to the Yan Jue several times. It was brought forth by Senior Brother Lin as bait to entice him. The fact that he so easily uncovered its secrets left Han Li with a surreal sense of absurdity. However, it was indeed unexpected for him to learn that Senior Brother Lin carried the Yan Jue with him. Han Li could not determine whether this senior brother was exceedingly foolish or remarkably clever. As he perused the jade slip containing the Yan Jue, he confirmed that it indeed comprised only 4 layers of incantations, as Lin had stated, so it seemed he had not been deceived in that regard. Yet, what left Han Li even more astounded was what followed. Upon completing his review of the Yan Jue, he was met with a subsequent text titled Puppet True Solution, which detailed the methods for crafting various tiers of puppet beasts and puppet humans. It was an exceedingly comprehensive compendium on puppet creation. After studying it for a while, Han Li withdrew his mind from the jade slip, his expression brimming with excitement. However, as he gazed upon the slip once more, a peculiar look crossed his face as he recalled something. The combination of the Yan Jue and Puppet True Solution, if cultivated concurrently, would be an impeccable match. If both were developed to a certain level, one could wield the power of numerous puppets, much like Huang Long, overpowering several cultivators of the same foundational tier without affording them a single chance to resist. The prospect of such a technique that could dominate other foundation stage cultivators thrilled Han Li. However, he was acutely aware of the drawbacks of practicing them, which were as apparent as he had previously analyzed. There was a significant risk of delaying his own cultivation, potentially obliterating any already slim chances of forming a core. Such a situation would indeed be a case of losing more than one gained. As for the claim that the Yan Jue could enhance the probability of core formation, Han Li dismissed it as sheer nonsense without any basis whatsoever. Lowering his head to ponder, he found himself at an impasse. With a shake of his head, he placed the jade slip into his storage pouch, deciding to address it later. After all, making a decision on whether to practice the Yan Jue and delve into the art of puppet crafting at this moment felt overly hasty. It would be wiser to reflect on the matter when he was more composed. Nevertheless, this recent acquisition had ignited Han Li's enthusiasm. It reminded him that although Huang Long and his companions had been utterly destroyed by Lei Wanhao's lightning sword light, it seemed there were still some puppets left behind that had not been collected. They were treasures not to be missed. With this thought, Han Li left the grand formation. His spirits lifted. Indeed, not far from the array, he discovered several palm-sized puppets and mechanical beasts that had reverted to their original state due to lack of control. However, there were not as many as he had envisioned. Only about 20 or so remained, while the rest had been reduced to ashes by the sword light. Even so, Han Li was still exuberant as he collected each one. Despite having gathered so many valuable items, he felt an insatiable desire, wishing for an additional 100 or 80 puppets to appear before him for the taking. This mindset induced a sense of amusement in Han Li, who found himself rather greedy. After a few moments of self-deprecation, he returned to his cave abode, intending to first study the 2 ancient prescriptions. The following day, he planned to visit his master, Li Huayuan, in hopes of acquiring a commendable cultivation technique. At dawn on the second day, Han Li stood upon the divine wind boat, heading directly towards the eastern region of the Taiyue mountain range. From Lei Wank, he had learned that his master's cave was situated beneath one of the peaks. It seemed that Li Huayuan had been quite busy in his cave lately, making this an opportune moment for a visit. With the speed of the divine wind boat, Han Li arrived at the location Lei Wank had described in no time. Indeed, it was a secluded yet picturesque spot, characterized by verdant mountains and clear waters. Standing before a magnificent waterfall at the base of the peak, Han Li retrieved a communication talisman from his pocket. After whispering a few words to it, he tossed it into the air, where it transformed into a streak of fire and vanished into the massive curtain of water. Approximately the duration of an incense stick later, the water curtain unexpectedly parted, revealing a large opening. From within emerged a slender scholar in his 30s. Upon spotting Han Li, he greeted him warmly. "Could you be Junior Brother Han Li? I am Yu Kuan, the eldest disciple of Master. You may call me Brother Yu." With an air of formality, Han Li responded, "Greetings, Senior Brother." Yu Kuan, upon noticing Han Li's demeanor and his respectful address, smiled even more broadly, saying in a friendly tone, "There's no need for such formalities, just call me Brother Yu. I have long heard of your accomplishments from Master. It is truly remarkable that you were able to participate in the blood trial and return triumphantly." Han Li could only manage a few awkward chuckles. Feeling somewhat unsettled by Yu Kuan's excessive politeness towards him, a mere registered disciple. Initially, he had heard that this junior brother lacked exceptional talent, yet upon meeting him, he was surprised to learn that Han Li had successfully established his foundation, a matter worthy of celebration. Yu Kuan appeared to have known of Han Li's success beforehand, as he maintained a composed demeanor without showing any astonishment, continuously offering his congratulations, which only heightened Han Li's sense of unease. "Oh, Master is waiting for you in the cave. We shouldn't keep him waiting any longer. Let us proceed to the Green Wave Cave." Yu Kuan seemed to remember this suddenly, slapping the back of his head before cheerfully suggesting. Han Li observed Yu Kuan's demeanor, his lips twitching slightly, yet he maintained a respectful facade, responding affirmatively as they both soared into the curtain of water. Upon entering the water curtain, Han Li was greeted by a breathtaking sight. A natural valley unfolded before him, alive with the sounds of chirping birds and fragrant flowers, where lush trees and clear waters coexisted harmoniously. To his delight, he spotted several rare and adorable creatures frolicking about, evoking a sense of enchantment. "What is this?" Han Li found himself bewildered, as if his mind were not functioning properly. The scene before him was truly unexpected. Could it be that his master had a fondness for raising pets? This revelation left him utterly astonished. "Haha, surprised, are we, junior brother? You are not alone." Every newcomer is taken aback by this. However, these little creatures are not cared for by the master, but are indeed the treasured pets of the mistress. Do not harm them, otherwise, the mistress will not spare you. Yu Kuan chuckled, wearing an expression that suggested he had anticipated Han Li's astonishment. The mistress? Han Li was truly at a loss for words. Indeed, although their mistress was merely at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, her bond with the master was commendably strong, and she was known for her amiable and approachable nature, as Yu Kuan shrugged. Thus, with a head full of confusion, Han Li was led by Yu Kuan into a large cave on the side of the valley. Inside the hall of the cave, he encountered his master, Li Huayuan, alongside a beautiful young woman in her late 20s. His master maintained his characteristic icy demeanor, yet upon seeing Han Li, a trace of a smile finally graced his face. As for the young woman, Han Li found her beauty captivating, yet in the presence of Li Huayuan, he dared not gaze too intently. After a brief glance, he respectfully approached and greeted. "Disciple Han Li pays his respects to the master. You may rise. The person beside me is your mistress. You should greet her as well," Li Huayuan expressed, clearly pleased with Han Li's respectful demeanor, while gesturing towards the young woman. "Greetings, mistress." Han Li sighed inwardly, reluctantly bowing to the young woman, who appeared not much older than himself. "Enough of the formalities," the mistress said with a smile upon seeing Han Li approach. Her voice was soft and melodious, exuding the gentle charm of a woman from a water town. Indeed, she was an exceptionally tender-hearted woman. "Han Li, I heard just a few days ago about your successful foundation establishment. To be honest, this is quite hard to believe and has surprised me greatly," Li Huayuan remarked with a smile, his tone exceedingly gentle, leaving Han Li feeling both honored and overwhelmed. "It is merely the disciple's good fortune that allowed for this success. Even I am somewhat astonished," Han Li replied, a hint of blush creeping onto his face as he felt somewhat embarrassed. "Haha, fortune also reflects one's aptitude, otherwise, wouldn't it be even more fortunate for naturally gifted cultivators to possess such remarkable talent?" Li Huayuan gently shook his head, chuckling softly. This was a perspective Han Li had never considered, leaving him somewhat embarrassed and at a loss for words. The second update has arrived, with a third one to follow tonight. We must deliver an explosive performance today, and everyone should lend their support. Chapter 238, The Terrifying Yu Kuan. Now, let us not address our new disciple with a tone of reprimand right upon our first meeting. The mistress, noticing Han Li's unease, spoke softly to Li Huayuan, her eyes sparkling with mirth. "All right, I understand," Li Huayuan responded. "Regardless, this esteemed disciple is the mistress's savior, and as the master, I shall ensure he is well compensated." Li Huayuan gazed tenderly at the young woman before turning to Yu Kuan, who stood nearby, and said, "You may leave now. My wife and I wish to have a private conversation with your junior brother Han. There is no need for anyone else to be present." "As you command, master," Yu Kuan replied respectfully, casting a glance of envy at Han Li before quietly retreating. Life-saving benefactor? Compensation? Han Li was utterly bewildered. unable to comprehend why these two phrases were associated with him. When had he ever engaged in such deeds, and why was he unaware of it? Noticing Han Li's confused expression, the young woman couldn't help but smile, saying, "Husband, perhaps you should clarify the situation. Your disciple seems completely in the dark. We wouldn't want him to remain so perplexed." Upon hearing her words, Li Huayuan smiled faintly, nodded, and addressed Han Li. "Han Li, you should now understand the reason I took you as my disciple that day. There is no shame in admitting that, as a senior, I was indeed tempted by those heavenly herbs, which is why I took half of your share under the pretense of accepting you as my student. Otherwise, you would have received 2 foundation establishment pills instead of just 1. However, I believe that although I have unjustly diminished your rewards, I have also provided you with a means of support under my name, which should prevent you from being easily bullied in the future. After all, given your qualifications at the time, even an additional foundation establishment pill seemed unlikely to ensure your success in establishing a foundation." Li Huayuan spoke with an unwavering demeanor, seemingly unperturbed by his past actions. However, circumstances changed. Shortly after I acquired those elixirs, my wife encountered a grave mishap during her cultivation, placing her life in jeopardy. Fortunately, the heavenly herbs I obtained from you had yet to be utilized, which allowed us to temporarily preserve her life. In the subsequent years, I was able to refine a medicinal pill for her salvation using the remaining herbs, and she has recently made a full recovery. Thus, when I recounted the origins of the herbs to my wife, she insisted that we must compensate you, for it was these very herbs that saved her life. You could indeed be considered her savior. As Li Huayuan spoke of his wife's near demise, his expression shifted, revealing the weight of the memory. It was evident that his affection for the woman beside him ran deep. After hearing this, I felt it was only right to formally accept you as my disciple, even if you had not succeeded in establishing your foundation. However, to my surprise, before I could take action, I received the news of your successful foundation establishment, which truly astonished me. After all, I had previously stated that once you entered the foundation establishment stage, you would be officially accepted as my disciple. So this cannot be considered mere compensation. It seems I must devise another means within my capabilities to adequately compensate you." Li Huayuan concluded his account, leaving Han Li somewhat dazed. He could hardly believe that such fortuitous circumstances had befallen him. Even as he heard Li Huayuan's words of compensation, Han Li remained in disbelief, standing there in stunned silence. "Let us proceed in this manner. It seems you have yet to formulate your thoughts. Therefore, I suggest you remain in the cave for a day and a night, and tomorrow, you may present your requests to your master. It is prudent to deliberate carefully, for your master is not known for his generosity. This is indeed a rare opportunity." The young woman cast a sidelong glance at Li Huayuan before gently addressing Han Li. The awkward chuckle from Li Huayuan revealed his discomfort. Finally regaining his composure, Han Li hesitated for a moment, intending to voice his request regarding the cultivation technique. However, feeling the warmth of the lady's kindness, he found himself unable to decline and nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Li Huayuan summoned Yu Kuan, instructing him to accompany Han Li on a tour of the expansive cave. The senior brother, with a broad smile, eagerly agreed and led Han Li outside, already beginning to elaborate on the cave's features before they had even exited the main hall. "This green wave cave spans hundreds of acres," he proclaimed as they walked. Once Han Li and Yu Kuan had ventured further away, the young woman turned to Li Huayuan with a smile and remarked, "Do you think our new apprentice can withstand Kuan's incessant chatter? Just the sight of him speaking gives me a headache. Indeed, not only you, but even I find him quite unbearable at times. Han Li will surely not endure for long." Li Huayuan replied with a resigned expression. "That may be so, but what sort of requests do you think your disciple will make?" she inquired, her eyes widening with a hint of mischief. What could he possibly desire? It will likely be elixirs, cultivation techniques, or magical artifacts. Were it not for your insistence on being generous to this obedient disciple, I would hesitate to be so magnanimous." Li Huayuan mused, though he seemed to already feel a pang of regret at the thought of parting with such treasures. How can one not repay a life-saving favor? If I fail to do so, my ice heart technique will surely have flaws in its foundation, preventing me from achieving the great perfection. How then can I enter the golden core stage and share an eternal union with you? The young woman initially shot him an exasperated glance, but her next words were imbued with deep affection, greatly moving Li Huayuan. He promptly pledged to fulfill Han Li's requests, assuring his wife that there would be no lingering issues in her cultivation. Unbeknownst to Han Li, The fortuitous windfall that had befallen him was intricately linked to the lady's cultivation methods. As he wandered about with his senior brother, a sense of unease began to creep in, as if this stroke of luck had arrived too suddenly. "Ah, you brother, what brings you to the sword discussion hall? Shall we engage in some sparring?" As Yu Kuan led Han Li towards a spacious stone chamber, a robust man emerged, casually greeting Yu Kuan while casting lingering glances at Han Li. Who doesn't know that our fourth junior brother excels in practical applications of the 5-element spells? I think I shall refrain from embarrassing myself. Upon hearing the man's words, Yu Kuan's expression shifted, but he quickly deflected with a laugh, declining the challenge. However, he suddenly turned around, pointing at Han Li with a mischievous grin, and said, "I have yet to introduce our fourth junior brother. This is Han Junior Brother, the official disciple that Master is about to accept, soon to become our 8th junior brother. And this is 4th Senior Brother Songming. You may call him Senior Brother Song. Come, let us all meet, for we shall be brethren from now on." Upon hearing these words, the 4th junior brother's eyes sparkled with intensity as he fixed his gaze on Han Li. Though Han Li's expression remained unchanged, he inwardly sighed. It was evident that this fellow was a battle fanatic, and with such a fixation on him, there would be little fortune to be found. Thus, before the 4th junior brother could speak, Han Li preemptively greeted, "Greetings, 4th senior brother. I have just established my foundation, and I kindly ask for your guidance." After bowing slightly, Han Li's words, however, elicited a look of disappointment from the man, instantly losing interest. He merely nodded a few times before turning away and walking off coldly, leaving only Han Li and Yu Kuan staring at each other in bewilderment for a while. "Haha, Han Junior Brother, do not take offense. Song Junior Brother has such a peculiar temperament. Though he may appear aloof, he is actually quite a good person." Yu Kuan was the first to return to normalcy, quickly dispelling the awkward atmosphere with a few words. Han Li naturally adopted a posture of understanding, and the two resumed their jovial conversation as they continued on their journey. Though the cave dwelling was spacious, apart from the couple Li Huayuan, Yu Kuan, and Song Ming, there were no other people present. Han Li did not encounter any of the other 5 senior brothers. Later, he learned that those 5, like him, had their own cave abodes on the outside and would occasionally visit Li Huayuan and his wife. As for Yu Kuan and Song Ming, they had grown up beside Li Huayuan and his wife since childhood, forming deep bonds, and thus remained there, not establishing their own abodes. Through casual conversation with Yu Kuan, Han Li gradually gained insight into the other senior brothers, yet unknowingly, they completed their tour of the entire residence. However, the eldest brother seemed to be in high spirits and directly led Han Li to his bedroom, eager to continue their lengthy discussion. Although Han Li felt a twinge of surprise, he paid it no mind and followed nonchalantly. After all, as the eldest brother, he deserved a modicum of respect. At first, Han Li listened intently to everything the eldest brother had to say, hoping to glean some valuable insights. However, it wasn't long before he realized the extent of Yu Kuan's incessant chatter. The unending stream of words, akin to a mesmerizing incantation, began to gnaw at Han Li's mind, and after several hours of listening, he developed a headache. It dawned on him that the initial warm reception from the eldest brother was not born out of genuine enthusiasm, but rather the rarity of encountering a guest, indulging in the pleasure of conversation. Moments later, unable to endure any longer, Han Li finally excused himself, citing fatigue, and hurriedly fled from the eldest brother's bedroom. He sought out a guest room to rest, stepping inside to recuperate. After enduring the verbal onslaught from his senior, Han Li found himself quite distressed. He had entirely succumbed to this individual. It was indeed an eye-opener to discover that such a loquacious and verbose man existed in this world. The 3rd chapter of the day had concluded. Forgotten words continued to call for monthly votes. Chapter 239. The choice, support with monthly votes. After spending a day in the cave, the following day, Han Li stood once more before the couple, Li Huayuan and his wife, and heard his master calmly inquire, "Han Li, have you pondered what you wish to request from me? You may speak now. I wish to obtain a cultivation technique suited to my abilities, and I hope my master can grant me this favor." Without hesitation, Han Li, who had long since arrived at this conclusion, uttered his request. Li Huayuan showed no surprise at this declaration. Instead, he exchanged a subtle smile with the young woman beside him, conveying the message, "See, I was correct. He indeed desires a technique." He then turned back to Han Li with an air of composure, saying, "Well, your choice is commendable. Step closer, so I may ascertain your spiritual root attributes and determine the appropriate technique to bestow upon you." Upon hearing this, Han Li dared not delay and promptly approached. The master then grasped his wrist, and a surge of warmth swiftly coursed through his meridians. "You can cultivate techniques of all attributes aside from metal. To possess a 4-attribute spiritual root is quite astonishing. I had only perceived the mingling of your roots superficially, never anticipating it to be to such a degree." After a moment of exploration, Li Huayuan's expression turned slightly peculiar, and he sighed softly. The young woman, observing from the side, also displayed a hint of surprise. Although she did not speak, she could not help but scrutinize Han Li a few more times. "My poor aptitude must have disappointed my master." Han Li's cheeks flushed slightly as he spoke with a tinge of embarrassment. "That is of no consequence. Since heaven has permitted you to successfully establish your foundation, you surely possess your own fortune. However, this complicates the selection of your technique." "What do you mean?" Han Li blinked in confusion, his face revealing his puzzlement. Though he refrained from directly asking, "You really ought to communicate clearly with your disciple, instead of being so ambiguous." The young woman chided Li Huayuan, then turned to Han Li to gently clarify, "What your master means is that he originally intended to choose a commendable technique for you. But upon seeing your spiritual root attributes, he has become somewhat hesitant. After all, the more exceptional the technique, the more challenging it is to cultivate. It may be wiser to provide you with a simpler method that allows for quicker advancement. Indeed, what my wife has articulated is precisely what I intended to convey." Li Huayuan affirmed with a series of nods. He then elaborated, "It is essential to understand that the cultivation techniques we practitioners employ can generally be classified into 3 categories based on their power and efficacy. The first category comprises techniques that, while yielding average or even slightly inferior rates of magical power enhancement, often possess formidable abilities and methods to overcome adversaries. In practical combat, they allow practitioners to thrive even when their magical power is at a lower tier, enabling them to triumph over higher-level cultivators. Consequently, many who resign themselves to never achieving the golden core stage opt for such techniques. The second category is, in fact, quite the opposite. The efficacy of these techniques in refining magical powers is astonishing and easy to practice, with significantly fewer chances of encountering bottlenecks compared to practitioners who choose the first category. However, one must understand that every gain comes at a cost. The advantages of the first category are precisely the fatal flaws of this type. Practitioners of this category typically lack robust self-protection methods, and their supernatural abilities are lamentably meager. Once one opts for these techniques, it essentially predestines their future cultivation journey, relegating them to the status of weaker practitioners among their peers. Nonetheless, many aspiring cultivators, yearning for a higher echelon of immortality and daring to pursue the path of the celestial, still choose these techniques, as they are the most accessible route to approaching the golden core stage. At this juncture, Li Huayuan paused momentarily, then turned to Han Li with a smile and inquired, "Might I ask, my disciple, what type of technique you would choose, or which category you believe suits you best?" Upon hearing this, Han Li was momentarily taken aback, hesitating before asking, "Master, are there not 3 categories? Why have you only mentioned 2? With a knowing smile shared with the young woman beside him, Li Huayuan replied kindly, "Indeed, aside from the first 2 categories, there exists a rare 3rd category of techniques, which are highly coveted by numerous cultivators. However, I do not recommend you pursue these. Not one of your 7 senior brothers has chosen such techniques. While they amalgamate the strengths of the first 2 categories, offering formidable power and remarkable refinement of magical energy, the conditions for their practice are exceedingly restrictive and fraught with challenges. The process is perilous. A single misstep could lead one to irreversible calamity. Your master's wife practices a top-tier technique, and despite her extreme caution, she nearly lost her life. Thus, unless one possesses extraordinary talent, pursuing these techniques is akin to courting death. Though I possess a couple of such top-tier techniques myself, do you truly believe you could succeed in practicing them? Of course, if you insist on pursuing a top-tier technique, I shall provide it to you. However, should danger or difficulties arise, you will have to resolve them on your own." Li Huayuan clearly disapproved of Han Li's inclination toward the last category of techniques, thus offering a preemptive warning. Frowning, Han Li pondered deeply, realizing that this was indeed a challenging decision. However, after a brief moment, Han Li lifted his head, his expression calm, clearly having reached a resolution. "Master, I beg your pardon for my impertinence. Before I voice my request, may I inquire as to which technique you practice? He suddenly asked. I practice the top-tier technique True Yang method, but I am inherently endowed with a 3-yang body, second only to the celestial roots, making my practice of this technique akin to a fish in water, far surpassing other methods. Otherwise, how could I have formed my golden core? Li Huayuan replied, somewhat taken aback by Han Li's question, yet spoke with pride. I understand, master. Therefore, I shall choose the second category of techniques. Han Li stated with a composed demeanor. The second category? Li Huayuan's expression flickered momentarily before returning to its usual composure, as he regarded Han Li with an intriguing gaze, reassessing him several times. Upon hearing this, the young matron beside them revealed a look of considerable interest. You have chosen the second category. What should I say to that? Your resolve to cultivate the path of immortality is indeed commendable. However, it is crucial to recognize that the so-called mastery of spells is primarily accessible to those with exceptional aptitude. Even among those gifted individuals, only a select few can cultivate the second category of techniques to the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. Thus, I still lean toward recommending that you pursue the first category of techniques. While the prospects of achieving the golden core may seem bleak, at the very least, it would allow you to stand tall among your peers in the foundation establishment stage and not suffer indignities. Ultimately, regardless of the technique you choose to practice, how many can truly attain the golden core? At that moment, Li Huayuan, who initially intended to persuade Han Li, seemed to recall some past events, and his mood grew heavy, leading him to gradually fall silent. The young matron, noticing the change in atmosphere, sighed softly and turned to Han Li, saying, Han Li, have you truly made your choice to pursue such techniques? Although your selection may not align with the intentions of your master and me, if your resolve to cultivate is indeed steadfast, your master would not oppose it. However, if you insist on pursuing the highest tier of techniques despite your limitations, while we would still acquiesce, it would be a source of great disappointment for us. After all, it is not merely a question of the firmness of your resolve, but rather a matter of ambition exceeding your grasp. Indeed, your mistress has articulated my sentiments perfectly, Li Huayuan added, choosing to refrain from further comment. I shall ask you once more, are you truly certain of your decision? Li Huayuan's thoughts returned to the present as he caught the young matron's words, nodding in agreement. Yes, I have made up my mind. Han Li replied solemnly after listening intently to the couple's discourse. Very well, since you are resolute, come with me to the library, Li Huayuan instructed. Madam, please wait here for a moment. Han Li and I shall return shortly. With that, Li Huayuan rose and led Han Li outside, leaving the matron to await their return. The library was not far from the hall and was rather modest in size, merely a low stone chamber. However, the entire room was encased in a fiery red barrier, preventing any outsiders from entering. Approaching the barrier, Li Huayuan casually extended a finger and made a swift motion, causing a gap of about 10 feet to open, allowing both of them to pass side by side. He then effortlessly pushed open the stone door and ushered Han Li into the chamber. Once inside, Han Li was astounded. The chamber was filled with an array of jade slips, pages, boxes, and books, all floating in the air and radiating a kaleidoscope of hues. There were at least 50 or 60 items in total. These were the cultivation techniques that Li Huayuan had amassed through various means over centuries. Each item here is ensnared by my restrictions. If anyone other than my wife and I attempts to take anything, they would immediately trigger the chamber's formation, resulting in their entrapment here. Li Huayuan explained with a hint of pride. Han Li, sensing the underlying warning, nodded repeatedly to indicate his understanding. The first update of the day has arrived, albeit a bit later than intended, as I was rather fatigued. Today, let us continue our efforts, striving to deliver a remarkable 3 updates. In the third volume, Chapter 240, the book page, Li Huayuan observed Han Li's perceptiveness with a hint of satisfaction gracing his features. He extended his hand, lightly grasping at the void, and instantly, a crimson haze soared from his palm, spiraling to retrieve a jade slip, which he then handed directly to Han Li without a glance. Afterward, employing the same technique, he summoned 7 or 8 more items before ceasing his actions. At this moment, Han Li found himself overwhelmed, holding a considerable collection of items that captivated his attention. The techniques presented were notably effective in expediting the cultivation of magical power and were relatively easy to practice. Select one as your primary technique, Li Huayuan instructed calmly. The rest must be returned to their original places. Once you have made your selection, notify me. He then settled onto a meditation cushion in the stone chamber. Han Li felt his eyes somewhat dazzled. Although the techniques were few, they each possessed unique characteristics. For example, one of the techniques, the return to origin, not only enhanced magical power at a commendable pace, but also included a highly practical minor divine ability known as the spirit armor. This ability could augment defenses during combat and, through the concentration of magical power, could manifest an additional layer of protection, proving to be an exceptional means of self-preservation. Moreover, this spirit armor's defensive capabilities would progressively strengthen alongside the advancement of the return to origin technique. Another jade slip contained the illusory spirit technique, which was equally impressive, featuring a divine ability that allowed the practitioner to create indistinguishable clones at will, serving to confound adversaries. The higher the cultivation level, the greater the number of clones one could produce, further disorienting foes. Aside from these two techniques, the supplementary minor divine abilities accompanying the others, though less potent, were highly effective for survival and escape. It was evident that the creators of these techniques understood well that survival was of utmost importance, rather than engaging in reckless confrontations. However, as Han Li perused the collection, his attention was caught by a golden book page within a small box, which astonished him. The design and dimensions of this page were strikingly familiar. Han Li recognized it as identical to the silver page he possessed, the sole distinction being that this golden page appeared slightly thinner and lacked the peculiar patterns, instead featuring dense ancient script. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it contained a common technique known as the condensation technique, accompanied by an exceedingly basic supportive ability called spirit gathering, which merely accelerated the accumulation of spiritual energy during cultivation. After scrutinizing the golden page multiple times, a wave of perplexity washed over him. Yet, he understood that this was not the moment for contemplation or solving mysteries, despite the strong urge to compare it with the silver page in his storage bag. He knew he must make a decision promptly to avoid arousing his master's suspicion. With that thought, Han Li weighed the golden page in his hand and swiftly reached a conclusion. He then addressed Li Huayuan, who was in a meditative state, saying, "Master, I have made my choice. It shall be this technique." Upon hearing this, Li Huayuan opened his eyes, and upon seeing the golden page in Han Li's hand, he was momentarily taken aback. However, no further words were exchanged. After a slight nod, he led him out of the stone chamber. Upon returning to the grand hall, the young woman awaited the two of them. Upon seeing them, she first offered a gentle smile before inquiring, "So, have you made your choice?" "Thank you for your concern, mistress. I have made my selection," Han Li responded respectfully. "Then I can rest easy," the young woman exclaimed, her joy evident in her radiant smile. Seemingly more invested in this matter than Han Li himself, causing him to pause momentarily. "Now that you have repaid your mistress's life-saving grace, it is time to discuss your formal acceptance into my sect. Do you sincerely wish to become my disciple, Li Huayuan?" Li Huayuan suddenly spoke with a grave expression. A chill ran through Han Li's heart as he quickly knelt and proclaimed, "Disciple Han Li is wholly earnest and dares not harbor any deceit." Though he spoke these words, his mind began to churn with thoughts. "If you are genuinely sincere towards me, I too shall be wholeheartedly committed, fulfilling my duties as a disciple. However, should you harbor ulterior motives, I shall not be foolish enough to be at your mercy." Li Huayuan, oblivious to Han Li's inner musings, would have swiftly dealt with him had he known. "Very well. As cultivators, we shall keep matters simple. From this day forth, you are officially my disciple, Li Huayuan. I hope you will diligently pursue the path of cultivation and not tarnish my name." Li Huayuan's demeanor softened as he spoke with a smile. Subsequently, Han Li and Li Huayuan engaged in a heartwarming mentor-disciple interaction. Shortly after receiving Li Huayuan's teachings, Han Li took his leave. As he exited the cave abode, he fortuitously encountered his senior brother, who insisted on accompanying the younger disciple for a while, having just experienced the incessant chatter of the other. Han Li was unwilling to invite trouble upon himself and promptly declined, eventually freeing himself from the senior's lingering gaze as he departed on his flying instrument. As Han Li stood on his small vessel, he couldn't help but reflect on the events of the past 2 days. His impression of Master Li Huayuan had significantly improved compared to before, and his attitude was markedly different from their last encounter in the Forbidden Grounds. Whether it was due to his indirect gratitude towards the mistress or his own successful foundation establishment, he had finally garnered the attention of this core formation practitioner. Regardless, Han Li felt that this journey was not in vain. Not only had he secured a substantial ally in the realm of cultivation, but he also obtained a golden page, which now offered hope in unraveling the mystery of the silver page. Even if he could not decipher it, he was unperturbed. At worst, he would practice the condensation technique inscribed within it. Although this technique may not possess any grand powers, Han Li had devised his own means of self-preservation and thus felt little concern. Upon returning to his cave abode, Han Li quickly retreated to his chamber, eagerly extracting the golden and silver pages from his storage bag for meticulous comparison. The silver page remained unchanged, and when he placed it alongside the golden page, aligning them directly beneath his gaze, their sizes and contours matched perfectly, indicating a significant connection between the two. Han Li separated the two pages, weighing each in his hands. The silver page felt slightly heavier. It seems that the perception of the golden pages being thinner is not merely an illusion. Rather, they indeed vary in thickness. Han Li tilted his head in contemplation and suddenly held the silver page up to his eyes, meticulously examining the peculiar patterns while continually running his fingers over them. At that moment, his eyes flickered with uncertainty, as if confronted with a formidable dilemma. Nevertheless, a resolute expression emerged on Han Li's face. He abruptly placed the page between his hands and gently rubbed it. Instantly, the silver page was enveloped in a blaze of fiery crimson, casting a warm glow across Han Li's features. Undeterred, he fixed his gaze unwaveringly upon the page amidst the flames, which began to melt under the intense heat. Suddenly, Han Li's expression shifted, revealing a glimmer of joy, for the melting surface of the silver page unveiled a radiant golden glow, hinting at hidden depths within. Observing this phenomenon, Han Li carefully manipulated the flames to prevent them from scorching the golden layer beneath. Yet, it soon became evident that his concerns were unfounded. The newly exposed golden page appeared entirely impervious to the searing fire, showing no signs of distortion. Once the pristine golden page was fully revealed, Han Li waved his hand, extinguishing the flames, and began to read the newly acquired page with a racing heart. However, upon perusing the initial lines, he was taken aback, his expression darkening considerably. The page contained instructions on how to wield flying swords and techniques specifically for cultivating sword energy. Although seemingly marvelous, it was not at all what Han Li sought. It became clear that the burly man from the sword sect had indeed practiced the arts inscribed within. While these techniques might be invaluable to a Qi refinement stage cultivator, they were utterly mundane for Han Li, who had already achieved the foundation establishment stage, failing to pique his interest. Yet Han Li remained undeterred, persistently examining the page from every angle, even resorting to burning it once more with the flames, but to no avail. After laboring for the better part of the day, his frustration grew as the golden page only intensified his ire. The mention of sword energy particularly irked him, for he was already adept in the Qingyuan sword energy. Did he truly need to learn another? With a sullen expression, Han Li abruptly seized the page and tossed it into the air. He then raised his right hand, unleashing a sword energy as thick as a bowl, which struck the page directly. Han Li intended to obliterate this useless item, seeking relief from his vexation. To his astonishment, the anticipated explosion failed to materialize. Instead, the green sword energy vanished upon contact with the page, as if swallowed whole. This unexpected turn startled Han Li, but soon invigorated him. With renewed enthusiasm, he lifted his hand and cast a levitation spell upon the fallen golden page, ensuring it floated several meters high as a target. Then, he began to strike the surface with small bursts of azure sword radiance, gazing intently at the page as if it were an endless abyss, eagerly absorbing all the sword light. In the midst of this, Han Li attempted to launch an ice arrow to see if spells could also be absorbed. However, the arrow merely sent the page flying, startling Han Li into ceasing such reckless endeavors, reverting to the humble act of infusing it with sword radiance. By the fourth layer, Han Li's azure sword radiance should have possessed considerable might, yet he found his true essence dwindling, and still the page exhibited no response. Prompting Han Li to silently lament his plight, he was utterly perplexed, pondering whether failing to satisfy the page's appetite for sword radiance would render all his efforts futile. Just as Han Li found himself caught in a dilemma, the page finally underwent a transformation. A brilliant golden light erupted from its surface, ceasing the absorption of sword radiance and instead rebounding it, piercing a sword hole through the wall of the chamber. Han Li, suppressing his excitement, fixed his gaze unwaveringly upon the page's metamorphosis. The brilliance gradually receded, coalescing into tiny luminous characters akin to ants, which danced upon the page, resembling a sky filled with countless twinkling stars, leaving Han Li utterly astonished. Then, with a sudden thud, the levitation spell lost its efficacy, and the golden page plummeted downwards. In a moment of surprise, Han Li instinctively lunged forward, grasping the golden page in his hand. However, the instant his fingers made contact, the luminous characters surged through his hand like a torrent, flooding his entire being with an overwhelming influx. This left Han Li in a state of shock. He desperately attempted to shake off the page, but it clung to his hand as though animated, refusing to detach. The transmission of the luminous characters was so swift that, in an instant, they covered his entire body, rendering him an eerie spectacle adorned with shimmering symbols. Just as Han Li found himself in a state of helplessness, suddenly, all the luminous characters seemed to receive a command, rushing toward his head and penetrating one by one, cramming countless entities into his mind. Instantly, Han Li cried out in agony, clutching his head. Had this state persisted even a moment longer, his skull might have burst from the pressure. Fortunately, this torment was fleeting, and shortly thereafter, the influx of characters ceased. Han Li collapsed onto the ground, utterly immobilized. After a quarter of an hour, he gradually regained some composure, managing to stand with great effort. Though the pain in his mind had diminished significantly, a persistent buzzing echoed within, and his nerves remained taut. Hurriedly, Han Li ascended to the stone bed, closed his eyes, and began to meditate, striving to relax his mind. He meditated for a full 3 days and nights, during which not only did the discomfort in his mind dissipate entirely, but he also came to comprehend the influx of luminous characters that had entered him. The Qingyuan sword technique, encompassing the complete set of methods from the 1st to the 13th layer without any flaws, enables practitioners to ascend to the legendary transformation stage seamlessly. This is the essence conveyed by the light. When Han Li initially received this information, he was momentarily taken aback, yet he did not exhibit overt joy. Additionally, an auxiliary method for the 3 transformation heavy yuan skill was appended, piquing Han Li's interest, which led him to peruse it casually. Upon reading the introductory explanation, he was initially stunned, suspecting a misinterpretation. However, after several rereadings of that section, he became convinced of his accurate comprehension, plunging him into a maelstrom of ecstatic disbelief. The 3 transformation heavy yuan skill astonishingly possesses the miraculous ability to circumvent the bottleneck of the core formation stage. This revelation struck Han Li as otherworldly, rendering his experience surreal. Since entering the realm of cultivation, he had witnessed fellow practitioners lamenting over the challenges of reaching the core formation stage, all expressing that breakthroughs were largely dictated by one's fortune and destiny. This sentiment specifically referred to those with exceptional talent who had reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage and qualified for core formation. Naturally, those with heavenly roots were free from such tribulations. Thus, to be candid, Han Li's confidence in achieving core formation was nearly non-existent. The mere thought of relinquishing the hard-won path to immortality was intolerable to him. Consequently, the more elusive the hope, the more fervently he yearned for core formation, driving him to strive relentlessly. Yet now, a pathway to the core formation stage, bypassing the bottleneck, lay before him, inciting boundless joy in Han Li. In truth, this technique cannot be classified as a shortcut. It is more of an unproven hypothesis. The venerable figure who conceived this method had long surpassed the core formation stage, and the creation of this technique stemmed from a fervent imagination regarding core formation. The creator explicitly stated that even if one adheres perfectly to the method's requirements, the probability of immediate core formation remains only 50%. Nonetheless, for Han Li, this was more than sufficient. Even a mere 10% chance would compel him to dive in without hesitation. However, after the initial jubilation, as he meticulously contemplated the technique, even Han Li, with his resolute spirit, felt as if he had been struck a heavy blow, his countenance growing increasingly pallid. To practice this method, one must first master the Qingyuan sword technique, as the 3 transformation heavy yuan skill was originally designed to complement it. Although the Qingyuan sword technique is notably challenging, this was not the crux of Han Li's concern. What troubled him was the requirement that practitioners must disperse their energy after reaching the 6th layer of the Qingyuan sword technique, and then recommence their cultivation. According to the founder, Only through this process can one utilize the three-transformation heavy yuan skill to compress the recultivated magical and true essence, resulting in an unprecedented purity of energy. After undergoing this process 3 consecutive times, a cultivator who has reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage could effortlessly form a Dan at their dantian. This is because, according to the speculation of this esteemed master, the golden Dan is fundamentally composed of solidified true essence, with a semblance of solid true essence already achieved. The subsequent formation of the Dan would indeed be a trivial endeavor. However, the notion of dissipating one's power, even if Han Li found the master's reasoning compelling, left him in a state of hesitation. It was not the arduousness of recultivation that intimidated Han Li, but rather a profound lack of confidence in his ability to achieve the master's suggested 3 rounds of recultivation within his lifetime. Even with the assistance of the mysterious small vial he possessed, the venture remained exceedingly perilous. After all, according to the master's hypothesis, the duration required for each recultivation would progressively lengthen, given that the compression and condensation of true essence would also increase with each iteration. Of course, the advantages of such a method were immense, potentially bestowing upon him several times the true essence and magical power of an ordinary cultivator. Yet, to accomplish all of this, he would undoubtedly need to invest far more time than an average practitioner. With a mere 200 years of lifespan, could he truly achieve all of this? Han Li found himself deeply uncertain. Unable to make a decision, Han Li turned his gaze towards another golden page he had directly retrieved from Li Huiyuan's cave. It seemed he had no choice but to examine its contents before making a decision. The result was the same infusion of sword energy and the familiar strain on his mind. Once again enduring this ordeal, Han Li absorbed the information contained within the other golden page. The term Qingzhu Fengyun's sword emerged as he began to sift through the thoughts in his mind. His curiosity piqued. Han Li meticulously organized all the luminous characters before grasping the full context. It turned out that this golden page was entirely devoted to instructing foundation establishment cultivators on how to forge a type of flying sword treasure known as the Qingzhu Fengyun sword. This wood-attributed flying sword bore a striking resemblance to Han Li's own Jinfa Z Mother Blade artifact, being a product of a systematic crafting process. At the very least, 12 wood-attributed flying swords were required to form a complete set, which was quite peculiar. Naturally, if sufficient materials could be gathered and true essence was abundant, it was theoretically feasible to forge sets of 36 or even 72 flying swords. The page did not specify the might of these swords, but Han Li could easily imagine the terror of such a treasure. The prospect of facing dozens of flying swords simultaneously was enough to send chills down his spine. However, these constructs bore no immediate relevance to Han Li at this stage. They would only garner his attention once he reached the Dan formation stage. Nevertheless, this discovery solidified Han Li's resolve to cultivate the Qingyuan sword technique. Just the sight of these wood-attributed flying swords made it evident that their combination with the Qingyuan sword technique would yield a tremendous increase in power. Han Li ultimately resolved to first dedicate himself to the cultivation of the Qingyuan sword technique. After all, if he were to dissipate his power, it would be prudent to wait until he had mastered the 6th layer of the sword technique and reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. By then, he could attempt to form a Dan. If unsuccessful, he could still choose to dissipate his power afterward. Finally, the 3rd update is complete. Though it is already 2:30 in the morning, I shall rest for now, hoping to have the energy to continue delivering more content tomorrow. At a crucial juncture, one can only earnestly seek additional monthly votes. Volume 3, Chapter 242. The Crafting of Talismans. Han Li cautiously stored the 2 golden pages, then focused his mind on planning future endeavors. Since he intended to cultivate the Qingyuan sword technique and the triple transformation of the heavy elemental technique, he knew that the verdant liquid from the mysterious vial must be utilized to its fullest potential. Thus, he needed to gather the alchemical materials listed on the ancient formula as swiftly as possible. Whatever resources he had at hand should be hastily employed, while any deficiencies would necessitate journeys to other locations to collect or purchase what he could. Nothing should be overlooked. It is worth noting that aside from spiritual energy, the other components contained within the green liquid remained an enigma to him. He suspected that mere spiritual energy alone would not elicit the miraculous effects of stimulating plant growth. After entering the Yellow Maple Valley, he had conducted several experiments. Regardless of how much he diluted the spiritual liquid, Any animal that consumed even a trace of water infused with the green liquid met with explosive demise. This suggested that the issue did not lie in the degree of dilution, but rather in the mysterious properties of the liquid itself. After achieving the same result multiple times, Han Li reluctantly abandoned his attempts. However, relying solely on the vial's efficacy for alchemical purposes seemed rather limited. He believed that the ability to stimulate plant growth could be immensely beneficial and felt it was somewhat squandered. After careful contemplation, Han Li concluded that in battles during the Foundation establishment stage, aside from magical artifacts and techniques, mid-tier talismans were undoubtedly indispensable. These mid-tier talismans commanded exorbitant prices, often requiring dozens of spirit stones for a single purchase, which left him shaking his head in disbelief. Nevertheless, many mid-tier elemental spells possessed considerable power and could serve as sharp tools for self-preservation. Yet, due to their high tier, even cultivators at the Foundation establishment stage would expend significant amounts of spiritual energy and time to wield them. Consequently, acquiring a few for the sake of survival had become a necessity. Thus, Han Li turned his attention to the art of talisman crafting, particularly mid-tier talismans. The blank talisman paper required for crafting, whether low or mid-tier, was produced using certain long-aged spiritual herbs, which perfectly aligned with the vial's extraordinary effects, allowing him to make full use of it. Of course, high-tier talisman paper could not be produced through this method, as it required the skins of certain special spirit beasts, which were beyond Han Li's current reach. As for the cinnabar used in talisman crafting, it was relatively unremarkable, typically derived from the blood of spirit beasts, which could be easily extracted from domesticated ones and cost very little. The talisman brush used in the crafting process does have its nuances, but Han Li possessed a golden bamboo brush, which should suffice. Upon thinking of the golden bamboo brush, Han Li naturally recalled the shy little girl, Yan Jue, and couldn't help but smile, imagining she was still at the Spirit Beast Mountain. However, he quickly refocused his mind on assessing the feasibility of talisman crafting and the associated pros and cons. With the right tools and a continuous supply of materials, the primary concern regarding resource consumption for a talisman maker was no longer a dilemma for him. The only constraint that currently remains for him is the cultivation of intermediate-level Taoist techniques. For a talisman master to forge a specific talisman, one must first be able to execute the corresponding spell. Otherwise, it is impossible to conjure a spell out of thin air upon the talisman paper. After all, talismans merely serve as a means to pre-seal spells. The mere thought of having to cultivate intermediate magic sends a wave of frustration through Han Li. It is uncertain whether it is genuinely linked to the chaotic nature of his spiritual roots, but he seems to possess little aptitude for practicing the 5 elements Taoism. Despite expending several times the effort and time of an ordinary cultivator, he often finds himself reaping nothing and unable to grasp the essence. However, since entering the Foundation establishment stage, he has found it relatively easy to learn the lower-level spells, most of which he can now cast instantaneously. Yet, when it comes to intermediate spells, he finds himself back at square one, leaving him to lament to the heavens. Despite the difficulties in cultivating intermediate spells, Han Li believes he can master a few of them, and by sealing these into talismans, he can achieve his aim. He has never harbored the illusion of being able to forge every intermediate spell into a talisman for unfettered use. Possessing a substantial number of intermediate talismans would not only grant him a considerable advantage in combat, but would also allow him to sell them openly without attracting excessive attention. This way, Han Li could extricate himself from the predicament of lacking spirit stones. He no longer dares to trade spirit herbs for spirit stones. It is simply too conspicuous. Moreover, Han Li harbors a thought that if he were to truly disperse his powers for recultivation in the future, it would undoubtedly be during his most vulnerable period. Should any enemies or rivals take advantage of this moment, it could spell danger for him. After all, the world of cultivation is far from serene. Anything can happen. However, if he possesses an abundance of talismans, he can maintain his strength at a certain level, and even if he cannot defeat an adversary, he still has a good chance of escaping using talismans. Although the dual cultivation of talisman crafting will undoubtedly delay his progress in magical powers, it is evident that dedicating this time will yield greater benefits than drawbacks. After pacing around his chambers several times, Han Li resolved to practice the Qingyuan sword art while simultaneously honing his talisman skills. Having thoroughly considered all aspects, he immediately commenced his endeavors. A few days prior, He made 2 trips to both his sex market and the Tianqing sex market to gather materials for alchemy and seeds and saplings for crafting talisman paper. These alchemical materials, being documented in ancient texts, are naturally quite valuable and exceedingly rare. Fortunately, Han Li had no specific requirements regarding the age of the herbs, and he fortuitously managed to collect enough of one type of material needed for the qi-enhancing elixir, which brought him immense joy. As for the materials for talisman paper, since he would begin by crafting low-level talismans, they were rather easy to procure, with a significant amount of cinnabar being indispensable. 3 to 4 days later, Han Li opened all the formations and restrictions surrounding his cave dwelling, sealing the entrance tightly before embarking on his first closed-door cultivation session since entering the foundation establishment stage. Time is but a fleeting concept in the realm of cultivation, and 4 years passed in the blink of an eye. The entrance to the cave, shrouded by the formations, had remained firmly shut since that day. On this day, from the distant horizon, a sudden beam of azure light descended, spiraling around the great formation outside a cave before transforming into a jovial scholar, who held aloft a uniquely shaped blue wooden tablet. This was the abode of the junior apprentice. Why choose such a remote location, and with such scant spiritual energy? If it weren't for the guidance of Master Lei, it would indeed have been difficult to locate. The scholar murmured in surprise. After surveying the grand formation surrounding the cave, a spark of curiosity ignited within him. Master Lei had mentioned that the protective formation of this junior apprentice was extraordinarily formidable. Even a cultivator at the core formation stage might struggle to gain the upper hand. Was this truly the case? Should he dare to test it? However, after a moment's contemplation, the scholar sighed and muttered to himself, "Perhaps it is best to refrain. I must not impede my master's important endeavors." With that, he retrieved a communication talisman and cast it into Han Li's great formation. The talisman immediately transformed into a flickering flame, silently penetrating the formation. The scholar then tossed the wooden tablet into the air and soared away on his flying vessel. Meanwhile, within the cave, in the secluded chamber of the Spirit Eye Spring, Han Li was deep in meditation. His appearance remained unchanged from 4 years prior, with not a trace of difference. However, a faint azure glow enveloped him, shimmering enchantingly like a dream or mist. Yet, a glance around the chamber would evoke a sense of utter disbelief. For aside from the area immediately surrounding Han Li, the rest of the space was strewn with an array of talismans, ranging from the basic fireball and ice arrow spells to higher-tier earth wall and fire cloud techniques, resembling a veritable repository of talismans. Moreover, several empty boxes of cinnabar and numerous blank talisman papers contributed to the chaotic scene. After an indeterminate period, Han Li furrowed his brow, as though sensing something amiss, and then opened his eyes. After a brief moment of contemplation, he abruptly rose and stepped out of the meditation chamber. In that instant, all the talismans and other items on the ground were silently absorbed into his storage pouch, leaving the room impeccably tidy. Upon exiting the chamber, Han Li produced a small yellow flag with a flick of his wrist, casting it into the air where it transformed into a streak of yellow light and shot outward. In but a moment, before he reached his bedroom, the yellow light returned, accompanied by a trailing flicker of flame. Seeing this, Han Li calmly summoned the flag back into his grasp. With his other hand, he spread his fingers, releasing a surge of azure light that enveloped the flame before him. Having slept for most of the day today, I found it necessary to recuperate after several days of intense exertion. However, I assure you there will still be 2 chapters tonight. In these final days, having regained my energy, I shall continue to deliver content relentlessly. I kindly ask for your continued support. Volume 3. Chapter 243. The efficacy of the medicine. Han Li flicked his finger, sending a speck of green light into the flames. With a thunderous roar, the fire surged several feet high, and suddenly, the voice of Li Huayuan resonated clearly and succinctly. "Come to the Green Wave Cave immediately. I have matters to discuss with you." Once the message was delivered, the fire burst with a soft pop, scattering into a myriad of sparks that vanished without a trace. Han Li, with a serene expression, absorbed the message and rubbed his nose, then proceeded into the bedroom. Upon entering, he retrieved a small wooden box from beneath the stone bed, which contained a variety of storage bags. He extracted the one he had been carrying, emptied a heap of talismans onto the floor, and methodically categorized them by type and rank, placing each into its respective pouch. After returning the box to its original position, he hesitated briefly before exiting the bedroom, heading straight for the cave's entrance. Standing atop the Shinfeng boat, Han Li reflected on the past 4 years. His expression weighed down by the memories of his cultivation and talisman crafting. When he initially sealed himself within the cave, he had simultaneously cultivated and established a highly discreet medicinal garden within his abode. Though modest in size, it sufficed for nurturing the herbs he required for gestation. This arrangement allowed him to cultivate without concern for discovery, enabling him to be self-sufficient without leaving the confines of his sanctuary. To facilitate this, he had painstakingly drilled numerous small, hidden holes into the rocky ceiling of the garden, allowing sunlight to filter in and enabling small bottles to absorb spiritual energy. Naturally, the positioning of these holes was carefully aligned within the protective array, ensuring they went unnoticed. The larger garden outside was strategically designated as a decoy. With the small garden in place, Han Li diligently cultivated spiritual herbs while employing innate true fire to refine elixirs. While true fire may not have been as potent as earth fire, it provided a sense of safety and reliability, alleviating the fear of frequent failures in the refining process. The elixirs produced by this ancient method were indeed remarkable. Upon consuming the refined qi dispersal elixir, Han Li was once again enveloped by the explosive sensation of spiritual energy reminiscent of his foundational cultivation, compelling him to sit in meditation to assimilate it without delay. Such astonishing results propelled his magical prowess to unprecedented heights in the first year, far exceeding his expectations. This lavish approach to consumption allowed Han Li to conserve the time needed to absorb spiritual energy, permitting him to devote himself entirely to the cultivation of his magical power. The efficacy of his progress multiplied significantly, bringing him immense joy. The prospect of successfully recultivating the Qingyuan sword technique seemed increasingly attainable. Although the Qingyuan sword technique indeed exhibited the peculiar phenomenon of experiencing a gradual decline in magical power every few days, Han Li found that the regular intake of the qi dispersal elixir every 6 to 7 days rendered this flaw negligible. During this period, he also curiously tried a foundational pill, but the effect was minimal, leading him to abandon that line of thought entirely. However, in the following 3 years, unexpected events unfolded that greatly surprised Han Li. From the second year onward, after continuously consuming the qi refining powder, the sensation of abundant spiritual energy gradually diminished, declining year after year. By the 4th year, it reached a point reminiscent of his earlier experiences with the Huanglong pill and Jinsui pill, where they ceased to have any effect at all. Regardless of how many packets of elixirs he ingested, he felt no trace of spiritual energy. This left Han Li perplexed and troubled. It was evident that this was not due to an increase in his magical power. Rather, the qi refining powder's spiritual energy could no longer keep pace with his current progress. Given the properties of this elixir, it should have been effective until the late stages of foundation establishment. After all, it was concocted based on ancient formulas. Even for cultivators in the core formation stage, it might still yield considerable effects. This situation starkly contrasted with the earlier ineffectiveness of the Huanglong pill and Jinsui pill, which was a predictable outcome of the elixir's potency failing to match his cultivation level. After much contemplation, Han Li arrived at a potentially accurate conclusion using his previous medical knowledge. He surmised that his frequent consumption of this overly potent qi refining powder might have led to his body developing a certain degree of resistance to its effects, causing the elixir to gradually lose its efficacy. However, he had no means to verify this conclusion. In the realm of cultivation, no one had ever indulged in the luxury of consuming elixirs every few days as he did, leaving him without precedents or experiential references. Nevertheless, Han Li remained hopeful that after a period of abstaining from this elixir, the qi refining powder would regain its usefulness. With this thought in mind, he refrained from taking the elixir during the final year, opting instead to cultivate the Qingyuan sword technique through conventional means. Yet, having grown accustomed to the accelerated pace of cultivation afforded by spiritual medicines, returning to ordinary methods proved intolerably slow. Moreover, considering his innate aptitude, it was nothing short of a fantasy to think he could successfully retrain even once within his lifetime, let alone 3 times. Enduring a year of sluggish cultivation akin to a tortoise's pace, Han Li was left profoundly disappointed. Upon resuming the qi refining powder, it yielded no results whatsoever. It seemed that the elixir had entirely lost its effectiveness for him, necessitating the search for alternative spiritual medicines. In light of this situation, even if Li Huayuan had not summoned him with a transmission talisman, Han Li had already resolved to leave his cave dwelling. After all, he still had one ancient formula's ingredients yet to be fully assembled. Only by concocting this gathering spirit pill could he hope to experience another surge in magical power. Furthermore, he intended to seek out additional pill formulas. Should the gathering spirit pill prove as ineffective as the chi refining powder, Han Li would have no choice but to alternate between different elixirs every few years. As for his talisman crafting practice, it proceeded remarkably well. He dedicated a portion of his daily time to practice low-level spells capable of instantaneous release, recklessly crafting talismans without regard for materials. This extravagant approach, unimaginable to other talisman makers, allowed Han Li's talisman crafting skills to ascend rapidly. He was now barely capable of producing advanced junior talismans, albeit with a dismally low success rate. He has resolved that during his next retreat, he will commence the study of intermediate spells and endeavor to concoct intermediate talismans, as this is his primary objective in talisman crafting. Furthermore, during the period of seclusion, aside from refining chi pills, Han Li also took advantage of his relatively leisurely moments to produce 7 or 8 beauty preservation pills, and out of sheer curiosity, he consumed one. If it truly could preserve his youth, Han Li would certainly welcome it, for no one wishes to face the day of graying hair. Even though the physical aging of cultivators is remarkably gradual. At this moment, due to the ineffectiveness of the pill, Han Li felt quite disheartened while in flight. Yet he was also intrigued by the sudden request of his master, Li Huayuan, to meet him. He couldn't help but speculate about the reason for this unexpected summons after 4 years. Thus, with a heart full of contemplation, Han Li arrived at the Green Wave Cave. However, upon transmitting his presence, the one who dispelled the barrier was not his senior brother, but rather a strikingly handsome young man in his 20s, with rosy lips and white teeth. Before Han Li could utter a word, the young man casually addressed him. "You must be junior brother Han. I am Wu Xian, the 6th disciple under our master. He has instructed me to wait for you here for some time. Please follow me." After saying this, Wu Xian turned without casting a glance at Han Li, leaving him bewildered as he touched his face. Surely, his appearance couldn't be so off-putting. A bit perturbed, Han Li had no choice but to follow closely behind him. The two exchanged not a single word and thus arrived directly at the reception hall. Inside, 3 individuals were seated, accompanied by 2 standing figures. Seated were Li Huayuan and his wife, alongside a strange woman clad in red, appearing to be in her 30s. Although she possessed a commendable appearance and retained a certain charm, her demeanor was cold, subtly emanating an aura of menace seldom associated with cultivators. At that moment, Li Huayuan seemed to be engaged in conversation with her, expressing profound respect in both demeanor and speech. Among the standing figures was Han Li's 4th senior brother, Song Meng, while the other was a young maiden, around 18 or 19 years old, also dressed in red. She was quite lovely, her features hinting at a certain allure, and she bore a striking resemblance to the woman in red. "Han Li, come and greet your master Aunt Hong Fu." Upon seeing Han Li enter, Li Huayuan cheerfully beckoned. Wu Xian, however, silently moved to stand beside Song Meng, hands clasped behind him. "Master Aunt Hong Fu." Although Han Li was uncertain about the situation, he naturally did not neglect the necessary formalities. The woman in red, upon hearing Han Li's greeting, did not respond immediately, but instead scrutinized him with keen interest. After a lengthy pause, a slight smile emerged on her face, albeit somewhat stiff, as she remarked, "Very well. Haha. It seems that Master Sister Hong Fu is quite pleased. Although my disciple's appearance is rather ordinary, he is indeed a genuine foundation establishment cultivator, and his cleverness and compliance are very much to my liking." Seeing the woman in red display a measure of satisfaction, Li Huayuan's face brightened, and he began to lavish praise on Han Li, leaving him utterly perplexed and unaware of the underlying reasons. 2 updates today. We shall continue to unveil more tomorrow. In the final days, let us not forget to cast our votes for the monthly tally. Chapter 244 of Volume 3. Duel, as the month draws to a close. Fervently urging for votes. What does this mean? Are you satisfied? Upon hearing these words, Han Li felt an inexplicable discomfort. Later, as he listened to Li Huayuan incessantly praising him, an ominous premonition began to stir within him. He had also noticed that the young woman had been covertly glancing at him ever since he entered the room, her expression marred by discontent. Furthermore, when the venerable Hong Fu mentioned her well-being, the girl visibly trembled and hastily lowered her head. Simultaneously, a pair of hostile eyes swept over Han Li, startling him into glancing back. only to discover it was his seventh senior brother, Wu Xian, who had just introduced him. Upon realizing Han Li had perceived his gaze, Wu Xian's face betrayed a fleeting expression of surprise, and he quickly averted his eyes, appearing somewhat guilty. This left Han Li even more perplexed. Though he maintained his habitual composure, exuding an air of tranquility that secretly pleased the woman in red. Indeed, this must be the one. I find him quite suitable. I shall first escort Xinyuan back and then await the favorable news from my junior brother, the woman in red stated, nodding thoughtfully. Rest assured, senior sister. I will make the necessary arrangements. Li Huayuan replied hastily as the woman prepared to take her leave, rising promptly to accompany her. When Li Huayuan and his wife returned to the hall with Han Li and the others, they wore expressions of delight, with the usually silent woman also smiling quietly. Once seated again, the couple scrutinized Han Li, making him feel uneasy as he pondered their intentions. Han Li, allow me to extend my heartfelt congratulations. Li Huayuan exclaimed after observing Han Li for a moment, suddenly uttering this seemingly nonsensical statement that sent a jolt of anxiety through Han Li. Disciple is truly unaware of what merits such joy. I hope Master will clarify, Han Li replied, striving to suppress the ominous signs within him. Hehe. This is indeed a momentous occasion. Your venerable Hongfu has taken a liking to you, intending for you to become a dual cultivation partner with her disciple. Before Li Huayuan could respond, the woman interjected, leaving Han Li momentarily speechless. Become dual cultivation partners? Han Li murmured, lost in thought, utterly taken aback by this unexpected revelation. What do you think? This is a stroke of fortune that others could only dream of. The female disciples on the mountain are scarce, and those who successfully establish their foundation are even rarer. Dual cultivation is an exceptional method that significantly enhances the cultivation of both parties. Such an opportunity is practically unattainable, Li Huayuan remarked with evident delight. For him, establishing a connection with the profound practitioner, the venerable Hongfu, would be immensely beneficial. Who does not know that this Hongfu fairy ranks among the foremost foundation-building cultivators in the entire realm of Xinghua, in the Huangfeng Valley? Beneath the esteemed lineage of that venerable ancestor, there exists a multitude of individuals possessing formidable abilities. The mere thought of the benefits that could arise from forming a disciple-apprentice bond brought a smile to the typically stern and dignified visage of Li Huayuan. However, the prospect of dual cultivation had never crossed the mind of his disciple, making the situation quite unexpected. Moreover, among the numerous male cultivators in Huangfeng Valley, all of whom possessed superior appearances and talents compared to his disciple, how could he possibly be chosen? Upon regaining his composure, Han realized the weight of Li Huayuan's inquiry and could only answer with a forced bravado. Yet, this indeed left him utterly perplexed. Haha. This is the fortune of your apprenticeship. Your Shishu Hongfu once experienced heartache in her youth, leading her to develop a disdain for handsome and frivolous men. As such, when selecting a partner for her disciple, those who do not meet her approval would naturally be dismissed. Consequently, finding someone of similar age who does not repulse her among the hundreds of foundation-building disciples in Huangfeng Valley is no small feat. Your Shizhuan has traversed several caves akin to your masteress, and you are the first to leave her thoroughly satisfied, Li Huayuan remarked with a hint of pride. As for qualifications, there is little for your Shishu to critique. The disciple of your Shishu, standing beside you now, possesses modest talents, not nearly as extravagant as yours. It is said that she barely succeeded in foundation building after consuming 3 foundation building pills and with the assistance of numerous precious herbs. Had she not been a close descendant of your Shishu, it is unlikely such effort would have been expended on her, indicating her favored status. Li Huayuan further elucidated to Han. After a brief pause, he sighed. Initially, I had no intention of recommending you. I had summoned your 7th senior brother instead. After all, in terms of both appearance and talent, your senior brother Wuxuan surpasses you by a considerable margin. Though I am aware of your Shishu's biases against handsome men, I still dared to take a chance. As you might have surmised, your senior brother Wuxuan could not pass your Shishu's scrutiny, despite my belief that that girl from the Dong family seemed quite agreeable. Having uttered these words, Li Huayuan cast a glance at Wuxuan, causing his face to flush crimson with embarrassment. Han suddenly understood. His senior brother's coldness and hostility towards him stemmed from his own elimination, revealing that he indeed had an affinity with that young woman. Nonetheless, Li Huayuan's mention of the girl from the Dong family reminded Han of the incident involving the demise of Brother Lu. During that night of beastly instincts, Brother Lu had mentioned the names of the Dong family girl and Grandmaster Hongfu. Could it be that the one entangled with that ungrateful wretch was her? As this thought crossed his mind, Han felt a wave of discomfort wash over him, causing his impression of Shishu Hongfu's disciple to plummet, and any lingering fondness dissipated. Initially swayed by Li Huayuan's analysis, his interest had been entirely extinguished. In truth, Han was not particularly opposed to dual cultivation, especially when the counterpart was another disciple of a core formation cultivator, as forming a partnership would undoubtedly yield immeasurable benefits. His reluctance to agree immediately stemmed from the multitude of secrets he harbored, which rendered it impossible for him to allow another person to become too close. At present, Han Li was even less inclined to entertain such a ludicrous notion. He had no interest in claiming another's girlfriend. Furthermore, judging by the demeanor of the woman surnamed Dong, she seemed only to have an affinity for dashing young men, and had clearly not taken a liking to him. With this thought in mind, Han Li hesitated momentarily before awkwardly expressing his concerns. I still believe this is somewhat inappropriate. On one hand, the situation is rather sudden, and I have not mentally prepared myself for it. On the other hand, it seems that the disciple of Master Hongfu is not particularly pleased with me. While it is possible that under Master's strong influence, a favorable outcome might be achieved, it is well known that a forcibly twisted melon is not sweet. It would be better for Master to seek out other senior brothers. Perhaps there are more suitable candidates than I. After these words escaped Han Li's lips, the underlying refusal was unmistakable, leaving Li Huayuan and his wife somewhat taken aback. The lady appeared contemplative and remained silent, while her husband frowned slightly, displaying signs of displeasure. You heard it as well. I have given my word to your Master Hongfu regarding this matter. How can I go back on my promise? Even if there are more suitable candidates, I will not go back on my word. As for your concern about Dong's reluctance, that is simply an overreaction. How many couples among us cultivators fall in love at first sight? It is only after spending a considerable amount of time together that they naturally come to harmonize. Li Huayuan's tone was somewhat stern, carrying a hint of reprimand. Han Li, upon hearing this, inwardly lamented his predicament. However, finding an immediate excuse to refuse proved to be quite a challenge. Just then, the lady unexpectedly uttered a statement that astonished Li Huayuan, ultimately providing Han Li with a reprieve. Han Li, you entered the valley around the same time as Dong, and your foundation building period has not differed significantly. Did you perhaps hear any rumors during this time? What rumors? Li Huayuan inquired, taken aback by his wife's words. Upon observing Han Li's taciturn acknowledgement, he felt a wave of surprise wash over him. This is merely something I overheard while casually chatting with a few close friends. It should not be taken seriously, she said, biting her lip in hesitation. You two may step outside for a moment. It is sufficient for only Han Li to remain here. After contemplating, Li Huayuan suddenly gestured for Song Meng and Wu Xian, who had been standing nearby, to leave the parlor, thus leaving only Han Li within the room. Song Meng appeared indifferent and bowed before departing. Although Wu Xian dared not defy the master's command and followed suit, he did so with a hint of reluctance, casting a peculiar glance at Han Li, which prompted Han Li to ponder deeply. It was the first update of the day. There were still 2 more to come. As the month drew to a close, the call for monthly votes was made. Chapter 245, Journeys and Surprises. Now that there are no outsiders present, my dear, it is best to speak candidly. I shall ponder this matter carefully, lest there be any oversight, Li Huayuan stated with a solemn expression. Upon hearing this, the woman glanced at Han Li, who was scratching his head with a wry smile, and finally spoke. 2 years ago, I inadvertently overheard some rumors, the veracity of which remains uncertain. It was said that this red-clad senior sister's female disciple was rather indiscreet in matters of romance, entangling herself with several male disciples during her chi refining stage. There were even instances where individuals engaged in private duels over her, nearly provoking a regrettable incident among peers. Consequently, when the red-clad senior sister learned of this, she was furious and confined the girl within her cave abode, keeping her under strict surveillance until she advanced to the foundation establishment stage, at which point she was released. However, shortly thereafter, rumors surfaced again, suggesting that the girl had become involved with a young man from the Feng family, hinting at a potential dual cultivation. Given the red-clad senior sister's profound disdain for the Feng family, she certainly would not acquiesce to such a liaison, leading to yet another confinement. For the next 2 years, no further news emerged. Because these matters lacked credible evidence, I had little interest in them, and thus, when the red-clad senior sister arrived with her disciple, I did not recall these events. Observing Han Li's evident discomfort, I found it somewhat peculiar and suddenly remembered. The woman's somewhat apologetic remarks left both Han Li and Li Huayuan rather taken aback. Li Huayuan had not anticipated the notorious reputation of the young woman surnamed Dong. And now, having rashly acquiesced to the red-clad senior sister's request, he found himself in a troubling predicament. Han Li, on the other hand, was astonished to learn that the girl was not only entangled with Senior Brother Lu but also had numerous dubious associations, rendering him speechless once more. Madam, is what you say truly the case? This red-clad senior sister's disciple possesses such a disreputable reputation? Li Huayuan could no longer remain seated, rising involuntarily in disbelief and pacing restlessly within the hall. This issue transcended Han Li's willingness to engage in dual cultivation. If his disciple were to associate with such a woman, Li Huayuan's own reputation would undoubtedly suffer. I cannot say for certain, as these are mere hearsay. Perhaps even the one who relayed the tale knows not the truth, the woman sighed, expressing her helplessness. Upon hearing this, Han Li inwardly rolled his eyes, silently exclaiming, "What uncertainty! At the very least, this girl undoubtedly shares a complicated connection with Senior Brother Lu. Otherwise, how could he so easily resort to the act of eliminating his former partner?" Naturally, Han Li refrained from voicing these thoughts, instead maintaining a facade of ignorance, standing awkwardly in place as if to convey to the matron that her awareness of the situation sufficed. This immediately left Li Huayuan feeling a profound headache. Now that such matters had emerged, Li Huayuan found it inappropriate to press Han Li further into agreeing, and he began to harbor second thoughts. However, the red-clad senior sister was not one to easily break a promise, and the reasons for his reconsideration were difficult to articulate openly, leaving him in a state of considerable distress. After pacing back and forth in the hall several times, he found himself at a loss for a solution. After casting a sideways glance, he noticed Han Li standing eagerly at the side, awaiting his master's response, which only deepened his sense of frustration. He spoke curtly. "You may return for now. Once I have conferred with your mistress regarding how to address this matter, I shall inform you." Han Li, filled with trepidation, feared that the other party might unceremoniously compel him to acquiesce to the notion of dual cultivation. However, upon hearing Li Huayuan's directive, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, knowing that the situation was likely defused. With great delight, he responded affirmatively and swiftly departed. Subsequently, Han Li hastily left the cave dwelling, much to the astonishment of Song Meng and Wu Xian, who were waiting outside the hall. He soared back to his residence on his flying artifact, and after 3 days of restless anticipation, he finally received a message from Li Huayuan. Upon hearing the outcome of the discussions between his master and the venerable Hong Fu, Han Li could not help but let out a deep sigh of resignation. Half a month later, at the waterfall of Green Wave Cave, Li Huayuan and his wife, along with the immortal Hong Fu, gathered to bid farewell to 2 individuals embarking on a journey. The expressions of the departing pair were somewhat stiff. They merely nodded in agreement, lacking any semblance of the excitement typically associated with travelers. The young man and woman were none other than Han Li and the apprentice of Hong Fu, Dong Xiner. "Throughout your journey, you two must support each other and proceed with caution. I have heard whispers that the cultivation world has become increasingly perilous of late, with cultivators frequently going missing. Initially, it was only those in the qi refining stage, but recently even those in the foundation establishment stage have encountered misfortune." Li Huayuan's simple admonitions, though brief, stirred profound emotion within Han Li. However, the parting words from the venerable Hong Fu left Han Li astounded. "You must heed your senior brother Han's guidance and adhere to the rules. Should you falter again, do not expect me to show leniency in our master-disciple bond." Her unreserved words rendered the young girl pale, causing her to nod silently, appearing quite pitiable. Thus, Han Li and Dong Xiner ascended on their flying artifact, heading southward, until they vanished beyond the horizon. Watching their diminishing figures, Li Huayuan felt a twinge of worry and turned to the immortal Hong Fu, saying, "Sister, are you truly at ease allowing them to represent us at the Yan family's treasure-seizing event? They have only recently established their foundations and hold little hope of success. Do you believe that failing to send capable disciples could tarnish your reputation, or do you lament the treasures the Yan family has put forth?" Hong Fu cast a sidelong glance at Li Huayuan, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. "My dear husband, that is not my intention. I merely wonder why you do not send your strongest disciples. Han Li and Miss Dong, compared to true foundation establishment experts, would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Do you hope to use this opportunity to facilitate a connection between them? With a gentle smile, the woman softly defended Li Huayuan. Brother Li, your wife is indeed a wise and supportive partner. In truth, I harbor similar sentiments. If they were to develop feelings for each other during their journey and achieve a harmonious union, it would be most fortuitous. However, that was not my true intention. My primary aim in arranging the trip to the Yan family was to expose that girl to some challenges, to temper her arrogance. I have heard that the young lady with the celestial root from the Yan family will also return home to participate in the upcoming treasure-seeking event. This would allow her to recognize the disparity between herself and genuine prodigies, to disabuse her of the notion that she is remarkable among female cultivators after foundation establishment, blissfully unaware of her own limitations. In the past, I indulged her too much as she was the sole descendant of my deceased elder brother, leading her to engage in some disgraceful conduct, entangling with male disciples in a manner most unbecoming. Such actions have tarnished the reputation of a respectable young lady. Had I not verified her purity on several occasions, I would have long since dealt with her decisively, to prevent everyone from believing that our Dong family has produced a shameless woman. The woman in red spoke coldly, yet her words seemed to carry a deeper implication, causing the couple, Li Huayuan and his wife, to exchange awkward glances, their discomfort palpable. On that day, the Li couple, steeling themselves, approached the red-clad sister to awkwardly discuss the matter of a disciple's change of heart. To their astonishment, this sister, typically known for her irritable temperament, let out a gentle sigh and readily acquiesced. This unexpected turn of events filled them with joy. However, the red-clad sister stipulated a condition. She hoped that Han Li could accompany Dong Xianyuan on a journey to attend the treasure-seeking event recently organized by the Yan family. This event is a gathering hosted by the Yan family, the foremost clan in the realm of cultivation in the state of Yu, inviting disciples from nearby nations who have achieved the core formation stage. The purpose is to foster good relations with numerous core formation cultivators, thereby benefiting the Yan family's future development. Among the attractions, they will showcase the legendary treasure, the Qiankuan Tower, as the grand prize, alongside a plethora of other rare treasures and magical artifacts. Consequently, many core formation cultivators who received invitations dispatched their strongest disciples to participate in this event. After all, the Qiankuan Tower is highly coveted even by those at the core formation stage. Naturally, due to the distance, the likelihood of core formation cultivators from beyond the borders of Yu attending is rather low, with the majority being local practitioners. Upon hearing the terms proposed, Li Huayuan initially felt that allowing the relatively weak Han Li to attend the event was a considerable waste. However, upon reflection, he realized that his strongest disciple was currently occupied and would not make it in time for the gathering. Sending another disciple would certainly mean relinquishing the chance for a top placement. Even if they secured a lesser rank and acquired some magical artifacts, he would hardly find it worthwhile. Thus, he consented. The Li couple believed the matter concluded and intended to take their leave, but unexpectedly, the red-clad fairy insisted on retaining the young woman for a moment, claiming there were matters she needed to discuss privately. This left Li Huayuan, filled with unanswered questions, to wait outside. Half a day later, when the young woman returned from the abode of the red-clad fairy, she revealed to Li Huayuan something that left him utterly astounded. A second update has arrived, and there will be another. Due to visitors in the afternoon, my writing time was delayed, resulting in a slight postponement of the second update. I apologize for the inconvenience. In the final moments, Wang Yu customarily called for the monthly ticket. Volume 3, Chapter 246, Dong Xianyuan. This red-haired sister unexpectedly brought a young woman into the back room to examine the blushing Dong Xianyuan's fair arm. To everyone's astonishment, the token of purity, the jade powder, remained intact. This revelation left Han Li's master's wife utterly shocked. For, judging by Dong Xianyuan's alluring demeanor, she hardly appeared to be an untouched maiden. The couple had feigned ignorance in agreeing to the dual cultivation, with a hint of ambiguity in their acceptance. However, they never anticipated that this woman's notorious reputation had long since become widely known, prompting her to retract their agreement for the sake of their names. Amidst the young woman's astonishment, Hong Fu explained that her disciple, in pursuit of the elixir of youth, had chosen to study a top-tier technique, the transformation of spring. The charm reflected in her eyes was merely a facade bestowed by her practice of this art. Consequently, those adept in the art of discerning purity mistakenly assumed that Dong Xian'er had lost her innocence after merely a few encounters, leading to the spread of numerous unfavorable rumors about her. Indeed, Dong Xian'er had exhibited a lack of self-respect, entangling herself in flirtations with several male disciples. However, due to the enchanting effects of the transformation of spring and her unique status, it was rather peculiar that she was not surrounded by suitors. As the number of male disciples around her gradually increased, Dong Xian'er began to develop a peculiar desire to see any young man she fancied kneel before her, often inciting jealousy among them for her amusement. Fortunately, Hongfu had stipulated that her disciple must maintain her purity as a condition for practicing the transformation of spring. Should the jade powder vanish, Hongfu would immediately strip her of her powers, reducing her to the status of a mere mortal to prevent Dong Xian'er, with her newfound beguiling abilities, from tarnishing the Dong family's reputation. Thus, under this life-altering condition, despite frequently exchanging glances with those men, Dong Xian'er refrained from crossing any serious boundaries. Nonetheless, her misdeeds gradually reached Hongfu's ears, inciting her wrath. She punished Dong Xian'er severely and confined her for a time. Yet, it was too late. Dong Xian'er's sullied reputation had already spread throughout the Yellow Maple Valley. Such matters, once they circulate, become nearly impossible to clarify, leaving even Hongfu, a cultivator in the core formation stage, at a loss. At this juncture, even if those who valued their reputation knew that Dong Xian'er was indeed still chaste, they would not risk their own reputations by becoming her dual cultivation partner. However, due to the demands of the transformation of spring technique, Dong Xian'er found herself at a critical juncture where she must engage in dual cultivation, lest her powers stagnate or even regress. Meanwhile, those persistent suitors, whom Hongfu found unsatisfactory and whose character and intentions she distrusted, led to Li Huayuan's cave visit and her interest in Han Li. After listening to all of this, the young wife returned to Li Huayuan's side, her expression tinged with considerable embarrassment, and recounted the events, leaving the two of them momentarily speechless. Although the couple had indeed misjudged Dong Xian'er's virtue, as Hongfu had observed, even if she were truly chaste, her tarnished reputation made Li Huayuan reluctant to allow his disciple to become her dual cultivation partner, for it would severely damage his own standing. Thus, he felt a profound sense of guilt towards his senior sister, Hongfu. However, to atone for this sentiment, Li Huayuan resolved not to obstruct Han Li from attending the treasure-seizing conference, even going so far as to facilitate the journey, which ultimately led to Han Li and Dong Xian'er's expedition. In Li Huayuan's estimation, given Han Li's poor impression of Dong Xian'er, it was unlikely that any entanglement would arise from their journey. Yet, his seventh disciple, Wu Xian, had become infatuated with Dong Xian'er after their brief encounter. Just days prior, he had mustered the courage to ask Li Huayuan to broach the matter with Hongfu once more, hoping to secure a favorable outcome for himself and Dong Xian'er. Li Huayuan, feeling indebted to Hongfu, vehemently rebuked his disciple for such absurdity and promptly dispatched him on an errand, wishing to prevent any further disturbances within the mountain. Despite his stern admonitions, Wu Xian seemed to have subdued somewhat, yet Li Huayuan could still sense the lingering ambition in his disciple, which was a source of vexation. After bidding farewell to the two, Hongfu engaged in casual conversation with the couple before taking her leave. Li Huayuan and the young wife then entered the Green Wave Cave to commence their daily cultivation, momentarily setting aside thoughts of Han Li and Dong Xian'er. The Yin family, the foremost clan of the state of Yu, had its roots in the inconspicuous Linzhou among the 13 prefectures of Yu. Not only was the area modest in size, but its population was also rather average, making it a rather unremarkable place. Qingliang City, a typical small town in Linzhou, boasted little more than the picturesque Yanliang Mountain nearby, lacking any distinctive features or local products that the residents could boast of. The Yin family's stronghold, Yanling Fortress, was nestled within the confines of Yanliang Mountain. At this moment, Han Li held an invitation card in his hand, the missive for the treasure-seizing conference, which indicated that the event would take place at Yanling Fortress. After reviewing the invitation once more to confirm its accuracy, Han Li slowly tucked it away. However, a woman's mocking voice reached his ears. "What a dullard. You've scrutinized that invitation at least 5 or 6 times, yet you still harbor doubts. You truly have some peculiarities. Her voice was soft yet imbued with a deep, magnetic quality that stirred a man's imagination and could easily lead a young man to indulge in fanciful thoughts. Yet, Han Li remained unperturbed, as if he had not heard her at all. Instead, he raised his hand and launched 3 fireballs the size of bowls into the sky, where they burst into brilliant flames. He then calmly remarked, "If the Yin family does not arrive to escort us shortly, we shall take our leave and return tomorrow. If the junior sister is in good health and possesses the strength to argue, she might as well soar to a higher vantage point to survey the surroundings, ensuring that no one else is present, just in case." How timid our senior brother Han truly is. At the very entrance of the Yin family. Do you still believe there exists any danger? It seems to me you are merely stirring up trouble out of sheer boredom. Dong Xian'er pouted her crimson lips and languidly remarked. She reclined beneath an ancient pine, stretching her limbs without the slightest intention of complying. At that moment, Han Li and the young lady found themselves atop a modest peak, seemingly awaiting the occurrence of some event. This was indeed the location mentioned in the invitation for receiving guests. However, despite their prolonged wait, no members of the Yin family had yet to reveal themselves. This incited a heightened sense of vigilance in Han Li, fearful of any unforeseen circumstances. Yet, Miss Dong regarded Han Li's caution with disdain, perceiving it merely as a manifestation of his cowardice. It had been 7 or 8 days since the two departed from the Green Wave Cave. Throughout their journey, it appeared that they were inherently mismatched, each finding the other exceedingly disagreeable. The expected subtle tension that often exists between men and women was utterly absent between them. Dong Xian'er's beguiling charm, which had proven effective with other male cultivators, inexplicably held no sway over Han Li. Instead, her headstrong nature soon erupted due to her inability to dominate Han Li, leading her to unleash her temper. However, Han Li was impervious to the young lady's brashness, dismissing her unreasonable behavior with a simple remark. "I shall faithfully report my junior sister's conduct to Master Hongfu." This immediately subdued Dong Xian'er, although spoiled and accustomed to indulgence. She understood that Master Hongfu was genuinely irked by her reputation. The warning given at their parting had been delivered with utmost seriousness. Should the loathsome young man before her speak ill of her in front of their master, she feared severe repercussions, including the possibility of being confined once more. The mere thought of life in confinement sent a shiver down Dong Xian'er's spine. Though she maintained a facade of defiance, her actions revealed a newfound restraint. Observing this, Han Li felt no need to further complicate matters for her. He even allowed her to gain some small verbal advantages without concern. However, should she overstep her bounds, he would not hesitate to invoke Master Hongfu's name, immediately rendering her powerless to retaliate. After all, before their departure, Master Hongfu had expressly instructed Dong Xian'er to heed Han Li's words. Thus, during their journey, one party relentlessly teased and mocked the other, while the latter remained unresponsive, focused solely on their path. Yet, whenever the quiet one uttered anything pertaining to Master Hongfu, the previously loquacious individual would instantly change countenance, refraining from further audacity. Consequently, the two of them journeyed clumsily by day and rested at night, ultimately arriving at Yanling Mountain and locating this very peak. To their surprise, the members of the Yin family, who should have appeared long ago, had yet to show themselves, leaving Han Li and his companion growing increasingly impatient as they waited for over half a day. "Alas, I have spent an entire night writing. It is time for me to retire to bed." The legendary tale of a great traverser in the realm of virtual gaming. Title: Indigenous People, Book Number 102-1341. After finishing the book, please do not forget to cast your votes. Apologies for the late update. I completed 3 chapters at 6 o'clock this morning. I had intended to rest immediately thereafter and continue to deliver more chapters to everyone, but unexpectedly received a call regarding family matters. I hastened to attend to them and only managed to return home around 4 in the afternoon, allowing me to finally collapse into sleep. I have just awoken, feeling somewhat refreshed, and have promptly begun writing again. I will endeavor to produce a chapter for you this evening to slightly compensate for the delay. As for the other overdue chapters, it seems I can only gradually provide them next month. I hope for your understanding. Volume 3. Chapter 247. The Yin Siblings. As the month draws to a close, I urge you to cast your tickets. Perhaps the impatience of the two had an effect, for suddenly, 2 dark shapes appeared in the sky to the west of the mountain peak, gradually revealing 2 enormous, 2-headed eagles. These were the very creatures that Han Li had encountered at the Tainan conference. and upon their backs rode a man and a woman. Upon seeing the outsiders, the previously languid Dong Xianier immediately perked up, standing tall and gazing curiously at the approaching two-headed eagle. I sincerely apologize for keeping you both waiting. I am Yan Jue, and this is my younger sister, Yanling. We are here to escort you to Yanling Fortress. As the two-headed eagle landed upon the mountain, the man and woman dismounted gracefully. As soon as the young man steadied himself, he expressed his apologies. No need for concern. We have only just arrived. Before Han Li could speak, Dong Xianier, noticing that Yan Jue was an exceedingly handsome young man, couldn't help but brighten, her voice soft and melodious, captivating enough to draw Han Li's attention. Had he not witnessed her rather willful demeanor over the past few days, he might have been deceived into thinking she was a refined lady of high society merely from her enchanting tone. Unbeknownst to Yan Jue, he was struck by the beauty of Dong Xianier. Hearing her gentle words stirred something unusual within him, prompting him to straighten his posture and reply with a hearty voice. In truth, there were originally disciples of the Yin family waiting to greet esteemed guests. However, due to an unforeseen incident with the welcoming disciples, no one was present at the moment to receive you, nearly causing an oversight. Yan Jue expressed his sincere apologies on behalf of the Yin family, hoping that you would not take offense. Upon hearing this, Dong Xianier smiled, her eyes sparkling with charm. Just as she was about to speak again, when a subtle voice from Han Li reached her ears. Sister, do you not fear the wrath of Master Hongfu for appearing in such a manner? At this remark, Dong Xianier's complexion changed dramatically, her lips parted several times. Yet no words emerged, leaving Yan Jue and his sister somewhat perplexed by the peculiar situation. Yanling, a lively girl of about 15 or 16, had sparkling black eyes that flitted between Han Li and Dong Xianier, exuding an air of keen intelligence. As Dong Xianier mentioned, being a bit delayed is of no consequence. I trust that the Yin family would never intentionally neglect their honored guests. However, Han Li found it somewhat peculiar that a disciple of the esteemed Hoka might have encountered an unexpected mishap. Could it be that there was a conflict with a guest? As he curbed Dong Xianier's reckless use of the captivating Hua Chunju, Han Li coughed lightly and uttered a courteous remark, jesting to inquire about the so-called incident. Upon hearing Han Li's words, Yan Jue displayed a look of discomfort, as though there were reservations preventing her from speaking candidly. Since this esteemed senior sister Yu has her own reasons for discretion, it would be best not to cause any further disturbance. We should make our way to Yanling Fortress. I believe many have already arrived, suggested Han Li. Indeed, we should proceed to Yanling Fortress. Dong Xianier interjected, noting Yan Jue's hesitation and suddenly advocating for her, which relieved the Yin family disciple. Yan Jue, in turn, felt a surge of affection for Dong Xianier. Meanwhile, Yanling, standing nearby, sensed Dong Xianier's ulterior motives and pouted in displeasure. This time, Han Li did not confront Dong Xianier, but merely smiled faintly and nodded in agreement, saying, "Then I invite Brother Yin and Miss Yin to lead the way. Dong Shimi and I shall follow closely behind." Upon hearing that Han Li did not pursue the matter further, Yan Jue's expression brightened. However, recalling something, she expressed a hint of apology. "Before I guide you both, I must routinely verify the invitation. I hope you do not mind." Although Yan Jue spoke politely, Han Li discerned that her tone was primarily directed at Dong Xianier, indicating that this disciple of the Yin family was already ensnared in Dong Xianier's gentle web. Han Li silently chuckled to himself, opting not to delve into Dong Xianier's absurdities, and feigned ignorance as he produced Li Huayuan's invitation, handing it deftly to Yan Jue. Dong Xianier also retrieved her own invitation from the red fluff fairy, extending it with her delicate hand, the alluring fragrance and the radiant, jade-like sheen momentarily distracting Yan Jue, who forgot to reach out and accept it. Noticing this, her younger sister could no longer stand by and, somewhat irritated, swiftly accepted it on Yan Jue's behalf. This action brought Yan Jue back to his senses, reddening his face under Dong Xianier's soft laughter. It appears that the invitations from Junior Brother Han and Junior Sister Dong are in order. Let us depart. After returning the reviewed invitations to Han Li and Dong Xianier, Yan Jue seemed somewhat unsettled as he mounted the dual-headed swan, occasionally glancing at Dong Xianier. Yet, the seemingly willful young woman displayed an unexpectedly dignified demeanor, which only fueled Yan Jue's imagination. The four of them took to the skies, heading toward the direction of the Yin siblings. After traversing several dozen miles, they arrived at a location nestled between two small peaks and came to a halt. At that moment, Yan Jue produced an object resembling a token from his possession, gripping it tightly with both hands as he channeled his spiritual energy into it. Instantly, a radiant golden light emanated from the token, shooting forth into the void ahead. The once empty air was transformed by the golden light, revealing a brilliant display of five-colored brilliance. As the radiant hues of light dissipated, Han Li and his companions were greeted by the magnificent sight of an ancient castle, which had materialized amidst the previously barren mountain ridge. Gazing upon the towering walls, reaching heights of 30 to 40 feet, and the multitude of grand, archaic structures within, both Han Li and Dong Xin'er were filled with a sense of wonder, overwhelmed by the sheer magnificence before them. "Welcome to Yanling Fortress, one of the strongholds of the Yin family. We are delighted to have you here." Senior Brother Han and junior sister Dong, Yan Jue stated, his demeanor suddenly turning serious. Han Li smiled, poised to respond, when Dong Xin'er exclaimed in surprise. Her gaze fixed on a specific area within the fortress, her expression one of astonishment. Noticing her reaction, Han Li instinctively followed her line of sight. There, on a platform resembling a martial arts arena at the corner of the castle, two men stood facing each other, their attire markedly different. One was a robust man clad in the Yin family's brown garments, while the other, with a face adorned by curly whiskers, possessed gray eyes and yellow hair. His dark skin draped in an eerie green robe. Surrounding them was a colossal white energy shield, flickering as if it were ethereal. Beyond this barrier, numerous onlookers stood scattered about, but the most conspicuous were two groups of uniformly dressed individuals. One group stood in disciplined silence, exuding a sense of rigorous training. They were indeed members of the Yin family. The other group mirrored the peculiar man in the air, all clad in green robes, with most sharing similar gray eyes and yellow hair, although a few ordinary faces were interspersed among them. Upon discerning this scene, Han Li's expression mirrored his astonishment, and he turned to the Yin siblings, seeking an explanation. However, before he could voice his inquiry, Yan Jue's countenance shifted, revealing a hint of discomfort at the sight. Beside him, Yan Ling clenched her fists, her voice laced with indignation. "They have begun challenging us again, and with such ruthless intent. This is utterly unacceptable." Intrigued by her words, Han Li ventured, "Are these individuals not guests of the Yin family?" "Certainly not. These ruffians sought us out. They arrived and injured our young disciples, the 16th and 15th brothers, and insisted on participating in the treasure competition. I cannot fathom what the elders were thinking to have agreed to this." Yan Ling's frustration spilled forth, disregarding Yan Jue's attempt to silence her, her words flowing like a torrent, eliciting a bemused smile from Han Li. Meanwhile, Yan Jue wore an expression of awkwardness, seemingly at a loss for words. "It seems that these individuals are indeed the source of our prolonged wait atop the peak. I wonder, Brother Jue, could you enlighten Xin'er on the particulars?" Without Han Li needing to inquire further, Dong Xin'er's curiosity was piqued, compelling her to coax Yan Jue into sharing the details. "These individuals arrived at Yanling Fortress this morning. Upon reaching the entrance without an invitation, they attempted to force their way in, injuring two of our disciples who were there to receive guests. When other disciples rushed to their aid, they initially intended to teach these intruders a stern lesson. Unexpectedly, these individuals produced letters and tokens, which compelled several solemn elders to swallow their pride and invite them into the fortress. However, once inside Yanling Fortress, these guests were anything but compliant. They immediately requested a match with the Yin family. After a brief discussion, the elders seemed inclined to teach these intruders a lesson and agreed to the challenge. Notably, the competition was extensive, comprising 10 matches, all contested by disciples at the foundation establishment stage. Before I went to fetch the two of you, several matches had already taken place, but the outcome was disheartening as Yan Jue shook her head, her expression tinged with melancholy, indicating that the Yin family was undoubtedly at a disadvantage. In the afternoon, we must visit our parents. This is a matter from yesterday. My father has been hospitalized, and I must accompany him for a while. Fortunately, with many siblings, it will only take half a day. Thus, I will compile the chapters for everyone in the evening. In fact, I have already drafted a chapter, but it requires some corrections before I can upload it. Therefore, updates will likely only be available in the evening or early morning from now on. Every family has its own struggles, but I will strive to maintain a bi-daily update schedule. Chapter 248. Contest for favor. It is not uncommon for injuries to occur during matches. This is a natural part of competition. However, These visitors practiced some obscure and sinister techniques, each adept in dark sorcery and toxic arts. Disciples who faced them either inexplicably fainted or suffered from severe poison, with injuries that were exceedingly difficult to treat. Fortunately, due to their presence in Yinling Fortress, these individuals exhibited some restraint, and no disciple had yet sustained fatal injuries, which is a minor blessing amidst the misfortune. "Oh, witnessing this scene has filled me with deep shame," Yan Jue remarked, her expression betraying her discomfort. "However, as we were leaving, I heard that the elders were becoming restless and had summoned the elite disciples from the martial arts hall, those who had mastered secret techniques, surely capable of teaching these visitors a harsh lesson." Yan Ling interjected eagerly, shaking her small fist. "Such nonsense. As a young lady, why are you so preoccupied with fighting?" Yan Jue admonished her sister sternly, her countenance serious, before sending the somewhat disgruntled girl away. Turning to Han Li and the others, he explained, "Due to the influx of guests, our fortress has become a melting pot of diverse individuals. Hence, the Yin family has partially lifted the restrictions on the fortress's defenses. Certain areas within the fortress can no longer utilize long-distance spells, such as sound transmission, necessitating that my sister make a personal trip. Originally, neither she nor I were to attend to guests, but given the current shortage of personnel and the presence of some ill-intentioned visitors, we must temporarily assist." Upon concluding, Yan Jue cast a somber glance towards the distance, where Yin family disciples and the strange guests had already engaged in a magical confrontation. "So, Brother Jue, it seems you are indeed an elite disciple of the Yin family, held in high regard." In her eyes, a flicker of brilliance danced as Dong Xinier smiled sweetly. Her already exquisite features became even more enchanting in that fleeting moment, leaving Yan Jue momentarily spellbound. "This is quite unexpected," Yan Jue murmured, lost in his thoughts. Unaware of the words escaping his lips, he simply felt that this enchanting Miss Dong was a vision of beauty, resembling his dream lover to an uncanny degree. Giggling, "Yin brother, might it be convenient for you to observe the contest over there? I am curious to see what sort of formidable individual dares to disrupt the Yin family." Dong Xinier found the expression on his face amusing and chuckled lightly, intending to tease him further. However, unexpectedly, Han Li interjected, breaking the flow of conversation. "Ah, to observe? Of course. This time, my cousin will be competing, and his skills in the martial arts hall are profound enough to rank among the top 10. Surely, he will provide a remarkable display." Upon being roused by Han Li, Yan Jue was initially taken aback, but soon responded with enthusiasm. Han Li, upon hearing this, smiled subtly. Knowing that Yan Jue had no valid reason to obstruct him, and that he was likely optimistic about the chances of victory, which accounted for his eagerness. Thus, the trio descended near the arena, approaching the gathering of spectators. As they drew closer, Han Li was astonished to discover that the audience comprised over 100 cultivators. What struck him as particularly peculiar was that, based on their attire, the majority were not local cultivators from the state of Yu, but rather individuals from foreign lands. A wave of confusion washed over Han Li, yet due to his status as a guest, he refrained from asking too many questions, opting instead to keep his thoughts to himself and feign ignorance. Meanwhile, Dong Xinier continued to jest and laugh with Yan Jue, though a subtle hint of astonishment flickered in her eyes, which Han Li keenly observed. It seemed that this woman was not merely a decorative vase. However, the headstrong lady appeared equally uninterested in probing the underlying intrigue, much to Han Li's dismay. "Xinier, you two have arrived. How delightful. I thought Master Hongfu would not permit you to attend." Just as the three approached, a handsome male cultivator inadvertently turned around and caught sight of Dong Xinier. His face immediately lit up with joy as he strode over and greeted her warmly. The moment he approached, Dong Xinier's smile faltered, while Yan Jue's expression darkened, his gaze becoming restless. In contrast, Han Li maintained his composure, revealing no hint of surprise. He understood well that this man was likely a former acquaintance of Dong Xinier. However, the individual bore the surname Feng. Could he be the young man from the Feng family mentioned by his master? "Brother Feng, I never anticipated that Uncle Du would allow you to participate in this gathering." Dong Xinier's fleeting moment of surprise vanished as she quickly composed herself, greeting him with an air of familiarity, as if he were merely an ordinary friend. This transformation greatly improved Yan Jue's demeanor, yet Brother Feng was momentarily taken aback. Soon noticing Yan Jue and Han Li beside Dong Xinier, Han Li remained composed, offering a faint smile to the onlooker. while subtly distancing himself by a step from Dong Xian'er to convey an air of innocence. Yan Jue, however, returned his gaze without courtesy, and it was evident to Feng Shixiang that the rivalry was clear. He examined Han Li with a scrutinizing demeanor. Han Li found the situation amusing yet perplexing. Was it not rumored that Dong Xian'er and Feng Shixiang had long entertained intentions of mutual cultivation? Yet, the headstrong lady displayed no inclination towards Feng Shixiang at all. Was it possible that the rumors were erroneous? After a brief contemplation, Han Li shook his head, dismissing the matter from his mind. He had no desire to waste his intellect on such trivial gossip. He took a few steps forward, leaving the other three behind. Han Li was unconcerned with the jealousy between Feng Shixiang and Yan Jue, nor did he care how Dong Xian'er navigated their affections. He was wholly captivated by the conflict within the luminous barrier. Yan Jue certainly spoke no exaggerations. His cousin was indeed formidable, skillfully wielding earth-based techniques. Enormous boulders, resembling millstones, were hurled from his palms with alarming urgency, seemingly inexhaustible. In front of him, a triangular yellow flag was raised, conjuring a gust of yellow wind that enveloped him in an impenetrable shroud of protection. Yet, the figure in green across the way showed no signs of submission. Dark, inky tendrils of energy erupted from his body, swirling like venomous serpents, weaving a net of impenetrable darkness in front of him that repelled the incoming rocks, occasionally sending them back towards Yan Jue, causing the elite from the Yin family to flounder in response. As for his magical artifacts, 6 or 7 gleaming skulls floated around him, their purpose still a mystery. Thus, one engaged in relentless assault while the other remained steadfast in defense, resulting in a temporary stalemate. However, it was evident that both were merely testing each other, not fully committing to the confrontation. Despite the tumultuous scene, boulders soaring through the air and dark energy billowing, their demeanor remained calm and collected, betraying no signs of exertion. As Han Li watched, entranced, he was suddenly brought back to reality by Dong Xian'er's voice. "Han Shixiang, what do you think?" she inquired. He was momentarily taken aback, and before he could turn his head, he reflexively responded with a non-committal However, as soon as the sound escaped his lips, he realized his mistake and quickly turned to look. To his dismay, the two supposed rivals now directed hostile glares at him, united in a common cause against him. Clearly, he had fallen victim to the scheming of this headstrong lady. "Did you hear that? Han Shixiang has acknowledged it himself. I must stay by his side without fail, as per my master's explicit orders." Dong Xian'er feigned a pitiful demeanor as she spoke, but as soon as the two besotted individuals were caught off guard, she cheekily made a face at Han Li, rendering him speechless. In that moment of distraction, Dong Xian'er had skillfully exploited an opportunity, embroiling him in two significant troubles. It is evident that the constant invocation of Hong Fu's name throughout her journey has weighed heavily upon her, provoking a sense of resentment that compelled her to retaliate. Surely, if she were to receive a lesson from these two, her spirits would undoubtedly soar. Han Li glanced at the two watchful figures, sighed, and prepared to speak. Yet, before he could utter a word, the expressions of the duo opposite him suddenly shifted, particularly Yan Jue, whose demeanor grew increasingly tense as their gaze shifted from Han Li to the contest arena. Realizing that a significant development must have occurred in the arena, Han Li swiftly turned to observe. The standoff within the energy shield had finally been disrupted. The members of the Yin family had ceased their use of the boulder technique and instead clasped a greenish-yellow paper fan with both hands, tirelessly waving it towards their opponent. Although the fan should have been a light and airy object, each motion seemed to sap the Yin disciples' considerable stamina, leaving them drenched in perspiration. With every flick of the fan, a dense purple mist erupted forth, surging towards the green-robed figure across from them. After several waves, the purple fog had thickened considerably, enveloping the opponent in an impenetrable storm, forming a large violet sphere. Meanwhile, the green-robed figure was shrouded in a swirling mass of black energy. Warding off the encroaching green mist, the black vapor and the green fog rolled and clashed against each other, as if both were sentient entities. Yet, it was clear that the green mist, under the manipulation of the Yin family, held the upper hand, compressing the black energy further and further. My cousin's bone transformation fan is renowned as one of our Yin family's top-tier magical artifacts. The toxic mist it releases, even in the slightest contact, is guaranteed to cause flesh to dissolve, making it exceedingly formidable. However, my cousin had previously deemed this fan too lethal to wield lightly. Yet now, Upon taking the matter seriously, he has chosen to employ it, demonstrating his resolute determination to ensure that the opponent does not escape unscathed. Seeing this scene, Yan Jue's spirits lifted, and he turned to explain to Dong Xian'er beside him. Oh, is this fan truly so famous? I wonder how it compares to the renowned Thunderstorm fan in terms of power? Dong Xian'er chuckled softly, her lips curling into a beguiling smile that exuded a captivating charm. While this fan may not match the Thunderstorm fan in sheer power, it can be wielded effortlessly by any cultivator with a wood spirit root. Unlike the Thunderstorm fan, which requires both wind and thunder attributes to unleash its full potential, the Bone Transformation fan possesses greater value. Captivated by Dong Xian'er's enchanting smile, Yan Jue struggled to suppress his wandering thoughts and explain meticulously, what nonsense. Such an ordinary top-tier artifact dares to be compared with the Thunderstorm fan? To possess even 1/10 of its might would be remarkable. In truth, I find this fan to be lacking even in comparison to my own artifact, the purple light symbols. Observing the banter between Dong Xian'er and Yan Jue, Feng Shixiang could not help but feel a pang of jealousy and deliberately retorted. You dare to belittle the artifacts crafted by our Yin family? Very well. Let me witness the true power of your purple light symbols. As Yan Jue heard the disparagement directed at the Bone Fan's formidable power, a surge of indignation compelled her to retaliate. Very well. I was just eager to witness the prowess of the esteemed disciples of the Yin family. Upon hearing her words, Brother Feng let out a derisive laugh and readily agreed. In that moment, both seemed to overlook the presence of Han Li, the common adversary. Oh, perhaps we should let this go, my little sister merely asked out of curiosity. Why must we escalate our tempers? While it appeared that Dong Xian'er was attempting to mediate, her words only spurred the two men to further entrench themselves in pride. Unwilling to lose face before her, naturally, instigating an immediate duel between them was an unlikely prospect, as their quarrel largely stemmed from jealousy and was fueled by impulsive words. However, should Dong Xian'er choose to provoke them further, the situation could easily spiral out of control. Though Han Li remained vigilant regarding the unfolding battle, he was acutely aware of the exchanges taking place around him, shaking his head in silent disbelief. He deemed this headstrong girl a true harbinger of chaos. Indeed, she seemed to incite turmoil wherever she went. It was no wonder that Hong Fu had urged him to keep a close watch on her. Yet, both the man named Feng and Yan Jue appeared far from foolish in countenance. Why then did they now seem so impulsively combative? Was Dong Xian'er's allure truly so potent that even seasoned cultivators were unwittingly swayed by her charm? A wave of astonishment washed over Han Li as he pondered this. Nevertheless, he was disinclined to intervene with the two hotheads. Their fate was of no concern to him. Yet, he found it peculiar that despite Dong Xian'er's captivating allure, which bewitched other men, she had failed to stir even the slightest emotion within him. This bafflement was not exclusive to Han Li. Dong Xian'er herself was equally vexed. For reasons unknown, her beguiling abilities seemed utterly ineffective against the one she found most intolerable. Had it not been for this, she would have long since ensnared him in a web of her enchantments, rendering him powerless to threaten her on this journey. Just as Han Li and Dong Xian'er were lost in their respective contemplations, a dramatic shift occurred in the scene before them. The black mist enveloped in green fog suddenly began to contract and dissipate, revealing the figure of a man in green robes hidden within. Surrounding him, several skulls voraciously sucked in the surrounding black mist, the very cause of its thinning. The Yin family members, witnessing this, were perplexed by the adversary's intentions. However, recognizing the self-destructive defense of their opponent, they wasted no time in seizing the opportunity. With a flick of the treasure fan in hand, the green mist surged forward, overwhelming the weakened black fog. You dare to flaunt your feeble poison in my presence? Truly foolish. The man in green cackled ominously. He then extended a hand, swiftly striking the tops of the skulls, causing them to swell to the size of wheels, their white surfaces ominously shrouded in a layer of black mist, rendering them even more grotesque and fearsome. They swiftly absorbed the remaining black mist until not a trace remained. Then, with their jaws agape once more, they began to draw in the verdant fog that had previously been held at bay. With each gulp, they expanded incrementally, as if nourished by the act. Witnessing this, Yin Yutang's cousin was taken aback. He hastily maneuvered his treasured fan, desperately attempting to reclaim the green mist, but it was evidently too late. Only a third of the original toxic fog could be retrieved, the majority having been consumed by the opposing skulls. The fan's once vibrant yellow hue dulled, causing profound distress among the Yin clan members, who realized that the formidable power of the bone-transforming fan would be significantly diminished from this moment forth. Before this disciple of the Yin family could recover from the blow dealt by the destruction of his artifact, the enormous skull, driven by the green-robed figure, emitted a few ominous sounds and charged directly towards him, arriving in an instant. Startled, he hurriedly reached into his storage pouch. However, several skulls simultaneously opened their mouths, unleashing a barrage of dark beams that coalesced into a massive column of energy, effortlessly piercing through the protective yellow wind surrounding the Yin family member, rendering him unconscious and causing him to plummet from the sky. Noticing the decisive turn of events, a fellow disciple of the Yin family would not allow their comrade to suffer such a fate and swiftly flew out to assist Yin Yutong's cousin before returning. The exquisite techniques of the ghost spirit sect truly astounded. The Yin clan had lost 4 out of 5 matches. Was it time to commence the 6th bout? An elder of the Yin family, whose visage bore age yet whose eyes sparkled with vitality, stepped forth and coldly addressed the ghost spirit sect members. Perhaps it is best to postpone the remaining 5 matches until the disciples from the Yin family's life and death hall arrive. I have long heard of the formidable reputation of the Yin clan's blood cultivators. From among the ghost spirit sect's ranks emerged their leader, a mysterious figure adorned with a silver ghost mask. His voice was cultured and resonant, belonging to a remarkably youthful man. Very well. Since the young master truly possesses such an inclination, the Yin family shall certainly oblige. Let today's contest conclude for now. The elder was initially surprised but quickly responded with a defiant agreement, then flicked his sleeve and turned away. The young master, unfazed by this, chuckled lightly before elegantly leading his team away from the venue. The onlooking cultivators, having feasted their eyes upon the spectacle, silently dispersed without uttering a word. Han Li gently shook his head and, as he turned, caught the murmured words of Yan Jue. How could this be? My cousin has lost. He is a master of our martial arts hall. What mastery? He was defeated in a matter of moments. Brother Feng scoffed, seizing the opportunity to strike at his rival's morale. You? Yan Yu's expression darkened, ready to unleash his ire, but a remark from Dong Xianyuan immediately lifted his spirits. Brother Yan Jue, I have traveled for several days and am rather fatigued. Might you arrange for a more comfortable room for me to rest? As for any further exchanges, I think it best to postpone until tomorrow. Dong Xianyuan stretched her petite waist, speaking in a languid manner. Of course, disciple Dong. Allow me to escort you to the quarters specially designated for female cultivators. Brother Han and esteemed guest, please feel free to enjoy yourselves. Yan Jue exclaimed joyfully, exuding a hint of triumph. Han Li smiled faintly, harboring no objections. Having safely delivered Dong Xianyuan to Yinling Fort, he deemed his task complete. As for other matters, he preferred to remain uninvolved. With a casual remark about wanting to explore, Han Li departed from the group. In the second volume, Chapter 250, titled An Encounter with an Old Friend, Han Li was more than willing to distance himself from Dong Xianyuan, which was precisely what Brother Feng and Yan Jue desired. Thus, rather than expressing any reluctance, Yan Jue eagerly presented him with a jade slip containing a map of Yinling Fort, enabling Han Li to save time and reach his destination directly, avoiding the aimless wandering of a disoriented fly. Although Dong Xianyuan was taken aback by Han Li's sudden release of her constraints, the prospect of enjoying newfound freedom among the male cultivators filled her with exhilaration. Naturally, she cast a few bewildered glances at Han Li, struggling to comprehend his intentions. Intentions? Huffed. It was merely a matter of not wanting to carry a burden, and the freedom of solitary action was far more agreeable. As Han Li strolled along the cobblestone paths of Yinling Fort, hands clasped behind his back, he pondered leisurely while occasionally glancing at the shops lining the streets. These establishments primarily sold talismans, materials for artifact forging, and alchemical ingredients, with one or two offering low-tier magical artifacts, though most shopkeepers were mere mortals devoid of magical power. This was not surprising. Yinling Fort was vast, housing a population exceeding 100,000. However, only a small fraction possessed spiritual roots capable of practicing sorcery, while the majority were ordinary mortals. These commoners, who ought to reside in the mundane world, included a segment lacking spiritual roots yet still bearing the bloodline of the Yin family, alongside relatives of Yin family disciples. Marrying solely within the confines of the Yin family would be highly imprudent. Thus, It was essential to incorporate fresh blood to ensure the family's continued prosperity. Of course, discretion was paramount. Those mortals who entered Yinling Fort could never leave, destined to live out their lives within its walls. Although their material needs would be met, it was a profoundly sorrowful fate. The newcomers from outside fared better, having glimpsed the vibrant world beyond, while those born within the fort without spiritual roots would never have the opportunity to witness the outside world. Nonetheless, no one had been coerced into entering the fort. Rather, they had all arrived out of desperation or profound gratitude towards the Yin family, choosing this path voluntarily. Furthermore, Yinling Fort was heavily fortified, shrouded in protective formations, with any mortal attempting to leave met with immediate execution upon detection. To this day, there had been no reports of any mortal successfully escaping. Such information was not merely conjecture on Han Li's part, but rather gleaned from the supplementary details accompanying the map jade slip. Thus, he developed a general understanding of Yinling Fort. Presently, he was making his way to a tea house within the fort, as it was well known that cultivators had a profound appreciation for fine tea, making tea houses nearly obligatory destinations for all cultivators. Han Li pondered that he might encounter other cultivators there and possibly join some small factions, which would be a rare opportunity for exchange. After all, isolating oneself in a closed environment is hardly advisable. At the end of this stone street, near a fork, he anticipated spotting the sign of a tea house, prompting him to quicken his pace. However, a sudden uproar erupted from a nearby shop, marked by a heated argument between a man and a woman. Followed by a man's furious shout, a woman dressed as a young matron stormed out of the establishment and rushed onto the stone street, colliding directly with Han Li, who was taken aback by the unexpected encounter. This woman possessed an exquisite beauty, prompting Han Li, succumbing to a common male inclination, to glance at her carelessly. Yet, upon discerning her features, he was momentarily stunned, rendered motionless. The young matron, noticing Han Li's unabashed scrutiny, felt an intense ire swelling within her. Nevertheless, having resided in the castle for some time, she recognized Han Li's identity as a cultivator from his attire, despite her lack of any magical prowess. Although she was too flustered to focus on his appearance, a sense of familiarity washed over her. Suppressing her anger, she lowered her head and spoke stiffly, "Noble cultivator, might you allow this humble woman to pass? I am a married woman. Are you not concerned about your decorum in gazing at an ordinary woman so intently?" Upon uttering these words, she felt no trepidation, for the castle maintained a strict code of conduct prohibiting cultivators from disturbing the lives of commoners, with severe penalties for transgressors. Of course, ordinary folk were also expected to show absolute respect towards cultivators. Any negligence could result in repercussions dealt by the cultivators themselves. Moreover, given that they were in a public street, she felt less apprehensive about any improper actions from him. Yet, after lowering her head for some time, she noticed that the cultivator before her remained unmoving, neither retreating nor reprimanding her. This astonished her, compelling her to lift her gaze. She was met with a face that bore a peculiar expression, one that provoked an impulse to strike. The familiarity of this visage transported her back to a night 10 years ago in a small alley, where a miserly senior brother and an eccentric young girl engaged in a lively exchange of banter, vividly etched in her memory. Senior brother? Junior sister? The matron finally recognized the unchanged countenance before her. Upon hearing her call him senior brother, Han Li confirmed that this striking woman was indeed Mo Tsaihuan, the youngest daughter of Dr. Mo, whom he had once affectionately referred to as his little junior sister. "Is it truly you, Han Li senior brother?" Mo Tsaihuan exclaimed, initially overwhelmed with astonishment, her expression soon shifting to one of mixed emotions, disbelief lingering on her face. "Do you still find the Lingxiang pills I gifted you useful?" Han Li inquired softly, a hint of nostalgia in his voice. "Senior brother, it is really you." Upon hearing the name of the gift he had once bestowed upon her, Mo Tsaihuan's doubts evaporated. However, her eyes suddenly welled with tears, and she began to sob, appearing to bear an immense weight of grievances. Han Li, in turn, stood there, utterly bewildered. After all, they were currently on Stone Street, surrounded by passers-by and a few cultivators. The sight of such an exquisitely beautiful young woman weeping before him inevitably sparked a myriad of speculations. With this thought in mind, Han Li scratched his head and mustered the courage to address Mo Tsaihuan. "Junior sister, shall we find a more suitable place to converse? This seems ill-suited for discussion." "Sure. I shall heed your words, senior brother," Mo Tsaihuan replied, momentarily ceasing her tears, her obedience surprising Han Li. He had always perceived her as a mischievous little sprite, and her sudden gentleness left him feeling somewhat unaccustomed. However, where could they find a quieter spot? He surveyed the surrounding street, feeling rather vexed. Let us go to my home. My mother is there as well, Saihuan suddenly suggested, her demeanor calming slightly. Your mother is also at Yinling Fortress? Han Li exclaimed in astonishment. It seemed that the Mo family had indeed encountered a grave crisis. Otherwise, Yan, the matriarch of the Mo family, would not have found herself in such a situation. Yes, senior brother. My mother is gravely ill. You must save her, Saihuan implored, tears glistening in her eyes. Very well. We shall discuss the details upon reaching your mother. As long as it is not an insurmountable ailment, I should be able to provide assistance, Han Li reassured her, recalling her carefree days at the Missouri estate, which softened his heart. Indeed, I trust your words. My second sister once mentioned that your medical skills surpass her own. Now my mother has hope. Saihuan's tears transformed into a radiant smile upon hearing Han Li's words. Her enchanting beauty momentarily captivated Han Li, though he quickly regained his composure, avoiding any embarrassment. Come, my home is not far from here. We just need to cross one street. My mother will surely be delighted to see you, Saihuan exclaimed, naturally grasping Han Li's sleeve and leading him forward with exuberance. As if she had found a pillar of support, a young woman holding onto a man in the street inevitably drew the attention of onlookers. Fortunately, Han Li's attire as a cultivator deterred anyone from voicing inappropriate remarks before them, though what was whispered once they were out of earshot remained uncertain. Junior sister, how did you and your mother end up here? Has something happened to the Mo family? Walking alongside Saihuan, Han Li discreetly withdrew his sleeve as she was momentarily distracted, posing the question with subtlety. This is a long story. However, the Mo family was destroyed 7 years ago, and the Jingjiao was simultaneously disbanded. Saihuan's body trembled slightly at his words, her expression darkening. What of the other 2 junior sisters and your mother? Although Han Li had surmised much already, he sighed and inquired about the others' fates. Second sister and fifth sister have perished. I am uncertain about the others. My mother and I barely escaped. It was chaotic, and everyone had to flee in different directions. Saihuan's voice quivered with anguish, revealing her profound suffering. The updates have been somewhat scant, yet if everyone possesses monthly tickets, feel free to share a few. We shall not be picky. In the 3rd volume, Chapter 251, titled Destruction, Han Li observed the peculiar demeanor of Saihuan and realized that it was not the appropriate moment to delve into the details of the matter. Thus he refrained from further inquiry. Consequently, Saihuan led him to a quaint shop on the adjacent street, coming to a halt before it. Here, Han Li expressed his astonishment, casting a questioning glance towards Saihuan. Indeed, this is the place. My mother and I have engaged in a modest business venture, merely seeking to earn some spirit stones to procure medicinal pills to alleviate her ailments, Saihuan replied, her cheeks flushing with a hint of embarrassment as she stepped inside. Han Li smiled at this and said nothing, following her into the shop. Mother, look who I have brought. As soon as Han Li crossed the threshold, he heard Saihuan's voice ringing with pride. Almost immediately, another voice, familiar yet aged, resonated through the air. Who else could it be? Ever since Uncle Zhu passed away, only Aunt Xianglian from next door has come to visit us. Indeed, the voice belonged to Yan Jue, now sounding notably more hoarse than before. No, it is my senior brother. I encountered him within the fortress, Saihuan exclaimed excitedly. Senior brother? Did not your several senior brothers pass away long ago? Have you lost your wits, child? Yan Jue's tone betrayed her growing concern. At this moment, Han Li had taken in the interior of the shop. It was a modest space, approximately 6 or 7 zhang in size, featuring several wooden counters neatly adorned with a dozen low-level talismans and some trifling materials. A wooden door led to an inner room, and behind the counter, a woman reclined in a bamboo armchair, her anxious gaze fixed upon Saihuan. It was Yan Jue, whom he had not seen in nearly a decade. Yet, she appeared considerably aged, her countenance marred by illness, though traces of her former beauty still lingered in her features. Han Li's entrance naturally drew Yan Jue's attention, but upon recognizing him, she momentarily froze, instinctively attempting to rise. However, it was evident that her frail condition hindered her efforts, as she could only manage to lift herself halfway before collapsing back into her chair. Saihuan, witnessing this, hurriedly reached out to support her. You are Han Li? Yan Jue gasped, her breath labored, her surprise mirroring that of entice, albeit with a glimmer of hopeful joy underlying her astonishment. Han Li, understanding her unspoken thoughts, hesitated for a moment before approaching her, offering a slight bow. "Greetings, fourth martial aunt. Do you still acknowledge me as your martial aunt? You hold no resentment for past grievances?" A flicker of joy crossed Yan Jue's face, though disbelief lingered in her voice. "As for the events of yesteryears between myself and Master Emo, let us set those aside for the moment. However, the bond of master and disciple that exists between Master Emo and myself is genuine, hence I must address you as martial aunt," Han Li replied with a calm demeanor. "As for the matter of the antidote, there is no need for further discussion. Am I not standing before you in good health?" He added nonchalantly. Indeed, with his current status as a foundation-building practitioner, there is no need for him to harbor resentment towards a few mundane individuals, and the entanglements with the matriarchs of the Yin family have long ceased to matter. With your intellect, you must be thriving in the realm of cultivation, unlike myself and your esteemed matriarchs, who have become akin to lost dogs." As Yan Jue lamented for a moment, her face suddenly flushed crimson, and she began to cough violently. "Mother, are you all right?" Brother entice exclaimed in alarm, hurriedly soothing Yan Jue's chest. His gaze toward Han Li filled with a plea for help. "Allow me to take a look." Han Li, unable to withstand entice's imploring gaze, sighed softly and extended his hand, grasping Yan Jue's wrist to check her pulse. After a brief moment, he released her, his expression calm, and said, "It is nothing severe. Merely the resurgence of an old ailment, exacerbated by years of inadequate rest and excessive mental and physical strain. Is it treatable?" entice inquired anxiously. "Rest assured, had this been 10 years ago, I might have found these old injuries rather challenging to address. However, now it is merely a trifling matter," Han Li reassured her, then retrieved a needle box from his storage bag and performed a series of acupuncture techniques on Yan Jue, which immediately alleviated her cough. "Take one of these daily, and in a fortnight, you shall be completely healed," Han Li added, producing a small vial and handing it to Yan Jue, his tone imbued with confidence. Feeling an unprecedented wave of comfort throughout her body, Yan Jue realized that years of affliction had vanished without a trace, making her feel rejuvenated, as if she had shed several years. Holding the vial, her emotions swelled, leaving her at a loss for words. However, before she could express her gratitude, Han Li interjected, "Might you now elucidate what transpired back then, and how you all arrived at Yinling Fortress?" Upon hearing this, a look of sorrow crossed Yan Jue's face, and she began to recount the events of that fateful time. It turned out that after Han Li had eliminated Ouyang Feitian, who had monopolized the Duanzhuang Manor, the prepared Jingjiao Society seized the opportunity to claim a significant portion of the territory and benefits. Meanwhile, the other dominant force in Lianzhou, the Wuz sect, swiftly consumed the remaining share. Thus, Lianzhou found itself in a precarious balance of power between two factions. However, with the equilibrium of the three nations disrupted, it became untenable for both factions to coexist peacefully. Consequently, upon engaging with the Wuz sect, the Jingjiao Society realized they had erred gravely in allowing Ouyang Feitian to perish so easily. The strength of the Wuz sect far surpassed what was visibly apparent, and they decisively vanquished the Jingjiao Society in battle. Subsequently, the Jingjiao Society was uprooted, and the forces of the Mo family faced fierce opposition from the enemy's numerous experts. In desperation, the women had no choice but to break through the encirclement to escape, resulting in the tragic demise of 2nd Madame Li and 5th Madame Wang during the chaos, while the others, upon breaking free, immediately scattered in different directions to evade capture. As Yan Jue was pursued relentlessly, carrying the precious Mo Kai Huan, it seemed that both she and her daughter were destined for demise. In their darkest hour, a middle-aged man named Yan Jue came to their rescue. With the agreement of both mother and daughter, he brought them into Yinling Fortress, allowing them to reside as ordinary mortals within the confines of the Yin family stronghold. Although Yan Jue was merely a low-ranking disciple in the Qi refinement stage, his capabilities were limited, yet he treated Yan Jue and her daughter with great kindness. To express her gratitude for his life-saving intervention, Yan Jue chose to remarry him a year later. As Mo Kai Huan blossomed into a more enchanting beauty, to avoid attracting unwanted attention, Yan Jue publicly declared that she was a widow with a dubious past, claiming she had previously married and inadvertently caused her husband's demise before entering the fortress. This allowed Mo Kai Huan to remain unencumbered by romantic entanglements, and when the time came for her to truly marry, her name would be rightfully cleared. Thus, the two women lived peacefully within the fortress for 2 years, until tragedy struck when Yan Jue met with an accident while fulfilling a family mission, ultimately losing his life. Once again, Yan Jue and her daughter found themselves without support. Leaving the fortress was not an option. They could only rely on one another and utilize the compensation in spirit stones to operate a modest shop, struggling to make ends meet. While the shop's income was meager, it sufficed to provide Yan Jue with medicine to manage her injuries. However, a recent disruption occurred when the wholesale supplier of low-level talismans abruptly ceased delivering to their shop, plunging it into financial peril. Yan Jue, perceptive as she was, quickly discerned the underlying issue. Upon conducting a brief analysis, she uncovered the culprit behind the sabotage, a nearby cultivator who had taken a fancy to Mo Kai Huan, despite her reputation for bringing misfortune to her previous husband. This man audaciously proposed to take Mo Kai Huan as his concubine, a request Yan Jue vehemently rejected, resulting in his furious departure. Consequently, the instigator behind this turmoil was revealed. When Han Li encountered Mo Kai Huan on the street, she was in the midst of a heated argument with the supplier. Yan Jue recounted the entire ordeal in detail, with Mo Kai Huan interjecting occasionally. Han Li soon grasped the essence of the situation. However, upon learning that Mo Kai Huan was being coerced into becoming a concubine, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. He was surprised to find that the once youthful enchantress still drew attention, and indeed, she had matured into a captivating beauty that was utterly irresistible. Han Li, after years of cultivation, your skills must have ascended beyond the 9th level, correct? Yan Jue remarked, assessing him anew with polite curiosity. Despite her inability to cultivate during her time in Yinling Fortress, she had acquired considerable knowledge of the cultivation world. Not too shabby. Are you hoping I might intervene regarding that cultivator's harassment? He seems quite troublesome, Han Li replied with a slight smile, speaking candidly. Yan Jue felt a mix of embarrassment and relief upon hearing his words. It appeared he was indeed willing to lend a hand. Volume 3. Chapter 252. Separation. Do you have any knowledge of this cultivator's abilities? If it were not for the fact that he is an important disciple of the Yin family with modest cultivation, I would engage him in a thorough discussion. And it should be resolved smoothly, Han Li remarked calmly while rubbing his nose. He was acutely aware, however, that those capable of coercing mortal women must possess considerable skill. His inquiry was merely an instinctive caution. I had Cai Huan inquire about this matter beforehand, and it seems that the cultivator in question has only reached the 5th level of basic cultivation techniques. Although he bears the surname Yan, he is undoubtedly a figure of little consequence within the Yin family. Otherwise, how could a disciple of even slight prominence reside amongst us mortals? Yan's family, once the leading authority in the Mo residence, remains methodical and remarkably clear-headed, even in its current state of decline. There should be no issues. Shortly, my junior sister will take me there. I merely need to familiarize myself with the route. I will resolve this matter for you. Han Li nodded in response. Thank you, Senior Brother. I knew you would lend your assistance. Mo Cai Huan exclaimed joyously from the side. Han Li, I truly appreciate your help. Without you, my mother and I would be at a loss on how to confront the pressure from a cultivator, Yan Jue admitted, her eyes reflecting gratitude. However, she sighed heavily, expressing helplessness, saying, although this place ostensibly prohibits cultivators from troubling us mortals, the reality is that the humiliation of ordinary people occurs far too frequently behind closed doors. How could the Yin family genuinely punish those cultivators? It is not uncommon for mortals who inadvertently offend cultivators to vanish without a trace. Han Li discerned a sense of powerless resentment in her words. After all, compared to the former glory of wielding life and death power within the Mo residence, the current life of enduring humiliation was indeed a degradation for Yan Jue. After a moment of silence, Han Li posed a question that had been troubling him. Mistress, since junior sister has reached the age for marriage, why not find a suitable partner within the fortress? If she were to marry a cultivator, would she not gain a reliable support? Marry? I would never wed any of those Yin family cultivators. As soon as Han Li uttered this, Yan Jue broke into a bitter smile, while Mo Cai Huan vehemently opposed, her face filled with discontent. What is the matter? Han Li inquired, somewhat surprised. Senior Brother, the Yin family's cultivators do not regard mortal women as equals. To be married to them would be worse than being a mere servant. Any slight dissatisfaction often results in beatings. I shall remain single for life, and I will never marry here. Saihuan spoke rapidly, clearly averse to the idea. You may not be aware, but the friend my junior sister made here married a cultivator within the fortress, and not only was she disregarded, but she also suffered abuse. When her beauty faded, she was casually dismissed with a divorce decree under some pretext, leading to a truly tragic fate. Meanwhile, that cultivator remarried a younger and more beautiful woman. Alas, kind-hearted cultivators like Saihuan's stepfather are exceedingly rare here. I do not wish for Saihuan to endure such suffering. As for marrying an ordinary person, my junior sister's standards are too lofty. How could she ever find someone suitable? Yan Jue explained her daughter's sentiments. Is that so? However, it is rather improbable that my junior sister would remain unmarried for life, Han Li remarked, furrowing his brow with an air of naturalness. Yet, the moment these words left his lips, Yan's expression shifted, as if she wished to voice a thought, but hesitated and ultimately refrained from doing so. Meanwhile, Saihuan seemed to recall something, lowering her head and falling into a contemplative silence. It was then that Han Li became acutely aware of the sudden shift in atmosphere. As if something was amiss, he hastily continued, Junior sister, please lead the way. Let us first resolve the entanglement with that cultivator. All right, Saihuan replied after a moment's hesitation. Yan had no objections either. Thus, Han Li and Saihuan temporarily departed from the shop, making their way towards the residence of the cultivator, which appeared to be quite a distance away. Brother, what level is your cultivation technique? She inquired. The instant that fellow saw you approaching, he behaved as though he had encountered a cat, addressing you incessantly as senior and bowing repeatedly. His demeanor was so reverent. It was akin to meeting an ancestor. Saihuan, having regained her spirited demeanor in Han Li's eyes, chattered incessantly on the deserted path, hardly resembling a woman in her 20s. Han Li smiled slightly at this and casually replied, It is nothing much, merely that my realm surpasses his by a level. According to the conventions of the cultivation world, he is indeed obliged to call me senior. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of joy flickered in Saihuan's eyes, and she laughed heartily. However, I cannot help but chuckle at the comical expression he wore upon seeing me. This time, Han Li remained silent, merely gazing at Saihuan with a smile. Before long, her cheeks flushed with shyness, causing her to turn her face away and cease her chatter. Yet, after a brief pause, she unexpectedly posed a question that took Han Li aback. Brother, is it truly impossible to become a cultivator without spiritual roots? I too wish to become a practitioner like you. Saihuan, having turned back towards him, wore an expression of sorrow, her voice imbued with longing. Seeing her in such a state, Han Li felt a pang of heartache but could only respond with silence. Throughout history, it has been a steadfast truth in the cultivation world that those devoid of spiritual roots cannot wield spells. How could he have the power to alter such an unyielding reality? Observing Han Li's expression, Saihuan's previously fervent hopes instantly cooled, realizing that her illustrious senior brother was equally at a loss. She couldn't help but feel dejected, trailing a few steps behind him, her demeanor becoming serene. As the two approached a distance from the small shop, Han Li abruptly halted, turning to Saihuan and saying, I have matters to attend to and shall not return to see mother. Let us part ways here, as I intend to remain in Yanling Fort for some time, and perhaps we may meet again. What? Brother is leaving already? Saihuan exclaimed in surprise, her face soon clouding with disappointment. Here are several dozen spirit stones for mother, to keep for emergencies. This is all I can offer at present. Han Li produced a small pouch from his storage bag and handed it to Saihuan. Thank you, brother, she expressed gratefully. Saihuan spoke softly, her voice imbued with a palpable sense of vulnerability, her eyes brimming with reluctance. Observing her demeanor, Han Li felt an inexplicable wave of discomfort wash over him. After a moment's hesitation, he produced a silver vial and extracted a pink pill from within. Consume this, he said solemnly. Though it may not transform you into an immortal, it will grant you the gift of eternal youth during your lifetime. Consider it a modest present from your senior brother. Surprised by his words, Saihuan's heart swelled with joy, her emotions stirring as if she wished to voice her innermost thoughts. However, Han Li did not allow her the opportunity. With a flick of his finger, the pill soared into her mouth, compelling her to swallow it instinctively. Junior sister, I must take my leave. Take care of yourself and your mother. As these words left his lips, he swayed gently, his figure blurring before vanishing from sight. Senior Brother. Mo Tsaihuan exclaimed in shock, hurriedly stepping forward to search for him. Yet, there was no trace of Han Li to be found. With a heavy heart, she slowly made her way back to the shop. After a brief interval, Han Li materialized behind a nearby building, observing silently for a moment before turning away without hesitation. He surmised that his junior sister had something she wished to convey, and while he could not be certain, he had a strong inkling of her feelings. Regrettably, their fates were not aligned. His feelings for her had not yet reached that depth. Furthermore, the vast disparity in their lifespans after his foundational cultivation further deterred him from entangling himself in such emotions. The thought of witnessing his beloved wither away before his eyes, powerless to intervene, was a burden Han Li could not bear. The tea house that stood before Han Li was named Tianheiju, an elegant three-story structure exuding an air of grandeur. After a cursory glance, he ascended without further contemplation, having sensed several currents of spiritual energy within, comparable to or exceeding his own as a foundational cultivator. Upon entering the tea house, he merely glanced around the first floor before proceeding directly to the second, for the first was occupied by mortals devoid of any spiritual power. While the second floor did host a few cultivators, they were predominantly at the chi refinement stage and thus failed to capture Han Li's interest. It was the increasingly potent spiritual energies emanating from the third floor that drew his focus. As Han Li stepped onto the third floor, a number of spiritual senses immediately swept over him, causing a shiver to run down his spine. The individuals present appeared to be at the mid-foundational stage, significantly stronger than Han Li, who was still at the initial stage. The 4 years spent in seclusion had brought his power close to the mid-foundational stage, yet there remained an insurmountable barrier he had yet to breach, leaving him with a twinge of regret. Nonetheless, it was only reasonable, after all. Achieving such rapid progress in just 4 years was already a remarkable feat compared to the average cultivator. The final layer of window paper represented Han Li's inaugural bottleneck after establishing his foundation, a challenge that could not be surmounted solely through medicinal means. It likely required a stroke of fortune as well. Otherwise, no amount of pharmacological assistance would enable him to transcend this realm with ease, merely deepening his magical prowess without allowing him to leap over this threshold. As Han Li pondered this, he cast a cursory glance around the third floor. The occupants were all cultivators who had established their foundations, yet they were distinctly divided into two factions. One group consisted of practitioners from the 7 great sects, dressed in familiar attire, while the other was a motley assembly of cultivators from foreign lands. Among the 7 great sects, there were only 5 individuals, yet they were seated together, engaged in hushed conversation, exuding a sense of camaraderie. In contrast, the foreign cultivators, numbering 7 or 8, were mostly seated alone or in pairs at separate tables, sipping their tea with an air of aloofness, devoid of any inclination to converse or share whispers. This stark juxtaposition of movement and stillness imparted to Han Li a palpable atmosphere of confrontation. Naturally, Han Li's arrival attracted the attention of the other cultivators. Aside from a few who had initially scrutinized him, the rest turned their gazes in his direction. Without hesitation, Han Li approached the table of the 7 great sects, as he was indeed one of their own. His past prompted the other cultivators to avert their gaze, feigning ignorance. Meanwhile, the members of the 7 sects greeted him with warm smiles, standing to welcome him. The attire of Huang Feng Valley was unmistakable, and these individuals were undoubtedly well acquainted with it. I am Han Li from Huang Feng Valley. It is a pleasure to meet my esteemed seniors. Han Li adopted a humble demeanor, noting that among the 5 before him, 3 appeared to be mid-stage foundation cultivators, while the other 2 were at the same initial stage as himself. Junior Brother Han, I am Wu Faji from Qingsu sect, and this is Junior Brother Wu Yuzi, introduced one of the 3 mid-stage cultivators. These 3 are junior brothers from Ling Beast Mountain, Brother Ba from Giant Sword sect, and Sister Fong from Tianke Fortress. The older Taoist among them politely returned Han Li's bow and briefly introduced the others present. Since Junior Brother has arrived, do partake of the renowned Snowbell tea from the Yan family. This tea house exclusively offers such exquisite brews to us external cultivators. The jovial cultivator from Ling Beast Mountain, a middle-aged man, remarked. As soon as Han Li took his seat, he eagerly poured him a cup of ethereal tea shrouded in white mist. Han Li nodded with a smile and took a delicate sip. Regardless of the sincerity behind the tea preparation, the facade of courtesy must be upheld. Excellent tea. Han Li, not one to fuss over such beverages. couldn't help but voice his approval. As the tea settled within him, an invigorating chill ascended from his abdomen, followed by an exquisite fragrance dancing on his lips, leaving a lingering aftertaste that was utterly delightful. Upon hearing this, the smile on the face of the Wu cultivator widened even further. Junior Brother Han, your visage is unfamiliar. Might you be a new esteemed disciple of our venerable elder from Huangfeng Valley? Inquired Sister Fong, a straightforward young woman in her 20s with an ordinary appearance. My master is Li Huayuan. I have only recently established my foundation and been formally accepted as a disciple for a mere few years. I humbly seek guidance from my esteemed seniors, Han Li replied with a sincere expression. How could I presume to offer any guidance? We are all here to engage in mutual exchange. Since Junior Brother Han has been accepted under the tutelage of Master Li and is so young, yet entrusted with significant responsibilities, it is evident that you possess remarkable qualities and need not belittle yourself so. The speaker was a middle-aged man from the Great Sword sect. Although he appeared honest and straightforward, his words were carefully measured, catching Han Li somewhat off guard. Naturally, Han Li responded with a few humble remarks. As a result, apart from the silent, slender figure, he quickly engaged in lively conversation with the other cultivators. What were you discussing earlier? Han Li casually inquired after exchanging pleasantries. Oh, nothing much. We were merely speculating about the unusual arrival of so many foreign cultivators at Yinling Fortress. It is quite peculiar. Although the Qian Kuan Tower's talismans are indeed precious, they cannot possess such overwhelming allure, replied a cultivator named Wu Fa, his expression suddenly serious. This response resonated with Han Li's own doubts, prompting him to nod in agreement. We did deliberate for a while, yet we could not grasp any substantial leads. The likelihood that they were drawn here by the emergence of a rare treasure seems slim. If that were the case, not only foundation-building cultivators would be present. Experts in the jade stage would have already flocked here, and it would not be this tranquil. As for other possible explanations, they elude our understanding. Continued a woman from Tianke Fortress. Let us refrain from wild conjectures. Surely, in a couple of days, when the treasure-seizing event commences, everything will be revealed. I find myself somewhat uneasy regarding the ghost spirit sect cultivators present today. They seem rather extraordinary. It is truly surprising that they have managed to best the disciples of the Yin family repeatedly. Does anyone know about their origins? The middle-aged man named Wu furrowed his brow. His playful demeanor vanished. It was clear that he felt considerable apprehension towards those cultivators. The inquiry from the female cultivator immediately led to a shared glance among most attendees, including Han Li. For many, it was their first encounter with this sect. The very name suggested a nefarious nature, likely indicating practitioners of the demonic path. Yet, it was perplexing how a sect from a neighboring country could instill such trepidation in the local Yin family, which had sustained injuries to numerous disciples without retaliation. Clearly, the threat they posed was not to be underestimated. However, among the majority, one individual displayed a distinct reaction, none other than the previously silent Wu Yuzi. His expression remained unchanged, as if he had prior knowledge of the ghost spirit sect, stirring a sense of anticipation among the others. Junior Brother, do you know about the ghost spirit sect? Wu Fa asked, genuinely surprised. This junior brother, known for his lack of social inclination, often preferred immersing himself in various texts and scrolls. It was entirely possible he possessed valuable insights. The Ghost Spirit Sect is one of the 6 demonic sects of Tianluo Kingdom. Proficient in the arts of summoning spirits and controlling demons, as well as adept in toxicology and various shadowy techniques. Though it ranks among the weakest of the 6, it is still threefold stronger than our own country's most formidable sect, the Hidden Moon Sect. With a cold and detached demeanor, Wu Yuzi uttered a few words before once again falling silent. Yet, those few words were sufficient to cause a drastic change in the expressions of those present. The demonic sect of Tianluo Kingdom? I had wondered why the Yin family had chosen to endure such grievances. That force is undeniably a superpower, vastly superior to our 7 sects. In our region, aside from the righteous alliance of Fengdu Kingdom, no other cultivation factions can withstand their invasions independently. This sentiment was articulated by a man from the Giant Sword sect, who spoke with trepidation. Surely, such a formidable force could not have suddenly arrived in our Yu Kingdom merely to participate in such a trivial treasure-hunting tournament? The woman of the Fong clan expressed her disbelief, her words laced with skepticism. The Southern Handwritten Notes, Volume 2, Chapter 4, Wu Yuzi stated coolly. Initially perplexed, The female cultivators soon grasped his meaning. This was a compendium cherished by various sects, detailing the customs and peculiar anecdotes of certain nations in this region. Although it did touch upon matters concerning the cultivation world, the sheer volume of texts had led her to hastily peruse just a few before losing interest. Could it be that information regarding the ghost spirit sect could actually be found within this tome? Perhaps sensing the shared confusion among the others, Wu Yuzi reluctantly elaborated. In this section of Volume 2, not only the ghost spirit sect, but also a brief overview of the other 5 sects is provided. Witnessing Wu Yuzi's conviction, the others finally accepted his assertions. Amidst their astonishment, they began to ponder the implications of the ghost spirit sect's sudden appearance at the Yin family. Han Li instinctively rubbed his nose, falling into deep contemplation. Was the demonic faction of Tianluo Kingdom planning a large-scale invasion of Yu Kingdom? No, there were 2 smaller nations, Jiang and Cheqi, standing between Yu and Tianluo. Even if an invasion were to occur, they would first need to subdue the sects of these 2 nations. Though small, these countries boasted considerable strength in the cultivation realm, rivaling the combined might of the 7 sects of Yu. No matter how formidable the 6 demonic sects were, it was implausible for them to effortlessly conquer these nations without a trace. Moreover, they had the vigilant righteous alliance of Fengdu Kingdom watching closely, which would likely not grant them an opportunity to expand their power. After careful consideration, Han Li finally dismissed the worst-case scenario. Was it possible that the ghost spirit sect was acting independently, bearing no relation to the 6 demonic sects? If that were the case, the 7 sects need not fear at all. Even the Yin family, with their formidable strength, could likely contend with the visitors from the ghost spirit sect, especially since they had a core formation cultivator station there. After contemplating this, Han Li felt a sense of reassurance. Even if the heavens were to fall, it would be the taller individuals who would bear the burden. What nefarious dealings could the ghost spirit sect possibly be involved in? As a mere foundation establishment cultivator, what concern was it of his? The Yin family would surely handle the situation. As long as he exercised caution to avoid being caught in the crossfire of a city's calamity, he would be fine, uncertain if the others shared his sentiments. After the initial shock, their expressions gradually returned to normal, and curiously, no one mentioned the matter again. Instead, they began to discuss insights regarding their cultivation practices, which captivated Han Li, prompting him to join the conversation without hesitation. Time flew by, and as darkness enveloped the sky, the group, now somewhat parched from their discussions, sensed it was time to bid farewell shortly after other cultivators departed. This exchange of insights proved immensely beneficial for all involved, particularly for the mid-foundation cultivators, whose methods and opportunities for breaking through their bottlenecks deeply resonated with Han Li and the other early foundation practitioners, leaving them with a sense of fulfillment from their visit. Consequently, the middle-aged man with the surname Wu suggested that they reconvene in a secluded location the following day, inviting more like-minded individuals for an extended discussion. He also proposed hosting a small-scale trading event for various items, a suggestion that received unanimous agreement from the others, including Han Li, who had no objections. Thus, after concluding their discussions, the group dispersed, while Han Li made his way to an inn marked on his map, specifically catering to visiting cultivators. This inn, situated in the southeastern corner of Yanling Fort, was modest and rather inconspicuous, clearly inferior to several others, which likely accounted for its lower occupancy. However, Han Li appreciated the tranquility and sparse population, as fewer people meant a reduced likelihood of attracting trouble. Moreover, its proximity to the city wall provided him with a strategic advantage in case of unforeseen events, especially considering the unsettling presence of the ghost spirit sect cultivators, which left him with an underlying sense of unease. It was in his nature to be cautious and make preparations for any eventuality. As expected, the Fengyue Inn had few occupants, all of whom seemed to prefer solitude or were somewhat reclusive. They remained confined to their rooms, with no one wandering about the inn, which only added to Han Li's satisfaction. He promptly selected a relatively clean room to settle in. As for where Dong Xian'er resided, he had little interest in seeking her out, knowing that he would surely encounter her when the treasure-seeking event commenced. At that time, they could simply return to Huangfeng Valley together. With these thoughts, Han Li drifted into a drowsy slumber. Meanwhile, as numerous cultivators succumbed to sleep or entered meditation, within a heavily guarded chamber of the highest edifice of Yanling Fort, the command center known as Feiyun Pavilion, a red-haired elder paced back and forth with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression devoid of emotion. Not far in front of him stood 3 elderly men clad in gray, their demeanor radiating utmost respect. Zijuan, did that boy from the ghost spirit sect truly say he would meet me tonight? The red-haired elder finally halted, casting a detached glance at one of the elders. Indeed. Ancestor, the young master of the ghost spirit sect did convey this to me privately after the martial arts competition, the elder responded respectfully. The red-haired elder nodded impassively, though a glimmer of sharpness flickered in his eyes. Just then, a middle-aged man in black entered the room and, bowing, announced, Ancestor, 3 elders, the guest has arrived. He had been settled in the hall, yet the 2 guards beside him were adamant about not waiting outside. A few iron guards attempted to expel them, but were instead subdued, apparently by cultivators at the core formation stage. How to handle this? I beseech the ancestral guidance. Core formation cultivators? There is nothing peculiar about that. If a young lord of such stature were to lack even a bodyguard, how could the leader of the ghost spirit sect trust him in this place? Let us pay him a visit. I am quite curious to see what the young master looks like beneath that mask, considering his sneaky demeanor. Upon hearing the report from the man in black, the red-haired elder's face darkened with a hint of anger, and he spoke with a somewhat unfriendly tone. He then took the lead in exiting the room, with the others naturally following closely behind. Upon entering the hall, the red-haired elder beheld a tall youth adorned with a silver mask resembling a malevolent spirit, sitting motionless upon the guest seat. Behind him stood 2 individuals in green robes. One, an elderly man with layers of wrinkles and a head of white hair, appeared frail beyond measure. The other, a young boy with white teeth and red lips, sported 2 small braids. In the center of the hall lay 7 or 8 black-clad cultivators, each enveloped in dark energy, unconscious. Who might they be? Oh, it is none other than the infamous Li brothers. No wonder they look down upon our Yin family. The red-haired elder's pupils constricted slightly upon recognizing the 2 figures in green, yet he maintained his impassive demeanor as he spoke. He then made his way toward the main seat of the hall, casually lifting his garment as he settled down. Afterward, he clapped his hands twice, and several more black-clad figures entered silently, dragging the unconscious individuals out of the hall. Who would have thought that our names would carry such weight, even reaching the ears of the Yin family's ancestor? Truly, it is an honor for my brother and me. However, this time we are merely responsible for ensuring the safety of the young master. The true authority rests with him. If anything arises, Yin brother should consult with our young master. The boy, with an innocent smile, spoke in a voice as coarse as a broken gong, startling the vigilant members of the Yin family nearby. Upon hearing their remarks, the red-haired elder felt a shiver down his spine. For these 2 notorious figures to speak in such a manner, it seemed the young master was indeed not an ordinary individual. His gaze fell upon the youth in the silver mask. After observing for a moment, he inquired nonchalantly, Are you the young master of the ghost spirit sect? Why do you wear a mask? Is there something you wish to conceal? You have mistaken me, esteemed elder. I wear this mask for a reason, not out of shame. If you truly wish to see, I would be happy to remove it for you. The young master of the ghost spirit sect chuckled lightly, maintaining a respectful yet assertive demeanor. What is there to admire in a man's face? I have no such interest. Yet I must ask, what brings you people from the ghost spirit sect all the way to our Yin family, specifically requesting a meeting with me? Now that I am here and you have seen me, let us dispense with any further pleasantries and get to the point. I have little patience for unnecessary discourse. The elder of the Yin family cast a cold glance at the young master of the ghost spirit sect and spoke without any semblance of mercy, exuding an air that suggested any disagreement would be met with considerable force. Since you, esteemed elder Yin, have said so, I shall be direct. My father has entrusted me with a letter to deliver to you, along with 2 words for you to hear. Despite the elder's disdainful demeanor, the young master of the ghost spirit sect remained unfazed and composed. This level of composure was indeed extraordinary. What letter? I have never met your father, and there is no connection between the Yin family and the ghost spirit sect. What need could there be for me to receive a letter, especially with the added mystery of 2 words? Are you attempting to mock me? The elder of the Yin family spoke with a trace of skepticism, casting a glance at the Li brothers to gauge their reactions. It was clear that the elder of the Yin family found it hard to believe that the one in charge was truly this young master of the ghost spirit sect. The Li brothers, aware of the elder's doubts, exchanged a knowing smile but made no further movements. At that moment, the young master produced a jade slip from his possession. rose from his seat, and approached to hand it over. However, the elder remained seated, showing no intention of reaching out to accept it. Instead, he coldly remarked, "The letter can wait. Let us first discuss those 2 words. I will decide whether to read the letter after." Upon hearing this, the young master did not lose his temper. Instead, he sighed softly behind his mask and, with barely moving his lips, whispered the 2 words into the ear of the red-haired elder. Although the others in the Yin family could not discern the words, the elder's reaction was immediate. He abruptly stood up from his chair, his expression darkening considerably. "Give me the letter, and then follow me to the secret chamber." The elder's countenance shifted between uncertainty and determination before he resolutely commanded. Thus, in front of numerous disciples of the Yin family, the elder led the young master of the ghost spirit sect into a heavily warded secret chamber, leaving the rest outside, including the 2 foundation establishment cultivators, the Li brothers, who exhibited no concern for the young master's safety, seemingly confident in his well-being. They waited for an entire night. "Apologies, I was delayed by matters at home, and I am now wrapping up the writing." Volume 3, Chapter 255. The secret meeting. Han Li gazed at the alchemical formula presented by the esteemed figure before him, furrowing his brow in a moment of silence. It was now midday on the 2nd day since Han Li had arrived at Yinling Fortress. After an enthusiastic morning of discussions among the newly joined members, the dozen or so cultivators from various sects began to exchange the items they required. Each person took turns stating their needs and what they could offer in exchange, assessing whether any of the present cultivators were willing to trade. To his surprise, this small-scale trading session revealed that several cultivators had indeed brought forth some remarkable items. For instance, a woman from Tianke Fortress offered a piece of Tianhua stone, which was the finest material for crafting top-tier earth-attributed magical artifacts, even if the requirements were modest. This material could be utilized for various earth-related treasures. Another newly joined cultivator from Spirit Beast Mountain presented an egg of a first-tier high-level demon beast, the Wind-Howling Eagle. Once hatched, it would serve as an excellent assistant for the cultivator, proving immensely convenient for tasks such as surveillance and item retrieval. The items presented by others, while not as illustrious as those of the first 2, included various materials that were typically difficult to acquire in the marketplace. Among these, Han Li surprisingly found a herb required for concocting the Gathering Spirit pill, which filled him with excitement, prompting him to exchange 7 or 8 initial stage talismans to obtain it. Admittedly, the herb's age was insufficient, and he would need to nurture it further upon returning home, yet both he and the seller were elated. When it was Han Li's turn to speak, he unreservedly offered his surplus of initial stage talismans for exchange, listing the 2 additional alchemical materials he sought. After a moment's contemplation, he even added that he was open to various formulas as well. Given that these were materials specified in ancient recipes and that Han Li had not managed to gather them in the Huangfeng Valley or the Tianqing sect marketplace, they were certainly not commonplace. Hence, most cultivators were unfamiliar with the materials Han Li mentioned. Even those who had heard of 1 or 2 had no such items in their possession. As for the formulas, none of the cultivators would consider trading them for talismans. Fully aware that Han Li was merely speaking offhandedly, observing that no one showed interest in exchanging after his lengthy proposal, Han Li, in disappointment, prepared to take his seat again. Unexpectedly, someone suddenly spoke up. "Do you accept any formula? I have one that's rather peculiar. How many talismans can it fetch?" Upon hearing this, Han Li's heart leaped with joy, and without hesitation, he replied, "Certainly. As long as it is a formula, I am willing to exchange." Only then did he notice that the one presenting the formula was the somewhat reclusive Taoist, Wu Yuzi. Upon hearing Han Li's words, a rare smile graced Wu Yuzi's face as he tossed a green jade slip to Han Li. The other cultivators, witnessing someone genuinely offering a formula in exchange for talismans, began to whisper among themselves, their expressions filled with disbelief. Meanwhile, Wu Yuzi's senior, Wu Fazi, remained oblivious, closing his eyes to meditate. After receiving the jade slip, Han Li took a brief glance and quickly grasped the reason behind the exchange. It turned out to be another ancient recipe, specifically for crafting spirit-feeding pills, designed for nurturing spirit beasts. According to the formula, not only did most demon beasts find these pills highly delectable, but prolonged consumption could also remarkably enhance the spirit beast's ranks, making it the quintessential elixir for their cultivation. Upon this revelation, Han Li was taken aback. Such a valuable formula, why would this Taoist part with it? However, As he examined the required materials for crafting the pills, he swiftly came to a self-deprecating realization, fully understanding why the other party did not cherish it. The materials needed for the spirit-feeding pills were astoundingly rare for ordinary cultivators, nearly as precious and elusive as those required for Han Li's own qi refining powder. Do not claim that the rare ingredients are difficult to gather, even if one succeeds in acquiring such precious medicinal materials. Who would truly use them to concoct the spirit-nourishing pill? Naturally, one would prefer to reserve it for personal use, as enhancing one's own magical prowess is far more advantageous than bestowing it upon a spirit beast. You did promise that any formula would suffice. I trust you have not changed your mind? A sly glimmer suddenly appeared on the face of the emaciated Taoist, dispelling the previously dull and honest demeanor he had shown to Han Li, who could not help but smile wryly at the transformation. Thus, the scene was set for what was to unfold. Although this formula may hold no value for others, its significance to Han Li was abundantly clear, and he would not let this opportunity slip away. Contemplating for a moment, Han Li retrieved 10 elementary high-grade talismans from his storage bag and presented them to the Taoist. This should suffice, as the formula was merely a useless scrap for an ordinary cultivator. Otherwise, the Taoist would have long since exchanged it with those from the Spirit Beast Mountain, rather than retaining it until now. Indeed, upon receiving the talismans, the Taoist ceased his chatter, visibly satisfied. As Han Li took his seat, another cultivator promptly stood up, eager to announce, "I possess several centuries-old ironwood." The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly fervent as the exchange of items continued. Meanwhile, in the conference hall of the Yin family's Feiyun Pavilion, an exceedingly secret clan meeting was underway. All those in positions of power, including stewards and elders, gathered in 2 rows, attentively listening to the words of the Yin family's ancestral figure seated at the head. Beside the ancestral figure stood an extraordinarily beautiful young woman, appearing to be around 17 or 18 years old, her grace unparalleled, radiant as a celestial being. The conditions proposed by the ghost spirit sect for the Yin family's return were remarkably generous. Not only were they willing to lend the true sutra of all spirits for our perusal, but they also offered the position of deputy sect master to a member of the Yin family. Their sole demand was that we must marry Yan Jue to their young sect master, allowing them to cultivate the blood spirit great method together, with the stipulation that the head of the Yin family in the future could only be held by their young sect master and Yan Jue's offspring. This condition would similarly apply to the position of sect master of the ghost spirit sect. With a composed expression, the Yin ancestral figure spoke slowly. Though his voice was soft, it resonated clearly in every ear as if whispered intimately. Let us deliberate on the future of our Yin family. It is essential to note that our ancestors were originally cultivators from the ghost spirit sect, having left due to discord with the sect members, establishing our current legacy in the Yu Kingdom. It is worth mentioning that the current sect master of the ghost spirit sect is still my disciple. Therefore, we should harbor no emotional reservations. Our sole concern should be the tangible benefits and losses for the Yin family. Additionally, the young master of the ghost spirit sect brought forth alarming news. The 6 demonic sects of Tianluo Kingdom are set to invade the Yu Kingdom in 5 days. Meanwhile, both the Jiang Kingdom and the Cheqi Kingdom had fallen a fortnight prior, with the majority of their sects annihilated, and a small faction surrendering to become subordinate sects of the 6 demonic sections. Thus, even if the Yin family does not acquiesce to the conditions set forth by the ghost spirit sect, we must still contemplate the means by which the Yin family can endure and survive following the annihilation of the 7 sects of the Yu Kingdom. This, indeed, is the foremost concern of our clan. Before the members of the Yin family could fully grasp the implications of the initial matter, the venerable ancestor of the Yin family unveiled another revelation that left them in greater shock, inciting a flurry of discussions among the assembly. What? The cultivation realms of the Jiang Kingdom and the Cheqi Kingdom have been overtaken? This cannot be true. The strength of these 2 nations is not to be underestimated. Have they not stood against the 6 demon sects for so many years without incident? How could they fall so swiftly? Is there some hidden truth behind this? Clearly, the leaders of the Yin family found it difficult to accept such news. Very well, if anyone harbors doubts, let them voice them one by one. Such disorderly clamor is unbecoming, the venerable ancestor of the Yin family stated with a chilling demeanor. Upon uttering these words, the previously raucous hall fell into an immediate hush. Yet, all gazes turned towards a middle-aged scholar seated third to the right of the red-haired elder. Observing this situation with keen insight, the ancestor furrowed his brow and, with a gentle countenance, addressed the scholar. Xianyi, what is your perspective on this matter? You are the intellect of our Yin family, and this bears significant weight on our survival. Please analyze it earnestly. Indeed, esteemed ancestor. The scholar, not daring to be remiss, promptly rose to his feet. However, may I first pose a few questions before delving into other matters? Certainly. Feel free to articulate any uncertainties you may have. I shall speak without reservation, the venerable ancestor assured solemnly. Upon receiving this affirmation, the scholar nodded and gravely inquired. Firstly, does the blood spirit great method possess formidable power? How significantly would my cousin's celestial root talent, in conjunction with the dual cultivation with the opposing young master, impact the efficacy of this technique? Secondly, how did the adversary discern our Yin family's whereabouts and uncover our ancestral ties to the ghost spirit sect? Lastly, is the information regarding the Jiang kingdom and the Cheki kingdom's subjugation by the 6 demon sects derived entirely from the adversary's account? If true, what is the righteous alliance of the Fengdu kingdom presently engaged in? The scholar posed these 3 critical questions in a single breath. Upon hearing the inquiries, the venerable ancestor of the Yin family could not help but display a look of admiration, responding with clarity. As for the blood spirit great method, while our forebears did not carry forth this technique, it is extolled in our records as the foremost demonic technique within the true scriptures of all spirits. Once mastered, it possesses the potential to dominate the 6 demon sects and is regarded as one of the most terrifying secret arts in existence. However, this method is exceedingly tyrannical. To prevent backlash, it necessitates dual cultivation between a male and a female. The quality of their spiritual roots is paramount to how far they can cultivate it. Should one possess inadequate talent, they may only achieve 2 or 3 levels before reaching their limit, rendering the practice nearly worthless. Therefore, my cousin's celestial root is undoubtedly the most coveted dual cultivation partner for the adversary and the young master of the ghost spirit sect. Being exceptionally rare with a dark spiritual root represents the optimal physique for cultivating the blood spirit great method. Given the exceptional talents of the 2 individuals, should they truly engage in the dual cultivation of the blood spirit technique, it is certain that they could refine this secret art to profound depths, making it feasible to sweep across the 6 sects. This is precisely why the ghost spirit sect is so willing to invest heavily in courting our favor, even daring to divulge the imminent invasion of the Yu kingdom by their 6 sects, all in hopes of securing an opportunity for the ghost spirit sect to dominate the entire southern Tian region. As for how the other party became aware of our Yin family's origins, the explanation is rather straightforward. Our ancestors had made contact with the ghost spirit sect before their passing, and it is likely that from that moment onwards, our Yin family has captured their attention. They have probably been plotting regarding Ru Yin for quite some time now, seizing this favorable opportunity to employ both soft and hard tactics to persuade our Yin family to acquiesce to their demands. The elder of the Yin family, upon reaching this point in his narration, let out a wry smile, evidently feeling helpless about the rash decision of our ancestors to engage with the ghost spirit sect. The impending invasion by the 6 sects was indeed information relayed to us by the other party. However, the situation concerning the Jiang kingdom and the Cheki kingdom had already been sensed by our Yin family several days prior. Typically, our contacts within those 2 nations would have sent word by now, yet we have received no news. It seems the assertions made by the other party are indeed truthful. As for how they managed to easily subdue the 2 nations, according to their account, several sects within those nations had been bribed in advance by the 6 sects. Thus, with a powerful surprise attack and some individuals defecting, the 2 kingdoms fell swiftly. Now, the personnel from the 6 sects are likely engaged in clearing out the remaining resistant cultivators within the 2 nations and preparing for their impending invasion of the Yu kingdom, as they have incurred some losses. As for the righteous alliance of Fengdu kingdom, do not harbor any further hopes. Not long before this meeting, I received word that the righteous alliance has already invaded a neighboring medium-sized nation and is nearing complete conquest. It appears that these 2 major forces have indeed struck some clandestine deals, prompting simultaneous large-scale expansions. The elder of the Yin family articulated these points with clarity, leaving the audience below in a state of astonishment and shock. The simultaneous expansion of the demonic and righteous paths. How intriguing. After listening to the elder's words, the Confucian scholar smiled and remarked with a thought-provoking statement. Xianyi, what do you mean by that? inquired a white-faced elder sitting opposite the scholar, unable to contain his curiosity. Second uncle, it's nothing, merely a small conjecture of mine. This conjecture bears no relevance to our Yin family at present. Let us first discuss our current situation. The scholar casually waved his hand, dismissively stating, "Humph." The elder encountered a soft rebuttal and shot a vexed glare at the scholar. But in the presence of the Yin family elder, he could only sulkily return to his seat. "Oh, may I hear your small conjecture after this?" The elder of the Yin family expressed genuine interest. "If the ancestor wishes to hear it, Xianyi certainly will not withhold," the scholar replied eagerly, bowing slightly and speaking respectfully. "Good. However, let us first address the matters at hand. This time, our Yin family made a grievous error in judgment. We not only ended up crafting a bridal gown for others, but were also engulfed, having offended our adversaries. They could leverage the strength of the sixth sex to obliterate us entirely." The voice of the red-haired elder conveyed a sense of helplessness. After all, the Yin family's power remains rather feeble. Even with our concealed strengths, we are far from contemplating a robust confrontation. Indeed, the ancestor spoke wisely. Currently, the Yin family is caught in a dilemma. If we acquiesce to their demands, we risk being consumed by them. Yet, if we refuse, their strength looms ominously over us, posing endless repercussions. A contemplative glint flickered in the scholar's eyes. "However, I believe we should accept their terms and join the ghost spirit sect," the scholar declared resolutely. Without waiting for dissent from the other members of the Yin family, he continued, "Everyone has been pondering the dreadful consequences of not agreeing to their conditions. Yet, have we considered whether we could extract sufficient benefits from the seven sects if we refuse? As far as I know, the seven sects outwardly maintain a cordial relationship with us, but secretly, they fear the further escalation of our Yin family's power, which threatens their interests. Thus, in recent years, they have subtly suppressed us in various aspects. Even if we reject the ghost spirit sect's conditions and disclose the news of the demonic invasion to the seven sects, it is unlikely we would gain any advantage, for the interests of the state of Yu have long been divided among them. How could they possibly relinquish what they have already claimed? Moreover, this time, all six sects are invading the state of Yu. Even if the seven sects enlist cultivators from other nations to combat the demonic forces, I still believe their chances of victory are rather slim. Aligning ourselves with the victors is the path to survival for our Yin family. After all, being on the side of the vanquished, no matter how favorable the prior promises, will yield no fulfillment. Likewise, while we should not solely focus on the potential dangers of agreeing to the ghost spirit sect's demands, we must also recognize the benefits therein. Joining the ghost spirit sect not only offers the position of deputy sect master and the advantages of Yinner learning the blood spirit great technique, but it also comes at a time when the demonic forces are in a golden phase of expanding their influence. This would allow the Yin family, once joined, to boldly develop our own power. Of course, we must exercise caution and not allow ourselves to be used as mere tools by the ghost spirit sect, wasting our manpower. Once our Yin family grows strong enough to stand on equal footing with them, they will no longer be able to engulf us. Indeed, should we surpass them in strength, it may even be possible for the ghost spirit sect to adopt the Yin surname. The scholar eloquently articulated his vision, painting a promising future that invigorated many. Yet, there were still some elder members of the clan who remained deeply apprehensive. After all, could the ghost spirit sect truly be so benevolent as to grant us time to gradually strengthen ourselves? However, the scholar's next words assuaged their fears. Of course, we cannot simply walk into this arrangement unguarded, devoid of any means to constrain them. If they truly wish for our Yin family to submit, let the young master and the two golden core cultivators accompanying him exchange life and death oaths with Yinner and our family's two uncles. Thus, the opposing party will be unable to pose any threat to the Yin family for at least 2 to 3 centuries, a duration that we desperately require for our expansion. If the ghostly spirit sect is unwilling to bear such a minimal cost, then we should abandon any thoughts of allegiance to them. This indicates that all that was previously stated was merely a trap set for our Yin family. The scholar ultimately proposed a method to verify their sincerity, prompting the elder of the Yin family and those present to nod in agreement, finding the approach exceedingly reliable. Yinner, Yinwen, Yinshi, you shall go and sign the life and death pact with the guests from the ghostly spirit sect who remain in the hall. If they refuse, immediately activate the grand formation within the hall to trap them here, commanded the elder of the Yin family after a moment of contemplation. "Understood, ancestor," replied the enchanting young woman beside him, Yinner, with a radiant smile, as she gracefully stepped forward to accept her mission, accompanied by two middle-aged men. "Be cautious, Yinner. If anything seems amiss, prioritize your escape. I will have others outside to assist you." The elder expressed his deep concern for the young woman with great tenderness. "Rest assured, ancestor, I have the protection of the purple cloud banner. I am confident in my ability to flee," the girl assured him sweetly before departing the grand hall with the two men. The elder watched his beloved great-granddaughter leave with a tinge of worry. Without further ado, he issued a series of commands to encircle the hall with an intricate web of defenses, ensuring Yinner's safety and preventing the adversaries from escaping. For a period thereafter, the assembly hall was enveloped in silence as everyone anxiously awaited the return of Yinner and the two men. After a time equivalent to the burning of a stick of incense, a sound transmission talisman suddenly flew into the hall, landing directly in the elder's hand. Gently squeezing the talisman, the voice of Yinner emerged, delicate and clear. "Ancestor, the matter has been resolved." Upon presenting our request, the other party agreed without hesitation. The life and death pact was established very smoothly, and I am currently accompanying them back to the hall, as they wish to speak with you. Please prepare yourself, ancestor. Upon hearing that the pact was successfully established, the elder and the other members of the Yan family collectively exhaled in relief. However, when informed that the other party wished to enter the assembly hall, they were momentarily taken aback. "Everyone else may disperse. Only Xian Yi shall remain with me," the elder decisively commanded after a brief contemplation. Instantly, the numerous elders and administrators present complied and exited in a flurry. Volume 3. Chapter 257. Blood Sacrifice and the Dazzling Man. After a brief wait, the young master of the ghostly spirit sect and Yinner entered the assembly hall. "Since our Yan family has already consented to align with your esteemed sect, do you have any further instructions, young master?" The elder of the Yan family spoke in a notably gentler tone than before, evidently acknowledging the future bond with the ghostly spirit sect. "Why must you be so formal, Senior Yan? Since Miss Ru Yan and I have exchanged life and death pacts, it can be considered an engagement. You may simply call me Wang Chan from now on." "There is no need for the title of young master," Wang Chan elegantly replied after a slight bow, exuding an air of grace. "This is unacceptable. You and Miss Yan have yet to be wed, and it would be most discourteous of me to act in such a manner, especially considering that the Yan family is soon to become a member of the ghost spirit sect," the elder of the Yan clan stated, his expression impassive as he stroked his short beard, shaking his head in disapproval. Upon hearing the elder's words, the heir of the ghost spirit sect understood that the lingering mistrust had not yet dissipated, and thus he refrained from pressing the matter further. Instead, he addressed the elder. "In truth, Wang Chan has requested Miss Ru Yan to accompany me for another meeting with you, to inquire how you intend to fulfill our agreement. After all, in 5 days, our 6 sects will formally launch our offensive against the Yu Kingdom. If the Yan family does not evacuate promptly, it could lead to significant complications. Rest assured, young master, although our Yan family appears to have a considerable number of members, many of them are distantly related and lack any magical prowess. We shall abandon those individuals, as relocating the entire clan all at once is simply impractical." "We are well aware of this," a scholar from the Yan family interjected. The heir of the ghost spirit sect felt a sense of relief, recognizing that the Yan family was wise enough to avoid drawing the attention of the 7 sects through a mass exodus. This esteemed gentleman must be the renowned Mr. Xian Yi of the Yan family, whose reputation precedes him, he remarked with a light chuckle, casting a discerning glance at the scholar. The scholar felt a chill at being recognized by name and title, but maintained a composed smile on his face. "My purpose in seeking out the elder is not solely for this matter. I also wish to inquire how the Yan family intends to handle the over 200 foundational-level cultivators currently within the fortress. Many of them are core disciples of the 7 sects. With the need for immediate relocation within 2 days, encountering them would surely lead to grave consequences." The heir of the ghost spirit sect stated, his demeanor calm, though the implications of his words caused the elder and the scholar to change their expressions. "The young master's meaning is rather ominous," the elder of the Yan family remarked darkly. "Consider this. Cultivating the blood spirit technique requires the souls of cultivators for blood sacrifice to commence. Instead, why not refine the physical forms of these cultivators within the fortress using our ghost spirit sect's fire grade formation? leaving only their souls to assist Miss Ru Yin in her foundational cultivation? Surely, the abundant and potent souls of these foundational cultivators would enable her to effortlessly master the first level of the blood spirit technique. The heir of the ghost spirit sect casually proposed this malevolent suggestion, sending a wave of cold dread through both the scholar and the elder of the Yin family. Such a course of action is out of the question. The disciples of the seven sects are one thing, but the cultivators from other nations have gathered here only because we extended an invitation to select dual cultivation partners for Miss Yin. The Yin family cannot engage in such an act that would provoke widespread wrath. The scholar exclaimed urgently, fearing the elder might entertain the proposal. Xinyi, there is no need for haste. I am not so foolish as to consider such a plan. The elder of the Yin family retorted, his countenance grim as he gestured dismissively at the scholar. He then turned to the heir of the ghost spirit sect and coldly remarked, "What an excellent suggestion you have put forth. Should we follow through with such a course, it is certain that no matter how vast this world may be, there would no longer be a place for our Yin family to reside. The Yin family would not take the initiative against the invited cultivators within the fortress. However, I can gather the disciples from the seven sects in one place. As for how to deal with them, and whether we can capture so many, it entirely depends on your esteemed sect's capabilities." Upon hearing the patriarch of the Yin family speak thus, the Confucian scholar let out a sigh of relief and readily agreed. Yet, the young master of the ghost spirit sect, upon hearing this, exhibited a trace of displeasure in his eyes and slowly voiced his dissatisfaction. The souls of these cultivators are intended for Miss Rian's blood sacrifice, and the benefits would accrue solely to your Yin family. Yet you are unwilling to exert any effort. This seems rather unreasonable, does it not? The patriarch of the Yin family was momentarily taken aback by these words. However, being shrewd and cunning, he quickly maintained his composure and replied, "Nevertheless, Miss Rian is soon to wed the young master, becoming his wife. Since they will soon be yours, it is only natural for you to exert some effort in this matter. Of course, once our Yin family formally aligns with the ghost spirit sect, we shall certainly show no mercy toward the disciples of the seven sects. Yet, these disciples were indeed invited by us. If the Yin family were to strike first, it would undoubtedly tarnish our reputation in the eyes of foreign cultivators. Yet, it would also be inappropriate to simply let them go. Thus, it would be best for the young master and his people to take action. This way, our Yin family can also provide a reasonable explanation to the foreign cultivators. Furthermore, I believe that with the two golden core cultivators by your side, capturing dozens of foundation establishment disciples should be well within your capabilities, should it not?" Upon hearing this, the young master of the ghost spirit sect gazed deeply at the patriarch of the Yin family before lowering his head in contemplation. After a while, he raised his head and looked at the silent Miss Rian, stating calmly, "Since the patriarch has said so, we of the ghost spirit sect shall gladly assume the role of the villains this time. Let the souls of these cultivators serve as a betrothal gift from Wang Chan to Miss Rian. Haha, I shall graciously accept the young master's betrothal gift on behalf of Rian in the future. Rian, quickly show your respect to the young master. His betrothal gift is indeed extraordinary." The patriarch of the Yin family, relieved that they need not act against the cultivators in the fortress, wore a faint smile. "Thank you for your kind intentions, young master. Rian shall remember this." The exquisite maiden gracefully stepped forward, performing a delicate bow, her words imbued with sweetness. The bashful yet radiant expression on her face elicited a flicker of unusual emotion in the young master of the ghost spirit sect. It would be beneficial for Miss Rian to cultivate the blood spirit great method as soon as possible, so there is no need for such formality. Please, patriarch, once you have decided on the location to gather the disciples of the seven sects, kindly inform me, and I shall await your good news. For now, I shall take my leave." The young master of the ghost spirit sect, exuding charm, exchanged polite words before bowing deeply to the patriarch of the Yin family and departing. Within the hall, the patriarch of the Yin family and the Confucian scholar exchanged a meaningful glance. At this moment, Han Li felt a throbbing headache, one that stemmed from the confrontation before him involving three familiar faces and one stranger. The familiar ones were Yan Jue and Brother Feng, alongside Dong Xiner, who was nearly reclined in the arms of the stranger. The stranger was an extraordinarily handsome man. The moment Han Li clearly discerned the features of this man, the words extraordinarily handsome immediately sprang to mind. The man possesses an extraordinary beauty that is strikingly androgynous, undoubtedly wielding an equally formidable allure over both genders. Were it not for his masculine attire, one might easily mistake him for a captivating beauty, a notion that would hardly raise eyebrows. However, what is even more astonishing is that despite his unique appearance, every movement he makes exudes an air of perfect poise and propriety, leaving no room for discomfort. Under ordinary circumstances, Yan Jue and Brother Feng would likely harbor no ill feelings towards such a striking figure. Yet at this moment, their eyes blaze with intensity as they fixate on the man in purple robes. This is not solely due to Dong Xianyan being partially embraced by him, but rather because she gazes at the stranger's breathtaking visage, her expression utterly entranced. Han Li glanced around, his brow furrowed, and his thoughts filled with expletives. He merely sought a shortcut back to the inn after the gathering, but he had not anticipated stumbling upon such a theatrical display of jealousy in this secluded alleyway. Now, evasion was no longer an option. After all, the venerable Hong Fu had cautioned him to keep a close watch on Dong Xianyan. Had he not encountered her, he could have feigned ignorance regarding her reckless behavior. Yet now, facing her directly, it would seem remiss to remain silent. Moreover, the two individuals who had become utterly subservient to Dong Xianyan were initially taken aback by his presence, only to soon rush over with elation, urging him to remove her from the company of the male cultivator. From any perspective, Han Li's perceived threat was minuscule compared to the flamboyant man before them. Clearly, they regarded Han Li as their last hope. As Han Li listened to the two men lamenting their jealousy, he scrutinized the dazzling figure and Dong Xuanyan's enchanted expression. According to them, this afternoon they had accompanied her to several renowned shops to procure materials and talismans, only to unexpectedly encounter this individual at one of the stores. Upon seeing him, Dong Xianyan had immediately succumbed to infatuation, actively pursuing him with increasingly bold gestures, inciting the ire of the two men. What nearly drove them to despair was that the man, upon noticing Dong Xianyan's advances, had unreservedly accepted her affection, even expressing a desire to take her away. Naturally, the two would not acquiesce, attempting to obstruct the man in this narrow alley to ensure he would leave Dong Xianyan behind. However, with a derisive laugh, he declared that as long as Dong Xianyan was willing, he would not impede her in the slightest, leaving the two men in a pitiable state of helplessness, for it was evident that she was the one throwing herself at him. As Han Li pieced together the events, he also discerned several peculiarities. First and foremost, he found himself unable to ascertain the man's approximate age from his exquisite features. Judging by the smooth, delicate skin, he appeared to be in his 20s. However, the demeanor and gaze of the other party suggested a demeanor akin to that of someone in their 30s or 40s. While one might describe them as such, the subtle air of frivolity that they exuded resembled that of a flamboyant young man of privilege. Nevertheless, it was apparent that this individual was merely at the mid-stage of foundation building, a fact easily discernible to Han Li. This realization was, in fact, the reason Han Li dared to remain in this place. Had the individual been at the late stage of foundation building, he would have reconsidered his involvement in such a melodramatic affair. Secondly, although he had already made his presence known, Dong Xianyan merely cast a cold glance in his direction before returning her infatuated gaze to the striking young man, as if he were a complete stranger. This was decidedly peculiar. Who are you? Are you yet another suitor for this young lady's affections? I, Tian, must make it clear that unless this lady chooses to depart willingly, no one shall wrest her from my embrace. The handsome young man, noticing Han Li's unremarkable appearance and his mere initial stage of foundation building, could not help but reveal a hint of disdain. After lightly patting Dong Xianyan's delicate shoulder, he casually remarked. Han Li, undeterred by the contempt directed towards him, displayed no signs of dismay on his face. Instead, after scrutinizing the space between Dong Xianyan and the handsome young man, he suddenly intoned in a serious manner, "Might I inquire as to your identity, sir? That you would dare employ charm spells against practitioners of our 7 sects? Your audacity knows no bounds." Upon hearing Han Li's words, the handsome young man's expression flickered momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure and replied with an air of nonchalance, "What nonsense you speak! This lady and I are clearly drawn to one another. If you do not step aside, do not blame Tian for being ruthless." At this moment, Yan Jue and Brother Feng, who had also overheard Han Li's words, suddenly came to a realization. They immediately surrounded the handsome young man from either side, their anger palpable. "Sister Dong, why have you suddenly become ensnared in a trance? Neglecting us? It appears this fellow has bewitched you with nefarious sorcery. Release her at once, or be prepared to face the wrath of my purple light blade. Yan Jue declared, with Brother Feng echoing his sentiments. Indeed, I too sensed something amiss. How could Dong Xianer so inexplicably accompany a stranger? You are indeed a fiend. As Brother Feng and Yan Jue spoke, they each produced a purple talisman and a short weapon, clearly indicating their intent to strike. The handsome young man, confronted with the threat posed by a practitioner at the initial stage of foundation building and another at the mid-stage, was enveloped in an aura of coldness as he coldly remarked, "You overestimate your capabilities." At this moment, Han Li felt an unsettling intuition rising within him, instinctively sensing that the handsome young man was exceedingly dangerous. Thus, in a flash of inspiration, he urgently whispered into Dong Xianer's ear, "Dong Xianer, do you not fear the repercussions of your actions? Are you not concerned about being confined by Master Hongfu?" Han Li's whispered words went unnoticed by Yan Jue and Brother Feng, yet the handsome young man seemed to sense something amiss. Casting a glare at Han Li, he hastily turned his gaze back to Dong Xianer. At that instant, Dong Xianer displayed an expression of horror, suddenly breaking free from the handsome young man's embrace and retreating a few steps. Subsequently, a look of confusion crossed her face, as if she had just awakened from a profound slumber. Upon witnessing the scene, Yan Jue and Brother Feng were filled with joy. However, when they noticed the displeasure etched on the handsome man's face as he approached Dong Xianer, they instinctively stepped forward to separate her from him, unwilling to allow her to fall victim to his sinister enchantments once more. Dong Xianer's consciousness had fully returned, yet she seemed to recall something profoundly terrifying. Daring not to cast another glance at the handsome man as she hurriedly rushed towards Han Li, seeking refuge behind him, thereby severing the piercing gaze of the angry man. At that moment, she trembled uncontrollably, her visage betraying utter fear, devoid of any previous defiance. The handsome man's complexion took on a shade of green as he cast a venomous glare at Yan Jue and Brother Feng, who stood before him. Before fixing his gaze on Han Li, realizing that reclaiming Dong Xianer today was a futile endeavor, he understood that her restored clarity of mind meant that these three could easily ensnare him momentarily, which would be sufficient for her escape. Moreover, engaging in a confrontation would likely attract the attention of other cultivators, and he had no desire to be recognized here. Yet, throughout his life, he had never experienced the sensation of losing a prize so close at hand. With this thought, his beautiful countenance twisted slightly as he spoke menacingly. "Today this affair is far from over. I shall remember your faces, you three. Tread carefully." With that, a flash of multicolored light enveloped him, and he transformed into a streak of radiance, vanishing into the distance, leaving Han Li and the others in stunned silence. In the Fengyue Inn, Han Li and the three companions listened intently as Dong Xianer recounted her experience of being ensnared by the handsome man's charms. For some reason, the moment our eyes met, my mind was engulfed in a thunderous haze, rendering me incapable of thought. All I desired was to please him, willing to do anything for him, as if he were my destined master, with no inclination to resist. Yet, I had only just met him. I refused to be anyone's slave. As she spoke, her pallor deepened, revealing the profound terror she had felt under his control, a sensation more dreadful than death itself. Han Li exchanged grim looks with the others, a heavy silence enveloping them. The potency of the handsome man's mesmerizing technique was alarming. Should he unleash such a spell upon them, how could they possibly withstand it? Fear not, for I believe his enchantment, while formidable, should prove ineffective against us three. Han Li mused thoughtfully. What insights do you possess, Junior Brother Han? Brother Feng inquired, his spirits lifted by Han Li's words. Clearly, if his charm could indeed affect us as it did Dong Xianer, would he have refrained from employing it upon his departure when he cast that resentful glare? Perhaps his magical energy was insufficient to sustain the spell, Han Li concluded. However, observing the unperturbed expression on the opponent's face as they confronted the three of us, it hardly seemed indicative of a lack of magical prowess. Thus, I maintain that the first possibility remains the most plausible, Han Li explained calmly. Upon hearing this, Senior Brother Feng and Yan Jue simultaneously exhaled in relief, since it appeared that the adversary could only employ such powerful enchantments against women. They felt no fear for themselves. In a direct contest of magical power and artifacts, they felt no trepidation. Senior Brother Han, if our female cultivators encounter this individual, would it not mean they are destined to be controlled for life? I certainly do not wish for that. Dong Xianer's face turned as pale as death, and as she spoke, her voice trembled on the verge of tears. It was the first time she uttered Han Li's name with such profound sorrow. Han Li was at a loss for words. He was not a mere pawn in someone else's game, and even if protection were sought, it seemed illogical to seek it from him. Unbeknownst to Han Li, since he had rescued Dong Xianier from that terrifying predicament of mental ensnarement, she had unconsciously developed a sense of reliance on him. Faced with danger, it was only natural for her to turn to him with such a desperate plea. Before Han Li could respond, the other two, brimming with jealousy, pounded their chests and vowed to protect Dong Xianier in the coming days, ensuring that the malevolent figure would not succeed again. Upon hearing their assurances, Dong Xianier felt somewhat reassured. After all, with two foundational stage cultivators safeguarding her, it seemed that her predicament was not as dire as before. The previous time she had fallen victim to control was due to her momentary lapse in vigilance, and she vowed not to be so easily ensnared again. Thus, regaining some of her spirit, she soon found herself laughing and joking with the two, exercising her alluring charm to the fullest, nearly rendering them oblivious to their surroundings. Han Li, witnessing this, found himself both amused and exasperated. It should be noted that Dong Xianier's technique bore a remarkable similarity to the enchanting arts of the handsome man, though hers lacked the latter's overwhelming force. Nevertheless, her beguiling abilities were undoubtedly a form of high-level enchantment. The capacity to captivate men to such an extent without a sound was, in Han Li's estimation, hardly inferior to the mesmerizing techniques employed by that striking figure. Equally perilous, indeed. Volume 3, Chapter 259. The wind stirs, however, amidst his astonishment. Han Li felt a tinge of confusion. Although he was not an expert in the art of soul enchantment, he possessed a modicum of knowledge. The universally mastered heavenly eye technique among cultivators could be considered the most rudimentary form of soul enchantment. If the disparity in magical prowess between two practitioners were vast, gazing into the eyes of the opponent could potentially cause their spirit to falter, leaving them vulnerable during a confrontation. Other forms of soul enchantment primarily relied on significant differences in cultivation levels to forcibly control the opponent's mind. Dong Xianier was at the initial stage of foundation establishment, while the handsome man was at the mid-stage. Logically, such a minor gap should not result in the absurdity of being immediately subdued upon mere eye contact. Unless the opponent were a Dan-stage cultivator specializing in soul enchantment, such an occurrence would seem remotely plausible. Yet, observing the expression of the resplendent young man and the venomous countenance he wore upon his departure, it was evident that he was not merely a mere facade of a foundation establishment cultivator, attempting to toy with them. As Han Li contemplated this, a sense of tranquility washed over him. After all, the young man's malevolent expression upon leaving lingered heavily in his thoughts. When he finally lifted his gaze from his musings, he chanced upon Dong Xianier and the two others engaged in flirtatious banter, their previously pitiful demeanor now completely vanished. With a quiet sigh, Han Li resolved to return to his quarters. However, just as he placed his palm upon the wooden door, poised to push it open, he was abruptly met with a resounding voice from outside the inn. The patrons within pricked up their ears as the announcement echoed. The treasure-seeking contest scheduled for the morrow would be conducted in two groups. The cultivators of their nation would convene on the western peak of Yinling Fortress, while those from foreign lands would gather on the eastern peak. All participants were urged to arrive punctually at dawn. Those who failed to do so would be deemed to have forfeited their right to compete. The voice repeated this proclamation thrice before finally fading away. Taken aback by the announcement, Han Li shrugged off the unexpected news and stepped outside, returning to his room. While he found the separation of the cultivators from different nations somewhat surprising, he perceived no inherent flaw in the arrangement. After all, allowing cultivators from the seven sects to compete alongside those from other nations would undoubtedly incite numerous complications. Such exclusivity is a universal trait, as evidenced by the earlier standoff at the tea house. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Han Li settled onto his bed in a meditative posture, preparing to cultivate his qi throughout the night in preparation for the treasure-seeking contest on the morrow. Meanwhile, within a modest dwelling in Yinling Fortress, the flamboyant and otherworldly young man sat upon a wooden chair, surrounded by several men and women who were respectfully relaying information to him. His expression remained impassive as he listened, though a glimmer of keen insight occasionally sparked in his eyes, followed by an inexplicable smirk. Simultaneously, Atop the western peak of Yinling Fortress, a dozen disciples of the Ghost Spirit sect donned in green robes busily toiled, intermittently burying various items in the ground. The young master of the Ghost Spirit sect, accompanied by 2 golden core cultivators, hovered in midair, observing the proceedings below with a cold gaze. How is it? With the temporary fire array weakened to such an extent, will it still be effective? The young master inquired suddenly. Do not worry, young master. There is no cause for concern. Although it is merely a temporary formation, with our brothers overseeing it, its ability to ensnare the enemy will still prove useful. Of course, if a cultivator at the late foundation establishment stage is present, or possesses particularly formidable magical artifacts, the situation may differ. However, the vast majority of cultivators will certainly lack the means to escape, responded the elder of the Li brothers, his voice quavering slightly. Well, then I can rest easy. The 12 ghostly guards I brought along are not idly standing by. Their strength is more than sufficient to deal with a few stragglers. The young master of the Ghost Spirit sect declared confidently. Upon hearing this, the Li brothers felt reassured and ceased further discussion. If it were not for the necessity of preserving the souls and primordial spirits of these cultivators intact, the 2 brothers would have effortlessly eliminated several foundation establishment practitioners without a second thought, rendering the matter trivial. Why complicate things? The Li brothers mused with pride. In the secret chamber of Huangfeng Valley, located in the majestic Taiyue mountain range, 7 or 8 golden core cultivators gathered. Their expressions tense as they listened to a venerable elder in a yellow robe, whose hair and beard were as white as snow. The faces of the gathered were a reflection of the elder's words, fluctuating between hope and despair. Among them were Han Li's master, Li Huayuan, the enchanting red fluff fairy, and the stout Lei Wanhai, all equally beset by anxiety. Before long, as the cultivators exited the chamber, a wave of agitation swept through Huangfeng Valley. Various communication talismans soared through the skies, while below, throngs of cultivators hurriedly took to the air on their flying artifacts. In a matter of time, hastily assembled teams of cultivators departed from the valley under the cover of night, scattering in all directions towards unknown destinations. This scene unfolded similarly across the other 6 sects, with messengers darting back and forth among the factions, as if overnight. The entire Sioux country's cultivation world had been engulfed in a murderous aura. In the following days, various families, both large and small, received a summons co-signed by the leaders of the 7 major sects, requesting their outstanding disciples to be on standby. Those who defied this order would face the iron-fisted retribution of a law enforcement team composed of the 7 sects practitioners, resulting in the annihilation of their clans. Naturally, the summons to the Yin family arrived 3 days later, but no one was there to receive it, for by then, the Yin residence stood empty. Han Li and the sect members within the Yin fortress remained oblivious to these developments due to their considerable distance from the sections. Thus, at the break of dawn the following day, several cultivators had already gathered atop a small western peak. There, a colossal formation had been erected, within which 2 middle-aged individuals clad in Yin family attire sat in meditation with closed eyes. Behind the formation, a modest earthen platform bore a dozen or so Yin family members, shrouded in mist, engaged in animated discussion, seemingly awaiting the arrival of all cultivators before commencing the assembly. Han Li had also reached the summit, not having emerged alongside Dong Xiner, but rather taking the initiative to arrive first. Atop the peak, he encountered a middle-aged man from the Great Sword sect, and they exchanged casual pleasantries. Brother Ba, do you know the purpose of this formation? Han Li inquired, having surveyed the massive array multiple times, feeling an inexplicable discomfort. After chatting for a while, he couldn't help but pose the question. Regrettably, I am not well versed in such formations, the Ba surnamed cultivator replied, stroking his chin nonchalantly. But it is likely some form of protective barrier or restriction. After all, if we foundation establishment practitioners were to truly engage, we would certainly need to be confined within a certain range. Otherwise, this small mountain would not withstand our tumult. Oh, that is indeed quite possible, Han Li responded, though despite his words, he sensed an undercurrent of unease emanating from the formation, which had nothing to do with the depth of spiritual power, but was rather a visceral intuition. Han Li furrowed his brow and glanced around. At this moment, over 30 cultivators had gathered, including the Taoist priest from the Qingshu sect and the woman from the Fong family of Tianke Fortress, all of whom were familiar faces. They had gradually clustered together, engaged in animated discussions. "Brother Han, let us go over and greet them. Look, Wu Fa and the others are all over there," suggested the cultivator with the surname Ba, smiling as he surveyed the gathering. "Ba, brother, feel free to go. I have some matters to ponder. So I will not intrude upon you all," Han Li replied, shaking his head gently, disinclined to join such a conspicuous throng. The cultivator from the Great Sword Sect shrugged, somewhat puzzled, but he proceeded alone toward the group. After all, opportunities to forge connections with so many fellow sect members were rare, and he was not one to easily forfeit such chances. Observing Ba leave, Han Li also chose not to linger, instinctively seeking a secluded corner, farthest from the array, where he could coldly observe the movements of the other cultivators. Half an hour later, Dong Xinyan and her senior brother Feng finally arrived. Upon their entrance, they seamlessly integrated into a crowd of Huangfeng Valley disciples, quickly striking up an enthusiastic rapport with several male practitioners. Yet, to Han Li's surprise, Yan Jue, who had previously been inseparable from her, was nowhere to be found. Meanwhile, on the earthen platform, over 10 cultivators clad in the attire of the Yin family, yet truly members of the Ghost Spirit sect, were counting the attendees. "Young master, we are still missing 2 individuals. Moreover, time is running short. Should we wait a bit longer?" One Ghost Spirit sect cultivator reported to the young master after completing the count. "No need to wait any longer. Immediately inform the 2 elders to activate the Great Array. If we delay, some astute cultivators may notice something amiss, which would be far worse. As for the 2 absent cultivators, let numbers 8 and 12 from the 12 guards pursue them, regardless of their reasons for not attending. We cannot allow them to leave Yinling Fortress alive." The young master of the Ghost Spirit sect commanded without hesitation, his intent to kill palpable. The cultivator beside the young master complied, transmitting a message to the disguised Li brothers seated within the array. However, moments later, his expression shifted as he turned back to the young master to seek further clarification. "Young master, the 2 elders have reported that 3 cultivators are too far from the array, and once activated, it will be impossible to confine them within its bounds. We must devise a means to draw those 3 closer." The young master of the Ghost Spirit sect, Wang Chan, appeared taken aback, his brows knitting slightly in contemplation. This situation was somewhat unexpected. Logically, the range of the temporarily set up fire array should have been substantial. Yet, it was peculiar that individuals remained outside its reach. With this thought, Wang Chan lifted his gaze toward the front and indeed noticed 3 individuals beyond the control range of the array. Among them were a man and a woman, both disciples of the Hidden Moon sect, engaged in whispered conversations beneath a large tree at the northeastern corner of the formation, their demeanor suggestive of a clandestine romance. To the west, at a distance of over 10 zhang from the boundary of control, stood a young man clad in a yellow robe, whose appearance was rather ordinary. He observed the happenings on the mountain with a calm demeanor. This was Han Li, a practitioner who adhered to utmost caution. These 3 individuals, indeed, Wang Chan mused to himself. After a brief contemplation, he quietly imparted a few words to a nearby disciple of the Ghost Spirit sect, who nodded in agreement. The Ghost Spirit disciple, dressed in the attire of the Yin family, stepped out from the earth platform and missed, positioning himself not far from the formation. He then called out loudly, "All guests attending the conference, please come forward to draw lots for registration. Once we have counted the numbers, the treasure conference will officially commence." His proclamation immediately captured the attention of the other practitioners, who instinctively gravitated toward the vicinity of the formation. Even the pair of Hidden Moon sect disciples, albeit reluctantly, approached and stepped into the confines of the formation. Observing this scene, a faint smile crept upon Wang Chan's lips beneath his mask. However, when his gaze shifted toward Han Li in the west, the smirk that had surfaced abruptly froze. For Han Li stood utterly still, exhibiting no inclination to step forward for registration, his arms crossed, and an air of curiosity as he observed the gathering crowd of practitioners. "Which sect does that man belong to?" Wang Chan inquired coldly after a moment of silence. "His attire suggests he is a disciple of the Yellow Maple Valley," replied the Ghost Spirit disciple, sensing the displeasure of the young master. "Let the 2 elders take action. This Yellow Maple Valley disciple seems intriguing. It would be worthwhile to test my abilities against him," Wang Chan said indifferently, although a hint of crimson flickered in his eyes, exuding a subtle aura of bloodlust. "Understood, young master." The several Ghost Spirit guards behind him shivered slightly, responding obediently. From a distance, Han Li appeared to be smiling as he watched the practitioners register. Yet, Upon closer inspection, one would discern that the smile was rigid and forced, with beads of sweat forming on his forehead. That Yin family member is a disciple of the ghost spirit sect. This revelation struck Han Li like a bolt of lightning. Initially, when the ghost spirit sect disguised themselves as members of the Yin family, he harbored no suspicions and even intended to approach upon hearing their call for registration. However, at the moment the individual gestured for the practitioners to come forward, Han Li was astonished to discover that this so-called Yin family member possessed half-inch-long dark green nails, identical to those of the ghostly-haired man from the ghost spirit sect he had encountered previously. In the wake of this shocking realization, a wave of cold dread washed over him, and he instinctively refused to take another step forward. The dark green nails were not characteristic of an ordinary person. Could it be that this individual was? As he endeavored to maintain a smile upon his face, his eyes darted around, surveying the surroundings. Yet, everything appeared quite normal, devoid of any signs of ambush. Could it be that the other person's nails were merely a coincidence? The moment this notion crossed his mind, Han Li promptly dismissed it. Such coincidences are exceedingly rare in this world, and even if it were a chance occurrence, he was unwilling to take such risks, especially given the unsettling nature of the array before him. With this thought, Han Li no longer hesitated. Extending his hand, the divine wind boat materialized instantly. But before he could launch it, a languid voice resounded from above. Unexpectedly, despite your youth, you possess quite a discerning eye. You have already discerned the flaw and wish to escape. Do you not care to save your fellow disciples? A chill gripped Han Li's heart, and without a moment's reflection, he propelled himself backward, leaping over Tin Zhang in an instant before halting his retreat. Then, with a swift motion, he struck his body. Enveloped in a layer of crimson shield, and a secondary azure glow materialized closely around him. At that moment, a faint sound of surprise echoed in the air. Whether in admiration of Han Li's swift reaction or astonishment at his ability to conjure two protective layers simultaneously remained unclear. Upon hearing this sound, Han Li felt a slight sense of relief and raised his gaze towards the sky. There, at an elevation of several dozen zhang, stood a figure clad in a green robe and adorned with a silver mask, poised atop an enormous green trident that swayed ominously in the wind, surrounded by a swirling black mist that sent chills down one's spine. Seeing this, Han Li felt a cold wave wash over him, involuntarily exclaiming, "The young master of the ghost spirit sect? Huh, it seems no introduction is necessary. You recognize me well. Now, will you voluntarily enter that array to prolong your existence? Or shall I extract your soul immediately?" The crimson hue in Wang Chan's eyes was significantly more intense than it had been on the Earth platform. His gaze now a deep crimson, revealing faint traces of beastly ferocity. This sight stirred unease within Han Li, leaving him to ponder the terrifying secret arts the opponent practiced. However, upon hearing the words regarding the array, Han Li couldn't help but glance aside. What he beheld rendered his countenance grim with dread. At some point, a vast black screen had enveloped a radius of over 100 zhang, centered on the enormous array. Inside the screen, thick black and red mist obscured any visibility, rendering the interior completely silent and void of any presence, as if it were utterly deserted. Surrounding this dark veil were 8 green-robed cultivators, intently focused on the happenings within the black curtain, utterly oblivious to their young master's presence. It appeared that this young master's subordinates held unwavering confidence in him. After casting a brief glance, Han Li quickly averted his gaze, unwilling to allow his focus to waver. Undoubtedly, although this young master of the ghost spirit sect appeared to be in the mid-foundation stage, he was undoubtedly a formidable adversary. A single misstep could result in his eternal entrapment in this place. As he contemplated this, Han Li extended one hand outward. A beam of white light surging from his palm, which swiftly expanded in the wind, transforming into a white-scaled shield that stood before him. With his other hand, he tossed the divine wind boat into the air behind him, where it floated gracefully several yards above the ground. Following his plan, Han Li intended to swiftly make his escape aboard the divine wind boat. It would be folly to confront the young master of the ghost spirit sect head-on. Setting aside the question of whether he could contend with the young master, even if he could dispatch this individual, there would still be a horde of supporters lurking behind. He lacked the capability to face numerous foes and certainly would not engage in such foolishness. Thus, for Han Li, the priority was to return to Yellow Maple Valley and report the collusion between the ghost spirit sect and the Yin family. fulfilling his duty in the process. As for Dong Xiner and Brother Feng, he could only hope that her master would personally come to their aid. Wang Chan observed Han Li's actions and erupted into wild laughter, a hint of madness sending chills down Han Li's spine. Thinking of escaping? Where do you think you can run to? Prepare to meet your end. With that, the young master of the ghost spirit sect spun on his heel. And in an instant, a thick, blood-red mist erupted from his form, coalescing into a towering blood cloud that surged toward Han Li with fierce intensity. Seeing this, Han Li dared not hesitate any longer. He leaped onto the divine wind boat, channeling all his spiritual energy. In the blink of an eye, both he and the boat transformed into a streak of white light, soaring into the sky. Haha, you have no idea. My blood spirit great technique's escape method is not to be underestimated. You cannot flee. Wang Chan's maniacal laughter echoed, relentlessly pursuing Han Li. Although Han Li did not glance back, he could sense the voice drawing ever closer. It appeared that the young master's escape technique was even faster than the full speed of the divine wind boat, causing Han Li's complexion to pale. In the fleeting moments, the white light representing Han Li and the blood cloud trailing behind had covered a distance of over 100 miles. Yet the gap between them had diminished to less than 10 yards. As Han Li silently lamented his predicament, he was unaware that Wang Chan, controlling the blood cloud, was equally astonished. The blood spirit great technique's blood escape method, while not claiming the title of the fastest among the 6 sects, certainly ranked among the top 5 in speed, far surpassing ordinary high-tier flying artifacts. Yet now, despite his full effort, he found himself unable to catch up to the fleeing Han Li. This unexpected revelation intensified his murderous intent. Realizing that if he continued to flee at this pace, he would soon be overtaken, Han Li knew he had to take action. He reached into his storage pouch and produced a basic fireball talisman, which he then hurled backward without a moment's hesitation, while continuing his frantic escape. Almost immediately, a series of explosive sounds erupted behind him. Unable to restrain himself, Han Li turned his head to glance back. Before him, the tumultuous waves of blood-colored clouds appeared to have dispersed somewhat, revealing glimpses of the figure of the ghostly Gate's young master. A surge of joy welled up within Han Li's heart as he prepared to activate the remaining talismans. However, the Wang Chan suddenly raised his hand, sending a green light, which swelled in size, hurtling towards Han Li. It was the flying fork that Wang Chan had previously wielded. With no options left, Han Li redirected his talismans from the blood clouds towards the green fork. A barrage of fireballs erupted, striking the ominous fork and causing it to tumble uncontrollably, momentarily halting its advance. Yet, in that fleeting moment of delay, the blood clouds reformed into their original menacing shape, once again dancing with fury. At that instant, Wang Chan emitted a series of piercing shrieks that soared into the heavens. With those earth-shattering cries, the blood clouds surged dramatically, blanketing the sky with an imposing presence. In a heartbeat, the torrent of blood clouds multiplied in speed, crashing towards the divine wind boat like a raging tide, swiftly enveloping Han Li and his artifact in a suffocating embrace high in the air. Startled, Han Li quickly halted the divine wind boat, narrowly avoiding a collision with the blood clouds. He retrieved a pair of dark claw-like artifacts from his storage pouch. Just then, the eerie green fork silently lunged at him from behind. As if sensing the attack, Han Li growled and hurled the claw artifacts backward. Upon release, they expanded to a considerable size, aggressively clawing at the incoming fork. The fork retaliated with tendrils of black mist emanating from its prongs, entangling the giant claws layer upon layer, rendering them nearly immobile. Observing this, Han Li swiftly executed a hand gesture, causing the claws to surge with black radiance, shattering the encroaching black mist into fragments, unable to maintain form. Indeed, truly remarkable. This was no ordinary top-tier artifact. It effortlessly dismantled the spectral threads of the azure fork. My decision to intervene personally has proven worthwhile. Wang Chan's voice echoed ambiguously from beyond the blood clouds, as the green fork emitted a low hum before withdrawing, vanishing into the depths of the crimson haze. Han Li reclaimed the claw artifacts, forged from dragon's claws, back to his front, casting a vigilant gaze around him. Now, he found himself entirely enveloped in the blood-red darkness, with no escape in sight. The air was thick with the nauseating stench of blood, indicating that without forcefully carving a path, escape was impossible. Just as he contemplated releasing the claw artifacts once more, the blood clouds before him began to roil, and two monstrous crimson creatures, each about a foot tall with short horns and a pointed tail, sprang forth, their eyes glowing a fierce red akin to Wang Chan's. As they lunged at Han Li with wicked claws. What was this? For the first time, Han Li encountered such a monstrous entity. Its appearance strikingly reminiscent of the legendary minor demons, which sent a shiver down his spine. He hastily unleashed his magical artifact, the Wulong Dui, and effortlessly crushed the little demons, reducing them to blood clouds that returned to their original state. A sense of relief washed over Han Li. It seemed that they were not so difficult to deal with after all. However, before this thought could fully form, the mocking voice of Wang Chan echoed ominously from all directions. "Ah, my esteemed guest, do not relax too soon. The blood spirits conjured by my blood spirit technique are not so easily dismissed. The true spectacle is yet to unfold." Upon hearing these words, Han Li's heart sank. Nevertheless, his mind remained steadfast, impervious to the taunts. Without a second thought, he commanded his artifact to relentlessly strike at the blood clouds. Upon contact, the Wulong Dui effortlessly penetrated the murky depths of the blood clouds. Just as Han Li felt a surge of joy, he was taken aback as the artifact momentarily became sluggish, teetering on the brink of losing control. Alarmed, he hastily retracted the Wulong Dui, managing to extract it from the blood cloud just before it spiraled out of control. "Ah, your artifact seems quite resistant to the corruption of my blood essence. I find it even more desirable," Wang Chan exclaimed, first in mild astonishment, then revealing an unabashed greed. Simultaneously, the blood clouds began to churn violently, and one by one, the blood spirits emerged, eagerly lunging towards Han Li. Displaying a stoic demeanor, Han Li wielded the Wulong Dui with deft precision, ensuring that any blood spirit that collided with it would be swiftly cleaved apart, reverting to mere blood clouds. After dispatching over 100 of these fiends, Han Li sighed as he observed that new ones continued to emerge from all directions, maintaining a relentless presence of at least 30. It was evident that the young master of the ghost spirit sect intended to exhaust him here. Determined not to succumb to this fate, Han Li swiftly retrieved several low-grade talismans from his storage pouch, numbering around 70 or 80. With a decisive motion, he hurled them towards a mass of blood clouds, unleashing a barrage of fireballs and ice spikes, while simultaneously conjuring several fire serpents. Having previously noted that the barrage of fireballs could momentarily disperse the blood mist, he clung to the hope that these spells might carve a path to freedom. How naive, Wang Chan sneered in a low voice, surprised to discover that Han Li possessed such an arsenal of talismans, which was quite unexpected. After all, apart from the upper-tier ones, low-grade talismans held little value against foundational cultivators. However, despite Wang Chan's arrogance, he dared not allow his blood mist to confront these spells directly, for his blood spirit technique was only in its second stage and could not withstand such an onslaught. Regarding the offensive capabilities of the magical artifacts, he was not particularly fearful due to the corrupted nature of the blood mist. Several black skulls suddenly emerged from the blood cloud in response to Wang Chan's incantation, each simultaneously opening their mouths to unleash jets of dark energy, effectively intercepting the spells that had approached them. As a result, after a flurry of attacks, the blood cloud remained undisturbed, save for the slight swaying of the skulls. Han Li's countenance darkened as he cast his gaze toward other directions. However, before he could take action, black skulls similarly materialized from the blood clouds in those areas. Wang Chan's mocking voice echoed, "Did you think you had an opportunity? Submit and become the meal for the blood demons. I am eager to witness your fate as you are devoured. For I can only imagine the gruesome spectacle will be utterly delightful. I can hardly contain my anticipation." The deranged laughter of this young master from the ghost spirit sect resounded, revealing his evident madness. Madman, Han Li thought, as he maneuvered to fend off the newly transformed blood demon while beads of cold sweat formed on his brow, desperately concocting a strategy. At that moment, he retrieved a mid-tier spirit stone, grasping it to replenish his magical energy. After all, the relentless slaughter of the blood demons was proving to be quite taxing for him. A cultivator in the early foundation stage. Meanwhile, Wang Chan sat cross-legged atop the blood mist, continuously performing hand seals to conjure forth more blood demons, reveling in his triumph. Though his magical prowess was limited, the artifacts he possessed were rather peculiar and appeared quite impressive. The thought of acquiring several exquisite items after this battle filled him with a sense of pride, momentarily alleviating his bloodthirsty madness. Suddenly, a loud bang resonated from within the blood cloud as a thick crimson mist appeared, swiftly enveloping Han Li and gradually spreading outward, soon ensnaring the blood demons and intertwining with the surrounding blood clouds. Wang Quan was initially taken aback, but soon realized that upon contact with his blood cloud, the crimson mist would be absorbed, allowing him to relax. Although the mist was being continuously drawn in, it did not seem to diminish in density. The thick, crimson vapor obscured Han Li's actions from Wang Quan's view, igniting his suspicion. After waiting for a while, the blood cloud still remained a misty mass, devoid of any sounds, and any small demons that ventured too close to the densest part of the mist were instantly shredded to pieces, yielding no clues. This inability to discern the situation compelled Wang Quan to take action. He performed hand seals, commanding the skulls floating on the surface of the blood cloud to open their mouths wide, simultaneously unleashing dozens of beams of black light, which shot forth from all directions toward the original location of Han Li. A faint tremor followed. Amidst the fog, a faint white light flickered, and in the fierce clash of black and white luminescence, a translucent white barrier subtly emerged. This sight caused the young master of the ghost spirit sect to pause momentarily, but he quickly recalled the pristine scale shield that Han Li had summoned at the outset. Wang Quan furrowed his brow, hesitating for a moment before murmuring to himself, "Given the abundance of exquisite magical artifacts at stake, I suppose it is worth sacrificing some essence to avoid letting this lad execute any cunning ploys to escape." Upon uttering these words, Wang Quan suddenly extended his right index finger to his lips, biting down gently, and squeezed out a drop of thick, crimson blood, which he let fall into the sanguine cloud beneath him. He then plunged both hands deep into the blood cloud, concentrating intently on invoking his incantation. As the words flowed from his lips, the once stagnant crimson mist enveloping Han Li began to swirl, gaining momentum and gradually compressing towards the center, causing the blood specters to dissolve into nothingness. With the acceleration of the blood cloud's rotation, the azure-red mist was swiftly drawn in, merging with the cloud and revealing a vast white barrier at the center, shaped like an inverted bowl centered on a white scale shield. Beneath this luminous veil, Han Li held aloft a peculiar knife radiating an astonishing golden light in one hand, while the other clutched a stack of shimmering talismans, poised for an offensive. Surrounding him were two floating orbs, one azure and the other crimson, continuously emitting thick mist. Wang Quan observed this scene with clarity. Seeing the situation unfold, the young master of the ghost spirit sect let out a cold chuckle, preparing to mock further. Yet, as soon as he began to utter a word, Han Li suddenly raised his hand, causing the knife to shimmer and transform into a dazzling streak of golden light that shot directly towards Wang Quan simultaneously. The stack of talismans was hurled forth, conjuring a dozen ferocious fire dragons that surged forward in unison. "You fool! Magical artifacts cannot breach my blood spirit great technique." Unless, Wang Quan, initially unconcerned, summoned a skull to exhale black mist once more. However, as he uttered the word unless, a realization struck him, and his expression shifted dramatically. He soared away from the blood cloud in alarm. At that moment, the golden light surged forth, shattering several obstructing skulls, and together with the fire dragons, it breached the blood cloud, erupting from where he had previously meditated. A beam of white light shot out from the breach, hastily fleeing, with the golden light swiftly pursuing thereafter. "Treasure talisman!" Wang Quan shouted in shock and rage. He had momentarily overlooked the fact that Han Li had utilized the fog to buy time for activating the treasure talisman. Otherwise, even if the opponent possessed such a talisman, he would never have allowed them the opportunity to invoke it. However, the likelihood of a Foundation establishment cultivator possessing a treasure talisman was indeed slim, leading him to underestimate this possibility. Yet, even if the opponent did have a treasure talisman, as the young master of the ghost spirit sect, he would not be intimidated. He himself carried two treasure talismans, one of which was a particularly rare special attribute talisman, ensuring that Han Li would not escape so easily. In a fit of rage, Wang Quan leaped into the blood clouds, swirling them into a tempest as he pursued with the swiftness of a shooting star. After the passage of a mere incense stick's duration, Han Li stood upon the shinfeng vessel, coldly observing the approaching blood clouds. Suddenly, with a swift motion of one hand, the golden light that followed him executed a surprising counterstrike, aimed directly at the young master of the ghost spirit sect concealed within the blood clouds. However, The vigilant Wang Chan had anticipated this move. He cast forth a prepared object, and a resplendent golden skull expanded in the wind, its immense maw snapping shut to ensnare the golden light, rendering it powerless to advance further. Han Li was taken aback, hastily attempting to retrieve it. Yet the golden light merely flailed helplessly within the skull's grasp before succumbing to inertia. Wang Chan let out a few sinister chuckles as the blood clouds surged around him once more, sending a chill down Han Li's spine as he sensed the encroaching threat of entrapment. Just then, the previously turbulent blood clouds suddenly subsided, causing Wang Chan, who was in the midst of performing incantations, to change countenance dramatically. His flight slowed, a shadowy hue enveloping his visage. Han Li, who had been attentively observing, was momentarily taken aback. Then, he watched in astonishment as fear gripped Wang Chan's features. With a piercing cry, he abandoned the golden skull, retreating amidst the blood clouds with lightning speed. Han Li stood frozen, perplexed by the sudden turn of events. Hesitantly, he transformed the golden skull and the golden light into two talismans, effortlessly stowing them away. He gazed at the receding figure of the young master, uncertain of how to proceed. The prospect of pursuit filled him with trepidation. However, as the shrill cries of his opponent dwindled, Han Li quickly grasped the situation and urged the Shunfeng vessel to change course, vanishing into the horizon. A short while later, having narrowly escaped peril, Han Li found himself engulfed in regret after careful contemplation. He finally understood the reason behind the young master's retreat. He had been poisoned, afflicted by the extraordinarily potent inked serpent venom. This predicament arose from the audacity of Wang Chan to inhale the toxic miasma of the Qinghua plague in significant quantities into the blood clouds. During the refining process, the residual Dan poison of the ink serpent had been incorporated into the mists as per Han Li's instructions. Now, as the blood clouds, laden with toxins, pursued Han Li, the young master must have inadvertently absorbed the very poison he sought to evade, leading to his panicked retreat. The more Han Li pondered, the deeper his regret festered. Returning now would be tantamount to madness. A golden opportunity to vanquish a formidable foe and seize even greater treasures had slipped through his fingers, leaving him in a state of profound discontent. Yet, he was perplexed as to why the young master had not secured even the formidable golden skull before fleeing. Unbeknownst to him, the cautious young master of the ghost spirit sect, in his haste to escape, was currently seething with rage, flanked by the Li brothers, two cultivators at the core formation stage, who exchanged glances in bewilderment. Originally, Wang Chan hurried back a short distance, only to encounter the two elder members of the ghost spirit sect, who had already subdued the other 7 sect cultivators. Concerned for the safety of their young master, they had pursued him out of caution. Upon seeing Wang Chan, who had been poisoned, they promptly utilized their profound magical abilities to expel the toxins from his system. The young master, now partially freed from the poison, vaguely deduced the cause of his predicament. However, he mistakenly perceived Han Li's unintentional actions as a deliberate trap set for him. This led Wang Chan, who had never faced such a significant setback, to harbor intense animosity towards Han Li, secretly viewing him as a formidable rival. Driven by these thoughts, Wang Chan, despite still feeling weak, relentlessly pursued the two elders for several hundred miles in the original direction, only to return empty-handed. The frustration he felt was akin to a fishbone lodged in his throat, eternally stuck in his heart. As for the golden skull talisman, he had to abandon because he could not retrieve it while holding on to his opponent's talisman. He did not dwell on it too much. After all, it had been used several times and was likely a depleted relic. Even if Han Li were to acquire it, it would be of little use, perhaps serving only once or twice. However, what infuriated him even more was upon returning to the ambush site on the small mountain peak. A ghost spirit guard reported that a group from the 6 demonic sects, specifically the Harmony sect, had unexpectedly attacked them. Although there were no casualties, 2 female cultivators they had subdued were seized by the attackers. The leader of this group, with a strikingly beautiful visage, was none other than Tian Buke, the second son of the Harmony sect's master, a figure of considerable notoriety among the younger generation. Upon receiving this distressing news, Wang Chan's expression darkened. Yet internally, he felt as if he might vomit blood. Both Han Li and Tian Buke had now secured their places on his must-kill list. Go. Inform the ancestor of the Yan family to commence the evacuation immediately. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Chan exhaled deeply and coldly declared. Meanwhile, Han Li, not daring to delay, swiftly made his way towards Huangfeng Valley. However, en route, he encountered a mixed group of cultivators from the Blade Transformation Workshop and the Concealed Moon Sect, and under the announcement of a late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator leading them, he found himself conscripted. Apologies. I have been quite busy with family matters these past few days, so updates may be somewhat inconsistent. I appreciate your understanding. However, I will strive to ensure 2 chapters are updated. This chapter serves as a supplement for last night's. Volume 3. Chapter 263. Strength. Han Li glanced at the conscription order in his hand, signed by the leaders of various sects, and felt an immense sense of frustration. The conscription order was undoubtedly authentic, as it bore the spiritual symbol of the sect leaders, which could not be faked. Yet, he truly did not wish to comply with such orders. From the opposing party, Han Li had learned of the impending invasion by the 6 demonic sects and understood that a catastrophe was inevitable for the cultivation world of the Yu Kingdom. Whether the 7 sects of Yu could withstand this calamity was uncertain, but the number of fallen cultivators would undoubtedly reach the thousands. Even among the core formation cultivators, many would likely meet their demise. Upon receiving the astonishing news, Han Li yearned to return to his cave abode immediately, wishing to enter seclusion for several decades before emerging once more. However, he was acutely aware that this was merely a fanciful aspiration. As a disciple of the 7 factions, it was not so simple to extricate oneself from the impending fierce conflict. While contemplating this, the male cultivator from the Hidden Moon sect, who had announced his conscription, smiled broadly and remarked, "Have you clearly understood the situation, junior brother? Could you kindly provide your name and cultivation level? We will need to collaborate extensively in the future." Regaining his composure, Han Li scrutinized the man, then glanced at the 30 or so cultivators behind him. Among them, only 3 had reached the Foundation Establishment stage, while the majority were merely Qi refinement disciples. This revelation eased Han Li's mind somewhat, at the very least. It did not appear that they were undertaking any exceedingly arduous tasks. With this thought in mind, Han Li clasped his hands and introduced himself. "I am Han Li from Yellow Maple Valley, at the initial stage of Foundation Establishment." Despite both being at the Foundation Establishment stage, their levels of cultivation were clearly discernible. Nevertheless, out of courtesy, Han Li felt compelled to speak honestly, especially since the other party was at the late Foundation Establishment stage, a considerable advantage over him, and he had no desire to offend the man lightly. However, a moment later, Han Li inquired with some confusion, "How can you be so certain of my identity to apprehend me and present the conscription order? Surely it cannot be solely based on my Yellow Maple Valley attire?" Initially, upon encountering the cultivators from the Blade Refining Workshop and the Hidden Moon sect, Han Li had intended to evade them and make a hasty retreat. Yet, to his surprise, this exceptionally sharp-eyed individual had swiftly intercepted him and declared his conscription. During the last blood trial, I caught a glimpse of you, junior brother. It is truly a delightful surprise that you have achieved Foundation Establishment after several years." The man from the Hidden Moon sect, appearing to be in his 30s, smiled slightly and uttered words that astonished Han Li. "Excuse me?" Han Li was taken aback by the recognition, realizing that he indeed remembered seeing this person during the blood trial. "I am Xian Lu, one of the external affairs representatives of the Hidden Moon sect. During my previous expedition, accompanying Elder and I Chong, I witnessed your remarkable feats firsthand." The man chuckled softly, his words laden with significance. At that moment, Han Li suddenly recalled that this individual was one of the 4 Foundation Establishment leaders from the Hidden Moon sect. He had not paid much attention at the time, hence his vague recollection. However, the realization struck him with a jolt. It was astonishing that this person could recognize him so easily after just a fleeting encounter years prior. "I understand, junior brother Han, that you are in haste and must have urgent matters at hand. However, I find myself in need of assistance to fulfill my task due to a lack of personnel. I sincerely hope you can lend a hand," Xian Lu stated with utmost politeness. Yet, upon hearing this, Han Li felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, a bitter smile forming as he thought, "You, a late Foundation Establishment cultivator, have already produced the conscription order. Even if I wished to refuse, would that be feasible? I can only imagine that such words would lead to me being branded as insubordinate." With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he glanced once more at the other 3 Foundation Establishment cultivators standing behind Xian Lu, and with a resigned demeanor, he replied, "Since Senior Brother Xian insists, I shall naturally comply. However, I have another important matter to report to the sect leader, and I hope Brother Xian will send someone to convey the message. Following this, Han Li recounted everything that transpired at Yanling Fortress in meticulous detail, though he only vaguely mentioned how he managed to extricate himself from the situation. Nevertheless, this revelation left Xian Lu and the others utterly astonished. They hastily dispatched 2 disciples in the Qi refinement stage to deliver messages to each sect. And with somewhat grim expressions, they continued on their journey with Han Li. Given their strength, even though they were aware of the Yin family's collusion with the demonic faction, they dared not seek retribution or rescue. They had no choice but to pass this hot potato to others sent by the 7 sects. Of course, the veracity of Han Li's information would need to be verified by those who came later. During their travels, Han Li finally learned from other cultivators that their mission was to bolster the defenses of a relatively large spirit stone mine, as the original guards were woefully inadequate to withstand a surprise attack from a team of demonic cultivators. Realizing that the task did not entail being cannon fodder against the 6 sects of the demonic path, Han Li felt a sense of relief. In truth, even if he returned to Huangfeng Valley, he would likely be dispatched immediately, and the assignments might not be any better than this one. Although this mission still posed some danger, as long as caution was exercised, the likelihood of returning unscathed was quite high. After all, this spirit stone mine was merely one among a dozen larger ones. If the enemy aimed to raid the 7 sects' resources, they would likely target the largest mines first. With this in mind, Han Li's feelings of resentment naturally dissipated, and over the following days, he became more familiar with Xian Lu and the other cultivators. Several days later, their group finally arrived at a vast wilderness within the borders of the Yu Kingdom. The Spirit Stone Mine was located within a deep gorge, over 100 feet deep. Nestled in this desolate expanse, under Xian Li's guidance, they flew directly into this gorge, concealed by an array. At the same time, several cultivators from the 7 sects emerged to greet them. The head of the existing guards, an elderly man at the initial stage of foundation establishment from Tianke Fortress, introduced himself as Yu Xing. The other 5 or 6 members were merely at the Qi refinement level. Such a feeble defense explained why the upper echelons of the 7 sects were so anxiously dispatching reinforcements. Yu Xing welcomed them into a vast cavern within the gorge, where Han Li and the others listened as he detailed the situation of the Spirit Stone Mine. Subsequently, Xian Lu swiftly organized the defense preparations. He produced several array flags and discs, instructing the cultivators to set up a versatile 4 fiends array beneath the illusion array, while dividing Han Li and the others into groups to take turns patrolling the vicinity of the mine to prevent external incursions. Those not on duty could meditate and cultivate their spiritual energy. Han Li was quite satisfied with Xian Li's arrangements. This way, he would have the time to thoroughly address the gaps in his own strength. After his encounter with the young master of the Ghost Spirit sect, Han Li clearly felt that relying on his swift movement and strategies to defeat opponents was no longer sufficient to contend with the vast disparity in power. Encountering a formidable character like the young master of the Ghost Spirit sect rendered everything he previously held dear utterly insipid. Even the talisman he had placed such high hopes upon was nearly seized in a single stroke by his opponent, failing to replicate its past efficacy of decisive resolution. Had it not been for the unforeseen efficacy of the toxic miasma, he might have already found himself buried beneath the earth, with his very soul possibly claimed by his adversary, subjected to relentless torment. The mere thought of such a fate, worse than death, sent a chill coursing through Han Li's heart, evoking a sense of dread. The blood spirit technique, a pinnacle of demonic arts, instilled within him a profound fear. He understood all too well that should he encounter that young master again, he would be left helpless against the might of the opponent's secret arts. Without cultivating the Azure Origin sword technique to the core formation stage, his capabilities would be woefully inadequate to contend with such power. In this tumultuous period, marked by the invasion of the 6 demonic sects into the state of Yu and the ensuing resistance from the 7 major sects, conflicts among cultivators would likely become a commonplace occurrence. In such a time, the pursuit of longevity seemed to pale in significance. Rather, the primary objective shifted to swiftly enhancing one's strength to survive the chaos. Consequently, he found it imperative to alter his original cultivation plan. The Azure Origin sword technique would be temporarily set aside, and instead, he resolved to focus on the Great Evolution technique, which promised a significant enhancement of his prowess. Having witnessed the overwhelming might of mechanical puppets, Han Li was confident that even a rudimentary mastery of the Great Evolution technique would afford him a measure of self-defense. especially since he possessed dozens of ready-made mechanical puppets at his disposal. Naturally, he also intended to study the puppet scriptures, hoping to quickly fabricate some basic mechanical beasts, puppets that would merely leap and bite, akin to dolls. Although he had yet another chapter to compose that evening, it seemed unlikely he would manage to produce it at his current sluggish pace. Thus, he suggested that everyone await the following morning for updates. In the desolate wilderness, a lizard several feet long cautiously emerged from beneath a weathered rock, poised to commence its daily haunt. However, just as it ventured a few yards from its lair, a yellow beast, approximately 10 feet in length, suddenly sprang forth from the sandy ground beside it. With its forked claws and mouth combined, it swiftly pounced upon the lizard, effortlessly severing its neck, and then hastily scurried away with the carcass in its grasp. This creature, resembling a gigantic lizard with 4 limbs and a long tail, was rigid and emitted a creaking sound as it ran, resembling a mechanical puppet. After covering a distance of over a mile, it approached a figure clad in yellow, seated meditating upon a flat stone, and dropped the lizard's corpse beside him before darting away once more. The man in yellow displayed no change in expression, showing no sign of surprise. He nonchalantly waved his hand, and the lifeless body of the lizard soared gracefully before him, hovering a few feet above the ground, utterly still. The man in the yellow robe then extended a finger, lightly touching the lizard's head, while muttering an incantation under his breath. In a short while, his outstretched finger began to glow softly, emitting a faint white light. As the incantation continued, the radiance intensified, becoming almost blinding. Sensing the moment was right, the yellow-robed man let out a low growl. A slender beam of white light shot forth from his fingertip, piercing deep into the lizard's skull. With great effort, he began to pull back slowly, his expression a mixture of tension and utmost caution. Finally, under his vigilant gaze, the white thread extracted a small green orb of light from the lifeless lizard's body, delicate and no larger than a thumb. Seeing this, the yellow-robed man felt as if he had stumbled upon a great treasure. With a flick of his other hand, a pale yellow jade bottle appeared in his palm. Immediately, a soft hiss was heard as several beams of radiant light shot forth from the bottle, enveloping the green orb and drawing it inside. At that moment, the yellow-robed man exhaled a sigh of relief, wiping the fine sheen of sweat that had emerged on his brow, revealing the toll this endeavor had taken on his energy. The soul summoning technique was not something easily executed by a cultivator at the early foundation establishment stage. The success probability was exceedingly low. Perhaps 1 in every 3 or 4 attempts would yield results. It seemed he would be spending the entire day engaged in this endeavor. Glancing at the jade bottle in his hand, he murmured to himself, a hint of resignation evident on his face. This individual was Han Li, a practitioner of the Grand Evolution technique. His presence in this desolate expanse, nearly 100 miles from the Spirit Stone mine, was due to his efforts in collecting the souls of various creatures, an undertaking typically associated with the demonic path. Han Li's involvement in such matters stemmed from his study of the puppet true scripture. After initially studying the art of puppet crafting, Han Li discovered that the creation of puppets required not only the materials commonly used for crafting magical tools, but also the souls of living beings to be fused with the materials for true success. Without this, the resulting puppet would lack any spiritual essence, rendering it no different from an ordinary doll. The higher the grade of the puppet, the more powerful the soul it contained, thus maximizing its effectiveness. Consequently, the later sections of the puppet true scripture included 3 spells commonly utilized by practitioners of the demonic path: the soul summoning technique, the soul condensing technique, and the soul refining technique. The soul summoning technique, which Han Li had just employed, was a method to draw souls from corpses. This spell, while low in power and success rate, could only be applied to recently deceased bodies. In comparison to the more potent secret arts focused on souls, its efficacy was vastly inferior. However, the sole advantage of this technique was its minimal requirement for magical power. It could be effectively used by those at the mid-foundation establishment stage. Of course, Han Li, as a practitioner at the early foundation establishment stage, could also manage it, albeit with a significantly lower success rate. The soul condensation technique is a method for gathering souls, as a powerful soul is indeed a rare find. Typically, more advanced puppets utilize a combination of several, even dozens, of artificially powerful souls. While these souls may not possess the innate strength of naturally born ones, they are certainly superior to using inferior souls. Thus, This technique is an essential part of mastering puppetry. The final art, known as soul refinement, is, as the name suggests, a spell for refining and transforming souls. Ordinary living souls cannot be seamlessly integrated with puppets. They must undergo special methods of refinement. The mechanized beast resembling a lizard, which was previously mentioned, was the first puppet successfully created by Han Li after he cultivated the Great Transformation technique and manifested his first independent thought. The soul he fused into this puppet was merely a few yellow weasels he had casually caught. However, prior to this success, Han Li had experienced failure 7 or 8 times, resulting in a rather low success rate. When Han Li commanded this puppet to move using his divided spirit, the sensation was extraordinarily wondrous. It was neither the erratic feeling of manipulating a magical artifact nor the tangible sensation of controlling limbs. In truth, his divided spirit and the puppet shared a relationship akin to that of a superior and subordinate. With a mere thought, the puppet followed his commands, although the specific actions were still dependent on the puppet's own capabilities. Remarkably, everything the puppet could see and hear was perceptible to Han Li, which filled him with delight. As he took control of the puppet for the first time, Han Li, feeling somewhat childlike in his enthusiasm, played with it gleefully. Beyond this rudimentary puppet he had crafted, he also manipulated several slightly more advanced mechanical puppets, indulging in the whimsical fantasy of puppet shows he had once dreamed of in his childhood. While engaging these puppets, Han Li gradually recognized certain limitations inherent to mechanical puppetry. First, these puppets could only operate within a radius of 3 miles from him. Exceeding this distance rendered them immobile, and his divided spirit would return. Han Li speculated that this was related to the maximum distance his divided spirit could extend from his main body. With advancements in his cultivation and the elevation of his primordial spirit, he believed this limitation could be improved. However, the next flaw was an intrinsic shortcoming of puppetry itself and could not be rectified. There exists a delay between the issuance of commands and the puppet's subsequent actions, preventing them from moving at will. This could potentially be exploited by adversaries in a real battle. Despite these two drawbacks, the art of puppetry remains formidable. With a few more divisions of his spirit and mastery of the first layer of the Great Transformation technique, he would be capable of contending with formidable opponents at the foundation establishment stage. After all, having a dozen or so helpers, even if they are merely at the chi refinement stage, would be sufficient for his self-preservation. At the very least, when ensnared by that ghostly sect's young master, he would no longer fear the relentless onslaught of bloodthirsty spirits. The actions of lower-level mechanical puppets only consumed low-grade spirit stones, whereas the formidable tiger puppet under the command of the 1,000 Bamboo sect's Huang Long, due to its immense power, consumed medium-grade spirit stones. However, Han Li speculated that it must be a puppet beast of at least the 3rd tier. Even the combined protective shields released by several Foundation establishment cultivators dared not withstand its 2 consecutive strikes, which attests to its terrifying power. Unfortunately, this puppet was reduced to ashes by his master, the Thunder Master, using a magical artifact. Had he obtained it, it would undoubtedly have served as an exceptionally sharp weapon. The mere thought of the advantages that such a colossal tiger puppet could offer left Han Li yearning for more. He became even more devoted to the refinement of this mechanical puppet. Finally, after producing several dozen basic mechanical puppets, Han Li resolved to attempt the creation of a 2nd-tier puppet. This was the main combat puppet previously observed in use by the likes of the 1,000 Bamboo sect. If he could successfully refine puppets of this caliber, he would no longer need to fear the depletion of his resources. However, crafting a 2nd-tier puppet could not be accomplished with mere scrap materials. The required materials were nearly on par with those of a high-grade magical artifact, particularly the hundreds of years-old ironwood that constituted the primary resource, which would incur a significant expense. In truth, if Han Li were within his own cave dwelling, cultivating a few aged ironwoods would pose no challenge. Yet, now burdened with responsibilities, he had no choice but to painfully delegate the task of procuring these materials from the market to others. With the materials secured, the collection of suitable souls remained necessary. After all, the most common and abundant yellow rat souls found in the canyon were far too weak. Even when combined, they would not yield a significant enhancement. Thus, Han Li set his sights on the yellow rat's natural enemy, the wasteland lizard. After 3 to 4 months of diligent practice, Han Li had successfully divided his consciousness into several strands. He utilized these fragments to control several low-tier puppet beasts, scouring the wasteland for lizard nests. which led to the initial scene. After safely storing the small vials containing the lizard souls, he closed his eyes once more and resumed his cultivation of the great transformation technique, gradually strengthening his primordial spirit. This technique was the key to mastering puppet arts, and Han Li dared not to slacken his efforts. Indeed, the great transformation technique rightfully held its status as the cornerstone of the Thousand Bamboo Sect's teachings. Ordinary division techniques paled in comparison. Typical division techniques merely forcibly split a small portion of the original consciousness. The extent to which one could divide their consciousness depended entirely on the strength of their primordial spirit and could not be altered postnatally. Conversely, the great transformation technique precisely addressed this limitation. Through cultivation, it enabled the original primordial spirit to gradually grow stronger, rivaling even those exceptional cultivators with innate gifts. Moreover, the method of dividing consciousness employed was significantly safer and more refined than ordinary methods, allowing for smaller and more numerous divisions without harming the integrity of the primordial spirit. In light of this, it is no wonder that the members of the Thousand Bamboo Sect regarded the great transformation technique as foundational to their sect, and Brother Lin remained ever mindful of the incantations of the subsequent 3 layers. Apologies for the delay in my writing this morning. I was not quite in the right state of mind until now. Thank you for your patience. Volume 3. Chapter 265. The battle situation according to the descriptions within the Great Transformation Technique. Upon mastering the first layer, it becomes entirely feasible for the primordial spirit to divide into over 10 strands of consciousness. Upon reaching the second tier, one could distinguish hundreds of entities, while the third tier, akin to Senior Brother Lin, could command several hundred more. The mere thought of controlling hundreds of mechanical puppets while engaging in combat left Han Li feeling somewhat peculiar. However, he surmised that such eccentricity could only prevail during the foundation establishment stage, once one transitioned to the core formation stage. Unless one could forge several hundred puppets of the same caliber as foundation establishment cultivators, no matter how many one commanded, they would falter against the full might of a core formation practitioner's strike. The memory of that portly figure, Lei, sweeping through countless second-tier puppets of the Qian Bamboo sect was still vivid in his mind. Given that crafting second-tier puppets necessitated materials from high-grade artifacts, creating even higher-tier puppets would undoubtedly require materials from top-tier artifacts. Consequently, a core formation cultivator practicing puppet techniques would need to possess at least hundreds of top-tier artifact materials to dominate their peers, which left Han Li quite astounded. Not to mention the materials wasted due to failed attempts and the daunting challenge of sourcing hundreds of formidable souls. This, perhaps, elucidates why the puppet techniques of the Qian Bamboo sect remain largely obscure. After all, the strength of a sect is primarily evaluated by the number of core formation cultivators it boasts. The Qian Bamboo sect lacks the prowess to contend with other sects in battles among core formation practitioners. Thus, even if their foundation establishment disciples were exceptionally skilled, they could only dominate a localized area. Of course, these musings were merely Han Li's conjectures following his cultivation of the Great Yin method and puppet techniques. Nevertheless, the potential of puppet techniques to significantly enhance the power of a foundation establishment Han Li is indisputable. Hence, he found himself unconcerned about future disputes. After all, this upheaval in the realm of cultivation that stirred several nations had only just begun. Shortly after Han Li began his duties as a guardian at the spirit mine, a fierce ambush erupted between the 6 demonic sects and the 7 factions of Unation, taking place on a secluded, desolate mountain. The specifics of the situation gradually became clear to Han Li. It turned out that Spirit Beast Mountain among the 7 factions was originally a branch of the demonic sect's spirit control sect, a covert establishment planted in Unation by demonic practitioners thousands of years ago. This time, as the 6 sects invaded the 7 factions, this underlying plot was set into motion, with the demonic forces hoping to achieve a similar miraculous effect as when they once seized the Jiangwo and Cheki kingdoms. However, unbeknownst to them, the upper echelons of Spirit Beast Mountain, throughout the millennia of inheritance, had long since disavowed their affiliation with the spirit control sect, and were even less willing to accept an unexpected overlord. Consequently, after some clandestine communication with the other 6 factions, they devised a method that led the demonic practitioners to genuinely believe they were ambushing a stronghold of the 7 factions' cultivators. The thousands of ambushing practitioners were met mid-journey with an overwhelming counterattack from the prepared cultivators of the 7 factions, resulting in a significant setback for the demonic forces, including the death of 2 core formation practitioners on the spot. This setback was a heavy blow to the 6 demonic sects, naturally causing great celebration and a surge in morale among the 7 factions. In response, the 6 demonic sects, filled with indignation, launched a massive counteroffensive. The 7 factions were equally resolute, preparing their formations to meet the onslaught. At the borders of the Yu Kingdom and the Jiang Kingdom, as well as the Cheki Kingdom, a series of fierce battles ensued, resulting in the deaths and injuries of over 10,000 cultivators, including 7 or 8 from the core formation stage, a truly devastating toll. The expressions of dread on the faces of the cultivators who had come to transport spirit stones as they recounted the events left Han Li and the others present in a state of profound shock, secretly grateful to be spared from such a large-scale conflict. The sheer number of casualties among even the core formation cultivators paints a harrowing picture of the chaos that unfolded. However, the 6 demonic sects proved their mettle as one of the 2 dominant forces in the southern region, their strength far surpassing that of the Yu Kingdom's cultivation community. After several skirmishes, the 7 sects found themselves unable to withstand the relentless assaults from their adversaries. Had it not been for the strategic deployment of numerous defensive formations in advance, they would have likely succumbed to defeat much sooner. Yet, even with these arrangements, the 7 sects could not hold out indefinitely. Just as the Yu Kingdom faced imminent peril, the neighboring moderate nations of Yuanwu and Zijin, at the behest of the 7 sects, finally arrived to offer their support. The 7 sects had wisely dispatched eloquent envoys to seek assistance from these 2 nations long before the conflict with the 6 demonic sects erupted. Upon receiving the plea for aid, the cultivators of these nations, fearing that the demonic forces would consume the Yu Kingdom and subsequently threaten their own territories, readily consented to provide their support without the need for extensive persuasion. United in purpose, they mobilized a significant portion of their cultivators, arriving under the cover of night. With the reinforcement from these 2 nations, the balance of power between the Yu Kingdom and the 6 demonic sects was finally less skewed. The 7 sects, relying on the formidable might of their defensive formations, managed to withstand the onslaught from the demonic forces. Consequently, the 6 demonic sects' ambition to swiftly conquer the Yu Kingdom was thwarted, leading to a stalemate and a prolonged war of attrition. While large-scale battles became less frequent, small-scale skirmishes proliferated in the rear territories of both the Yu Kingdom and the 6 demonic sects. Notably, the sites of raw materials and spirit stones became prime targets for ambushes by both factions. However, Han Li's spirit stone mine, seemingly untouched by the enemy's disturbances, perhaps due to its considerable distance from the front line, was an extraordinary anomaly. It is worth noting that other mines of similar size had already endured 3 to 4 attacks. Yet, the more this continued, the more the members of the 7 sects grew uneasy about the site, prompting them to dispatch a contingent of over 20 cultivators for added protection a fortnight ago. Leading this group was a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator from Spirit Beast Mountain. Thus, the mine's defenses were significantly bolstered. Amidst this second wave of Qi refinement cultivators, Han Li unexpectedly encountered a familiar face, the unattractive man, Zhongwu, whom he had met during the blood trial. Zhongwu recognized Han Li as well. However, in the face of Han Li's current foundation-building cultivation, the expression of this individual fluctuated through various shades of surprise, jealousy, and envy, which left Han Li in awe. Ultimately, Zhongwu managed a wry smile and approached Han Li to offer a respectful greeting, albeit somewhat reluctantly referring to him as senior. Han Li, suppressing a smile, responded in kind with a casual acknowledgement. The memory of Zhongwu's vividly changing expressions brought a smile to Han Li's face as he sat in meditation, and he opened his eyes. At this moment, he realized that his state of mind was ill-suited for continuing the cultivation of the Great Yin Decision, and decided it best to wait until his mind was at peace. Time flew by, and in this brief interlude of vigilance and a substantial period devoted to cultivating the Great Yin Decision and creating puppet beasts, Han Li spent another month. He could now distinctly sense that he was on the verge of completing the first level of the Great Yin Decision, which filled him with both astonishment and joy. Interestingly, regardless of his practice of the 5 elements Tao or the Qing Yuan sword art, his aptitude had always appeared somewhat lacking. Yet, the cultivation of the Great Yin Decision unfolded effortlessly, with no sense of difficulty, almost as if it was a natural progression. This delightful realization both excited and intrigued Han Li. Moreover, After numerous failures, he successfully crafted his first second-grade puppet beast just 2 days prior. Although it was somewhat crude compared to the puppets of the Qian Bamboo sect and others, and its power felt slightly inferior. This achievement brought a beaming smile to Han Li's face. He intended to gather more materials from other cultivators to produce them in bulk. However, today, as Han Li was meditating in his quiet chamber, a piercing shriek suddenly pierced the air, followed by a frantic voice shouting outside, "Not good. The demonic forces are attacking. Everyone, come out and prepare for battle." Han Li's heart tightened, and he solemnly stepped out of his meditation chamber. At this moment, the cultivators from the 7 sects, who had been resting in their respective earthen caves, emerged with equal gravity. After exchanging glances, they exited their lairs. Xian Lu from the Moon Concealment Sect and Lu Tianming, a late-stage foundation-building cultivator from the Spirit Beast Mountain, floated expressionlessly beneath the 4 Fiends formation, gazing upward toward the canyon. Behind them, the dozen or so cultivators on duty appeared somewhat anxious. However, upon seeing Han Li and the others arrive for support, their expressions finally settled into a semblance of calm. Following Xian Li's gaze, Han Li indeed spotted the enemy above the canyon. Their numbers seemed few, perhaps only 20 to 30 individuals. Yet, Han Li understood that since they dared to venture so deep behind enemy lines for an ambush, it was likely that they were all foundation-building level cultivators, not burdened by any Qi refining stage novices. Thus, they remained at an absolute disadvantage in terms of strength. This battle would likely not be easily won. Volume 3. Chapter 266. Fierce combat on Han Li's side. There were 9 foundation-building cultivators and over 60 Qi refining disciples. Although they were slightly weaker than the opposing force, the presence of the 4 Fiends formation provided them with a fighting chance. Under Xian Li's call, Han Li and the other cultivators soared upward, taking position beside the 4 Fiends formation, silently observing the enemy's movements. It was only now that Han Li could clearly see the appearance of the demonic invaders. The individuals before us were predominantly clad in garments of red and yellow, seemingly representing 2 distinct sects of practitioners. At the forefront stood an unremarkable young woman in red and an elderly man in yellow, appearing to be in his 60s or 70s. Their cultivation levels were unremarkable, one at the nascent soul stage and the other at the later stage of the same, both exchanging smiles and engaging in conversation. Be cautious. These individuals belong to the Demon Flame sect and the Heavenly Evil sect, cautioned Lu Tianming, the only one among us with prior encounters with these 2 factions, his demeanor reflecting considerable wariness. Upon hearing this, the other practitioners, including Han Li, heightened their vigilance significantly. At that moment, the red-clad maiden ceased her conversation and turned to utter a few words, though the distance prevented Han Li and the others from discerning her speech. However, the red-robed followers behind her swiftly advanced, gradually making their way toward the 4 evil array below. Simultaneously, the elderly man in yellow silently waved his hand, and the yellow-robed practitioners on his side transformed into a flurry of yellow light, surging toward the 4 evil array, intent on arriving ahead of their companions. This prompted Han Li and the others within the array to hold their breath, some impatiently revealing their magical artifacts in preparation. The yellow-robed practitioners, however, were not foolish enough to charge directly into the array. Instead, they halted at a distance of over 10 zhong, revealing their forms. Subsequently, various magical artifacts soared from these practitioners, aggressively targeting the grand array. The clash of the artifacts' brilliant lights with the 4 evil array's 4-colored prohibitions produced thunderous explosive sounds, causing a slight change in the expressions of the 7 sect members below. Half of the group sprang into action to counter the Heavenly Evil sect's assault, ensuring that they did not breach the grand array, while the other half remained vigilant against the Demon Flame sect's practitioners. After a moment of contemplation, Yan Jue of the Concealing Moon sect decisively declared, then leapt out of the array, first unleashing a pristine white sword that transformed into a white rainbow, intercepting a flying dagger and a spherical magical artifact. Upon hearing her command, the accompanying practitioners followed suit, releasing their respective magical artifacts to counter the majority of the incoming attacks. Han Li was naturally among them, deploying the well-practiced Golden Mantis Mother Blade, which formed a golden net that ensnared a green long spear-shaped artifact. Given that the owner of the targeted artifact was also at the nascent soul stage, the ensuing battle, though swirling with golden and green light, was relatively manageable for Han Li, allowing him to occasionally steal glances at the other skirmishes. The situation appeared manageable. Most of the practitioners on Han Li's side were merely at the Qi refinement stage, their artifacts significantly inferior, requiring the combined efforts of 5 or 6 to barely withstand a single nascent soul practitioner's assault. However, protected by the array, these practitioners could retreat into its safety at any moment during a crisis, thus no casualties had yet occurred. As for the other nascent soul practitioners, they, like Han Li, were engaged in lively duels, each confronting a yellow-robed adversary. This is the power of the 6 sects of the demon path. Han Li found it somewhat peculiar. If the enemies were indeed this weak, safeguarding the spiritual mind should pose no difficulty. While he pondered this, the red-clad figures of the demon flame sect finally meandered to the side of the Four Fiend formation. This prompted the still unengaged cultivators, including Lu Tianming, to watch them with heightened vigilance, while some younger disciples from the 7 factions exhibited a sense of eagerness. The red-clad individuals did not immediately join the fray. Instead, they formed an unusual formation among themselves. Following the command of one among them, each produced a large crimson banner emblazoned with a golden crow and radiant red light, unmistakably indicating that it was no ordinary artifact. This is bad. These individuals are the frenzied flame cultivators. They intend to unleash the Azure Sun demonic fire. We must thwart them. Upon seeing the calm demeanor of the red-clad figures, Lu Tianming felt a foreboding sensation creep into his heart. As they arranged themselves and unfurled the banners, he recalled the astonishing scene he had witnessed during the 6 Sects War, causing his complexion to pale as he shouted in alarm. Without a moment's hesitation, the cultivator from Spirit Beast Mountain surged out of the formation, hastily tossing a leather pouch from his waist, from which 2 several-foot-long flying centipedes emerged. These centipedes, adorned with menacing black and yellow stripes, sported a pair of translucent green wings, and, urged by Lu Tianming's urgent whistles, they charged ferociously towards the red-clad individuals. The other 7 faction cultivators, though unfamiliar with the terms Frenzied Flame Cultivators and Azure Sun Demonic Fire, recognized the gravity of the situation upon witnessing their leader, a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, turn pale. They did not hesitate to join the fray, especially the several Foundation establishment cultivators who closely followed Lu Tianming, their magical artifacts surging forward alongside the venomous centipedes. At that moment, more than a dozen members of the Demon Flame sect, still clutching their banners, chanted incantations without moving an inch, seemingly oblivious to the imminent attack. Much to the delight of Lu Tianming and his fellow cultivators, the first of the centipedes to reach the Demon Flame sect opened its massive jaws, ready to unleash a torrent of dark green poison. However, just then, an astonishing event unfolded. Before the toxic mist could escape, the centipede emitted several slender beams of silver light, and in an instant, its body shattered into fragments, falling to the ground. Before the astonished 7 faction cultivators could fully comprehend the situation, a similar spectacle occurred with the other centipede. This left Lu Tianming's face ashen. He quickly halted and summoned a small shield, raising it before him. The other cultivators behind him, equally alarmed, summoned various defensive artifacts and talismans, fearing they would meet the same fate as the centipedes. Yet, an even more outrageous occurrence transpired. Just as the magical artifacts that had followed the centipedes were about to strike, a flurry of fine silver threads materialized before them, ensnaring these artifacts completely, rendering them immobile. In this manner, the 7 cultivators who had just broken free from the Great Formation exchanged astonished glances, momentarily at a loss as to how to proceed. Quickly employ the spirit light technique. There are others before those robed in red. They have utilized some form of invisibility secret art, exclaimed a foundation-building cultivator who had similarly lost his magical artifact, his eyes flashing with blue light in alarm. This revelation enlightened the other cultivators. Yet only those at the foundation-building stage could wield the spirit light technique, leaving the Qi-refining cultivators to stare helplessly. Han Li, similarly using the spirit light technique, surveyed the scene before him. He had witnessed the previous events with astonishment. Now, prompted by the reminder, he scrutinized closely, and indeed, several indistinct white figures emerged before the flag-bearing disciples of the Demon Flame sect. These apparitions wielded slender weapons such as long swords in one hand, while with the other, they unleashed strands of silver threads to control the immobilized magical artifacts. At that moment, Upon discovering the white shadows, the cultivators, including Lu Tianming, unleashed a barrage of spells and magical artifacts against the apparitions. Yet, the white figures deftly deflected these attacks, as if they were impervious to harm, akin to entities of an indestructible nature. Fortunately, these white apparitions only utilized their weapons for swift slashing and the silver threads for control, allowing for a degree of safety if one was cautious to avoid close contact. Otherwise, the aggressor might find themselves in dire straits. What in the world are these? Han Li marveled. The figures were evidently not ordinary humans. Could they be some kind of refined spirits? As these thoughts crossed his mind, he casually directed the golden blades ahead. This nonchalant demeanor eventually provoked the middle-aged cultivator from the Heavenly Fiend sect, who, with a scowl, coordinated the entanglement of the green spear with Han Li's golden blades, silently retrieving a spinning white orb from his storage pouch. Upon its release, the orb swelled to the size of a house, hurtling menacingly toward Han Li. Despite being somewhat distracted, Han Li could not miss such a significant disturbance. Calmly, he executed a swift slash with one hand, sending forth a blue sword ray that cleaved through the orb and momentarily halted its advance. Subsequently, Han Li retrieved a pair of black dragon claws from his storage pouch, which he used to fortify against the impending orb, once again establishing a stalemate. This infuriated the Heavenly Fiend sect cultivator, yet he found himself at an impasse. Not good. Lu Tianming's anxious exclamation sent a shiver down Han Li's spine, prompting him to glance sideways once more. He beheld the robed figures halting their incantations, simultaneously raising their large flags toward the sky, where a faint azure flame flickered at the tips. Han Li's eyes widened as he fixated on the azure flames, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. As Lu Tianming realized the adversaries were on the verge of completing their incantations, his spirits sank further. However, the white figures before them were not easily overcome in the immediate future. Volume 3, Chapter 267, The Fury of Demonic Fire Retreat. Everyone, fall back to the Great Formation. Lu Tianming, witnessing the increasingly thick azure flames atop the great banners, suddenly shouted in alarm. Swiftly retracting his figure and hastening towards the rear of the formation, the cultivators beside him, instinctively responding to their leader's command, followed suit in retreat. Xuanla, observing this scenario, unhesitatingly issued the same order to withdraw. However, among the cultivators on Han Li's side, only a few who had maintained an advantageous position could extricate themselves at will, while the majority found themselves ensnared by their adversaries, unable to break free. Han Li's opponents, in a frenzied attempt, launched relentless assaults to restrain him. Yet, with a cold smirk, Han Li retracted his other magical artifacts, summoning the white scale shield, and deftly withstood the onslaught while returning to the formation. The disciples of the Tianshizong were left with begrudging expressions as they halted outside the array. Seeing that a significant portion of his team remained trapped outside the formation and the battle intensified, Xuanla recognized the perilous situation. He contemplated rushing out to assist. But as he moved, Lu Tianming seized him firmly. It is too late. The Qingyang demon fire has already been summoned, Lu Tianming declared, his complexion ashen. Hearing this, Han Li finally noticed that the red-clad figures wielding the banners had unleashed azure flames from the tips of their flags, each as thick as an arm. A dozen streams of azure fire ascended into the air, converging into a colossal sphere of azure flames, several meters in diameter, gently hovering and swaying, a sight most dazzling. What is this? Xuanla was momentarily stunned, about to voice his thoughts, but the subsequent actions of the red-clad figures rendered his expression exceedingly grim. They pointed their flag tips towards the 7 sect cultivators still ensnared outside the formation, and with a muffled roar, the immense fireball fragmented into over a dozen smaller fireballs, each several feet long, hurtling towards the cultivators. These azure fireballs raced forward with alarming speed, swiftly approaching the 7 sect cultivators. Most of these individuals had already sensed the imminent danger and instinctively employed various magical artifacts to intercept the azure fireballs, while a scant few resorted to talismans for offensive spells, all striving to extinguish the threat. Unfortunately, the azure flames, known as the Qingyang demon fire, were indeed terrifying. Regardless of whether they utilized magical artifacts or spell attacks, upon contact with the azure fireballs, they were as helpless as moths to a flame, silently disintegrating into nothingness. Witnessing this unfathomable scene, the cultivators turned pale as snow. Before they could fully comprehend the gravity of the situation, the fireballs struck simultaneously, annihilating their protective shields and barriers upon contact. The cultivators were instantaneously reduced to nothing under the inferno, leaving no trace in this world. The remaining cultivators, who had yet to be attacked, were left with no hesitation in the face of such horror. They risked severe injury from the Tianchizong cultivators or abandoned their entangled magical artifacts entirely, fleeing directly towards the Great Formation. Yet, in their panic, 2 or 3 perished beneath the onslaught of their foes' magical artifacts. Thus, upon the initial engagement between the 7 factions defending the spiritual mind and their adversaries, they suffered grievous losses, including nearly a dozen Qi refining disciples and 1 foundation establishment cultivator. The impact was indeed devastating. However, the might of the Qingyang demonic fire was far from limited to this. Under the manipulation of the crimson-clad individuals, these azure fireballs coalesced once more into a singular entity, transforming into a surge of azure flames that surged towards the 4 fiends formation. The countenance of all those hidden within the array changed drastically, panic spreading among the cultivators. Xian Lu, observing this, furrowed his brow and directly inquired of Lu Tianming, "Brother Lu, what exactly is the nature of this azure flame? How could a foundation establishment cultivator possibly unleash such terrifying true fire? Surely the restrictions of this array can withstand its assault?" Hearing the string of questions, Lu Tianming could not help but smile wryly. Yet, noticing the intense focus of the other cultivators upon him, he reluctantly explained, "To speak candidly, esteemed brothers, I have only encountered the terrifying Qingyang demonic fire on rare occasions during battles at the borders. As for whether it can breach the 4 fiends formation, I truly cannot speculate. However, I have heard from some elders that this demonic fire cannot be released casually. It demands that the fervent practitioners cultivate the Qingyang demonic fire technique, and each release comes at a cost to their own cultivation level. This is precisely why it is so formidable." Lu Tianming's words left Xian Lu and the other cultivators exchanging glances, their faces filled with dismay. At that moment, the azure flames finally collided with the array's 4-colored restrictions, producing a low, rumbling explosion that immediately captivated everyone's attention. The azure waves crashed continuously against the 4-colored barrier, causing it to ripple incessantly, yet it managed to stave off the horrific demonic flames, granting a momentary respite to the 7 factions cultivators within the formation. However, Han Li and the others could not relax for long, as their anxieties soon returned. With time slowly passing, the 4-colored barrier began to dim under the relentless assault of the azure flames, a clear indication that the formation was on the verge of collapse. While the crimson-clad individuals, drenched in sweat, vigorously waved their banners, it was evident they could continue to hold for a while longer. In light of this, all cultivators within the formation were fervently brainstorming strategies for retreat or escape, based on the circumstances of other spiritual minds under attack. Although the 7 faction cultivators captured by the demonic forces were not immediately slain, they would undoubtedly be swiftly transported behind enemy lines. No one could ascertain how they would be treated as prisoners by the demonic faction. Given the profound enmity between the 7 factions and the 6 sects of the demonic path, it was clear they would not be afforded any leniency, especially considering the adversaries' notorious proficiency in soul extraction and spirit refinement, which left the 7 faction cultivators in a state of great unease. Thus, the notion of surrender was hardly broached unless absolutely necessary. "I know of an underground passage that leads directly several dozen miles away. It should suffice for our escape," suddenly declared the elder Yu Xing, who had guarded this location for over a decade, his expression now serene. This revelation struck like a stone cast into calm waters, startling Xian Lu and the other cultivators initially, but soon igniting their excitement. "Elder Yu, is that truly the case? Splendid. At last, escape is within reach. Salvation has arrived." The once anxious cultivators of the 7 sects now wore expressions of renewed vigor, their spirits soaring with joy. Han Li, too, was filled with profound surprise. After all, he was equally powerless against those azure demonic flames. Even a desperate struggle seemed utterly futile. Holding back the excitement of Xian Lu and Lu Tianming, and after confirming the authenticity of the underground passage from Yu Xing, he issued the retreat command without any further hesitation. As for the spiritual stone mine, there was no cause for concern. The adversary would likely only obliterate the entrance, rendering the source of spiritual stones temporarily inaccessible. However, the spiritual stones within the mine were beyond the reach of the demonic practitioners. Even the mortal miners were typically spared from harm during such conflicts. Thus, their only task was to leave without a trace. And so, Han Li and the 50-odd cultivators stationed at the mine, under Yu Xing's guidance, ventured into a certain underground tunnel of the spiritual stone mine. Yet, the moment they entered the subterranean realm, a tremor coursed through the entire gorge. The Four Fiends formation has been breached, Xian Lu stated expressionlessly. Instantly, the pace of the cultivators quickened significantly. The tunnel was illuminated by the moonlight stones held by the cultivators, revealing that the uneven walls were entirely man-made, which astonished them. According to Yu Xing, this tunnel was originally a long vein of spiritual stones, unwittingly excavated by those collecting them, which led to the opening of another exit. Fortunately, the tunnel's considerable length allowed Yu Xing to remember it well. Otherwise, they would indeed have found themselves trapped today. Upon hearing this, the other cultivators nodded in agreement. However, at that moment, the tunnel suddenly shook violently, and with several thunderous roars, it began to collapse. Amidst the terrified gazes of the cultivators, countless mounds of earth and stone buried them beneath their weight, plunging the underground world into darkness once more. Several hours later, within a natural stone cavern underground, a large hole burst forth from the stone wall, and a lizard-like automaton leapt out, cautiously surveying its surroundings before darting back into the hole. After a brief interval, the lizard-like mechanism emerged again from the wall's opening, this time followed closely by a figure, none other than Han Li, who had narrowly escaped the cave-in. Standing upright, he surveyed his surroundings, a look of relief washing over his face, grateful to have survived the ordeal. Due to urgent matters, I must request a half-day leave. This afternoon, I have pressing issues to attend to and will only be able to update everyone with a chapter this evening. I sincerely hope for your understanding. Volume 3. Chapter 268. The White Spider. This is a sprawling stalactite cave. While its exact size remains uncertain, it certainly appears to be vast. After holding up a moonlight stone to examine the surroundings, Han Li reached this conclusion. As the tunnel collapsed and debris fell in an instant, Han Li swiftly deployed his protective shield. Although he became deeply buried under the ground amid a series of violent tremors, he at least managed to find a moment to breathe and gather his wits. However, the shifting terrain left him disoriented, rendering him unable to ascertain his location or direction. In desperation, he released several lizard puppets to dig in multiple directions simultaneously, hoping to discover a path to safety. At that moment, he deeply regretted not having learned the earth escape technique earlier. Otherwise, he could have effortlessly traversed through the soil with a mere flick of his wrist. Now, he was forced to follow the paths excavated by the puppets, inching forward cautiously. The notion of using magical artifacts to forge a way was but a fleeting thought. He would never actually resort to it. In a situation where he was unsure of his bearings, indiscriminately expending magical energy would be a foolish endeavor. Moreover, employing artifacts within the earth was exceedingly perilous. A single misstep could lead him back into a collapse. Thus, Han Li meticulously commanded a few puppets to explore a defined radius first, then selected the most promising direction to advance. After several tedious hours of crawling, he finally emerged into an unfamiliar stalactite cave, allowing the tension in his heart to dissolve completely. The sensation of surviving a calamity was indeed delightful. Han Li glanced back at the cave he had just crawled out of, aware that others might have also escaped with their lives during the tunnel's collapse. Yet, whether they could find a way out from the rubble remained uncertain. In a sealed environment, even foundation-building cultivators would struggle to endure for long, and disciples in the Qi refinement stage would likely face dire fates. Nevertheless, amidst his relief, Han Li was puzzled. How could a tunnel collapse and an earthquake occur so soon after their entry? Could it be the work of the demonic faction? He suspected this was highly likely. Above ground, the spirits of the earth, the demonic forces were wreaking havoc at the entrance of the spiritual mine, smashing everything within the cave to pieces with their artifacts. In the skies above the spiritual mine, an elder in a yellow robe lamented to a girl in red, "Junior Sister Lian, have you perhaps overreacted? Was it truly necessary to use a ground-shaking talisman for a mere pack of stray dogs? That is an exceedingly rare mid-tier talisman. Thinking you can escape from me, Lian Feihua, is far from easy," the girl in red retorted. Though the task of plundering this spiritual stone mine was merely an ancillary mission, The thought of them departing unscathed left her with an uncomfortable feeling. The elder in yellow found himself at a loss for words. To waste a rare talisman for such a reason seemed absurd. Yet, who could challenge the daughter of the demon flame sect's leader? Sighing, he decided it was best to refrain from meddling. Before long, the group of demonic cultivators, having thoroughly obliterated everything in the spiritual mind, departed and gradually vanished from sight. A day later, a massive medicinal herb cultivation estate, hidden far from that location, was ambushed by the same group. All the medicinal herbs destined for alchemical refinement have been completely plundered, with even the tender seedlings incinerated by the Azure Sun's demonic flames. This incident immediately seized the attention of the upper echelons of the seven sects. In comparison, the Spirit Stone mine where Hanli resided was merely a trivial matter, having suffered a surprise attack. After all, while the destruction of the mine could be rectified with time, the spirit herbs that were stolen and burned would not regrow for decades. Enraged, the leaders of the seven sects dispatched experts to pursue the culprits, only to be ambushed and suffer minor losses themselves. After enduring such setbacks, the seven sects naturally refused to remain silent. Feeling a resurgence of strength, they reignited the large-scale conflict with the six sects. Deep underground, Hanli furrowed his brow, finally identifying a cave entrance where a stream of air was flowing. He commanded his two puppet beasts to scout ahead while he followed closely behind. After traversing numerous caverns, the space of the stalactite cave expanded significantly, large enough to accommodate over 100 individuals without issue. The airflow also intensified, providing Hanli with some reassurance. For the presence of wind signified a passage to the surface. As Hanli stepped into a new cave, he unexpectedly encountered 6 or 7 individuals, including Xianlu, Lu Tianming, and even Zhongwu among them. They were momentarily taken aback upon seeing Han Li and his accompanying puppet beasts. However, just as Xianlu began to speak, a piercing scream echoed from another direction, causing all faces to shift in shock. Xianlu and Lu Tianming exchanged glances, disregarding any inquiries towards Han Li, and promptly hurried towards the source of the sound, employing every defensive spell and artifact available, with no one daring to be careless. Observing this, Hanli hesitated for a moment before ultimately retrieving his white phosphor shield and slowly following suit. He did not cast any defensive spells, but instead applied both lightness technique and wind control technique upon himself. He had always believed that in narrow spaces, speed was of greater importance than defense. After passing through 3 or 4 large caverns, they arrived in an even more expansive stalactite cave, where they were taken aback by the scene before them. In the center of the cave, a crystalline white spider, several meters long, was gnawing on a bloodied corpse with its enormous fangs. The tattered white garments on the corpse indicated that this individual was a disciple of the Concealed Moon sect who had escaped from being buried alive, with 3 or 4 damaged artifacts scattered nearby. However, what drew the most attention was the ancient hexagonal teleportation array nestled among piles of spirit stone or behind the spider. At one side of the array sat a 5-colored skeleton, levitating 3 feet off the ground in a meditative posture, holding a brilliant blue token that emitted a faint glow. "What is this?" a chi refining stage cultivator asked dryly, swallowing hard. It was unclear whether he was referring to the bizarre spider, the teleportation array, or the skeleton and token, and no one answered him. Perhaps his voice disturbed the spider, for the creature ceased its gnawing and lifted its head, regarding the group with a chilling gaze. This caused a shiver to run through Han Li and the other cultivators, who quickly assumed a defensive stance. However, the monstrous creature merely glanced at them for a moment before lowering its head to continue tearing at the corpse, completely disregarding the onlookers, which left everyone exchanging bewildered glances. One disciple from the Moon Concealing sect, perhaps moved by a sense of shared tragedy upon witnessing a fellow disciple meet their demise at the spider's jaws, suddenly raised a hand and unleashed a fire-red dart-shaped artifact, hurling it toward the spider. This reckless act startled the seasoned cultivators, including Lu Tianming, who inwardly chastised the impetuous disciple for their folly. With a sharp crack, the dart struck the spider's head, which had not even attempted to evade, only to rebound harmlessly, leaving no trace on the creature's exoskeleton, while the dart tip was left slightly bent. The eyes of the other cultivators nearly popped out in astonishment. The spider's exterior was astonishingly resilient, truly preposterous. Everyone attacked together. Xianlu glared fiercely at the rash disciple, but felt compelled to rally their forces. For the spider had ceased its feasting and was leisurely crawling toward them. At this command, over a dozen artifacts were summoned simultaneously, manifesting various formidable powers as they assaulted the gigantic spider. Han Li also summoned a golden blade. In an instant, the white spider was engulfed in a kaleidoscope of vibrant lights from the attacks, as though it were on the verge of being vanquished. However, after a cacophony of sounds, the brilliance of all the attacking artifacts rapidly diminished, with 5 or 6 of the lower-tier artifacts falling lifelessly to the ground. The cultivators, taken aback, instinctively retracted their artifacts to scrutinize the situation. The top-tier artifacts fared relatively well, sustaining no significant damage, while the higher-tier ones showed noticeable defects. And the fallen artifacts were undoubtedly of a much lower grade. As the white spider re-emerged, it bore no signs of injury and continued its slow approach toward them. Withdraw. Lu Tianming and Xian Lu exchanged glances and spoke in unison. Although they had considered the teleportation array and tokens, confronting such a beast head-on would entail a staggering cost, making a retreat to the surface far more prudent. At that moment, the white spider opened its mouth, and a torrent of milky liquid erupted toward the crowd. Having witnessed the creature's ferocity, no one dared to foolishly confront the unknown substance, and they all instinctively sidestepped. Not good. A sudden realization struck Han Li, prompting him to exclaim. The other cultivators paused, momentarily puzzled. The liquid abruptly transformed mid-air into a massive web, darting towards the cave entrance and adhering to it, effectively sealing off the very entry point through which they had arrived. The expressions of the other cultivators shifted dramatically as they realized that this cave appeared to have only this single entrance. Does it intend to ensnare us all? Zhongwu remarked, his face paling. Humph. Xian Lu remained silent, instead raising a hand as 7 or 8 fireballs erupted from his palm, aimed at the densely woven spider web. After a series of explosive impacts, the web remained unscathed, not even a hint of scorch marking its surface. This time, no one exhibited surprise. It was evident that they all anticipated the intricacies of the web would not be easily unraveled. In an instant, several legs of the white spider bent slightly before it exerted tremendous force, propelling its entire body directly toward Xuanla. Xuanla's expression darkened as he swiftly produced a yellow talisman and pressed it against the ground, causing it to silently merge into the earth. Instantly, a massive stone spike, several feet in diameter, surged upward from the ground not far ahead, accurately impaling the spider's abdomen as it leaped into the air, pinning it firmly against the cave's ceiling, rendering it momentarily immobile. Excellent! Lu Tianming exclaimed with elation upon witnessing this. He then hurled a dark green leather pouch, its opening precisely aimed at the spider clinging to the cave's apex, with a faint shimmer of light emanating from it. At that moment, the spider, ensnared at the top, emitted several hissing cries, its legs curling around the tip of the stone spike, and with a sudden exertion, it shattered the spike's top with a cacophony of sound, sending countless fragments cascading down. Finally liberated, the beast landed on the shattered top of the stone spike, its small eyes glimmering with a green light, seemingly enraged. It crouched, and then lunged once more towards the assembled cultivators. However, at that precise moment, a torrent of radiant light erupted from the summoned pouch, accurately enveloping the spider mid-air, and with the swiftness of lightning, it was retracted, causing the beast to shrink dramatically and be drawn into the pouch. The onlooking Han Li and others were taken aback. The spider appeared so formidable, yet it was captured with such ease, an unfathomable feat. Lu Tianming himself wore an expression of mixed astonishment and joy. Although his sun and moon pouch possessed immense power and had captured numerous beasts, the effortless manner in which this spider was ensnared truly astonished him. However, the surge of elation soon overwhelmed him. If he could tame such a creature, his strength would undoubtedly increase exponentially. With this thought, even Lu Tianming, typically composed, could not suppress his delight. He eagerly gestured toward the green pouch, which began to glide toward him amid the gazes of the others. The other cultivators, aware of what a living beast meant to the people of Spirit Beast Mountain, could not help but display expressions of envy. Yet, just as this sentiment began to surface, the flying pouch abruptly halted in midair, ceasing its movement. Lu Tianming's heart skipped a beat. He hastily attempted to summon it back forcefully, but after a few tremors, the pouch remained suspended. Observers around them sensed that something was amiss and grew cautious. The surface of the pouch began to warp and deform, as if the beast within was causing a ruckus. This strange phenomenon lasted only a fleeting moment before the pouch suddenly swelled. Then, With a resounding explosion, the pouch shattered into pieces, and the white spider burst forth, breaking free from the artifact and reverting to its original form. Once again liberated from its confinement, the beast succumbed to a palpable frenzy, its pristine white form gradually turning crimson, emanating a terrifying blood-red glow. Its mouth, filled with menacing fangs, ground incessantly, producing a chilling crunching sound. Observing this, Lu Tianming and his companions prudently retreated several paces, seeking to create distance before unleashing their magical artifacts. However, the blood-red spider swiped its claws with lightning speed, darting between the two most distant cultivators. In an instant, two beams of white light flashed, with two sickening thuds. The protective shields of the cultivators were shattered by the spider's forelegs, cleaving their bodies in twain, resulting in immediate death. One of the victims was the grotesque figure, Zhongwu, who had foolishly believed that retreating would afford him safety. Witnessing the gruesome demise of their peers and the spider's swift assault, the remaining cultivators, including Han Li, were engulfed in terror, hastily scattering in all directions, fearful of sharing the same fate. Yet, it was too late. The spider's body shimmered, transforming into a streak of bloodlight that lunged towards another cultivator from the Blade Transformation sect. The unfortunate individual, visibly pale, gritted his teeth and unleashed two black flying knives, propelling himself backward in a desperate bid for survival. However, the spider opened its maw, unleashing a torrent of viscous white liquid that rendered the knives utterly ineffective as they plummeted to the ground. In a swift motion, the spider lunged again, its jaws clamping down on the cultivator's head, blood gushing from the severed neck, spraying several feet high in a horrifying spectacle. The remaining onlookers, including Han Li, could no longer afford to hesitate. They hurled their talismans and artifacts in a frenzied assault. Yet, the now crimson spider moved like the wind, its agility rendering their efforts futile within the confines of the narrow cavern. In a mere moment, two more cultivators met their gruesome end beneath its fangs. Although one managed to deploy a colorful scarf as a shield, it offered little more than a fleeting respite before it shattered, leaving its bearer lifeless. The spider's claws and fangs were astonishingly sharp, surpassing the hardness of even the finest magical artifacts. At this juncture, only Lu Tianming, Xian Lu, and Han Li remained, their faces ashen with rage and despair. Had they been in an open area, these cultivators might not have perished so easily. After all, the ability to fly would have afforded them some measure of delay. With a resounding crash, the spider lunged at Lu Tianming, shattering his protective barrier with a single claw swipe aimed at cleaving him in two. Yet, an unexpectedly dark object manifested before him, intercepting the strike. This object, flat and round, resembled a diminutive shield, but upon closer inspection, its surface was marred with cracks, revealing itself to be an extraordinarily large turtle shell. The spider's claw left only a shallow cut on this formidable shield, astonishingly unharmed otherwise. Realizing its efforts had failed, the massive spider swiftly abandoned Lu Tianming, flashing towards Han Li with bloodlust in its eyes. However, Han Li, with an icy demeanor, swayed slightly before vanishing from sight, only to reappear several yards away, leaving the beast momentarily stunned and bewildered. However, with this slight delay, the small yellow bell summoned by Xian Lu finally caught up, its golden radiance flashing as it expanded to ensnare the beast once more, trapping it within. Following closely behind, Han Li's Wulong Do and a massive dark silhouette circled cautiously around the bell, wary of the beast's potential escape. You needn't worry. This sky-covering bell is infused with refined copper essence, ensuring it cannot escape, Xian Lu explained, visibly relaxing as he addressed Han Li and Lu Tianming. Upon hearing this, Han Li's expression softened, and he retracted the Wulong Do, seemingly reassured. Lu Tianming approached the copper bell, scrutinizing it for a moment before shaking his head uneasily. No, I remain unconvinced. Continue to contain the beast with the bell while I conjure a talisman to eliminate this fiend completely. Xian Lu furrowed his brow at this suggestion but said nothing, adopting an air of acquiescence. Meanwhile, Han Li glanced at the teleportation array and the token resting on the skeleton, deep in thought before settling into a meditative posture at a nearby empty space, as if leaving matters to the two of them. At that moment, Lu Tianming produced a shimmering azure talisman, cradling it in his hands as he slowly infused it with spiritual energy. Clearly, a cultivator at the late Foundation establishment stage had a much quicker method of utilizing talismans. In just a short while, He spread his hands apart, and a delicate azure measuring tool shot forth, swirling above his head. Is it ready? I shall release the beast. Xian Lu inquired, managing the small bell while feigning concern. Yes, you may peacefully meet your demise. This grand teleportation order shall belong to me, Lu Tianming declared, his eyes widening with malice. With a thunderous shout, the measuring tool erupted with countless rays of light, swiftly multiplying from 1 to 2, from 2 to 4, and then from 4 to 8, manifesting hundreds of identical measuring tools that buzzed ominously. Under Lu Tianming's command, the majority of the tools hurtled towards Xian Lu, while a smaller fraction targeted the meditating Han Li. Seeing this, Han Li's expression shifted slightly. He instinctively tightened his grip on his possession, his gaze fixed on the approaching talismans. In stark contrast, Xian Lu remained unfazed, treating the impending crisis with indifference. Observing their reactions, Lu Tianming's triumphant demeanor faltered, and as he realized the impending danger, he attempted to summon his protective shell. However, a sudden explosive sound erupted from the ground beneath him, and a streak of crimson light whizzed past. In an instant, Lu Tianming's body was cleaved in two, collapsing to the ground, while the red light halted a distance away, revealing the blood spider that had inexplicably broken free. There will be another chapter tonight, but it may take a while to write. You can check back tomorrow morning. Alas, unexpected matters have delayed my writing today. I must endure the night to finish. Chapter 270. Slaying Lu Tianming's demise caused the hundreds of measuring tools, now devoid of spiritual energy, to shatter into countless specks of azure light. They soon coalesced, revealing the talisman's original form, which gently descended between Han Li, Xian Lu, and the crimson spider. Xian Lu gazed expressionlessly at Han Li, remaining utterly motionless. Han Li cast a glance at the blood spider and then at Xian Lu, before silently raising his hand to summon a white-scaled shield. Simultaneously, 8 beams of white light illuminated around him, and 8 puppet beasts materialized at his side. Xian Li's expression finally shifted, and he raised a hand to recall a small yellow bell, casually remarking, I never imagined that Junior Brother Han would also excel in puppet arts. However, it seems your cultivation is still lacking. Do you truly believe these mere puppets can stand against me? Han Li, unfazed, coldly inquired, was the spider your deliberate ploy? Indeed, Xian Lu admitted readily, flipping his hand to reveal a red, cloak-like veil. Are you not afraid of inadvertently being slain by this beast? Han Li licked his parched lips and sneered. Huh, kill me? With this mere 4th-tier beast, which is only strong in brute force. Xian Lu scoffed, his face contorted in disdain. However, do enjoy your time with this crystal spider. I hope you manage to preserve your life. With that, he draped the veil over himself, and though he remained visible, all traces of his presence vanished in an instant. Han Li, taken aback, scrutinized the veil with keen interest. Meanwhile, Xian Lu, with a smile, slowly retreated to a corner of the cave, adopting an air of detachment. Han Li's thoughts raced, and he quickly deduced the veil's purpose, causing his expression to shift as he hastily turned his gaze toward the spider. The blood spider was now fixated on him, its fangs clicking ominously, regarding him as its prey. After a brief moment of contemplation, Han Li's figure flickered, and he darted toward the corner where Xian Lu had taken refuge. However, upon noticing Han Li's movement, the blood spider surged forward, its crimson aura intensifying. Yet, the prepared puppet beasts unleashed a barrage of fleeting beams from their mouths, striking the blood spider and sending it tumbling several times, momentarily hindering its pursuit of Han Li. Witnessing Han Li charging towards him, Xian Li's heart raced. He was well aware of Han Li's lightning-fast agility and dared not allow him to approach freely. Without hesitation, he hurled the small bell toward Han Li, simultaneously emanating a brilliant light as a fire-red leather armor materialized around him. The veil, having lost its efficacy, was swiftly retracted. As the immense bell descended upon him, Han Li raised his hand, producing a small mirror. A stream of azure light shot forth, instantly reverting the enlarging bell to its original form, suspending it in midair. The Qingming mirror, Xian Lu exclaimed, recognizing the renowned artifact from their sect. Panic ensued as he realized that he had underestimated Han Li. He had thought the bell would at least buy him some time, yet Han Li continued his relentless advance without pause. How could he not become flustered? Fortunately, the opponent remained over 10 zhong away. Xian Lu swiftly hurled a talisman of the ice rain technique he had just drawn, which transformed into a myriad of icy spikes that surged forth. He believed that if Han Li attempted to block with his white shield, his agility would undoubtedly be hindered, allowing him to unleash a formidable weapon he had recently acquired. Upon witnessing the barrage of ice spikes, a glint of cold light flickered in Han Li's eyes. Unexpectedly, he waved his small shield, retracting it into his storage pouch, and his figure suddenly accelerated, twisting and contorting in an enigmatic manner as he darted through the onslaught of icy projectiles unscathed. Xian Li's calm demeanor evaporated entirely, his face turning an ashen hue. As Han Li appeared before him in the blink of an eye, he had no choice but to forego activating any artifacts. Instead, he channeled all his spiritual energy into his crimson armor, hoping to withstand the imminent peril through the formidable defenses it provided. Han Li observed the armor radiating a brilliant light, and a surge of murderous intent welled up within him. Opening his mouth, he unleashed a dark, pointed object that erupted unexpectedly from his lips, piercing through the opponent's armor with a chilling shriek and producing a thunderous explosion. In an instant, a massive azure sword aura materialized, and with a swift movement, Han Li positioned himself behind Xian Lu. Xian Lu stood dazed, his fiery armor now marred by a fist-sized breach at the chest, rendering it utterly ineffective. Without warning, his head toppled down. Han Li had severed it with the azure sword's brilliance after breaching the armor. Naturally, he seized the storage pouch at Xian Li's waist as well. Gazing at the pouch in his hand, Han Li felt an indescribable sensation. A late-stage foundation-building cultivator had been so easily vanquished, likely in disbelief at the moment of his demise. Yet Han Li understood that the reason for this outcome lay in the element of surprise and the constraints of the narrow terrain. In a typical aerial battle among cultivators, his opponent would never have granted him the opportunity to close the distance. At a distance of several dozen zhang, coupled with the aid of flying artifacts, the opponent's speed would not have paled in comparison to his own ultimate agility. Moreover, to shatter the opponent's armor, he had resorted to a disposable self-destruct artifact crafted from the horn of a young ink serpent, resulting in a mutual destruction with the armor. The shopkeeper who had forged the artifact lamented that had the ink serpent's horn matured for another 20 to 30 years, it could have been fashioned into an exceptionally powerful artifact rather than being relegated to a consumable due to its fragile quality. However, in retrospect, utilizing it to eliminate a late-stage foundation-building cultivator proved to be exceedingly worthwhile. Just after Han Li stowed away the azure condensing mirror and the opponent's small bell, a series of explosive sounds erupted behind him, causing him to momentarily halt. Without hesitation, he tapped his storage pouch, summoning several second-tier puppet beasts from his pocket realm. Meanwhile, the original 8 had been overwhelmed by the blood spider, reduced to fragments amidst the chaos of biting and slicing. At this moment, the blood spider turned back and charged once more at Han Li. With a swift motion, Han Li raised his hand, causing a pair of black dragons to suddenly enlarge, intercepting the massive spider midair. Following this, the puppeteer's beam of light unleashed a relentless barrage upon the beast's crimson form, finally pinning it down in a specific location, rendering it unable to advance. In a moment of desperation, the blood spider spewed forth several strands of webbing, but Han Li, recognizing the beast's tactic, deftly evaded the attack. As for the puppeteer, it was momentarily ensnared by the silken threads, but Han Li promptly stored it away in his pouch, replacing it without delaying the ongoing assault. However, Han Li soon reconsidered his intention to summon a talisman to eliminate the creature. After all, confronting the spider's webs with shields and artifacts was an unwise course of action. Resigned, he sighed and maintained his relentless assault on the spider, not daring to let his guard down. After a quarter of an hour, as Han Li had anticipated, the crimson hue of the spider began to fade, and its exoskeleton displayed pockmarked wounds, clearly indicating that the beast's true essence was waning, unable to sustain its defenses. As a smile crept onto Han Li's face, the spider seemed to sense its impending doom, attempting several times to escape Han Li's onslaught towards the cave entrance. Yet, it was driven back by the rapid beams from the puppets, ultimately succumbing to being trapped and suffocated in that very spot. When the spider's last vestige of true essence was exhausted, it curled into a ball, devoid of any power to retaliate. Han Li, wielding the exceptionally sharp silver radiance sword, stepped forward and swiftly decapitated the spider. Indeed, although the creature's exoskeleton was formidable, without a magical shield, it was effortlessly pierced by the silver blade. Subsequently, Han Li sat down on the ground nearby, momentarily lost in thought. After a while, he surveyed the numerous fallen cultivators around him, feeling for the first time the fragility of a cultivator's life, which stirred a sense of sorrow within him. Perhaps one day, he too would meet his end at the hands of another cultivator or be devoured by some beast. Once he had rested sufficiently, Han Li first retrieved the small talisman, then meticulously searched through the storage pouches of each corpse. Finally, he cautiously approached the teleportation array, his gaze flickering uncertainly over the 5-colored skeleton and the token it held. The Grand Teleportation Token. This was how Lu Tianming referred to this token. Han Li pondered, deep in thought. The term Grand Teleportation Token was unfamiliar to Han Li. However, witnessing Lu Tianming and Xian Li's unhesitating actions to eliminate others for it, he understood its rarity. Yet, faced with the peculiar form of the 5-colored skeleton, Han Li dared not act recklessly. He withdrew a golden blade and cautiously touched the skeleton, ensuring there was no reaction before feeling reassured enough to approach and examine the token closely. The token was a brilliant blue, emanating a soft glow. From its ancient patterns and the inscriptions of archaic script upon it, it was evidently a relic from a bygone era. In other respects, Han Li did not sense anything unusual, and the spiritual power contained within was not particularly high. After a moment of contemplation, he extended the golden blade in his hand and gently prodded the token, which easily fell into his grasp. Upon squeezing it with his fingers, he discovered that it was not the metallic texture he had anticipated. Instead, it possessed a peculiar softness intermingled with hardness, reminiscent of a certain type of wood. After toying with it for a while, he attempted to infuse some spiritual power into it. However, an overwhelming force of attraction emanated from the token, causing a significant amount of his internal spiritual energy to surge outward, startling Han Li into quickly severing the flow, which subsequently dissipated the pull. Having learned his lesson, Han Li refrained from further reckless experimentation, carefully stowing the token into his storage bag. He then circled the enigmatic teleportation array several times, deeply intrigued by its potential destinations. Naturally, he was not foolish enough to attempt using it, and even if he had harbored such an impulsive thought, he could not have done so, as one corner of the array was damaged. Although the destruction was minimal, it was sufficient to render the array inoperative. Han Li blinked and suddenly produced a jade slip. Beginning to replicate the design and patterns of the teleportation array, preparing to consult others about the possibility of its restoration. He was filled with anticipation. After completing this task, Han Li scoured the vast cavern for any overlooked items. Ultimately, behind a stout stone pillar, he discovered 2 crystal-clear orbs, each roughly the size of a fist. Upon sighting them, Han Li was exceedingly delighted, instantly recognizing them as the eggs of the spider demon beast. Having personally encountered the creature's formidable prowess, he could not afford to let this opportunity slip by. He promptly retrieved a special bag from the storage of a spirit beast cultivator and carefully placed the spider eggs inside before securing them at his waist. With this newfound treasure, Han Li meticulously searched the remaining areas, but unfortunately, no further discoveries awaited him. Nevertheless, feeling thoroughly satisfied, he returned to the corpse of the white spider and unceremoniously dismembered it, storing the parts in his bag. He then incinerated the bodies of Xian Lu, Lu Tianming, and others into ash with fireballs, burying them on the spot. Upon encountering the multicolored bones, Han Li casually cast several small fireballs upon them, intending to incinerate them as well. To his astonishment, after the flames subsided, 7 or 8 small, colorful beads formed from the remains, prompting both surprise and curiosity as he carefully collected them. As Han Li prepared to depart, he sought to obscure the teleportation array from potential discovery by others. Thus, upon exiting the cavern, he obliterated the entrance with the radiance of the Qingyuan's sword, effectively sealing it. However, he did leave some subtle markers nearby for future reference. Subsequently, following the direction of the airflow in the stalactite cave, he discovered an exceedingly concealed exit after several hours, finally stepping onto the surface. Fearing that the group of demonic practitioners might still be lurking in the vicinity, Han Li wasted no time in boarding his divine wind vessel and hastily soared towards Taiyu Mountain. After several uneventful days, he returned to Huangfeng Valley. After sharing his trimmed-down experiences with the rotating steward at the door, he returned to his cave residence to await further instructions. At this moment, he became aware that the second round of the great battle had commenced. Initially, with robust support from the 2 other nations, the 7 sects appeared to have the upper hand against the 6 clans, which alleviated the atmosphere within Huangfeng Valley significantly, dispelling the initial sense of despair that had pervaded the onset of the conflict. Upon returning, Han Li was relieved to find everything in his cave unchanged. Although it was not particularly wise to return to the sect at this juncture, likely resulting in being conscripted, he understood that the 7 sects were dealing harshly with any disciples who attempted to shirk their duties under the pretense of avoiding tasks. Punishments were severe, ranging from fines of spirit stones to the potential forfeiture of one's cultivation abilities, showing no mercy whatsoever. Rumors circulated that nearly 100 individuals within the 7 sects had already faced varying degrees of punishment. Furthermore, any disciples without active tasks or those who had completed their assignments were mandated to report back to their sects within a stipulated time frame. Failing to provide a valid excuse for tardiness would result in penalties. The consequences of outright evasion or fleeing to other nations would be even more dire, subjecting one to a lifetime of pursuit by the enforcement teams of the 7 sects. As long as the sects existed, the hunt would never cease. Han Li, reluctant to abandon Huangfeng Valley and flee from the kingdom of Yu, resolved to obediently await further orders. In fact, he surmised that with both the demonic and righteous paths expanding simultaneously, tranquility would be a scarce commodity in the entire southern region of Tian. The various realms of cultivation would inevitably become embroiled in conflict. It was merely a matter of time. Given this reality, he deemed it preferable to remain within Yu. For home is difficult to forsake. The first order of business upon returning to his cave was to immerse the pair of spider eggs in the spirit eye spring, allowing the spiritual energy to nurture their hatching. Subsequently, he hastened to enter seclusion for 2 days, ultimately mastering the first layer of the Great Yin technique. Remarkably, coinciding with this achievement, the Qingyuan sword technique, which had seen little progress for a considerable time, unexpectedly advanced to the 5th layer, elevating Han Li to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Overjoyed by this development, Han Li recognized that with each incremental enhancement to his cultivation, his prospects for survival amidst the chaos grew correspondingly brighter. However, he found it rather perplexing that, after several days, the sect had yet to assign him any tasks, a situation that stirred unease within him. Based on his experience, the more unusual the circumstances, the greater the potential for trouble and peril. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that in the current climate of strife with the 6 paths, no task could be deemed entirely safe. Even guarding a spirit stone mine could spell disaster, rendering any assignment moot. With this line of thought, Han Li restored his tranquil mindset and seized the brief respite to investigate the nature of the great teleportation token. As for his master, Li Huayuan, and Hong Fu, there was no need to elaborate on Dong Xinier's circumstances, as they were already occupied with their own tasks, being cultivators at the core formation stage, and were not present within the sect. Within the Celestial Knowledge Pavilion of Huangfeng Valley, after 2 days of extensive searching, Han Li finally unearthed a brief introduction to the Great Teleportation Token in a tome titled The Secrets of the Cave. According to the text, this resplendent blue token was an essential artifact for ancient cultivators when performing long-distance teleportation. Without it, the safety of the teleportation could not be assured. Only with the Great Teleportation Order can ancient cultivators avoid being crushed to death by the spatial pressure generated during long-distance teleportation. In contrast, short-range teleportation renders such pressure negligible. For instance, when using the small teleportation array inside and outside the Yulu Hall, Han Li felt no discomfort whatsoever. However, the text does not elaborate on how the Great Teleportation Order ensures the safety of the teleporter, nor does it provide the methods for crafting this order, which have long been lost amidst the upheavals of the ancient cultivation world. The existing Great Teleportation Orders have gradually faded into obscurity, becoming mere legends, with no accounts of anyone possessing such an item today. Nevertheless, this is of little consequence to the current cultivation world, as the ancient teleportation arrays had already become mythical long before. While it is uncertain whether any remain hidden in remote locations or within the confines of certain sects or families, it is widely acknowledged that the furthest teleportation arrays that can be constructed today extend merely 100 miles, a far cry from the ancient arrays that spanned millions of miles. Even so, the exorbitant cost of constructing a teleportation array means that a single sect or family can afford at most 3 or 4, as any more would cause considerable financial strain. Upon grasping the purpose of the Great Teleportation Order, Han Li's first thought was whether the underground teleportation array could indeed be an ancient one. This conjecture made his heart race with excitement, as he realized the high probability of its truth. If that were the case, possessing the great teleportation order and restoring the array would allow him to reach a destination at least millions of miles away. He could then avoid the turmoil involving the 7 sects and 6 clans, seeking a new sanctuary to continue his cultivation. With this thought in mind, Han Li could no longer contain his eagerness. He began to search for books related to ancient teleportation arrays, hoping to discover methods to restore the underground array. Han Li spent several days in the Tianji Pavilion, which housed a plethora of books. Although he perused numerous tomes on formations, he found no information regarding the ancient teleportation array, leaving him greatly disappointed. At that moment, he recalled someone who might assist him in restoring the array, Qi Yinxiao, with whom he had made a pact years prior. Given that Qi's friend was an expert in the inverted 5 elements formation, it was reasonable to assume he possessed knowledge of other formations as well. Since the ancient teleportation array could be classified as a type of formation, it was conceivable that this friend might be able to restore it. As Han Li contemplated this, he felt a surge of hope. He calculated the time, realizing that the day they had agreed to meet again was approaching swiftly. However, tasks are constantly being assigned within the gates, making it impossible for him to seek out the other party immediately. It seems he must devise another approach later. After some contemplation, Han Li felt a wave of despondency wash over him, losing interest in perusing the array books, and he exited the Tianji Pavilion, returning to his cave dwelling. Upon his return, Han Li noticed that the spider eggs appeared to have grown significantly. It seems the Spirit Eye Spring is indeed effective in accelerating their hatching. Observing this, Han Li promptly drew a simple spirit control formation, a fundamental technique for cultivators to manage the eggs of demonic beasts. He then dripped several drops of his essence blood into the formation and placed the spider eggs within. Once the formation activated, the 2 white eggs absorbed all the essence blood, after which he returned the eggs to the spirit spring. Just as Han Li completed this task, he received a flying talisman summoning him to the discussion hall for an urgent gathering. A shiver ran down his spine, for he understood that the mission had finally arrived. At the main battlefield between the 7 sects and the 6 clans, at the border of the kingdom of Yu and the cavalry kingdom, amidst a cluster of chaotic rocks, Han Li commanded 2 black lights transformed from his wulong, along with several golden blades, relentlessly attacking a nascent foundation disciple from the ghost spirit sect, encircling him in a flurry of assaults. Although the opponent was shrouded in a swirling black mist, exuding an ominous aura, and several skulls were ominously rattling nearby, Han Li quickly discerned a flaw amidst the tempestuous onslaught of his 2 magical artifacts, ultimately cleaving the foe into multiple segments. With practiced ease, Han Li seized the storage bag from his opponent and vanished into the vast desolation. He had already garnered some spoils, and with nightfall approaching, it was customary for the demonic sects and the golden core cultivators of the 7 sects to engage in battle. The thought of being inadvertently caught up in such a conflict sent a chill through him. What a tragic fate that would be. Recalling the fierce clashes he had previously witnessed among golden core cultivators filled him with dread. The last time, during the duel between the Transformation Blade Cave and the Spirit Control sect, the chaos had been so overwhelming that he had nearly been swept into the fray from miles away. Since that incident, whenever twilight approached, he would return early, even if it meant returning empty-handed. A year prior, he had been tasked with escorting a batch of spirit stones to this location, and had subsequently been left behind, becoming an advanced pawn for the 7 sects. He had participated in several large-scale battles involving thousands, and encounters like the recent one in the heart of Jinggu Yuan with scattered enemies had become commonplace. Strangely enough, since the second wave of the grand battle concluded in a stalemate between the demonic sects and the 7 sects, both sides had gradually established a peculiar pattern of large skirmishes every month, with daily exchanges of minor conflicts. The so-called large skirmishes involved both sides dispatching thousands of cultivators to engage in combat, while the minor skirmishes consisted of certain cultivators sent out, either in small groups or individually, to hunt down opposing cultivators at the center of Jinggu Yuan. The large skirmishes, while lively, resulted in relatively few casualties, as unless one was truly intent on fighting to the death, neither side could easily harm the other once their protective barriers were established. The minor skirmishes, however, unfolded with the nascent foundation and golden core cultivators. As their disparities in strength led to an unspoken agreement to allow the hours from dawn until dusk for the nascent foundation cultivators to engage in mutual slaughter. As nightfall descends, the formidable cultivators of the foundation establishment stage emerge for an epic confrontation. In one-on-one duels among these adept practitioners, vanquishing an opponent is a feasible endeavor. Even inflicting grave injuries is within reach. However, claiming a life proves considerably more challenging. After all, a foundation establishment cultivator, when fully intent on escape, possesses astonishing speed. Consequently, after a year of conflict, both factions have suffered the loss of hundreds among their foundation establishment practitioners, yet none among the nascent soul cultivators have perished, leaving the leaders of both sides feeling a profound sense of loss and frustration. In contrast, the Qi refinement cultivators, due to their limited powers, serve merely as reserve forces, remaining remarkably intact. Nonetheless, the relentless skirmishes and ongoing assaults over the past year have left the disciples from the 6 sects and 7 factions utterly exhausted. While both sides strive to weaken one another's strength, they are simultaneously amassing their own power, fully aware that the moment of decisive battle draws near. Han Li, piloting his divine wind boat, arrived at his faction's encampment after an hour's journey. Scattered across the area, a variety of wooden and stone huts emerged, shrouded within the restrictions of the protective formation, arranged in a haphazard manner devoid of any discernible pattern. These temporary abodes were hastily constructed by the arriving cultivators utilizing wood or earth-based techniques, delineated by sect boundaries. Han Li first made his way to his own modest stone dwelling. After securing the door, he employed a set of minor ceiling formation flags to temporarily close off the hut. Subsequently, he emptied the contents of his recently acquired storage pouch onto the floor and began to sift through the items. Once again, he found an abundance of skulls and small banners. These eerie artifacts, aside from being useful to the ghostly spirit sect, seemed to hold little value. They would have to be exchanged for materials. This sword is quite impressive. I shall keep it as a reserve. After a brief soliloquy amidst the pile of items, Han Li swiftly set aside the useful magical tools and objects, placing the worthless and unusable items into a separate storage pouch. With the new pouch in hand, Han Li removed the formation flags and stepped out of his abode. After navigating a series of turns, he approached the most conspicuous hut within the cluster. This wooden structure spanned an impressive 50 to 60 yards, its exterior adorned in a resplendent golden hue, glimmering under the setting sun as if crafted from pure gold. Without hesitation, Han Li pushed open the door, entering a bustling interior filled with dozens of cultivators engaged in lively trade. While many others haggled with vendors or examined the wares on display, Han Li quickly made his way to several stalls, transforming the contents of his storage pouch into numerous spiritual stones. After dispersing his items, he found himself in possession of nearly 100 spiritual stones. Ignoring the others, he hurried toward the largest stall in the room. This particular stall extended 7 to 8 yards in length, nearly 3 to 4 times the size of the others, and was manned by a plump cultivator at the mid-foundation stage. Without uttering a word, Han Li tossed the storage pouch filled with spiritual stones to the rotund vendor, stating bluntly, "Brother Chun, I have gathered 500 spiritual stones for that dragon's whisper grass." So it's Brother Han. Truly impressive. You've managed to amass spiritual stones so quickly. Let me take a look. Upon encountering Han Li, the stout man immediately wore a beaming smile. With his chubby hands, he eagerly grasped the storage pouch, immersing himself in its contents to sense the number of spirit stones within. Indeed, splendid. A total of 500 spirit stones. This is the dragon chanting grass. I shall store it carefully. Chun, the stout man, beamed with delight as he produced a jade box from his person and handed it to Han Li. Han Li accepted the small box, opened its lid for a brief glance, and nodded in satisfaction before placing it away. With a hint of anticipation, he continued, "Is there still no news regarding the pill formula I entrusted to you last time? I assure you, I can offer a little more for it. My dear brother, that formula is indeed a rare treasure. While some foundation establishment cultivators may possess a few, they are cherished beyond measure. Who would dare to sell them?" Chun lamented. "Moreover, you seek a formula useful for foundation establishment, which complicates matters even further. I have done my utmost. If I cannot procure it, then it is simply beyond my reach." Listening to Chun's grievances, Han Li felt a tinge of disappointment but maintained a calm smile, replying, "It's quite all right. If it cannot be found, then so be it. I am still grateful to Brother Chun for acquiring the 2 formulas for me. Chen chuckled at this. Those 2 are nearly useless formulas that have been collecting dust in my possession for many years. I was genuinely surprised you wanted them. However, for you to take them back for experimentation and refinement is no small feat, as it demands considerable time and effort, perhaps even several generations to perfect. As Chen spoke, he became somewhat reflective. Han Li, upon hearing this, smiled faintly but remained silent. Ever since settling here and discovering the temporary trading post within the camp, he was astonished to find an array of rare items that were unattainable in the market, from medicinal herbs to magical artifacts and techniques, nearly everything one could desire. The materials required for the gathering spirit pill were readily available at the trading post, and with a little prompting, he could rapidly enhance his magical prowess. Furthermore, he had acquired 2 coveted ancient formulas from the stout man for merely 1,000 spirit stones, which filled Han Li with unrestrained joy. After thoroughly depleting his spirit stones, Han Li had gathered most of the materials needed for the new ancient formula. For the remaining few, he resolutely decided to sell 2 400-year-old herbs, and thus he would need to undertake more missions to hunt demonic cultivators. This would not only yield a substantial reward in spirit stones, but also provide more treasures from the enemy's storage pouches to exchange for even more spirit stones. Armed with several talismans and the might of the Great Transformation technique, even if Han Li encountered late-stage Foundation cultivators, he could manage to escape unscathed. Likewise, if early to mid-stage demonic cultivators crossed paths with Han Li, they would stand no chance against him. Of course, individuals as formidable as the Ghost Spirit Sect's young master would hardly engage in such skirmishes. Thus, over the course of a year, Han Li gained a modest reputation among the Foundation cultivators of the 7 sects. Everyone is aware that a formidable figure has emerged in Huangfeng Valley. Despite merely being at the mid-foundation stage of cultivation, he has astonishingly taken down over 10 practitioners of the demonic path and retreated unscathed, which is nothing short of remarkable. After gathering the remaining materials from the ancient method with the spirit stones he acquired, Han Li learned that other sects also possessed similar trading posts. He entrusted the corpulent Chun to keep an eye out for any alchemical formulas, but it appears that there is little hope of success now. Just as Han Li was about to bid farewell, a fragrant breeze wafted past him. Turning in surprise, he beheld a strikingly beautiful female cultivator approaching. Upon recognizing her enchanting visage and voluptuous figure, Han Li's outward demeanor remained composed, yet his heart stirred with unease. It was none other than his acquaintance, Chen Shimi, with whom he had shared an intimate moment. The memories of that passionate night ignited an unusual sensation within him. It had been quite some time since they last met after their separation in the forbidden area, and he was unsure when she had arrived here. Uncle Wu, here is the item you requested. Chen Shimi assessed Han Li with a fleeting look of surprise before stepping forward to present a storage bag to Chun. Haha. Xiao Qian, my dear niece, your timing is impeccable. We have been eagerly awaiting this shipment. Chun, upon seeing her, beamed with delight, his flesh quivering with joy. Uncle Wu? Han Li was taken aback for a moment by this unexpected address. He never imagined that this rotund acquaintance, whom he had known for over half a year, was actually Chen Shimi's elder. Given his mid-foundation stage cultivation, it was evident that he held a significant position within the Chen family. After a brief glance at Han Li, Chen Shimi's demeanor turned cold, and she no longer cast a glance in his direction, leaving Han Li feeling somewhat unsettled. Brother Chen, I shall take my leave now. I shall return another time. He expressed his desire to depart politely and turned to exit the trading post. At that moment, Chen Xiao Qian finally cast a cold glance at Han Li's retreating figure and furrowed her brows, inquiring of Chun, who was examining the storage bag. Uncle Wu, was that timid fellow here to purchase something from you? Timid fellow? Chen was momentarily taken aback by her words. Yes, the one who was just standing here. You mean Han Li? Chen blinked in disbelief, his expression reflecting incredulity. Indeed, is there something amiss? Chen Xiaoqian asked, puzzled. During their excursion to the forbidden area, Han Li had not left a favorable impression on Chen Shimi, who regarded him as nothing more than a lucky opportunist avoiding conflict. After a moment of silence, Chen sighed. Adopting a peculiar tone, Xiao Qian, since you are new here, there are some things you may not yet comprehend. While I am uncertain why you perceive him as timid, your fellow sect member has quite a reputation here. He has single-handedly vanquished over 10 foundation stage practitioners, and he is certainly no ordinary individual. I am even considering recommending him to the clan leader after this battle concludes. Gaining his allegiance would be a significant advantage. He has defeated over 10 foundation stage practitioners. Upon hearing those words, Chen Shimi's indifferent visage betrayed an expression of astonishment, as she found it difficult to believe the utterance that had reached her ears. She instinctively gazed vacantly towards the entrance of the trading hall, but at that moment, Han Li had already exited the building. Once outside, Han Li pondered briefly before making his way to the residence of his master, Li Huayuan, intending to extend his customary salutations and fulfill the obligations of a disciple. As a cultivator at the core formation stage, Li Huayuan's abode was certainly not comparable to that of ordinary practitioners. He resided in a remarkably comfortable house located at the heart of a grand formation, accompanied by his young wife, the matron of the household. Speaking of Han Li's 7 senior brothers, aside from the eldest brother who remained at the Green Wave Cave, the others were occupied with various missions and were not present. Only Han Li and his 4th senior brother, Song Ming, remained in this locale. On the very first day of his arrival, when Han Li went to pay his respects to Li Huayuan, his mid-foundation cultivation level astonished his master, who was greatly surprised. After all, it had only been a few years since Han Li had successfully attained the foundation stage. Typically, even exceptionally gifted cultivators require over a decade to advance from the initial to the mid-stage. Han Li's remarkable progress naturally piqued Li Huayuan's curiosity. After inspecting Han Li's physique without discovering any anomalies, he inquired about the rapid growth of his cultivation. Han Li, however, refrained from revealing the truth, instead feigning ignorance, which left Li Huayuan somewhat vexed before he ultimately dismissed the matter. Given the imminent threat they faced, there was little inclination to invest excessive time on such inquiries. Both Li Huayuan and Hong Fu were already aware of the Yin family's betrayal and Dong Xianier's perilous situation. While they were exceedingly irate, they did not overly reproach Han Li, recognizing that it was already a remarkable feat for him to have escaped with his life, considering the strength of their adversaries. As Han Li contemplated this, he soon found himself at the threshold of Li Huayuan's residence. To his surprise, his 4th senior brother, Song Ming, stood outside with his arms crossed, exuding an unusual vigor, resembling a sentinel on watch. Upon spotting Han Li, a smile crept across Song Ming's face as he spoke in a deep voice. "Junior brother Han, have you come to pay your respects to master again?" Han Li responded with a light chuckle and an affirmative nod. Since Han Li had gained notoriety, Song Ming had insisted on engaging in a friendly contest in secluded areas. Although Han Li had narrowly triumphed using his sharp magical artifact, they gradually forged a rapport, sharing laughter and camaraderie as brothers. "Junior brother Han, master is currently discussing matters with several guests. Please wait outside for a while," Song Ming explained cheerfully. "By the way, I have made some progress with my cultivation technique recently. How about we spar a bit later?" However, this proposition caused Han Li considerable apprehension. Ever since Song Ming had faced defeat at his hands, he had persistently sought opportunities to spar with Han Li. Yet, Han Li was reluctant to expose his true capabilities, steadfastly declining the invitation. Had they been in Huangfeng Valley, Song Ming would not have been so easily deterred. Fortunately, in this location, numerous formidable practitioners existed, providing ample competition. After several attempts to entice Han Li proved fruitless, Song Ming, unable to contain his impatience, sought companionship elsewhere. At last, Han Li let out a sigh of relief. Thus, upon hearing the final words from the other party, he managed a bitter smile, realizing that he could not casually interject. However, his curiosity was piqued by the guests accompanying Li Huayuan. After all, being referenced with the term discussed by Song Ming indicated that the individuals within were most likely cultivators at the core formation stage. Just as he contemplated extracting some information from Song Ming, the tightly shut doors suddenly swung open, revealing several male and female cultivators stepping out. Li Huayuan and his wife followed closely behind, offering respectful farewells. Indeed, they were all cultivators at the core formation stage. Han Li observed keenly, noting that the 4 men and 3 women possessed unfathomable depths of cultivation. He and Song Ming dared not obstruct their path, hastily stepping aside to stand in silence. Li Huayuan noticed Han Li at a glance, offering a faint smile before disregarding him. The other cultivators also caught sight of Han Li, but most merely glanced past him. As a mid-foundation establishment cultivator held little significance for them. However, one tall, exquisitely formed female cultivator, her face concealed by a veil, suddenly halted in her tracks after casting a swift glance at Han Li. A flicker of an enigmatic expression crossed her bright autumn-like eyes. Had Fairy Nangong ever encountered a mediocre disciple? The other cultivators, noticing the unusual reaction from this female cultivator, exchanged looks of mild surprise, prompting Li Huayuan to voice his confusion. The mention of Fairy Nangong sent a shiver through Han Li, akin to an assortment of flavors flooding his senses. Though he managed to maintain a composed visage, he could not resist stealing a glance at the female cultivator. Chapter 274. The appointment not at all. It merely reminds me of an old friend I haven't seen in a long time, responded Fairy Nangong, the unusual glint in her eyes dissipating, returning to her typically frosty demeanor. This statement left Han Li feeling a pang of bitterness in his heart. Oh, how coincidental, Li Huayuan remarked with a smile, casting a renewed appraisal of Han Li. Yet, Han Li's expression remained as tranquil as water, betraying no sign of disturbance. The other cultivators exchanged glances, their expressions revealing an understanding, yet the degree to which they believed her words was known only to the heavens. Fairy Nangong was aware that her statement was difficult to accept, but without a hint of defensiveness, she gracefully departed. The remaining individuals cast several meaningful glances at Han Li before bidding farewell to Li Huayuan and his wife. Once all the guests had departed, the smile on Li Huayuan's face gradually faded. Furrowing his brow, he turned to Han Li and said in a subdued tone, "Come with me inside. I have matters to discuss with you." Han Li inwardly lamented but had no choice but to respond affirmatively. The young matron offered a few gentle words of comfort to Han Li before following into the house. As Han Li entered the parlor, he found Li Huayuan seated thoughtfully in a chair, while the matron sat closely beside him. "Do you know that Nangong Wan from the Hidden Moon sect?" Li Huayuan inquired directly, ceasing his contemplation upon Han Li's approach. Han Li remained silent for a moment, mentally weighing his response. Upon noticing Nangong Wan's peculiar demeanor, it was evident to this individual that evasion was no longer an option. Thus, with a nod, he acknowledged, "Indeed, I have had the pleasure of meeting Master Nangong." Li Huayuan, taken aback by Han Li's straightforward admission, felt his expression soften. "What is the story behind this?" inquired the young woman, her curiosity piqued. Just moments ago, Nangong Wan had vehemently denied any acquaintance with Han Li, yet now this disciple claimed otherwise, suggesting there was a tale to be told. Li Huayuan, having heard his wife's question, nodded at Han Li, seemingly eager to learn the details as well. "Master, I beg your pardon, but this matter pertains to some private affairs of Master Nangong, and I had previously vowed to keep it confidential. I hope you and Madam can understand," Han Li gracefully articulated, having prepared a legitimate rationale for his refusal. At this, Li Huayuan and his wife exchanged surprised glances. After a moment of contemplation, Li Huayuan, weighing his words, replied, "Since you have made a promise, I cannot allow you to break your word. However, I must advise you to limit your interactions with this Fairy Nangong. Be aware that the disciples of the Hidden Moon sect possess enchanting abilities, and I fear you may unwittingly fall under their spell without even realizing it. Yet, seeing you articulate and composed, I find some solace." With this reassurance, Han Li felt a weight lift from his heart and readily concurred. Observing Han Li's respectful demeanor and his earnestness in valuing his teachings, the last remnants of Li Huayuan's displeasure dissipated. He began to offer guidance on Han Li's cultivation, to which Han Li listened intently, unwilling to overlook a single word. After some time, Li Huayuan casually inquired about Han Li's insights on his training and was quite pleased with his responses. Suddenly, he uttered a surprising statement. "Han Li, I have a personal matter to entrust to you. Would you be willing?" Taken aback, Han Li quickly responded, "Master, please feel free to command me. I shall do my utmost to fulfill your request." Li Huayuan, pleased by Han Li's immediate compliance, rose and paced the room for a moment before solemnly stating, "It is not particularly perilous. I simply need you to serve as a temporary bodyguard, ensuring the safety of a certain household." Bodyguard? Protecting someone? Han Li was momentarily astonished, but remained composed as he listened to Li Huayuan's subsequent remarks. "Originally, I intended for your senior brother, Song Meng, to take on this task. However, I recently heard rumors about your encounters with numerous demonic cultivators, which astonished both me and your master. It seems that a formidable individual has emerged from among my disciples, and I have learned that even members of the other 6 sects frequently discuss your exploits. Given this, I feel more at ease in trusting this task to you," Li Huayuan remarked with a smile, clearly in good spirits. The young woman beside him chimed in with a cheerful demeanor. "Moreover, Song Meng has spent his entire life in the Green Wave Cave, and has had limited exposure to the complexities of the mundane world. From this perspective, it is undoubtedly you who must undertake this mission. After all, the individuals to be safeguarded this time are mere mortals of the mundane world. Upon receiving the generous praise from the couple, Han Li smiled shyly, his demeanor reflecting a hint of bashfulness. Nevertheless, the notion of protecting ordinary humans perplexed him. Logically speaking, what peril could a commoner face? A disciple at the Qi refining stage would suffice as a bodyguard. Why then send a foundation-building disciple like himself? Perhaps Li Huayuan sensed Han Li's confusion, as he offered a partial explanation. The person I wish for you to protect is a descendant of a former senior brother of mine, to whom I owe a great debt of gratitude for saving my life. However, his only son possesses no spiritual roots, rendering him unable to cultivate and relegating him to a life in the secular realm. Therefore, upon the passing of my senior brother, I vowed that as long as I draw breath, I would ensure the safety and prosperity of his lineage. Consequently, for over a century, this family has thrived under my discreet support, and I have preemptively eliminated any threats to their well-being. Li Huayuan paused, seemingly lost in recollection, before his expression turned serious. However, not long ago, I received word that individuals from the demonic sects may dispatch some low-ranking disciples to infiltrate our secular world. Targeting certain mortals, we have been discreetly aiding in an attempt to undermine the supply of common materials to our 7 factions. This family, due to its connection to me, would likely be considered among those targets. Hence, I require someone capable of managing this upheaval to ensure their safety. Of course, it would be even better if the demonic sects choose not to trouble them. After listening, Han Li nodded solemnly, signifying his understanding. Very well. I shall compose a letter to the current head of this family, elucidating your identity and circumstances. He is the only one privy to the history between me and his ancestor. Additionally, I have arranged matters such that your time spent on this mission will be counted as official duty, so you need not worry about repercussions. This jade slip contains detailed information about the family. Take it and prepare your belongings, for we shall depart early tomorrow to avoid any unforeseen delays, Li Huayuan instructed. Contemplating for a moment. Understood, Han Li replied softly, bowing in acknowledgement. Seated upon the divine wind vessel, Han Li soared through the skies at full speed, several dozen zhang above the ground. His destination was not the capital of the Yu Kingdom, where the family in need of protection resided, but rather he was heading directly towards the Yuanwu Kingdom. Seizing the opportunity presented by this relatively free mission, he intended to first attend a meeting with Qi Yunxiao and ascertain whether the formation master could repair the damaged array, which was suspected to be an ancient teleportation formation. This could serve as his last resort should the 7 factions face a catastrophic defeat in battle. Otherwise, if the demonic sects were to unleash their onslaught, he would be left to endure a life of relentless pursuit, with little time for cultivation. Estimating the timeline, Han Li concluded that barring any unforeseen incidents, a round trip would take no more than 20 days, which would not impede Li Huayuan's task, allowing him to proceed with confidence. The meeting with Qi Yunxiao was to take place at a tea house in a small town within the Yuanwu Kingdom. According to his account, the tea house was established by one of his servants, which naturally led Han Li to this place, allowing him to connect with Qi Yunxiao. Han Li journeyed with remarkable speed, disregarding the few cultivators he encountered along the way, passing by without the slightest inclination to engage in conversation. After flying tirelessly for 7 or 8 days, Han Li finally arrived at a small locale known as Jinma City. To avoid causing a stir, he retracted his magical instruments several miles from the town and descended, leisurely making his way toward the city gate. Although Jinma City was modest in size, the gates bustled with activity, with numerous individuals entering and exiting, creating a lively atmosphere. Han Li, possessing an ordinary appearance and donning a somewhat worn scholar's robe, blended seamlessly into the throng of people entering the city. He casually approached a child to inquire about the location of the Qingchuan tea house, and with little effort, he acquired the desired information and proceeded in that direction. Upon arriving at the entrance of the so-called Qingchuan tea house, Han Li found himself intrigued and began to observe his surroundings. This tea house was not large, merely 3 connected single-story rooms, yet even before stepping inside, a delightful aroma of tea wafted towards him. Han Li was somewhat taken aback. While his knowledge of the tea ceremony was limited, he sensed a faint spiritual essence emanating from the fragrance. Prompted by curiosity, he stepped inside without hesitation. The 3 rooms were aligned side by side, one large and two small, all occupied by groups of tea patrons. Due to the lack of available seating, 7 or 8 individuals, dressed in various attires, stood quietly to the side, waiting for their turn. Despite the crowd within the tea house, there was no loud commotion. Most patrons had their eyes gently closed, savoring the tea before them, with only a few engaging in hushed conversations. On the wall of the central room, a large piece of yellow paper was prominently displayed, inscribed with bold characters proclaiming a limit of 1 pot of tea per person each day. Han Li chuckled to himself upon reading the sign. It was the first time he had heard of a business imposing restrictions on the quantity of food and drink. However, he simply smiled and did not dwell on it further. After surveying the interior, he immediately approached a man in the corner who appeared to be the proprietor. This individual, likely the tea house manager, was around 40 years old, sporting a small mustache, and exuded an air of shrewdness. He was seated behind a counter, focused on an abacus, occasionally glancing at a ledger beside him. Han Li approached the counter, standing in silence. The manager looked up in surprise, his expression shifting dramatically upon recognizing Han Li, who had instilled a sense of trepidation in him. Hastily setting aside the abacus and ledger, he emerged from behind the counter and respectfully inquired, "Esteemed senior, how may I assist you?" "I shall do my utmost." The shopkeeper, surprisingly, was also a cultivator, though his skills were lamentably meager, appearing to be at the 4th level of the qi refinement stage. Faced with the unfathomable presence of the esteemed Han Li, he naturally felt a surge of trepidation. Without uttering a word, Han Li gently swept his sleeve across the counter, revealing a translucent blue jade pendant upon the table. The shopkeeper, upon seeing the pendant, was initially taken aback but soon displayed a look of delight, exclaiming, "So it is the esteemed Han. I apologize for my rudeness. Young Master Qi has already informed me of your impending visit. I have been awaiting your arrival for quite some time." Upon hearing the shopkeeper's words, Han Li retrieved the jade pendant in the same manner and calmly stated, "I wish to meet your young master now. Please lead the way." "As you command, esteemed one." The shopkeeper replied obediently. He then summoned a young attendant, briefed him with a few words, and led Han Li out through the back door, exiting the small town and heading westward. To the west of Jinma City lay a vast expanse of yellow-green hills, countless in number, both large and small. However, the shopkeeper, well acquainted with the terrain, guided Han Li through the hills, turning several times until they arrived at a depression spanning over 100 acres. In the center of this hollow lay 7 or 8 white stone houses, with a few inconspicuous green bamboos sparsely planted to the east and west. Upon reaching this vicinity, the shopkeeper bowed slightly to Han Li and remarked, "Esteemed one, my young master resides within. However, there are some formations laid outside the house. I should have informed my master before bringing in an outsider, but my master has already instructed me regarding your matters, so please follow closely. Otherwise, triggering the restrictions could lead to complications." Han Li thoughtfully surveyed the surroundings of the hollow and the seemingly erratic bamboos before casually responding, "Understood, you may proceed ahead." Hearing this, the shopkeeper exhaled and cautiously led Han Li towards the house. His path was quite peculiar, taking 3 steps forward, then retreating 2, stepping eastward 5 paces, only to turn back 6, his movements chaotic and devoid of any discernible pattern. Gradually, they approached the house within the hollow. "Young master, the esteemed Han has arrived. Come out and meet him." As they neared within 10 paces of the house, the shopkeeper finally breathed a sigh of relief and called out to the largest dwelling, "Has the esteemed Han arrived?" "Splendid. Please wait a moment. I shall be out shortly," came the excited voice of Qi Yunxiao from within. However, shortly after, a dull thud echoed, followed by Qi Yunxiao's lamentations. Alas, yet another failure. As the stone door creaked open, Qi Yunxiao emerged with a look of disappointment plastered across his face, a warm aura surrounding him. Yet, upon spotting Han Li, his expression brightened, and with a hint of excitement, he rushed forward, saying, "It is truly the esteemed one. This is delightful. Please, follow me, and allow me to extend my hospitality. While this place may lack in many respects, we do have some fine fragrant tea to offer." With great enthusiasm, Qi Yunxiao eagerly invited Han Li into a nearby room, displaying a maturity and poise far beyond that of several years prior. "I appreciate your assistance, my friend," Han Li replied courteously, aware that he still needed to seek Qi's favor. He then entered the room and took a seat at a rectangular table. As Qi Yunxiao instructed the innkeeper to prepare a pot of tea, he turned to Han Li, appearing somewhat hesitant as if he wished to say something. With a smile, Han Li effortlessly produced the tome titled Yunxiao Insights, which gleamed with a silvery light, indicating it was still under a seal. Upon seeing the book, Qi Yunxiao's spirits lifted, and just as he reached for it, he suddenly recalled something. "Please wait a moment, Senior," he said hastily before darting out of the room. Han Li chuckled softly, seemingly aware of Qi's intentions. Before long, Qi Yunxiao returned with palpable excitement, carrying a wooden box approximately a foot in length. "Senior, within this box lies a set of refined array formation tools for the inverted 5-elements array. Although their power does not quite match our initial expectations, achieving half the potency of the original array is a significant improvement, surpassing 1/3 of its original strength." Qi Yunxiao expressed with a hint of apology, clearly troubled by his inability to enhance the tools to the promised level. 1/3? Han Li was taken aback, astonished by the revelation. He had not anticipated any genuine improvement to the array flags. Even 1/10 of the original power was more than satisfactory. It was known that cultivators at the core formation stage, such as Lei Wankai, found the array quite formidable. If the power could indeed be enhanced by 2 or 3 times, it could potentially keep core formation practitioners at bay. With this thought, Han Li accepted the wooden box, eager to examine its contents, while Qi Yunxiao scrutinized the silver book. Upon opening the lid, a set of exquisitely crafted array flags and discs emerged, radiating spiritual energy. Han Li meticulously inspected each piece, noting that the number of flags and discs exceeded those in the original set, with their intricate patterns and runes evidently more complex. It seemed that Qi Yunxiao's claims were indeed valid. The power of this new set was likely greater. With satisfaction, Han Li stored the array flags and glanced at Qi Yunxiao, who was now beaming, gently caressing the Yunxiao Insights, evidently having verified the seal. "I am quite pleased with your improved array formation tools. I truly appreciate your efforts," Han Li remarked with a smile. "You flatter me, Senior. I am the one who should be immensely grateful for your safe return of this book. I owe you my thanks." Qi Yunxiao responded, shaking his head vigorously, sincerity evident in his voice. After exchanging pleasantries, the two engaged in conversation. Shortly thereafter, the innkeeper returned with 2 cups of vibrant green tea. The fragrance of this tea was markedly more aromatic than that of the Qingchuan tea house, indicating a superior quality, its essence more potent. Encouraged by Qi Yunxiao's earnest invitation, Han Li took a couple of sips. Instantly, a refreshing sensation enveloped my senses, clarity of mind ensued, and I could not help but exclaim, "Such exquisite tea! I never anticipated that even the leaves could be infused with such ethereal qualities. It is truly beyond description. This must have been crafted by your own hands. My esteemed friend, and I am deeply impressed." Han Li spoke earnestly. The ability to imbue ordinary tea leaves with spiritual essence was indeed an unprecedented phenomenon. Moreover, the tea's fragrance was unparalleled, rivaling even the finest teas known to the world. Upon hearing Han Li's remarks, Qi Yunxiao's face betrayed a hint of embarrassment as he hurried to clarify. "Senior, you misunderstand. This tea was not concocted by me, but rather gifted by a dear friend. The leaves were painstakingly developed over nearly a decade by my companion. Finished at last. I am utterly exhausted. I must retire to rest," he thought. Chapter 276. Taking action, a friend? Could it be that this is the individual my companion seeks to rescue with a spiritual herb? Han Li inquired casually, though inwardly he was elated. He had been struggling to steer the conversation toward the topic of the array master, and now he seized this opportunity with fervor. Qi Yunxiao paused at Han Li's question, momentarily taken aback, but soon resolved himself, nodding in affirmation. "Indeed, the spiritual tea was crafted by my esteemed friend. It is thanks to your precious 1,000-year spiritual herb that his life was saved. However, although his life is no longer in jeopardy, his injuries remain unhealed. Thus, I humbly wish to inquire if you possess any aged spiritual herbs, even if you have none that are 1,000 years old. Those aged 700 or 800 years could provide my friend with a significant chance of recovery. I would be willing to exchange various array flags for the herbs." As he spoke, Qi Yunxiao's eyes sparkled with hope, fixated intently on Han Li. Han Li, taken aback by Qi Yunxiao's request, felt a wave of relief wash over him. If the other party sought his assistance, it seemed that persuading him to repair the teleportation array would be a matter of course. However, he naturally had to feign a troubled expression, allowing Qi Yunxiao to feel the weight of his favor. With this in mind, Han Li adopted a contemplative demeanor. After a prolonged pause, he reluctantly stated, I do possess a small quantity of spiritual herbs. However, I had intended to use them for crafting a medicinal pill. And it is rather though Han Li's words trailed off, his hesitant expression had already conveyed the difficulty of the situation to Qi Yunxiao. After all, the significance of a well-crafted medicinal pill to a cultivator was something he should comprehend fully. Upon hearing that Han Li indeed had spiritual herbs, Qi Yunxiao's face lit up with joy. Yet, as he absorbed the subsequent words, anxiety consumed him. Without waiting for Han Li to finish, he implored in a tone tinged with desperation, I understand that asking you to part with the spiritual herbs is somewhat unreasonable, but witnessing my dear friend suffer daily is truly heart-wrenching. If you would be willing to relinquish the herbs, I would gladly offer any array instruments at your disposal. Even if I were to part with them all, I would harbor no grievances. Hearing such a heartfelt plea stirred Han Li's emotions deeply. The array instruments of Qi Yunxiao, although perhaps not as extraordinary as the inverted 5 elements formation, are undoubtedly rare treasures. Acquiring several sets would significantly enhance one's defensive capabilities. Moreover, some formations possess formidable offensive potential. Ensnaring a formidable foe within such a trap could serve as a lethal strategy. However, Han Li's primary objective this time is to persuade the other party to repair the damaged teleportation array. If he were to acquire the array instruments, it would likely complicate matters and leave an impression of insatiable greed. Han Li is keen to avoid antagonizing these two individuals. After careful consideration, he resolved to decline the proposed exchange and instead broach the subject of the teleportation array. At that moment, an urgent voice of a young woman pierced the air outside. Young Master Qi, something terrible has happened. My lady is in trouble. Please, come quickly to save her. Upon hearing the woman's voice, Qi Yunxiao's expression changed dramatically. He hastily rose and rushed out, neglecting even to bid farewell to his guest, Han Li. The innkeeper, standing nearby, also rushed out in a state of panic. Han Li raised his eyebrows slightly. Though his expression remained unchanged, he felt a surge of curiosity and leisurely strode outside with his hands clasped behind his back. In the courtyard, Qi Yunxiao and the innkeeper were anxiously listening to an 18 or 19-year-old woman narrate something. The young woman, with her fair skin and charming features, spoke with evident worry. However, upon noticing Han Li, the stranger emerging from the building, she abruptly fell silent, her eyes flashing with caution. Han Li, observing this, offered a nonchalant smile and stood his ground without approaching further. Yet, upon catching sight of Han Li, Qi Yunxiao rushed to him as if he had found a lifeline. His expression filled with fervent urgency. Senior, my friend is trapped by a group of malevolent cultivators. Only you can save her. If you lend your hand, I will undoubtedly express my profound gratitude. Could you elaborate further, my friend? Is it possible that the lady in question is your close companion, well-versed in formations? Han Li inquired, furrowing his brow in surprise. Indeed, the inverted 5 elements formation apparatus employed by you was crafted in collaboration with Miss Xing. Qi Yunxiao exclaimed eagerly. The young woman soon realized that, despite her 5th-level Qi refinement cultivation, she could not discern Han Li's true strength, leaving her astonished and slightly fearful. However, Han Li turned to her and spoke in a grave tone. Miss, could you recount the events once more so that I may grasp the entirety of this matter? While he understood that this was an opportune moment to bestow a favor, he needed to ascertain the number and strength of the adversaries, unwilling to risk his own safety while attempting to rescue another. Oh, the situation is as follows. Today my lady and I went to a nearby location. The young woman, feeling a twinge of anxiety, began to recount the events once more. It turns out that the fine tea leaves, which the young lady had mentioned, were depleted just a few days ago, previously used for brewing spirit tea. Following her usual practice, she decided to gather some from the nearby Biyun mountain. However, upon her arrival, she unexpectedly encountered a group of male cultivators, also at the Qi refining stage. Sensing the presence of so many practitioners, both she and her maid felt uneasy and planned to descend the mountain immediately. To their dismay, one of the cultivators recognized her as an array master. Having seen her set up formations for a small family before, he promptly informed his companions, who then harbored malicious intentions, intending to capture her alive and compel her to impart her array knowledge. Yet, the young lady was quite astute. Before they could act, she and her maid hastily fled the mountain, retracing their steps. However, halfway through their escape, she realized that their pursuers were relentless and closing in on them. Faced with this dire situation, She resorted to a set of array flags she carried, hastily erecting a simple formation within a thicket to shield herself. She then instructed her maid to leave and seek aid from Kaiangxiu before the enemies arrived. As Han Li listened to her account, he pondered in silence. According to her, the adversaries numbered only 7 or 8 qi refining cultivators, which seemed manageable. Resolving to assist, he nodded and said, "My dear, please guide me on the path. We must depart at once." With that, Han Li, amidst Kaiangxiu's grateful gaze, waved his sleeve, and a small white vessel materialized, expanding before their eyes. Everyone board quickly. Time is of the essence. Although the vessel appeared diminutive, it flew at remarkable speed, accommodating 4 or 5 individuals effortlessly. Han Li stepped to the front of the boat and turned to address the others. At that moment, Kaiangxiu and the young woman, realizing the urgency, leaped onto the small vessel. However, when the shopkeeper attempted to join, Kaiangxiu halted him, saying, "Uncle Lin, your cultivation is too low. It would be perilous for you to accompany us. Remain here. We shall return promptly after rescuing her." The shopkeeper hesitated, understanding that Kaiangxiu acted out of concern for his safety, and reluctantly agreed to stay behind. Thus, Han Li and the others propelled the small boat, transformed into a streak of white light, vanishing into the horizon. The divine wind boat soared southward with astonishing speed under Han Li's expert guidance, leaving the two in awe as they quickly reached the treetop canopy where the array was set. Meanwhile, outside the thicket, the 7 or 8 cultivators had not yet departed, relentlessly assaulting the formation with various magical instruments, dangerously weakening the thin azure veil that shielded the woods. Seeing this, Kaiangxiu's eyes reddened with urgency, ready to leap down. But Han Li restrained him, calmly advising, "Do not rush. Observe, the artifacts they wield are formidable, likely belonging to a certain cultivation family. Since they were aware that this young lady was a formation master, it is likely that even if they were repelled this time, they would continue to entangle themselves in the future. Thus, I might as well help you eliminate this problem once and for all." Upon hearing that these individuals would persist in their entanglement, Qi Yunxiao felt a surge of anger and instinctively nodded in agreement. Han Li, noticing this, smiled faintly, then glanced at the few bewildered cultivators below, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. He suddenly raised both hands, and in an instant, 2 beams of black light and 6 beams of golden light shot forth, arriving before these individuals in the blink of an eye. As they circled around the terrified cultivators without even activating their protective shields, they all fell to the ground, simultaneously struck down by Han Li in an instant. Qi Yunxiao and the maid stared in astonishment at this scene. Although they understood that Qi refining stage cultivators were certainly no match for foundation establishment stage practitioners, they had never anticipated that Han Li could so effortlessly eliminate several of them. It is worth noting that among these individuals, the one with the highest cultivation level was already at the 11th or 12th layer of foundational techniques, while Qi Yunxiao herself was only at the 9th layer. Han Li paid no heed to the awe reflected in their expressions as he descended gracefully. Before the divine wind boat had fully landed, Qi Yunxiao, unable to contain her impatience, leaped out and hurriedly rushed into the woods, anxiously calling out, "Iner, are you all right? The enemies have all been vanquished. You can come out now. Tonight, I will take a moment to rest, and normal updates will resume tomorrow. My father has finally been discharged this afternoon, and from tomorrow onward, I will return to regular updates. I had been quite exhausted recently, so I will take a temporary break today to recuperate, and I will not stay up late to update tonight. I hope everyone can be understanding." Volume 3, Chapter 277. Exine Ruin. Han Li glanced at Qi Yunxiao's figure disappearing into the woods and smiled lightly. Observing her flustered demeanor, Han Li, despite his limited experience in matters of romance, could discern that Qi Yunxiao's feelings for this adept formation master were far from ordinary friendship. It likely involved a deep romantic entanglement. Otherwise, she would not appear so anxious. The maid, equally impatient, followed closely behind. After waiting leisurely for a while outside the woods, Han Li soon saw Qi Yunxiao and the lovely maid emerging alongside a woman clad in blue, who approached him with an air of excitement. Han Li greeted them without hesitation, scrutinizing the blue-clad woman. She had a medium build, a petite nose, and a pair of clear, watery eyes. After exchanging a brief glance with Han Li, she revealed a subtle smile. It seemed that Qi Yunxiao had indeed informed her of his identity. To be honest, the woman's features were not particularly striking. In fact, she paled slightly in comparison to the charming maid. However, her elegant demeanor and grace in every gesture, complemented by those expressive black eyes, more than compensated for any shortcomings in her appearance. Anyone who laid eyes upon her would not only find her unremarkable, but would instead be struck by a sense of astonishment, never to confuse her with the maid beside her. Yet upon witnessing this extraordinary presence, Han Li found himself in a state of dismay. Without needing to guess, he knew that this lady was undoubtedly an astute and remarkably intelligent woman, far surpassing the ordinary. Engaging with her would likely prove to be an arduous task, certainly not as effortless as dealing with Qi Yunxiao, where he could maintain control over the situation. Thank you, Senior, for coming to my rescue. I am exceedingly eternally grateful. The lady in blue gracefully approached Han Li, elegantly bowed, and spoke with a melodious voice that was exceptionally pleasant to the ear. There is no need for such formalities, Miss Exine. It was merely a trifling effort on my part. However, it would be prudent to leave quickly, Han Li replied, gesturing for the group to hasten their departure, as he sensed that these individuals might possess some background, and if their elders were nearby, it could spell trouble. Qi Yunxiao, overhearing Han Li's words, nodded in agreement with a hint of concern. Indeed, Ruin, we should swiftly vacate this area. It is undeniably perilous. Since Qi Yunxiao first laid eyes on Exine Ruin, he had been captivated by her exquisite beauty, now addressing her with an affectionate tone that made Han Li feel somewhat uncomfortable. Exine Ruin's cheeks flushed slightly, a hint of crimson appearing as she cast a shy glance at Qi Yunxiao. After a moment's hesitation, she parted her lips and consented. Very well. Let us depart at once. However, as she glanced at the corpses, she seemed poised to say more. This is easily resolved. We shall incinerate them here, Han Li remarked nonchalantly, extending his hand as several fireballs, each the size of a bowl, erupted forth, promptly reducing the bodies to ashes, leaving only their storage bags behind. Witnessing this adept method of corpse disposal, the expression on her face shifted slightly, a chill creeping into her heart. Nevertheless, she was no ordinary weakling and soon resumed her composure, engaging Qi Yunxiao in conversation. The contents of these storage bags hold little value for me. If the lady does not mind, please feel free to collect them to avoid leaving traces, Han Li said, turning to the charming maid standing beside Exine Ruin with a gentle tone. Senior, are you truly offering this to me? The maid exclaimed, her face alight with astonishment, unable to believe her ears. Upon seeing Han Li's confirming smile and nod, she promptly expressed her gratitude and eagerly rushed over to gather the storage bags, which were undoubtedly a windfall for her, filled with treasures. Exine Ruin was momentarily taken aback by the scene, but soon regained her composure and politely thanked Han Li before stepping onto the small vessel hovering in the air alongside Qi Yunxiao. As the delighted maid ascended, her arms brimming with storage bags, Han Li swiftly followed, the last to board the vessel. With a surge of spiritual energy flowing beneath him, they soared into the sky. On their journey back, the lady in blue extended an invitation to Han Li and Qi Yunxiao to visit her abode, wishing to formally express her gratitude for their timely assistance, with the opportunity to draw closer to the beloved he had long yearned for. Qi Yunxiao could hardly utter a word of dissent and promptly acquiesced with uncontainable eagerness. Han Li, too, perceived this as a fortuitous moment to propose the restoration of the teleportation array, and after a brief contemplation, he chose not to oppose. Thus, under Han Li's guidance, the small boat veered slightly and soared towards the northwest. Several hours later, with the assistance of Exine Ruin's directions, Han Li descended upon an unassuming little hill. Apart from the faint mist enveloping the surroundings, he discerned no peculiarities. It was as ordinary as many nameless hills scattered throughout the world. However, Han Li was acutely aware that as the residence of an array master, the vicinity would undoubtedly possess some defensive measures, most likely housing formidable formations. Yet, given his limited knowledge of arrays, he could not perceive any intricacies nearby and dared not harbor any thoughts of underestimating the place. Under the guidance of the blue-clad woman, Han Li and his companions halted before a cluster of bamboo houses halfway up the hill, which served as Exine Ruin's abode. She invited Han Li and Qi Yunxiao into a larger bamboo house to rest, while she and her maid retreated to another room to freshen up and change their garments. After the exhausting chase, both women bore traces of dust on their clothes, an intolerable sight for those who naturally cherished cleanliness. Seated on a bamboo chair, Han Li observed with great interest as Qi Yunxiao fidgeted restlessly. She frequently approached the door, casting anxious glances outside, as if mere moments felt like an eternity. Embodying the essence of infatuation, Han Li found the sight amusing, a subtle smile tugging at the corners of his lips, which Qi Yunxiao inadvertently caught sight of upon turning around. Instantly, her face flushed crimson, and she stammered a few vague justifications before shyly returning to her seat. A refined lady deserves a gentleman's admiration. What is there for Qi Daoyu to be concerned about? Han Li mused, savoring the exquisite spirit tea before him, a tranquil smile gracing his features as he spoke with ease. Senior, no, I did not. Qi Yunxiao stammered, increasingly flustered. Just then, the charming maid entered, providing a timely distraction for her. Shortly thereafter, Rian reappeared, now adorned in a flowing white gown that radiated elegance, akin to a resplendent snow lotus, captivating all who beheld her. Grateful am I for the rescue extended by Senior Han and Brother Qi. I shall forever remember this kindness. Please allow me to express my gratitude with a cup of tea in place of wine, Rian declared as she entered, gracefully accepting 2 cups of tea from her lovely maid, presenting one to each of the men. As Han Li accepted the cup, he couldn't help but smirk inwardly, reflecting, this woman is indeed remarkable. Her words were artfully crafted, leaving no room for criticism, and though she made no promises, there was nothing to contest. Meanwhile, Qi Yunxiao, upon receiving tea from her beloved, was elated beyond measure, utterly lost in her joy. As I sipped from the cup of tea, the flavors eluded me entirely, leaving only a fit of foolish laughter in its wake. Witnessing Qi Yunxiao's demeanor, Ruoyin felt a wave of frustration and turned her attention to conversing with Han Li, seeking to subtly inquire about his identity, pondering whether he hailed from a prominent sect or noble lineage. After all, a cultivator in the foundation establishment stage must possess some noteworthy background. Han Li, however, was far from naive, skillfully evading any revelations about his true nature, engaging Ruoyin in a roundabout conversation that yielded no useful information for her. After a brief period of probing, Ruoyin grew increasingly disheartened. Yet her wariness towards Han Li intensified. Despite the significant assistance he had rendered, she could not dismiss the possibility that he harbored intentions akin to those of others. Thus, she resolved to remain vigilant and cautious. Senior Han, I promised you that upon saving Ruoyin, you may select from the array flags and formations I have previously crafted. At that moment, Qi Yunxiao, having finally emerged from his stupor, unexpectedly expressed this to Han Li, catching him off guard, yet also filling him with joy, for it allowed him to broach the topic of his utmost concern. Upon hearing this, Ruoyin was initially taken aback, but her surprise quickly transformed into gratitude as she smiled warmly at Qi Yunxiao, prompting him to respond with a few more blissful chuckles. Let us not rush into matters concerning the array flags and formations. I actually have another favor to ask of you, Taoist Exine. If you could assist me in resolving this matter, I shall forego any discussion of rewards. Instead, I can offer you an 800-year-old spirit herb for your ailment. Han Li suddenly revealed a statement that astonished both of them. Senior is willing to part with the spirit herb? Qi Yunxiao exclaimed, rising to his feet in a mix of excitement and astonishment. Clearly, he was consumed by the thrilling prospect of his beloved having a chance at healing through the spirit herb. Later that evening, another chapter awaited, though it would be delayed a bit. Volume 3, Chapter 278. A half-year agreement. As the central figure in this affair, Ruoyin initially shared in the excitement. After all, this concerned her long-standing affliction. However, her expression shifted through various shades of emotion before she finally bit her lip and hesitantly said, Senior, what is it that you require my assistance with? Please, do tell. As long as it does not violate my principles or conscience, I shall certainly agree. As she spoke, her clear, bright eyes fixed intently on Han Li, apprehensive that he might request something beyond her capacity to fulfill. Observing her cautious demeanor, Han Li couldn't help but smile knowingly. It reminded him of his own early days on the path of cultivation, where he too treaded lightly, fearful of missteps that could cost him his life. There is no need for such apprehension, Taoist Xian. I merely wish for you to assist me in restoring an item related to formations. Once it is repaired, I shall gladly present the spirit herb to you. Han Li then spoke with a calm demeanor, meeting the other person's gaze directly, exuding an air of openness. Upon hearing this, Rian appeared somewhat skeptical. Yet she exhaled a sigh of relief, her delicate features brightening as she said, If it is indeed merely a matter of restoration, then there is certainly no issue. I shall do my utmost to restore it. So please rest assured, Senior. Her expression, previously neutral, transformed into a radiant smile that momentarily captivated Han Li, leaving him momentarily entranced. Not to mention Qi Yunxiao, who had long harbored feelings for her, was rendered completely spellbound by her sudden charm. Noticing the peculiar glimmer in Han Li's gaze, Excitingly felt a flush of color rise to her cheeks, enhancing her allure. It was then that Han Li realized he had momentarily lost his composure, quickly regaining his focus as he continued, to be honest. While I am aware that fellow Taoist Xian possesses profound knowledge of formations, I am uncertain whether you will be able to restore this item. Additionally, the original object is immobile and located quite far from here, so I have taken the liberty of creating a blueprint of it, hoping you might discern some insights from it to aid in the restoration. As he spoke, Han Li retrieved a jade slip from his storage pouch and handed it to her. Upon receiving the slip, Excitingly's curiosity drove her to delve into its contents. The revelation within prompted her to exclaim in astonishment, "An ancient teleportation array?" At her exclamation, the last vestige of Han Li's concern vanished. Indeed, it was an ancient teleportation array. Now the question remained whether she could restore it. He scrutinized her expression, anxious that she might reveal any signs of difficulty. Qi Yunxiao, upon hearing the term ancient teleportation array, wore a look of sheer astonishment, his eyes filled with disbelief. After a full incense stick's duration, Excitingly finally released a long breath, drawing her mind away from the jade slip. After a moment of contemplation, she lifted her head and addressed Han Li earnestly. "This is indeed a genuine ancient teleportation array. Originally, given my capabilities, I would be unable to restore a completely destroyed one. However, this array has only suffered minimal damage, just a small corner. Coincidentally, this segment is one of the few ancient formations I have studied. Thus, it appears there is indeed significant hope for the restoration of this ancient teleportation array." A look of relief graced her countenance as she concluded her statement. Han Li, upon hearing her words, was naturally overjoyed. However, her subsequent remarks struck him with a sense of disappointment. Nevertheless, such ancient formations are not commonly used, and my research on them is rather shallow. Therefore, Senior must allow some time for me to thoroughly restore the ancient teleportation array depicted in the jade slip. Excitingly added, her expression tinged with slight embarrassment. "Of course, but how long do you anticipate it will take, fellow Taoist Xian? I shall return then." Han Li replied after a moment of thought, readily agreeing. "Approximately half a year should suffice. After all, I had indeed conducted research for a period in the past." Excitingly stated without hesitation, indicating that she had already assessed the situation herself. "Very well, I shall return in 6 months to collect the restored blueprints." "I hope Miss Xian will not disappoint me," Han Li remarked with a smile and a nod. Thus, Han Li entrusted the task of restoring the ancient teleportation array to the female array master, Excitingly. After engaging in conversation with Qi Yunxiao and the others for another afternoon, he took his leave. Before departing, Han Li cautioned the two to exercise greater caution, suggesting that they should consider relocating, as the murder of those cultivators would undoubtedly prompt inquiries into the perpetrator, and their proximity made them particularly vulnerable to exposure. Upon hearing Han Li's admonition, Qi Yunxiao and Excitingly exchanged glances, both displaying expressions of concern, ultimately adopting a non-committal stance towards Han Li's suggestion of relocating. Although Han Li found their reactions somewhat perplexing and worrisome, he felt it was inappropriate to press the matter further. He then took to the skies, directing his magical artifact towards the State of Yu. The capital of the State of Yu is the renowned Yuejing. Not only is it the largest city in Yu, but it is also strategically located in the very heart of the nation, serving as a hub for economic and cultural exchange. Within this urban expanse, land is exceedingly valuable. Properties are priced several times higher than in ordinary cities, and even those willing to pay a premium find few willing to sell. After all, residing in Yuejing is itself a symbol of status. The entire city is artificially divided into 4 distinct districts. The northern district houses the imperial palace, prohibiting anyone outside the royal family from residing there. Conversely, the southern district is home to various officials and nobles, with only those holding a government position deemed worthy to inhabit its confines. Should any household lose its connection to the court, they must vacate the area forthwith. In stark contrast to the southern district, the western district is characterized by its uneven rows of single-story houses, inhabited primarily by the underprivileged engaged in menial labor, small trades, and other lowly occupations. There are also some idlers and down-and-out families who have relocated from other districts. Meanwhile, the Eastern District is home to affluent merchants and wealthy families. Although they lack official titles to reside in the Southern District, their opulent mansions are splendidly constructed, each striving to outshine the others in grandeur and prestige. A few renowned households possess estates so magnificent that the nearby residents cannot even entertain thoughts of comparison. These estates not only occupy vast expanses, but also exude an air of wealth and distinction, housing families of immense fortune. In a corner of the Eastern District lies the opulent Qin residence, emblematic of a wealthy family. The estate sprawls over dozens of acres, leaving those acquainted with the capital's real estate prices utterly speechless for a considerable time. The Qin family not only possesses wealth rivaling that of nations, but also monopolizes a quarter of the copper mining business in Yu. Furthermore, it is said that the head of the family wields considerable influence, with high-ranking officials in the court advocating on their behalf. Such a prominent household naturally instills great confidence in its servants, who speak with a volume surpassing that of attendants from lesser estates. This was precisely the mindset of Yan Jue, the doorkeeper of the Qin residence. Each time someone sought an audience with the family head, regardless of their status or official rank, they treated this humble servant of the Qin family with utmost deference, unwilling to offend him in the slightest. Over time, this cultivated a sense of self-importance in Yan Jue, as if he too were a person of stature. Consequently, whenever someone presented a formal request to meet a member of the Qin family, it was only natural that a token of respect accompanied it. Otherwise, Yan Jue would not hesitate to display his displeasure, potentially delaying access for several days. Of course, when individuals of significant standing arrived, Yan Jue would dutifully assume the role of a loyal servant. He was particularly attentive to the young masters and mistresses frequently passing through, going to great lengths to cater to their needs. Remarkably, this demeanor garnered much satisfaction from his superiors, with whispers circulating about a potential promotion to oversee external affairs, granting him the authority to manage business in a certain area. Upon learning this, Yan Jue felt increasingly elated, almost floating as he walked. Presently, he had set up a long bench and reclined in the cool shade at the entrance, seeking respite from the summer heat. Early that morning, the family head had departed for business discussions, while several young masters and mistresses had gone to nearby Chongshan Temple for leisure. Thus, apart from a few ladies, only the widowed cousin remained in the estate, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief and indulge in some well-deserved leisure. Just as a gentle breeze lulled Yan Jue into a state of drowsiness, a timid voice broke the tranquility. "Excuse me, is this the Qin residence?" The sudden interruption startled Yan Jue, causing his earlier drowsiness to evaporate entirely, and he could not help but vent his frustration without even opening his eyes. "What are you shouting for? Are you lamenting? Can't you see your esteemed master just lay down?" With these words, he reluctantly opened his eyes, his face contorted with anger. His presumption that the timid voice belonged to someone of little consequence emboldened his audacity. Upon finally laying eyes on the speaker, he discerned a young man, perhaps 24 or 25, clad in coarse fabric with an unremarkable appearance, exuding an unmistakable air of rusticity, clearly a country bumpkin newly arrived in the city. This realization only bolstered Yan Jue's confidence. He sat upright and, without further ado, unleashed a torrent of reprimands. As though the mere act of disturbing his rest was an unforgivable transgression, the reprimand from Yan Jue was a torrent of words, continuing unabated for the duration of a tea's brewing time. The rustic young man seemed utterly bewildered, displaying a dazed and flustered expression, remaining passively attentive to Yan Jue's reproaches. After a considerable while, once Yan Jue had vented his ire thoroughly, he finally ceased his tirade, albeit reluctantly. He then cast a sidelong glance at the youth, seemingly reminded of the latter's initial inquiry, and casually asked, "What brings you to our Qin residence? We have no shortage of menial workers and servants here. It would be wise for you to leave promptly. The servants here are not easily managed, and not just anyone can find their way in. Perhaps you should seek a guarantor before returning." Drawing upon his past experiences, Yan Jue instantly surmised that this earthy young man must be harboring fanciful notions of securing a position within the Qin household. Such individuals were not uncommon in his encounters. "I am not seeking employment. My uncle Qin Yin instructed me to deliver this letter on behalf of my family." The youth appeared to have finally emerged from the storm of reprimands, and upon hearing Qin Gui's words, he hastily retrieved a crumpled letter from his bosom, stammering an explanation. What? Your uncle is the master? Qin Gui, parched and reaching for a nearby teapot to quench his thirst, was startled into spitting out his drink at the youth's revelation. His expression one of sheer astonishment. I am not certain, but that is how my family instructed me to refer to Uncle Qin. The young man scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment coloring his features. However, at this moment, Qin Gui dared not mock the youth again. Should this young man truly have ties to his esteemed master, he would surely face dire consequences. After a moment's hesitation, he cautiously inquired, May I have a glance at that letter? Rest assured, I shall merely examine the envelope and will not dare to open it. To Qin Gui's surprise, the youth readily nodded in agreement, handing over the letter while muttering, I intended to deliver this to you, so you could help pass it on to Uncle Qin. Upon receiving the crumpled letter, Qin Gui examined it closely. Though most servants were illiterate, he had attended a private school for half a year in his youth, allowing him to read and write. It was this skill that had earned him the envious position of doorman among countless other servants. To my esteemed nephew Qin Yan. The bold, dark characters on the envelope set Qin Gui's heart racing, suggesting that the sender was indeed a senior relative of his master. Realizing this, Qin Gui's expression shifted dramatically, and he mustered a semblance of a smile, addressing the youth with newfound respect. Young sir, my master is not present, but several ladies are within the residence. Would you like me to deliver this letter to them? Qin Gui's demeanor transformed entirely, elevating his address accordingly. That would not suffice. This letter must be opened by Uncle Qin himself. The youth hesitated, ultimately shaking his head resolutely. In that case, shall I return to inform the ladies and see how they wish to respond to you? Qin Gui dared not let the young man depart so easily. If something truly significant were to occur and he was to be the cause of a delay, the repercussions could be dire. However, if he entrusted the matter to the lady of the house, it would no longer be his concern. Having spent a considerable time as a servant in this world, Qin Gui possessed a modicum of cunning. Surprisingly, the young man agreed without hesitation. Relieved, Qin Gui quickly beckoned a passing family member to keep an eye on the youth while he hurried into the residence. The other servants, witnessing his frantic demeanor, looked on in astonishment. Qin Gui made his way directly to the back courtyard, where he exchanged a few words with a stout maid overseeing the garden before returning to the front entrance to await news. Upon his return, he shared a few forced smiles with the young man when a rather attractive maid came sprinting towards them. Upon reaching the pair, she regarded the rather rustic-looking youth with curiosity before conveying a message from a certain lady, instructing the young man to rest in a side room until the master returned to ascertain his true identity. After all, there were indeed many members of the Qin family. It was entirely possible that a relative from a secondary branch had come seeking assistance. With the matter seemingly resolved from above, Qin Gui felt a sense of relief and resumed his post at the entrance. The maid then led the young man towards the designated guest room. Along the way, many passers-by cast curious glances at the young man's unrefined appearance, which made him increasingly uneasy. He lowered his head, focusing solely on the ground as he followed the maid in silence. This peculiar sight caused the maid to chuckle softly, finding the young man amusing. Once the youth was settled in the guest room, the maid advised him not to wander and cheerfully returned to report back. As soon as the maid departed, the seemingly clumsy young man suddenly straightened up, the foolishness in his eyes vanishing in an instant. He emanated an air of nonchalance, shedding any trace of his previous rusticity. It was unexpected that the Qin family held such prominence. Clearly, those of the demonic path would not overlook such an obvious target. The young man glanced towards the outside, furrowing his brow slightly, murmuring to himself. He was none other than Han Li, who had hastily journeyed for over 10 days to reach Yuejing, and the Qin residence was the very place he had been tasked to protect by Li Huayuan. However, the thought of the identity Li Huayuan had arranged for him filled Han Li with dismay. The letter had suggested that the head of the Qin family assign him the identity of a distant relative from a side branch, allowing Han Li to masquerade as a poor country cousin to remain inconspicuous within the Qin household. Although the identity of a rural pauper was somewhat displeasing to Han Li, he found the disguise effortless to adopt. After all, he had genuinely emerged from a remote village as a farmer's child during his youth, and he needed little effort to recall how to behave and speak in such a manner. After Han Li securely closed the door, he settled onto his bed to meditate, hoping to make a slight advancement in his cultivation during his watch over the Qin residence. Unbeknownst to him, after an extensive cycle of meditation, evening had descended. At that moment, a knock resonated at the door. Han Li's spirit lifted momentarily, but his expression swiftly transformed, reverting to that of a rustic simpleton. Upon opening the door, he was met by a servant clad in the garb of a subordinate. "Our master has returned home, and the lady requests your presence. Please follow me." The servant spoke to Han Li without a hint of courtesy, turning away as if Han Li were of no consequence. This was hardly surprising, as this individual was not like Yan Jue, the doorkeeper. As a trusted aide to a certain lady, he encountered numerous impoverished relatives of the Qin family seeking favors each year, and thus regarded Han Li with indifference. In his mind, he likely assumed that their master would merely entertain this unsophisticated fellow briefly before presenting him with some silver to send him on his way. Never intending to allow him to linger in the estate, Han Li obediently acknowledged the servant and followed him out of the guest room, heading directly towards the Qin family's parlor. Inside the parlor, a woman of over 40 years, resplendent and dignified, was conversing with Qin Yan, the head of the Qin family. Regarding Han Li, since he dares to come with a letter of introduction, he is unlikely to be a fraud. It seems a senior member of a family has indeed sent someone to our door. I wonder what their request will be. If it is not unreasonable, we should accommodate them as best we can. We cannot afford to tarnish our branch's reputation within the family by appearing to favor the wealthy over the poor. Qin Yan reflected, his gaze steady. Although he was around 50 years old, his well-maintained appearance made him appear no older than 40, showing no signs of aging. After sipping a cup of bird's nest tea to clear his throat, he spoke slowly. "My lord, it is evident that our family does not lack for silver. But we must preserve our reputation," the woman replied with a smile, embodying the persona of a virtuous wife. Qin Yan's satisfaction grew at her words. This third wife had been by his side for many years, and her thoughtful and perceptive nature had never waned, which further solidified his trust in her. In fact, he often entrusted her with the management of the household affairs whenever he had to attend to matters outside, and she consistently handled everything to his complete satisfaction. "My lord, I have already dispatched someone to summon this individual. After you have met with him, allow me to handle such trivial matters," the woman continued gently. Upon hearing this, Qin Yan smiled faintly, ready to respond, when a servant's voice interrupted from outside. "My lord, Qin Ping has brought the guest. Shall we summon him now? Invite Qin Ping to bring him in," Qin Yan instructed casually, then fell silent, offering an apologetic smile to his third wife. "As you command," the servant replied before falling silent. At that moment, Qin Ping entered the parlor, accompanied by a naive-looking young man. As the young man walked in, he glanced around, his wide-eyed curiosity evident as he took in every detail of the room. As the two individuals entered the hall, Qin Ping respectfully reported and then discreetly withdrew outside, leaving the young man alone, somewhat anxious in the presence of Mr. and Mrs. Qin Yan. Upon observing the youth's flustered demeanor, Qin Yan and the third lady exchanged knowing smiles. Subsequently, Qin Yan cleared his throat and, with a warm expression, addressed the young man. "I have heard that you possess a letter from a senior of mine. Might I inquire if this is indeed true? Could you kindly present the letter for my perusal?" The young man, who was Han Li, glanced at the head of the Qin family, his face revealing a hint of hesitation as he asked, "Are you truly Qin uncle? My grandfather explicitly stated that the letter should only be delivered to Qin uncle in person." The third lady, upon hearing Han Li's words, was momentarily taken aback, nearly bursting into laughter. In the grand hall of the Qin residence, who would dare boldly impersonate the head of the Qin family? The young man's inquiry was indeed amusing. Qin Yan, upon hearing this, was momentarily stunned, wearing a bemused expression. He could only helplessly reply, "I am undoubtedly the genuine master of the Qin residence. But whether I am indeed your Qin uncle can only be confirmed after I have seen the letter." Qin Yan's sheepish demeanor greatly entertained the third lady. Who would have thought that the illustrious head of the Qin family, renowned throughout the capital, would be doubted by a seemingly rustic young man? What a curious spectacle. After hearing Qin Yan's words, Han Li's face displayed a skeptical expression as he reluctantly produced the crumpled letter, nearly reduced to a mere scrap of paper, and handed it to Qin Yan. The already impatient Qin Yan stifled the urge to snatch the letter and instead maintained his composure as he accepted it. However, he did not immediately open the letter. Instead, he cast a meaningful glance at Han Li before placing the letter on the table and lightly clapping his hands twice. At the sound of the claps, an elderly gentleman with a head of white hair and donned in a blue robe entered silently from outside the hall. Without a word, Qin Yin pointed to the letter, and the elder respectfully approached to take it. He scrutinized the letter in the sunlight streaming into the hall, then reverently returned it to the table. All is in order? He inquired before bowing and retreating, his movements ghostly silent, akin to a specter. With a sigh of relief, Qin Yin cast a sidelong glance at Han Li, noticing the young man's bewilderment, which brought a smile to his face. Without offering any explanation, he skillfully opened the letter and began to examine the contents. The third lady, witnessing this, offered Han Li a gentle smile before lifting her teacup to take a sip. However, just as she raised it, Qin Yin abruptly stood, his face a portrait of astonishment. "My lord, what is the matter? Is the letter perhaps a forgery?" The startled third lady inquired, hastily setting down her teacup, her concern evident. "No, the letter is indeed genuine. Moreover, it is from a revered elder who has bestowed great kindness upon me." Qin Yan's expression swiftly returned to normal, and he spoke in a calm tone. After casting a casual glance at his beloved wife, he resumed his examination of Han Li. "Might I inquire if you are Han Li?" Master Qin asked tentatively. While his tone remained unchanged, the third madam subtly sensed an underlying tension. Just as this lady was engulfed in doubt, Han Li vigorously nodded, affirming, "Indeed. I am Han Li. As my grandfather mentioned, may I stay here?" "Ha. Certainly," Qin Yin exclaimed, his laughter echoing vibrantly, startling the nearby servants who exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of their master's sudden exuberance in the parlor. "Come, accompany me to the side hall to discuss the recent affairs of Uncle Huayuan. No one else is permitted to join. I wish to converse privately with my esteemed nephew Han." Qin Yin seized Han Li's arm, filled with enthusiasm, and began to lead him towards the side door, effectively preventing the third madam from following. This only deepened the confusion of the already astounded third madam, who could only watch as Master Qin and Han Li exited through the side door, too apprehensive to disregard his instructions. At this moment, she was shrouded in a fog of uncertainty. Following Qin Yin, Han Li entered a remarkably tranquil side hall. Without uttering a word, Han Li adjusted a decorative ancient vase within the room, revealing a concealed chamber in the wall. Upon witnessing this, Qin Yin stepped inside without hesitation. Han Li smiled and followed suit. The secret chamber, though modest, was well appointed. It featured a table and chairs, as well as a finely crafted sandalwood bookshelf, exuding an air of elegance. "Since you were sent by Master Li, you must be a cultivator as well? I apologize for any offense in the parlor earlier. I hope you do not take it to heart," Qin Yin said respectfully, closing the door behind him. "It is of no consequence. Ignorance is excusable. Moreover, this performance must continue." Han Li replied casually as he took a seat at the table, his demeanor returning to its previous carefree essence. "I am grateful for your magnanimity, esteemed cultivator." Upon hearing this, Qin Yin became even more deferential, standing to the side without displaying the slightest hint of discontent. He was acutely aware of the nature of cultivators. They were akin to living deities. Furthermore, without the support of Master Li, the Qin family would not enjoy their current prominence. Out of both sentiment and reason, Qin Yin dared not entertain any disrespect. "Please, Master Qin, do take a seat. There is no need to be overly courteous. The Master Li you speak of is, in fact, my own mentor, rendering me not entirely a stranger to the Qin family," Han Li said with a smile. "Nay, I am but a mere mortal. How could I dare to disrespect the cultivator? I shall remain standing and listen to your instructions, esteemed Han," Qin Yin insisted, shaking his head repeatedly in refusal to sit. This prompted Han Li to ponder briefly before he ceased to press the matter further. "Might I inquire, esteemed Master Han, about the purpose of your visit?" Qin Yin cautiously articulated the question that weighed heavily on his mind. The letter from Master Li merely mentioned the identity of the celestial master, yet it failed to elaborate on the specifics. According to his father's dying instructions, Master Li, who had rendered great kindness to the Qin family, would only appear or send aid when the family faced insurmountable peril. Could it be that the Qin family was about to encounter significant troubles once more? Observing the anxious expression that surfaced on the face of the Qin family patriarch, Han Li contemplated for a moment before he responded cautiously. "The matter at hand pertains to foreign cultivators. We have received word that the 6 demonic sects may be contemplating an assault on the Qin family." He conveyed this unsettling news in a manner comprehensible to mortals. causing Qin Yin to display an expression of utter shock. After a prolonged silence, Qin Yin stammered, "Does this imply that cultivators from another nation intend to target us? Mere mortals? What shall we do?" The patriarch of the Qin family appeared utterly at a loss. Han Li smiled faintly and reassured him, "There is no need for concern. Master Qin, the intruders from the Yu Kingdom will not possess formidable powers. With me stationed at the Qin residence, I shall ensure they do not succeed easily." Volume 3. Chapter 281. The Qin residence and Miss Biao. Over an hour later, Han Li emerged from the secret chamber alongside Qin Yin, reverting to his earlier appearance of a simpleton. Upon returning to the living room, the head of the Qin family immediately instructed the third madam to prepare a clean living space in the rear courtyard for the young Master Han to reside long-term. Ostensibly, the rationale was straightforward. Master Qin wished to cultivate this junior in gratitude for the great kindness shown to him by the previous generation. The third madam opened her mouth as if to voice an objection, but ultimately refrained from uttering any dissenting words. Possessing a keen intellect, she discerned that Qin Yin had already made up his mind, leaving no room for opposition. Moreover, she sensed an underlying connection between the young Master Han and her husband. However, since Qin Yin had not divulged any details, she prudently chose not to provoke disfavor. Yet, she could not help but entertain a fanciful speculation. Could it be that her husband held such reverence for the young Master Han because he was an illegitimate child from his youthful escapades? Otherwise, how could he have appeared so troubled while reading the letter, only to exhibit such warmth thereafter? The astute third madam increasingly believed this theory, feeling a twinge of unease. Nonetheless, she maintained an expression of indifference while growing increasingly cordial toward Han Li. Thus, under the repeated admonitions of Master Qin, Han Li once again accompanied Qin Ping out of the hall to assess the suitability of his accommodations. This time, Qin Ping's demeanor was no longer that of the stoic individual from before. Instead, he wore a beaming smile, repeatedly addressing Han Li as young Master Han, completely disregarding his previous coldness toward him. Although Han Li feigned a look of surprise, inwardly he marveled at the extraordinary skill of these mundane servants in navigating the tides of favor. Their abrupt shift from disdain to obsequiousness was executed without a hint of embarrassment. One could either commend their thick skins or conclude that they had long since grown accustomed to such a way of life. Shortly thereafter, Qin Ping guided Han Li along the winding paths of the rear courtyard, leading them to a secluded Sanha courtyard. The ambience here was refined and tranquil, prompting Han Li to nod approvingly, feeling quite pleased. It appeared that Qin Yin had indeed taken great care in selecting a suitable residence for him. "Master Han, this is your dwelling. This courtyard is the finest within the Qin estate. Normally, it would be reserved solely for esteemed guests of the master," Qin Ping explained with a hint of sycophancy as he ushered Han Li inside. Han Li scratched his head, grinning foolishly, seemingly at a loss for words. Qin Ping, displaying a keen sense of propriety, swiftly changed the subject, saying, "Master Han, I presume you have yet to dine? I shall fetch a meal from the kitchen for you. Please, wait a moment." With that, Qin Ping respectfully exited the courtyard, turning to leave. As Han Li watched the man gradually retreat, he smiled faintly and turned to open the door to his quarters. The arrangement of the rooms was indeed commensurate with the surrounding environment, equally exquisite and elegant. After surveying the space, Han Li grew increasingly content, contemplating who might have orchestrated such a setting. Qin Ping was certainly efficient. Before long, a serving maid arrived, carrying a large bamboo box filled with food. The enticing aroma wafting through the air awakened Han Li's appetite, which had been dormant for years. Without hesitation, he polished off several exquisite dishes and a bowl of rice. When Qin Ping returned to find the remnants of the meal, he couldn't help but chuckle, though he maintained a respectful demeanor as he invited Han Li back to the hall. The master of the Qin household wished to introduce Han Li to the members of the Qin family. Upon re-entering the parlor, Han Li discovered that it was no longer just Qin Yin and the third madam in attendance. Rather, there were now 2 or 3 dozen men and women standing and seated. As Qin Yin warmly beckoned Han Li to sit beside him, the older guests reacted with mild surprise, yet nothing overly dramatic. However, the younger Qin ladies and gentlemen could hardly contain their impatience. Immediately, a favored young gentleman stepped forward, somewhat disgruntled, and inquired, "Grandfather, who is this brother? We have never seen him before, and you have gathered us all for his sake?" Qin Yin discerned the discontent in his grandson's tone, but did not deign to respond kindly. Instead, He shot the young man a glare and sternly rebuked, "Withdraw. What right do you have to speak here? This is Han Li, the esteemed nephew whose ancestors bestowed life-saving grace upon our Qin family. You are not to show him any disrespect." This proclamation from Qin Yan instantly stirred the guests in the parlor, eliciting a flurry of speculation and curious glances directed at Han Li, save for the third madam, who remained composed. Han Li exhibited a fitting expression of unease, shifting restlessly as if sitting upon a bed of nails. Meanwhile, the young master of the Qin family, his face alternating between crimson and pallid hues, silently retreated. He had not anticipated that Qin Yan, who typically showered him with affection, would speak so mercilessly today, causing him to suffer a significant embarrassment before numerous siblings. After this incident, it was clear that the young gentleman would harbor no fondness for Han Li. However, he would not act childishly. After Qin Yan had issued his command, he would refrain from any unkind gestures towards Han Li. After all, it was evident that this rustic fellow held considerable importance in his grandfather's eyes, and he certainly did not wish to forfeit Qin Yan's affection. With this precedent set, the others naturally abstained from any hostile actions, instead exchanging amiable glances with Han Li. At this moment, Qin Yan smiled and gestured towards the individuals within the room, introducing Han Li. "This is my eldest son, Qin Ji, who manages all our business affairs in Yujing and possesses a commendable intellect. And this is my second son." As Han Li nodded absently, he committed to memory the names of each member of the Qin family that Qin Yan introduced, for they were all individuals he intended to protect. Remarkably, Qin Yan had fathered 5 sons and 3 daughters, with several grandchildren as well. The eldest and second sons appeared to be in their 30s, already with families of their own. The individual who had inquired earlier was the second son of the eldest. Amusingly, the youngest son, merely 5 or 6 years of age, was a little child who could only suck his thumb. The thought of a 16 or 17-year-old youth having to address this thumb-sucking child as uncle struck Han Li as utterly comical. As for Qin Yan's wife, aside from the third lady he had met earlier that morning, there was a second lady in her 40s, along with several younger concubines. Notably, Qin Yan's principal wife was not present in the hall, as it was said she was currently engaged in fasting and prayer, rarely making public appearances. Additionally, 2 men in their 40s, Qin Yan's second and third brothers, managed portions of the family business and were considered significant figures within the Qin residence. Naturally, they had several children present in the hall, yet Han Li merely noted their names without further attention, for his limited energy compelled him to focus primarily on safeguarding those from the main branch of Qin Yan's family. "Where's the cousin?" After Qin Yan had introduced everyone in the parlor, he suddenly realized the absence of one individual and turned to the third lady beside him to inquire. "The young lady feels that, being a widow, it is not appropriate for her to meet outsiders, so she did not come. Should we summon her?" The third lady responded softly, her expression reflecting some hesitation. "That is quite all right. Han Xianshi is not an outsider. It would be beneficial for her to meet him." Qin Yan replied thoughtfully. "Understood, sir. Xiao Yan, go and fetch the young lady, informing her that it is the master who requests her presence." The third lady instructed the little maid standing behind her with a gentle command. "Yes, madam." The young maid, who once guided Han Li, nimbly darted out through the side door. At that moment, Qin Yan turned back and softly explained to Han Li, "There is still one person yet to arrive. A young woman whom my first wife rescued from the river during her visit to her family about 7 or 8 years ago. This woman was in a pitiable state, having lost her memory from a head injury and bearing numerous scars all over her body. My wife, possessing a kind heart, treated her and, upon realizing she had no home to return to, arranged for one of her relatives to adopt her as a foster daughter, thus providing her with a semblance of security. However, misfortune continued to plague her, although she managed to marry through the efforts of her adoptive father. Her fiancé tragically slipped into the river and drowned just 3 days after their wedding. Ordinarily, a young woman in her position could easily remarry, yet she exhibited an unwavering sense of loyalty, choosing to remain a widow for the sake of her husband with whom she had spent only 3 days. This became a celebrated tale in the locality, greatly enhancing my wife's family's reputation. Eventually, her adoptive father passed away, and seeing her alone in an empty house, my wife took her in to provide companionship and solace. Qin Yan sighed as he recounted this story. Upon hearing Qin Yan's words, Han Li feigned surprise, though inwardly he remained skeptical, suspecting that this woman was yet another unfortunate soul deeply influenced by tales of virtue and fidelity. Within the hall, the young gentlemen, upon hearing news of the arrival of the cousin, instantly brightened, whispering excitedly among themselves, their eyes shimmering with anticipation. This caused Han Li to momentarily pause, only to realize that this cousin must indeed possess extraordinary beauty. As he pondered this, a young maid accompanied by a gracefully dressed young woman entered the hall. The woman, though possessing delicate and refined features, exuded an inexplicable allure. Her enchanting demeanor stirred within the men present a strong urge to embrace and cherish her. The younger lads, wide-eyed with fascination, gazed at her with unabashed admiration, revealing that the young masters of the Qin family had long been enamored with this cousin. However, when Han Li finally discerned the woman's face, a flicker of shock crossed his features, as the naivete that once marked her expression seemed to vanish in an instant. Fortunately, he quickly regained his composure, masking his astonishment. This transformation occurred in a mere heartbeat, and all eyes were fixed on the newly arrived young woman, narrowly avoiding any telltale signs of recognition. Yet within Han Li's heart, tumultuous waves of emotion surged. Although the cousin's appearance had undergone some changes, now embodying a more mature charm, he instantly recognized her as the second daughter of the Mo family, Mo Fengwu, the delicate young lady who had shown an affinity for the study of medicine, whom he had encountered only a handful of times in the past. As Mo Fengwu stepped into the room, a gentle flush crept across her cheeks under the watchful gazes of the crowd, prompting her to automatically lower her head. And thus she failed to notice Han Li seated beside Qin Yan. Observing the ineptitude of the younger generation, Qin Yan felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Clearing his throat, he cast a stern glance, and after a few vigorous coughs, the young man, entranced by Mo Fengwu's beauty, finally snapped back to reality, quickly adopting a more decorous demeanor, wary of inciting the ire of the family patriarch. "Pinger, come and sit beside your aunt," the third mistress called out, her keen mind anticipating the need to draw Mo Fengwu closer. "Thank you, third aunt," Mo Fengwu replied softly, her voice imbued with grace as she elegantly made her way to the third mistress and took her seat. "Pinger, do not remain cooped up indoors. It suffocates the spirit. It is far better to step outside and enjoy the world." Clearly, Qin Yan held deep sympathy for Mo Fengwu, his tone gentle. "Thank you, uncle. Pinger understands." Mo Fengwu continued to keep her gaze lowered, embodying a demeanor of submission. With a sigh, Qin Yan felt a sense of helplessness regarding his niece's constant compliance. Yet he soon resolved to address more pressing matters. Pointing to Han Li, he introduced him to Mo Fengwu. "Pinger, allow me to present Han Li, a descendant of a benefactor to our family. You should meet him and refer to him as elder brother henceforth." Han Li was completely absorbed in observing Mo Fengwu's actions, and upon hearing his name, she subtly trembled, which immediately informed him of her recognition. After a moment, Mo Fengwu finally raised her head, revealing her enchanting visage. Serene and composed, with a delicate parting of her lips, she greeted, "Good day, elder brother Han." It seemed she had genuinely forgotten him. In contrast, Han Li appeared momentarily stunned by her proximity, and after a prolonged pause, he awkwardly managed to respond, "Greetings, younger sister." This exchange elicited a few stifled giggles from the surrounding young men and women. Casting a cold glance over the room, Qin Yan quickly restored silence, while Han Li remained oblivious, scratching his head in a state of confusion. The subsequent proceedings were straightforward. In front of the assembled family, Qin Yan coldly declared that Han Li would be residing in the Qin residence for a time, during which he would be one of the young masters of the house, and none were to treat him with disdain, lest they face severe repercussions. As these words left his lips, the atmosphere shifted, with all eyes in the Qin household now scrutinizing Han Li. It was evident that not only the third mistress was speculating about the true relationship between Han Li and Qin Yan. That night, Han Li lay awake in his bedroom, staring at the ceiling, seemingly lost in thought. A light knock echoed from outside the door, and a slight smile appeared on Han Li's lips, hinting at a secret delight. Unhurriedly, he rose and opened the door, revealing a cloaked figure standing outside, draped in a hooded cape. As soon as the woman saw Han Li open the door, she swiftly lifted the canopy curtain, revealing her delicate features. It was none other than Mo Fengwu, who had not acknowledged Han Li during the day. Observing this, Han Li silently stepped aside, allowing Mo Fengwu to enter without hesitation. Standing at the threshold, he extended his spiritual sense, detecting no presence nearby, indicating that Mo Fengwu had approached with utmost caution. Gently closing the door, Han Li turned around and found Mo Fengwu silently removing her cloak, unveiling her alluring and voluptuous figure. Without any preamble, she seated herself at the table, her expression devoid of emotion as she fixed her gaze upon Han Li. With a sigh, Han Li reflected on the striking contrast between her current demeanor and the gentle, medical-minded girl he once knew. It was evident that Mo Fengwu had endured numerous experiences over the years, transforming her into someone unfamiliar to him. "Should I address you as Junior Brother Han or Senior Brother Han?" Mo Fengwu inquired, a fleeting, inscrutable expression crossing her eyes before her voice turned slightly hoarse. "Perhaps simply Han Li, Miss Fengwu," he replied, having gathered his thoughts. Upon hearing his response, a subtle hint of disappointment flickered across Mo Fengwu's face. But she quickly regained her composure and continued, "I am perplexed as to why a cultivator like yourself would be present at the Qin residence, and I do not wish to pry into its secrets. I am here solely to implore you, in light of the past connection between you and my father, to assist me in eliminating an enemy. Would you be so kind?" Upon finishing her plea, Mo Fengwu's facade of indifference faltered, her expression betraying a hint of anxiety as she awaited Han Li's response, fearing outright rejection. Han Li maintained his usual demeanor, neither hastily declining nor readily agreeing. Instead, he poured a cup of fragrant tea for her from the pot he had just brewed, then slowly uttered a statement that took her by surprise. "Are you suggesting that I should eliminate the leader of the five-colored sect?" Seated across from Mo Fengwu, Han Li regarded her astonished countenance with a calm, unhurried gaze. Her surprise dissipated quickly, replaced by an odd look as she scrutinized him. After a prolonged silence, she responded with a tinge of bitterness. "It appears that you are already aware of the matters concerning the Mo family. Truly, nothing escapes the ears and eyes of you cultivators." Though her words were softly spoken, Han Li discerned an underlying resentment directed at him. After a moment of contemplation, he understood the root of her feelings. With a gentle laugh, he clarified, "Miss Fengwu, it seems you have misunderstood me. Regardless of the circumstances, I do hold a certain connection to the Mo family. If I were to learn of their grave peril, while I cannot promise everything, I can certainly ensure the safe retreat of your esteemed elders to enjoy their twilight years." As he spoke, his expression became exceedingly earnest. Han Li was not fearful of Mo Fengwu harboring a grudge against him. Rather, he refused to bear an unjust accusation without cause. In response to his words, Mo Fengwu simply murmured in acknowledgement, her countenance once again adopting a mask of indifference. It is uncertain whether the lady truly believes his recent justifications. Observing this, Han Li furrowed his brow and, after a moment's hesitation, decided to reveal the truth. Initially, he had refrained from disclosing anything due to its connection to the realm of cultivation. In truth, the details surrounding the incident at the Mo residence were relayed to him by the spirited girl, Kai Huan, who was accompanied by fourth mistress at the time. "What? You mean Kai Huan and fourth sister are still alive?" Mo Fengwu exclaimed, her disbelief palpable as she became visibly agitated, two rosy blushes blooming on her fair cheeks. "Indeed, they are alive. They currently reside in a very secluded location, and they are well," Han Li replied softly. After escaping from Yanling Fortress, he had once sought information regarding the fate of ordinary people after the Yan family had abandoned the estate. To his astonishment, he discovered that the entire fortress was deserted, with those commoners having seized the opportunity to escape amidst the chaos. Consequently, the whereabouts of Mo Kai Huan and her mother remained unknown. As the month drew to a close, Han Li considered it unnecessary to burden her with the news of their disappearance. For Mo Fengwu, simply knowing that her kin still existed was sufficient. It was likely that she would refrain from broaching the subject of reuniting with them, given the changes that time had wrought. Han Li then recounted his encounter with Mo Kai Huan succinctly, nearly bringing Mo Fengwu to tears of joy. Mo Fengwu understood that, given Han Li's status as a cultivator, he had no need to fabricate lies to deceive a frail woman. His courtesy towards her was presumably a reflection of their past acquaintance. Thus, with her hands clasped in prayer before her heart, she took a moment to regain her composure. However, upon facing Han Li again, her demeanor was noticeably warmer. She was acutely aware that had it not been for Han Li's assistance at Yanling Fortress, the Yan matriarch and her daughter would still be in peril. "Thank you, young Master Han, for informing me of Kai Huan and fourth sister's whereabouts. This is the first piece of good news I have received in 7 or 8 years, Mo Fengwu said slowly after regaining her calm. Yet, before Han Li could respond, she continued, Though my sister and her mother are safe, my eldest sister and several aunts remain missing, and they are likely suffering a dire fate. I cannot neglect my duty to avenge them. However, I am powerless to act on my own. Surely, Brother Han will assist me, won't you?" As she spoke, her expression turned frail, her bright eyes glistening with unshed tears, as if she were on the verge of weeping. Han Li, witnessing her distress, rubbed his nose in frustration and helplessness. He had hoped that knowing the whereabouts of Mo Kai Huan and her mother would alleviate her desire for vengeance. Yet, he was taken aback by how resolutely Mo Fengwu clung to this matter after all these years. To be candid, it would be far easier for him to eradicate a Qi refinement cultivator than to unjustly slay a person of status among the common folk. Since entering the Yellow Maple Valley, Han Li had long realized that the entire nation of youth had been thoroughly divided among the 7 great sects and numerous prominent families. Within each jurisdiction, the secular powers, especially those with a long-standing presence, were often under the discreet observation of cultivators, or were even supported by these sects from behind the scenes. The Mo family of Lan Prefecture, having only recently emerged as a force, had yet to attract the attention of the Immortal Realm's practitioners. Otherwise, when Han Li had assassinated the dominant figure Ouyang Feitian from the Mo family, the act would not have been so easily accomplished nor gone unpunished. However, the Five-Color sect was an entirely different matter. Established over a century ago, it was considered an ancient sect, and Lan Prefecture was recognized as the territory of the Spirit Beast Mountain by the 7 great sects, suggesting that the influence of Spirit Beast Mountain was likely behind it. Thus, when the Mo family made contact, they suffered a crushing defeat. As a disciple of the Yellow Maple Valley, Han Li could not recklessly eliminate a secular leader supported by another sect without facing serious repercussions. Nevertheless, the recent incursions of demonic forces into the nation of Yu presented a murky opportunity amidst the chaos. Should he act cautiously during this tumultuous period, he might avoid drawing unwanted attention. Contemplating this, Han Li maintained a composed demeanor while pacing back and forth within the room. After weighing his thoughts, he fixed his gaze upon the beautiful face of Mo Fengwu and spoke calmly. "Miss Fengwu, under normal circumstances, I cannot acquiesce to this request as it would lead to significant trouble for me. However, given the peculiar situation in the immortal realm, I cannot entirely dismiss the possibility of an opportunity arising. Therefore, should the occasion present itself, I may attempt to eliminate the leader of the Five-Color sect. However, if the situation proves insurmountable, I implore you to abandon thoughts of vengeance." Upon hearing Han Li's words, Mo Fengwu was overcome with joy and tears. Her radiant beauty left Han Li momentarily entranced. He recalled the first time he had encountered the gentle and charming second young lady of the Mo family, a moment that had stirred feelings within him that he had not forgotten, evoking a sense of nostalgia. It could be said that this was his first experience of romantic sentiment. This modest promise could be regarded as a declaration of his feelings towards Mo Fengwu. Contemplating this, Han Li maintained an outwardly indifferent expression, intending to bury these emotions deep within his heart and refrain from mentioning them to others. Finally, emerging from her reverie, Mo Fengwu was filled with gratitude. Without uttering a word, she stepped closer to Han Li and gently brushed her soft, fragrant lips against his cheek. With a hint of shyness and confusion, she said, "With your promise, even if I cannot slay that man, I am immensely grateful." After speaking, she quickly wrapped her cloak around herself and hurriedly departed from Han Li's room. Han Li touched the spot on his face where she had kissed him, his expression a mixture of curiosity and bewilderment. Before long, he rested his chin on one hand, lost in contemplation. After quite some time, the following morning, Han Li awakened from his meditative practice, reflecting on the events of the previous night, which caused him to sigh inwardly. If only Mo Fengwu possessed spiritual roots, he would surely guide her into the Huangfeng Valley and forge a partnership to cultivate the Tao together. With such thoughts occupying his mind, he completed his morning rituals and stepped out of his dwelling. His intention was to familiarize himself with the layout of the Qin residence before considering other matters. However, upon stepping outside, he was greeted by the cheerful figure of Qin Ping, who, without waiting for Han Li's surprised inquiry, eagerly explained, "I have been entrusted by the master to act as your personal attendant for the time being. Should you require assistance, young Master Han, do not hesitate to call upon me." Qin Ping's demeanor while speaking to Han Li was imbued with both respect and a hint of excitement. His reasoning was rather simplistic. Although young Master Han hailed from a modest background, and appeared somewhat unassuming, he held considerable weight in the master's eyes. That alone was enough for Qin Ping to seek his favor. Moreover, if he could serve this young master well, he might also curry additional favor with the master himself. As Qin Ping pondered this, he found himself silently disparaging those fools who, upon learning they were to serve this unsophisticated young master, hastily sought to distance themselves. He had long overheard the maidservants of the lady mention that this young master was most likely the master's illegitimate son. As long as the master lived, he would certainly not neglect this young man. Being an attendant to young Master Han would undoubtedly elevate his own status. This was far superior to being a mere errand runner for the third madam. Unaware of Qin Ping's true intentions, Han Li merely felt that this individual had a knack for social graces, recognizing his unfamiliarity with the Qin residents and the capital of Yu. Thus, he had promptly dispatched a guide, truly a timely assistance. With a smile gracing his lips, Han Li addressed Qin Ping directly. I have yet to explore this vast estate. I was just thinking of taking a stroll. Would you accompany me? Of course, young master, Qin Ping replied, invigorated by the prospect of his first task. Thus, under Qin Ping's guidance, Han Li began to wander around the expansive Qin residence. Although certain areas were inhabited by female relatives, rendering close inspection inconvenient, standing at a distance and observing sufficed, as no one dared to speak out, especially considering Qin Yan's words had spread throughout the entire estate. This is the fortune courtyard of the second master's family, where the second master himself resides alongside his youngest two sons, Qin Ping dutifully explained, pointing out each courtyard's name and its occupants, ensuring that Han Li committed these details to memory. However, when he mentioned the residence of his cousin, Mo Fengwu, Han Li's expression subtly shifted, lingering for a moment longer before he resumed his composure and departed. Before long, Han Li had thoroughly explored the entirety of the Qin estate, yet he still seemed unsatisfied. Ultimately, Qin Ping led him out of the Qin residence, accompanying him on a leisurely stroll through some bustling areas of Yuejing. He continued to provide explanations without pause. Traversing through the city's renowned sites and lively districts consumed the entirety of the morning. The once jubilant expression on Qin Ping's face had long since vanished, replaced by a pained grimace as he limped behind Han Li. Anyone who had walked for hours without rest, while incessantly narrating, would likely wear a similar expression. This made Qin Ping question for the first time whether he had chosen the wrong master. Though Qin Ping served as a subordinate within the Qin household, he typically traveled by carriage for long journeys. Such prolonged walking was a rarity for him. The exertion had taken quite a toll. He felt a dull ache in his heels, akin to being pricked by needles. Not to mention, his throat had grown hoarse from incessant talking, adding to his discomfort. However, upon seeing his new master, still brimming with enthusiasm as he approached a shop selling porcelain, Qin Ping could only grimace and force himself to keep pace. After all, if the master showed no signs of fatigue, how could a mere servant dare to complain? I'm feeling a bit hungry. Shall we find a place for lunch? As Qin Ping hurried to Han Li's side, he heard Han Li's candid suggestion. Instantly, Qin Ping was filled with excitement, eagerly agreeing and recommending a nearby tavern, extolling its signature dishes to the skies. Han Li found it amusing but maintained an expression suggesting that Qin Ping should take the lead. Thus, under Qin Ping's eager guidance, they entered a modest two-story tavern. The first floor was occupied by ordinary patrons enjoying simple meals, while the second floor catered to those of higher status. Naturally, Qin Ping would not allow Han Li to dine on the first floor, despite his master's apparent inclination towards it. The second floor was sparsely populated, with only 3 or 4 tables occupied. One table, notably, was filled with 3 men and 2 women drinking together, a sight quite unconventional. As Han Li stepped into the establishment, he couldn't help but glance at that table, which caused him to pause in surprise. All 5 individuals were cultivators at the Qi refinement stage, each possessing foundational skills at the 10th level or higher, an unusual occurrence indeed. Could they possibly belong to the 6 sects of the demonic path? Han Li pondered this, immediately drawing in his aura, employing the Qi gathering technique reserved for foundation establishment cultivators to mask his presence. Consequently, to the lower-ranked cultivators, Han Li appeared as nothing more than an ordinary mortal. Young master, please have a seat here. Qin Ping, suppressing his foot pain, guided Han Li to a window-side table, diligently wiping down the wooden chair with his sleeve before smilingly inviting him to sit. Han Li, feeling somewhat embarrassed, quickly urged Qin Ping to join him. This time, Qin Ping did not exhibit excessive politeness. After a few refusals, he settled down obediently. He was in considerable pain from his foot and could not afford to concern himself with the distinctions of status. Fortunately, the young gentleman Han, newly arrived in the capital, was not one to adhere to such formalities. Once the two were seated, the innkeeper promptly approached, exhibiting great humility as he inquired, "What would you gentlemen like to order? Our establishment boasts several signature dishes that are quite renowned. Bring forth a selection of the finest wines and delicacies, and ensure that each of your signature dishes is presented in the best quality possible. My lord here is none other than the young master of the Qin residence." Qin Ping, aware that Han Li would likely struggle with the menu, took the initiative to order for him. Upon mentioning the Qin residence, Qin Ping's demeanor transformed, radiating an air of importance. Indeed, the reputation of the Qin household proved to be a potent tool. The innkeeper, upon hearing this, nodded vigorously and bowed deeply, hastily retreating to summon the food and drink. Meanwhile, Han Li found little interest in his companion's display of authority. Instead, his full attention was captivated by a nearby table of cultivators. To his astonishment, he felt a vague familiarity with one of the men clad in blue, who appeared to be in his 30s, as if he had encountered him before. Yet, upon deeper reflection, he could not recall where, nor did he believe this individual to be someone he knew well. The men at that table, including the blue-clad man whom Han Li found familiar, wore expressions of distress. Their heads bowed as they sipped their drinks in silence. The two women, possessing some charm, gazed blankly at the lavish spread before them, seemingly devoid of any appetite. Their demeanor suggested they had encountered considerable trouble, appearing far from the typical demonic cultivators infiltrating the state of Yu. Among them, the blue-clad man was relatively youthful, second only to a woman in her 20s. "Young master, the meal has arrived. Please enjoy." Qin Ping's respectful voice broke through Han Li's thoughts. The innkeeper had efficiently laid out an abundant feast before them. "Haha, let us dine together," Han Li replied with a hint of embarrassment, revealing a set of pristine white teeth as he smiled. He then unreservedly picked up a morsel of food and began to chew heartily. However, his consciousness discreetly extended, closely monitoring the movements of the cultivators at the adjacent table. Just as Qin Ping began to eat, the oldest among the group of cultivators, a man with a dark complexion, paused his drinking and suddenly enveloped them with an invisible soundproof barrier before speaking. "Let us all partake in some food. Since our lives are now in the hands of others, we, the 5 friends of Mengshan, can only take things one step at a time, regardless of the outcome. Avoiding a fate of utter despair is a blessing compared to others." Though the soundproof barrier was in effect and the elder's voice was low, Han Li heard every word distinctly. For a cultivator of the Qi refining stage, the soundproofing spell was ineffective against Han Li's extraordinary perception. Nonetheless, the elder's words indicated to Han Li that there was indeed something afoot, providing him with the opportunity to overhear some secrets. Perhaps the counsel of the dark-faced elder had some effect, as the two women finally fell silent and took a few bites of their meal. Yet, judging by their distracted demeanor, it was evident that the food held little appeal to them. "Brother, must we truly allow them to manipulate us from this point onward? If all else fails, we could discreetly inform the 7 sects. Surely they could deal with these ruffians," exclaimed the man in blue, his face hardening after gulping down a few mouthfuls of strong liquor. "Ah, fourth brother, this matter is far from simple," the dark-faced elder replied with a gentle shake of his head, his expression laden with resignation. Hearing this, the youngest of the white-clad women could not contain her curiosity and pressed, "Brother, why not? Do the people of the 7 sects not wish to eradicate these villains? We must remember that countless compatriots from the state of Yu have fallen into their clutches." As she spoke, her face was a portrait of indignation. In contrast to the impassioned rhetoric of the youthful pair, the 2 older individuals, a man and a woman in their 40s, exchanged a silent, rueful smile, clearly understanding the elder's concerns. At this point, Han Li felt a flicker of realization, as if he had grasped something significant. However, maintaining a facade of composure, he continued to eat heartily, prompting Qin Ping to commend his impressive appetite. Han Li, his cheeks tinged with a blush, smiled sheepishly, as if suddenly aware of his indiscretion, and slowed his pace of eating. Meanwhile, the dark-faced elder sighed and began to elucidate to the man in blue and the woman in white. In truth, seeking aid from the 7 sects would yield no benefit. Firstly, we are all too aware of the current plight of the 7 sects. With their resources stretched to the limit, it remains uncertain whether they can withstand the encroachment of the demonic forces. How could they possibly spare manpower to assist us scattered cultivators? We must recognize that among these villains are foundation establishment practitioners. A mere ordinary cultivator would be of no use. Otherwise, how could we five have been so swiftly subdued? Furthermore, even if individuals from the seven sects were to harbor camaraderie and were willing to send aid to eliminate them, let us not forget that these individuals always don masks, revealing not a hint of their true identities. The place where we were coerced the other day was merely a dilapidated temple chosen at random. There is no way to track them down. Moreover, we are bound by their peculiar restrictions. Should we fail to adhere to their spells, we may very well perish. Can we be certain that the seven sect members could lift these restrictions? After all, if our adversaries were so confident in allowing us to leave, it stands to reason that these restrictions possess unique properties that are not easily undone. As the dark-faced elder spoke, his brow furrowed deeper, and he began to feel a sense of despondency. Must we truly become complicit in their wrongdoing, aiding them in ensnaring other cultivators? The white-clad woman asked, her complexion pale and clearly unwilling to partake in such treachery. Fifth sister, as our elder brother has said, we can only take one step at a time. Fortunately, we have ample time to devise a strategy that will allow us to extricate ourselves unscathed, reassured another lean, tall man in his 40s. However, those present were well aware that such words were merely a feeble attempt to quench their thirst for hope. It was nothing more than self-deception. In the past few days, they had been unable to conceive of a viable solution, and the prospect of a resolution in a few months seemed distant and elusive. After uttering these words, silence enveloped the group once more, and a fresh wave of sorrow washed over their hearts. Chapter 285. Indifference and rumors. Upon hearing this, Hanli had begun to grasp the situation. The individuals spoke of a troubling trend in the realm of cultivation within the state of Yu, where practitioners had frequently gone missing in recent years. It seemed as if they had once been ensnared by the hidden perpetrators, only to be released after being subjected to threats. Yet, their tone suggested they were now under duress, compelled to engage in nefarious deeds. A whirlwind of thoughts raced through Han Li's mind, and within moments, he discerned that it would be prudent to steer clear of this matter. After all, the fact that so many cultivators had vanished without a trace, yet the orchestrators remained at large, spoke volumes about the cunning nature of this unseen hand. They were no ordinary adversaries. Furthermore, if they could manipulate Foundation establishment cultivators, it was conceivable that Golden Core practitioners lurked behind them as well. As a mere Foundation establishment cultivator, it would be wise to avoid attracting trouble during such tumultuous times. Having reached a resolution, Hanli promptly withdrew his spiritual sense, choosing to disregard the group of cultivators. Though they were somewhat unfortunate and pitiable, he had no personal ties to them and would not risk incurring significant danger by meddling in their affairs. He could only wish them well in their own endeavors. Moreover, the seven sects, as the elderly man in black had analyzed, were fully engaged in their battle against demonic forces and had no time to spare. Even if Hanli were to report the situation, it was unlikely they would intervene in such trivial matters. This was the cold reality he accepted. With no need to eavesdrop on others' whispers, Hanli felt liberated to focus on his meal, occasionally feigning curiosity by pointing out intriguing sights outside the window and posing questions to Qin Ping. Naturally, Qin Ping was eager to provide detailed explanations. As a result, by the end of the meal, Hanli had consumed a substantial portion of the dishes, leaving Qin Ping astonished, contemplating the remarkable appetite of his young master. Meanwhile, the group of cultivators rose to leave, their despondent expressions clear to Hanli. It appeared they would not devise a solution anytime soon. After witnessing this, Hanli took a few more bites of his meal before instructing Qin Ping to settle the bill. However, Qin Ping merely chuckled and, with a flourish, produced a waste token from the Qin residence, confidently descending the stairs. In a short while, he returned to inform Hanli, "Young master, I have placed the waste token with the innkeeper. He is to come to our residence at the end of the month to settle the account. There is no need for us to provide any silver. The young master of the Qin family has a monthly allowance of several hundred taels for expenses, and I have noted the meal cost under your account." Hanli was somewhat taken aback by the extravagance of the Qin residence, but feigned a look of confusion, nodding absently as he followed Qin Ping downstairs. In the afternoon, Hanli chose not to continue his journey on foot. Under the guidance of Qin Ping, who learned from past lessons, Hanli summoned a two-wheeled horse-drawn carriage and embarked on a tour of several significant locations in the capital. Although many areas remained unexplored, he acquired a preliminary understanding of the terrain and neighborhoods, ensuring he would not be utterly lost upon leaving the Qin residence. As night fell, a content Han Li returned to the Qin estate. Qin Jue, who was attending the door, hurriedly rushed out to greet him before he could disembark, showering Han Li with excessive courtesy. He feared that the newly emerged young Master Han might still harbor resentment over the previous day's oversight. It was imperative for him to improve the young gentleman's impression of him. However, Han Li had long since cast aside the trivialities of the past day. His mind was wholly occupied with thoughts of ensuring the safety of the Qin residence. Above all, he needed to safeguard Qin Yan's life, for failure to do so would leave him ill-prepared to face Li Huayuan. With this resolve, Han Li entered the Qin estate with a sense of purpose. That evening, he did not shy away from anyone and directly sought out his uncle Qin, engaging in a detailed discussion within a private chamber before leaving in high spirits. From the following day, acquaintances of Qin Yan began to notice the sudden presence of an unfamiliar young man by his side, whose rustic appearance suggested he was not a local. Qin Yan was fervently introducing this young man to every familiar face, claiming him to be a distant descendant of a family elder, urging his friends to take good care of him. The individuals mingling with Qin Yan were either noble officials or wealthy merchants, although they found it peculiar that this young man remained closely tethered to Qin Yan. Their attempts to discern Han Li's background were fruitless. The cunning and experienced individuals among them then adopted a benevolent demeanor towards Han Li. Thus, Han Li made his first foray into the upper echelons of the capital. In the blink of an eye, over 2 months had passed. Han Li seemed to have genuinely assumed the role of a young master of the Qin estate. Not only did he receive treatment equivalent to that of Qin Yan's own siblings, but the patriarch of the Qin family also made a point of including Han Li in every business engagement and social gathering, suggesting an intention to nurture him significantly. Consequently, rumors of Han Li being the illegitimate son of the Qin patriarch swiftly spread beyond the estate, stirring a flurry of speculation among those acquainted with the Qin family. Yet, Qin Yan paid no heed to these whispers, adopting an attitude of indifference that only served to bolster the credibility of the conjectures. As a result, some impulsive members of the Qin family, whether instigated by their elders or emboldened by a sense of cleverness, attempted to subtly probe the truth of the rumors surrounding Han Li. However, confronted with Han Li's feigned ignorance, they returned empty-handed. Over time, the residents of the Qin estate tacitly acknowledged Han Li's status as a young master, believing Qin Yan's favoritism was merely an attempt to alleviate his own guilt. This situation, however, incited considerable discontent among those Qin family members who had previously enjoyed Qin Yan's favor. Under the oppressive gaze of the elder, they naturally dared not engage in any overt acts against Han Li and could only grudgingly endure the situation for the time being. However, they did not shy away from muttering insults about Han Li behind his back, referring to him as a rustic fool or an illegitimate child on numerous occasions. Unbeknownst to them, during the evenings when Han Li practiced his cultivation within his quarters, he would diligently envelop the entire Qin residence with his spiritual sense. Although he could not sustain this for long each time, it was sufficient to unveil many hidden secrets. Han Li heard their spiteful remarks with crystal clarity. He would not stoop to the level of these immature youths. Yet some of their elders were secretly concocting schemes to undermine his standing, which left Han Li somewhat speechless. While he would not concern himself with these mundane matters, if individuals from the demonic path were to launch a sudden attack, these people would undoubtedly find themselves at the bottom of his list for protection. Consider this a small measure of retribution from Han Li. On a certain day, Qin Yan was once again invited to a banquet, this time by a person of considerable stature, a royal prince of the current dynasty. It was said that one of the prince's favored concubines had recently recovered from a severe illness, prompting him to host a grand feast to celebrate and invite several esteemed individuals. Although the Qin family was not the wealthiest merchant family within the capital, in terms of overall strength and influence, they certainly ranked among the top 3, thus receiving an invitation was only to be expected. Moreover, it was not solely Qin Yan who would attend. He was explicitly instructed to bring along several of the Qin family's well-connected young gentlemen and so-called talented ladies, at the special request of a young prince they were acquainted with. Reluctantly, Qin Yan had to permit these younger generations to accompany him. Upon learning of the news, the younger members of the Qin family were instantly elated. It was well known that since discovering the Qin family's precarious situation, Qin Yin had been vehemently opposed to allowing the younger generation to frolic about during this perilous time. The last thing he wanted was for them to fall under the scrutiny of the demonic entities that Han Li had warned about, which would spell disaster. Consequently, over the past 2 months, Qin Yin had concocted various excuses to confine these young heirs, causing them to lament their predicament in silence. What further irked them was that, despite Han Li being only a few years their senior, he had the liberty to accompany Qin Yin on his daily excursions, seemingly reveling in his freedom, which only fueled their grievances. Now, with this newfound opportunity, the younger members of the Qin family were naturally overjoyed to attend the banquet together. The prince who sent the invitation was known as Prince Exine, one of the brothers of the current ruler of the Yu Kingdom. According to Qin Yin, although he hailed from royal lineage, he was known for his generous spirit and wide circle of friends. He was willing to associate with not only high-ranking officials and wealthy merchants, but also with various extraordinary characters from the streets and the martial world. Of course, to avoid any semblance of impropriety, he refrained from mingling too closely with military officials wielding power. Nevertheless, this prince had quite a reputation among the common folk of Yuejing, and his standing was commendable. When Han Li heard this, he formed a preliminary impression of the prince, though he understood that only a personal encounter would reveal the true nature of the man, despite their seemingly respectable reputation. The world is rife with prominent figures engaged in thievery and vice. As the climax approaches, those with monthly tickets are encouraged to support. Volume 3. Chapter 286. The Wangfu. The residence of the Exine Wang is not situated within the imperial city, but rather in the southern district. After traveling for an hour in their carriage, Han Li and his companions arrived at the entrance of this southern area. The architectural style here starkly contrasts with that of the Qin residence and other eastern districts, predominantly featuring standardized constructions. The size and design of the residences make it immediately apparent the rank and status of their inhabitants. These homes are constructed by the government and allocated to officials according to their ranks and titles. No one dares to make unauthorized modifications, lest they incur the crime of overstepping boundaries. As a royal relative and a noble, the Exine Wang's residence is among the most distinguished in the southern district. Its land area surpasses that of the Qin residence by a small margin, rendering it a veritable mansion of grand proportions. Upon the carriage halting before the Exine Wang's estate, Han Li immediately sensed the opulent aura of nobility that is characteristic of the secular world. The grand entrance stands approximately 6 to 5 yards high and 3 to 4 yards wide, enveloped in a thick layer of brass, adorned with dozens of massive door studs that lend an air of majestic solemnity. At the sides of the nearly 10-foot-high staircase, there are 2 fierce bronze lion statues, polished to a brilliant sheen, undeniably eye-catching. However, the true sense of authority emanating from the Exine Wang's estate arises from the 16 meticulously armed guards stationed on the steps, specifically borrowed from the Imperial Guard to ensure security amidst the gathering crowd. The estate's steward, a lean old man, greets each arriving guest with a broad smile, representing the Exine Wang and ensuring no visitor is overlooked. At that moment, dozens of carriages of varying sizes had already filled the area in front of the estate, nearly occupying the entire space. On the massive bluestone steps, 5 or 6 guests lingered, engaging in amiable conversation, all adorned in splendid attire and exhibiting graceful manners, suggesting they were individuals of considerable standing. Observing this scene, Qin Yin adjusted his attire and confidently disembarked from the carriage. Han Li, scanning the surroundings and noticing the presence of cultivators, felt reassured enough to follow suit. As for the young masters and misses of the Qin family, they had eagerly exited the carriage the moment it came to a halt, now standing at the estate's entrance in animated discussion. Han Li glanced at the remaining guests on the steps and noted that, aside from the younger members of the Qin family, many of the other attendees had brought along their own offspring and relatives. Were they all invited by the so-called young prince? Or was the Exine Wang's estate intentionally gathering these youths under the guise of such an event? Pondering this ambiguity, Han Li turned his gaze towards Qin Yin, who appeared equally perplexed. "Grandfather, let us enter the estate. The young prince is waiting for us." A young gentleman from the Qin family, aged around 16 or 17, observed that the elder had remained by the carriage without moving. Encouraged by his siblings, he mustered his courage to approach and uttered a few words, anxious about receiving a reprimand from Qin Yin. "Ah, understood. Everyone, please enter." To his surprise, Qin Yin simply nodded in response, his demeanor pleasant and agreeable. This left the young man somewhat flabbergasted, yet he returned to his peers with a sense of exhilaration. However, before Qin Yin could lead his companions over, the steward of the Wang residence, having just attended to a guest, immediately spotted the Qin entourage and approached with a broad smile. Upon reaching them, he warmly exclaimed, "Master Qin, you have finally arrived. My lord has been mentioning for several days how he has missed your company at the estate. Do come in quickly. His Highness will be immensely pleased to see you." It was evident that this steward possessed a remarkable talent for conversation. With just a few words, he brought warmth and cheer to his listeners. Qin Yin couldn't help but chuckle, engaging in light conversation with the steward. However, as more guests continued to arrive at the Wang residence, their conversation was cut short, and the steward ushered Qin Yin and his companions inside, making a polite exit as he hurried back outdoors. Although Han Li remained silently by Qin Yan's side, he cast a glance at the steward's retreating figure, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his face. For reasons unknown, despite not sensing any spiritual energy emanating from the steward, Han Li suddenly felt a chilling unease as if a fearsome beast were drawing near. This discomfort unsettled him greatly. Although unsure of the cause, Han Li, confident in his instincts, promptly added the steward to his list of individuals to regard with caution and suspicion. "Han Xianzi, let us depart. I would like to introduce you to some relatives you have yet to meet," Qin Yin said with a smile, once the steward had left. This remark elicited a twinge of jealousy among the other Qin family members standing beside him, feeling that the head of the family was displaying favoritism. Nevertheless, Han Li merely smiled inwardly, recognizing that Qin Yin was creating an opportunity for him to remain close, and thus he readily accepted without hesitation. Following Qin Yin, they entered the reception hall of the Xian Wang residence. Inside the hall, there appeared to be around 100 guests. Although the number seemed considerable, most were in pairs or small groups, with only a few families, like the Qin family, arriving in larger numbers of 7 or 8. At this moment, the Xian Wang was yet to make his appearance, presumably waiting for all guests to arrive before showing himself. As soon as Qin Yin stepped into the hall, several familiar families warmly beckoned him over. Naturally, Qin Yin responded with polite gestures to each, and after surveying the room, he offered his apologies before making his way towards an elderly gentleman, whose face bore a pallid expression, accompanied by a young man and woman seated beside him. The man possessed thick eyebrows and large, expressive eyes, exuding an air of composure. The woman, though of ordinary beauty, had a pair of strikingly fiery eyes that unabashedly scanned the younger individuals behind Qin Yin, with Han Li naturally falling within her gaze. "Brother Hua, I did not expect to find such a renowned physician gracing this gathering. I thought, given your temperament, you would surely decline an invitation to such an affair," Qin Yin remarked as he approached the elder and unceremoniously took a seat, playfully teasing him in a hushed tone. "Ahem. Indeed, I originally had no intention of attending, but the peculiar ailment of the prince's favored concubine being miraculously cured piqued my curiosity. I was eager to witness which esteemed individual possessed such remarkable healing prowess." The elder addressed as Brother Hua responded with a mild smile, unperturbed by Qin Yan's familiarity. "Oh, so it is true that Prince Xian once sought your expertise for his concubine's ailment. It is rare that even your esteemed skills could not remedy this condition," Han Li observed, noting Qin Yin's astonishment, suggesting that the elder's medical reputation must be quite illustrious in the capital. "Haha. Ailments in this world are as diverse as they are strange. The fact that Hua has attained such a reputation is largely due to fortune. There are countless maladies that remain beyond my reach," the elder chuckled lightly, displaying a remarkably open-minded disposition. "But I find it hard to believe that there exists a physician in the capital whose skills surpass yours, esteemed brother." Qin Yin shook his head, revealing his firm confidence in the elder's abilities. However, Brother Hua merely smiled faintly and gestured towards the two young individuals beside him, saying, "Hua Nan, Hua Fang. You have met them before. Come forth and pay your respects to Grandfather Qin." Clearly, the elder commanded great respect from the two, as they hurriedly approached Qin Yin without a moment's hesitation to offer their greetings. "Haha, I cannot believe my dear grandchildren have grown so much in the years since our last meeting. I possess little of value to offer, but allow me to present you with this pair of jade pendants adorned with emeralds as a token of our reunion," Qin Yin said kindly as he rummaged through his belongings and produced a pair of exquisite white jade pendants, clearly of considerable worth. The young man briefly exhibited a flicker of surprise in his eyes, which quickly vanished, while the young woman gazed at the pendants with fervent delight. How ungrateful! If you desire them, take them. My dear brother Qin and our family are not strangers. The elder chided playfully upon witnessing their reaction. Upon hearing this, the siblings felt emboldened to accept the pendants from Qin Yan, the young woman's expression radiating sheer excitement. Aside from this esteemed pair, I have met several of your other younger relatives. Could this be your newly arrived nephew in the capital? The elder finally directed his attention towards Han Li, scrutinizing him with keen interest. Indeed, this is Han Li, a descendant of one of my elders, Qin Yan introduced. Han, allow me to present you to your Uncle Hua, one of the two great physicians of the capital, renowned alongside Dr. Yi, who attends to the emperor. It dawned on Qin Yan that he had yet to introduce Han Li to this venerable elder. Greetings, Uncle Hua. Han Li humbly addressed the elder. Ah, quite good. Quite good. The elder, unable to discern any remarkable qualities in Han Li, offered a few casual compliments. However, as he suddenly recalled the recent rumors circulating about this young man, he hesitated momentarily before extending his thin, bony hand to retrieve a small white vial from within his robe, which he then presented to Han Li. This is a meticulously concocted heart protection pill. While I cannot claim it cures all ailments, it certainly addresses minor injuries and ailments without fail. Consider it a gift for you, my dear nephew, for your protection. Upon hearing these words, Han Li immediately sensed the envy and jealousy radiating from several members of the Qin family behind him. Hua Nan and Hua Feng also displayed expressions of surprise, indicating that the reputation of this heart protection pill was indeed significant. Haha, I hadn't anticipated that after a tiring night of composing, I would inadvertently fall into a deep slumber. Chapter 287. The Celestial Master as a foundation-building cultivator, Han Li naturally regarded mundane pills with indifference. Nevertheless, he could not decline the goodwill of the elder at this moment, and, feigning a bashful demeanor, hesitantly accepted the vial. Ah, dear Han nephew, this heart protection pill is a secret concoction of Brother Hua, not easily bestowed upon others. Today, to present it as a greeting gift is indeed a rare display of generosity. Qin Yan, aware that Han Li would not value such a trinket, nonetheless spoke favorably on behalf of his friend, hoping to leave a positive impression of the Hua elder in Han Li's mind. The elder cast a puzzled glance at Qin Yan, uncertain of the intent behind his words in front of Han Li. His decision to present such a precious pill to this young man was entirely based on Qin Yan's regard. Otherwise, such a remedy, worth its weight in gold, would hardly be gifted to a mere stranger at their first encounter. Just as the elder pondered whether to inquire further, a sharp voice pierced the air. The Prince of Excian has arrived. This announcement from the servants instantly silenced the chatter in the hall, and all present turned their solemn gaze toward the side door. From that entrance emerged 4 maidservants, who took their positions flanking the main seat. Following them, a man and woman strolled in leisurely. The man, in his 40s with a neatly trimmed beard, possessed a square visage and fierce tiger-like eyes, exuding an aura of authority without raising his voice. The woman, a stunning beauty in her early 20s, was adorned in palace attire, her long gown trailing behind her. Upon witnessing this scene, the seated guests promptly rose to pay their respects, exclaiming, "Your Highness, esteemed madam," as this young lady was not the prince's legitimate wife, but rather a favored concubine. The guests could only address her as madam. "All of you are friends of mine. There is no need for such formalities. Please, take your seats," the Prince of Excian said, his demeanor and speech strikingly straightforward and affable, which naturally endeared him to the assembly. The favored concubine beside him merely smiled seductively, saying nothing. Upon hearing his words, the others exchanged knowing glances and complied, settling back into their seats. "I am a man of candor, so I shall speak plainly with you all," the Prince of Excian, having comfortably seated himself, announced with a warm smile. This declaration immediately sparked a lively discussion among the gathered guests. "Your Highness, please feel free to share your thoughts. Indeed, we have known each other for many years. We are well aware of your temperament." Evidently, amidst the assembly, there were those who spoke earnestly, as well as others who lavished flattery upon the esteemed prince. The purpose of gathering everyone was twofold. Firstly, to celebrate the miraculous recovery of Lady Qing'er from her peculiar ailment, which, given the prince's nature, warranted a grand celebration, and secondly, to bestow upon each of them a tremendous benefit, the acquisition of which would depend upon their own fortune. The prince's proclamation took the attendees by surprise, prompting exchanged glances of bewilderment. The notion that the prince had summoned them merely to grant them favors seemed almost inconceivable. Ha ha, Chinger, do you see? Is everyone not as astonished as I had anticipated? The prince, noticing their astonishment, turned to his stunning concubine with a smile. The beautiful woman, addressed as Chinger, responded with a light laugh. Your Highness, anyone hearing such words would surely be taken aback. Such a reaction is quite natural. The prince chuckled at her words and, stroking his short beard thoughtfully, turned back to the somewhat awkward assembly to elucidate. There is no need for confusion. The truth is, Lady Chinger's peculiar illness was cured by a remarkable individual who recently arrived at our estate. This esteemed figure possesses extraordinary abilities, commanding the elements and wielding fire and ice, truly a celestial being. After curing Lady Ching, this immortal discerned that my young son possesses the potential for cultivation and is destined to learn the arts of immortality. He will soon take my son under his wing to embark on a journey of enlightenment. At this juncture, the prince could no longer contain his joy, his face beaming with pride. Upon hearing this, a rotund gentleman in the hall exclaimed, "A cultivator. Could it be that this person is the legendary practitioner of immortality?" This exclamation sparked a ripple of excitement throughout the gathering. Although cultivators are shrouded in mystery to the common folk, those present were not ordinary citizens and had, to varying degrees, encountered rumors or even ancestral connections to wandering practitioners. The prevailing tales of a cultivator safeguarding the imperial palace only intensified their reverence for such beings. Now, the guests were thrilled to learn that a living immortal had graced the prince's residence. Meanwhile, Qin Yan, startled by this revelation, instinctively glanced at Han Li, who remained inscrutable, betraying no emotion. Unsure of how to inquire further, Qin Yan turned back to listen to the prince's continued discourse. The prince, observing the astonishment of the assembly, chuckled and resumed. I have indeed inquired of this esteemed individual, and he has acknowledged his identity as a cultivator. Furthermore, at my earnest request, he has agreed to extend his stay at our estate for several months to impart wisdom on the art of well-being. During our conversations, I learned that this celestial being descended to the mortal realm specifically to gather disciples with celestial potential. Upon learning of this matter, I immediately thought of my esteemed friends. Thus, I summoned all my nephews and nieces, for this immortal master is capable of accepting both male and female disciples. Shortly, I shall present Master Wu to everyone, and whether they are fortunate enough to become his disciples will depend on their celestial affinities. If the preceding words merely evoked envy among those present, then the queen's subsequent remarks descended upon them like a bountiful pie, eliciting waves of astonished delight. A chorus of gratitude erupted. For cultivators of immortality are akin to living deities in this world. It is said that upon achieving mastery, one may live for several centuries and wield profound mystical arts. Should any of my kin fortuitously succeed in becoming a disciple, what an immense support that would be. Though Han Li maintained a blank expression, inwardly he felt a twinge of curiosity. Initially, upon hearing the queen mention living immortals, he believed he had uncovered the trail of someone from the demonic path. However, upon learning that this individual intended to recruit disciples so openly, he found it perplexing. What cultivator, who infiltrates foreign lands to sow discord, would so recklessly draw attention to themselves? Was this not akin to offering oneself as a target? Unless this immortal was. As Han Li pondered, amidst the crowd's excitement, the immortal finally made a grand entrance into the hall. Clad in a gray robe, with hair and beard as white as snow, and a complexion as rosy as an infant's, he bore an uncanny resemblance to the legendary enlightened beings. Such a visage, even before casting any spells, convinced a significant portion of those present of his authenticity. Yet, upon closer inspection, Han Li remained speechless. This figure was evidently a mere cultivator at the 5th or 6th level of qi refinement. With a mere flick of his finger, Han Li could likely extinguish this so-called sage with ease. Yet, this esteemed figure found himself surrounded by individuals of considerable standing among mortals, who vied for his favor with flattery, hoping he would take their children and nephews under his wing. Observing this, Qin Yin felt a stir of restlessness, as did the younger generation behind him, their faces etched with anxiety. They feared arriving too late and missing their chance for celestial fortune. As Qin Yin hesitated, Han Li's voice suddenly echoed in his ear, reassuring him, "Do not worry. This individual does not belong to the demonic path. Whether your grandchildren choose to take him as their master is entirely up to you. My sole concern is the safety of the Qin family. However, regarding the immortal's cultivation, with a few dismissive chuckles, Han Li's voice abruptly vanished. Startled, Qin Yin glanced around, only to realize that, apart from himself, no one else seemed to have heard those words. The elder Hua, with a look of bewilderment, inquired why he did not approach the immortal to allow his juniors to test their celestial fortune. Simultaneously, the elder Hua, in a moment of revelation, remarked that it was no wonder he could not cure his own affliction. The immortal could indeed work wonders. Having uttered these words, the elder paid no further heed to Qin Yin and his entourage, and made his way towards the white-haired sage, with his grandchildren eagerly trailing behind him. Heed my words. Dear friends, the restrictions on the number of monthly votes have now been lifted. You may cast as many votes as you desire for a single book. Furthermore, after noon on the 28th, all monthly votes will be doubled. If you intend to support this book, I encourage you to do so after the 28th to maximize your contributions. Additionally, this chapter shall be the sole offering for tonight. Tomorrow morning, I shall resume my writing. We must also be mindful of our health. After all, earning a meager living should not come at the cost of our well-being. I wish for all fellow readers to remain in good health. Volume 3. Chapter 288. The soul's confrontation. Upon witnessing the usually composed elder from the Hua family displaying such eagerness, Qin Yin felt his resolve begin to waver. Although he had discerned a hint of disdain for this master from Han Li's tone, the fact remained that this individual was indeed a willing mentor. As for the elder's level of cultivation, Qin Yin could no longer afford to dwell on such considerations. He had previously contemplated having his descendants take Han Li as their teacher, yet through their interactions, he realized that Han Li had no intention of accepting disciples, rendering his aspirations futile. It was worth noting that during his father's lifetime, when the Qin family had just begun to prosper, the esteemed master Li Huayuan had visited their home to assess whether any of the younger generation possessed the potential for cultivation. Regrettably, none were found worthy, and he departed in disappointment. Consequently, Master Li had never broached the subject of accepting disciples upon his subsequent visits, claiming that the Qin family's connection to him was limited to that generation, severing any future ties. Now, with a fresh opportunity for cultivation presenting itself, Qin Yin felt compelled to seize the moment. Resolute in his decision, he called out to a few younger relatives and approached. Han Li observed the scene with a detached gaze, choosing not to intervene. Having already cautioned Qin Yin, he deemed it unnecessary to meddle further. As for whether the young masters and mistresses of the Qin residence truly possessed spiritual roots, Han Li had yet to ascertain. In the realm of mortals, individuals with spiritual roots were exceedingly rare, a veritable one in a myriad. Lost in thought, Han Li suddenly noticed a couple of Qin family youths who had accompanied Qin Yin to Master Wu's side, turning back to cast him derisive smiles, their expressions brimming with arrogance as if mocking him. Surprised, Han Li couldn't help but chuckle softly to himself. Evidently, these youths believed that since Qin Yin had not invited Han Li to join him in seeking spiritual fortune, it implied that the elder favored them most. Shaking his head in quiet amusement, he chose to disregard them and instead surveyed the surroundings of the hall. At this moment, only a handful of individuals remained seated, no more than 6 or 7, most of whom were solitary souls without kin. Regret was etched upon their faces as they reflected on their decisions. The only noteworthy sight for Han Li was an elderly pair seated at a table in a corner of the hall. The elder, clad in a blue robe and possessing a head of gray hair, sat serenely savoring the tea in his hands, seemingly indifferent to the ethereal fate unfolding before him. In contrast, the youth beside him, with delicate features and soft skin, occasionally displayed a hint of disdain while casting glances toward Master Wu. Although the pair appeared to be leisurely seated, Han Li could not help but smile upon observing them. To his surprise, both were practitioners of cultivation, boasting impressive skills. The elder seemed to have reached the 9th level of cultivation, while the youth exhibited a commendable 5th level, not inferior to Master Wu. What astonished Han Li further was the peculiar technique they employed to conceal their spiritual energy, rendering it almost imperceptible. Had Han Li not possessed a much higher cultivation level, he would have struggled to discern their identities as cultivators. As for Master Wu, it was evident he lacked the acuity to perceive the unusual aura surrounding the duo. The ability to mask one's spiritual energy from peers immediately piqued Han Li's interest. If he could master such a technique, It would undoubtedly provide him with a significant advantage in battles against equals. With this thought, Han Li scrutinized the pair once more, only to notice something amiss. The seemingly handsome youth bore 2 small holes in his delicate earlobes, revealing that he was, in fact, disguised as a girl. As Han Li processed this revelation, the youth caught him staring, and a flush crept across his face as he shot Han Li a fierce glare. This reaction drew the attention of the elder, who furrowed his brow and turned to regard Han Li with an expressionless gaze. Han Li, recognizing the elder's scrutiny, smiled in response. The elder was taken aback. He had initially assumed Han Li was merely a frivolous young man teasing his disguised daughter, but he was surprised to find a seemingly inconspicuous youth, one who showed no signs of fear. Irritation stirred within the elder, and after a moment of contemplation, he gently closed his eyes. This gesture momentarily stunned Han Li, prompting him to speculate that the elder might be attempting to. Before Han Li could finish his thought, the elder's subsequent actions confirmed his suspicions. Upon reopening his eyes, a violet hue glimmered in his gaze as he unleashed a mesmerizing spell toward Han Li, evidently intending to humiliate him for a minor reprimand. Han Li found the scene amusing. It was rather absurd for an elder at the 9th level of Qi refinement to attempt a mind-affecting spell on a mid-stage foundation establishment practitioner. It seemed like a reckless endeavor. A mere flicker of his own spiritual power would surely cause the elder's spell to rebound upon him. However, Han Li, intent on gleaning insights into the elder's energy masking technique, did not wish to create animosity. Thus, he maintained a smile, meeting the elder's gaze without displaying any unusual emotion. This elicited a transformation in the elder's demeanor, shifting from a cold smirk to one of astonishment, which soon morphed into sheer disbelief. As the old man silently exclaimed in distress and attempted to avert his gaze, it was already too late. Han Li's eyes had begun to glimmer with a subtle golden hue, akin to a magnet, rendering the elder incapable of shifting his sight even a fraction. A mixture of astonishment and trepidation engulfed the old man's heart, coupled with an overwhelming sense of regret. He never anticipated that this seemingly unremarkable youth, devoid of any apparent magical prowess, was, in fact, a cultivator of immense capability, seemingly surpassing his own. Had he foreseen this, he would have never resorted to employing the nightmare technique. Now, his mind was entirely ensnared by the other's control, leaving him unable to extricate himself from the backlash of his own actions. The old man's fear deepened, and beads of sweat the size of yellow beans began to trickle down his forehead, his complexion paling to that of the earth. Yet his eyes remained fixated upon Han Li. Meanwhile, the girl in male garb finally discerned her elder's distress and, in a moment of urgency, tugged at the old man's sleeve. To her astonishment, her action effortlessly pulled the elder away from Han Li's captivating gaze, liberating him from the clutches of the nightmare technique's repercussions. Suddenly revived from the brink of despair, the old man momentarily stood in stunned silence, as if awakening from a dream. Yet, his back was already drenched in cold sweat. In his state of panic, he exchanged a few hushed words with the girl, thereafter daring not to cast another glance in Han Li's direction. The old man understood all too well that her ease in rescuing him was a testament to the youth's restraint. Had it been otherwise, he would have certainly suffered mental turmoil and illness. Despite not comprehending the reasoning behind such mercy, he concluded that it was prudent for him and his granddaughter to distance themselves from this individual. The seemingly ordinary youth possessed an alarming level of cultivation, far beyond what they could afford to provoke. What perplexed him further was that he had previously employed the heavenly eye technique to scrutinize this person, revealing no signs of magical energy. Otherwise, he would not have recklessly invoked the nightmare technique. As the old man pondered his assumptions, his complexion began to pale. If his conjecture held true, he had inadvertently attracted the attention of a formidable figure, one that could not be trifled with by his entire clan. With this realization, the fleeting tranquility he had regained dissipated once more. The girl, meanwhile, gazed in astonishment at her grandfather's changing hues, her heart filled with disbelief. In her eyes, her grandfather had always been a stoic and unflappable presence. Now, he displayed such vulnerability. Was that seemingly mundane youth truly so fearsome? As this thought crossed her mind, she felt an impulsive urge to glance back at Han Li. Yet, before she could act, the elder seemed to perceive her intentions and urgently whispered to her, "Do not provoke that young man again. If I am not mistaken, he is likely a foundation establishment cultivator. We must not anger him." What? A foundation establishment cultivator? Impossible. How old could he possibly be? The girl gasped, covering her mouth with a delicate hand, her face paling, yet too fearful to utter a sound. Volume 3. Chapter 289. Celestial Arts. Although the young girl wore an expression of disbelief upon her delicate face, she was acutely aware that her grandfather would not speak frivolously, leaving her utterly astonished. She could only force herself to refrain from glancing in Han Li's direction, observing that he had imparted a small lesson without causing genuine harm. Han Li felt a sense of satisfaction. At that moment, he subtly moved his lips to convey a message. Instantly, the voice of Han Li echoed in the ears of the elder in the azure robe. Once you exit the residence of Prince Xin, do not rush away. Wait for me at the back gate of the estate. I have matters to discuss with you. Han Li's tone was imbued with an undeniable commanding presence, causing the elder to momentarily freeze, inwardly lamenting. How rare it was for such a distinguished figure to not let them off the hook. Did he harbor ulterior motives concerning their family? Fortunately, the elder perceived no malice in the man's demeanor, suggesting that they were not in imminent danger. Moreover, establishing a connection with a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage appeared to be a rare opportunity for the family's revival. The azure-robed elder could only engage in self-reassurance, his heart a tumultuous sea of anxiety. Han Li, noticing this, offered a faint smile before redirecting his attention to the white-haired elder. At that moment, Master Wu had already examined the majority of the crowd, yet had failed to identify even one individual with celestial potential. The young candidates who were deemed lacking in fate could only return to their seats with downcast expressions, their elders equally bereft of joy. The notion of celestial affinity was evidently a quest for those with spiritual roots. However, it seemed that the old sage was not entirely capricious in his endeavors. He genuinely sought to recruit disciples among these individuals. Otherwise, he could have simply pointed out a few at random. Han Li observed the elder diligently scrutinizing each young person in search of spiritual roots, reflecting indifferently on the scene. Nevertheless, Han Li believed that the elder's chances of successfully recruiting disciples in this gathering were rather slim. Among these 50 or 60 individuals, the likelihood of finding someone with spiritual roots was quite minimal. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the white-haired elder suddenly proclaimed in a booming voice, "This individual possesses celestial affinity. I shall accept him as my disciple." Han Li was taken aback by this declaration. Instinctively turning his gaze toward the fortunate soul endowed with celestial potential, he beheld a plump young man standing before Master Wu, utterly bewildered and at a loss. Beside him stood a portly middle-aged man clad in purple silk, his face a portrait of disbelief as he pressed for confirmation. "Master, does my son truly possess celestial affinity? There must be some mistake." The man, who had just been struck by an enormous stroke of fortune, found it hard to believe that, amidst the many illustrious young talents, his indolent son had caught the eye of the celestial master, rendering him as if lost in a dream. "Fear not, esteemed patron. I have examined him multiple times, and your son indeed possesses spiritual roots. He may study celestial arts alongside the young prince," Master Wu replied, stroking his snowy beard with a smile. "Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. Though our family is not immensely wealthy, we shall prepare a substantial gift to honor your teachings." The middle-aged man, now convinced of the truth, began to jubilantly dance about, his words tumbling over one another in his excitement. "Son, quickly bow and pay your respects to the master." The young individuals who were not selected were utterly astounded. The person chosen by Master Wu was none other than the chubby boy they often regarded as a mere gluttonous fool. The notion that such a seemingly inept individual possessed celestial roots was simply too difficult to comprehend. This sentiment was not confined to the youths. Even their elders exchanged bewildered glances, struggling to accept this revelation. After all, the youth named Tong Jing was notorious for his ineptitude within their circle. Han Li, however, exhibited no signs of surprise. The possession of spiritual roots is not determined by one's physical appearance, nor does it correlate with one's intelligence or abilities. Such matters are governed by capricious fate. Otherwise, the sects of cultivators would not have found it so challenging to discover capable disciples prior to the emergence of immortal families. Nonetheless, Han Li was somewhat surprised that within such a small group, a person with spiritual roots could indeed be found. It seemed the fortune of this Taoist was quite favorable. While Han Li and the elderly pair understood this principle, the others in the hall were oblivious. They began to murmur among themselves, and some astute individuals even started to doubt the authenticity of Master Wu. As a result, Those who had yet to undergo testing hesitated, creating an awkward silence before the old Taoist. Seeing this, Prince Xian exhibited a look of displeasure. However, since the attendees were friends of many years, he refrained from directly voicing his discontent and tactfully suggested to the old Taoist, Master Wu, "We are but mere mortals, lacking in exposure to true celestial arts. Might you demonstrate your prowess to enlighten us?" Upon hearing Prince Xian's words, the crowd fell silent, eager to see how the immortal would respond. After a moment of contemplation, the white-haired Taoist readily agreed and instructed everyone to follow him to the open space in front of the hall. With his words, the attendees surged out of the hall in a rush. Han Li, indifferent, followed suit, while the elderly pair remained rooted in place, evidently anxious about their impending meeting with Han Li. Once outside, the old Taoist stood within a large circle encircled by onlookers and began to cast his spell. With hands forming intricate gestures, feet firmly planted, he murmured incantations that added an air of mystique to the proceedings. The spectators held their breath, fixated on every movement of the Taoist. Han Li, upon hearing the incantations, couldn't help but roll his eyes. At that moment, the Taoist brought his hands together and then separated them, conjuring a fireball the size of a fist that hovered between his palms, causing the temperature in the vicinity to spike dramatically, enveloping the area in a wave of heat. This was the fireball technique, a fundamental spell for cultivators of the fire's spiritual root. Although this scene was a common occurrence among cultivators, it elicited gasps of astonishment from the nearby onlookers, who found it utterly incredible. However, the subsequent spectacle not only left the common folk in a state of shock, but also startled Han Li considerably. As the venerable elder continued to deftly manipulate intricate hand gestures, the fiery orb before the onlookers began to transform gradually. It first extended delicate wings, sprouted a sharp beak, and then manifested slender claws and a tail, ultimately morphing into a dainty little bird of flame. Could it be the firebird technique? Upon witnessing this spectacle, Han Li felt a jolt of tension surge through him, almost doubting the evidence before his eyes. The firebird technique was indeed a genuine intermediate-level spell, one that even Han Li had yet to master. Yet, here was an elder, merely a cultivator in the qi condensation stage, effortlessly conjuring it. It was almost too incredulous to fathom. No wonder Han Li thought perhaps he was seeing things. However, his astonishment was fleeting. He quickly discerned the stark differences between this fiery avian and the authentic firebird technique. While the transformed creature bore a striking resemblance to the visual representation of the spell, its size was disproportionately diminutive. The firebird created through the technique was nearly 10 feet across when its wings unfurled, while this elder's creation remained no larger than a fist, rendering any comparison utterly futile. What ultimately convinced Han Li that this was merely an imitation of the firebird technique lay in the disparity of their magical fluctuations. The firebird conjured through the genuine technique possessed a destructive force that even foundation establishment cultivators would hesitate to confront directly. In contrast, this petite creature, akin to a sparrow, exhibited no increase in magical energy. Its fluctuations were indistinguishable from those of the original fireball. It appeared to be nothing more than a simple transformation. Realizing this, Han Li felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. He had nearly been deceived by such a trivial trick, which was rather embarrassing. Nonetheless, the elder's skill in manipulating the flames was undeniably remarkable. Han Li pondered how a qi condensation cultivator could achieve such finesse, a feat he himself deemed unattainable. The elder's subsequent performance further solidified Han Li's thoughts. The vibrant little bird suddenly descended, transforming into a red puppy that joyfully scampered around the elder. Moments later, the puppy morphed into a fiery serpent, which in turn evolved into a miniature humanoid. This astonishing series of transformations left the onlookers, who had never before witnessed such magical displays, utterly spellbound and speechless. It was not until the elder pointed his finger that the final transformation, a fiery pony, charged toward a nearby cherry tree, igniting it in an instant and reducing it to ashes. With that, the elder concluded his performance. The spectators, awakening from their stupor, fervently hailed him as their celestial master, their previous doubts entirely forgotten, replaced by unreserved admiration. Volume 3, Chapter 290. The young Prince Xian gazed with satisfaction at the jubilant crowd, feeling a sense of pride swell within him. It is worth mentioning that cultivators had once frequented the grand mansions and noble families of the affluent, but for reasons unknown, they had gradually faded from society, becoming increasingly distant from the common folk. In contemporary times, figures such as immortal masters have nearly become the stuff of legends. Even as a member of the royal family, he encountered a genuine cultivator for the first time. The old Taoist display of a particular technique astounded those present, undoubtedly elevating the stature of Prince Xian. Unbeknownst to him, there was a time when cultivators frequently graced the mortal realm, a period preceding the emergence of the Ascension Conference. During that era, some cultivators, feeling hopeless about establishing their foundations, chose to abandon their pursuits and indulge in the luxuries of the mundane world. However, with the advent of the Ascension Conference, cultivators found renewed hope in competing for foundational cultivation, prompting them to retreat into secluded mountains to diligently refine their skills, thereby vanishing from the secular world. Naturally, exceptions existed, such as Yu Zitong, who faltered in maintaining his resolve and succumbed to degradation while navigating the mortal realm. Nonetheless, such cultivators were few and far between. Even those who became esteemed guests of affluent families took great care to conceal their identities, fearing the scorn of their fellow practitioners for serving mortals. Consequently, while there were indeed numerous cultivators in the secular world, few were willing to associate with the powerful. Even those who might entertain the idea of becoming esteemed guests remained tightly hidden from public knowledge to avoid ridicule from acquaintances in the cultivation community. The onlookers, having never encountered other cultivators, were utterly captivated by the old Taoist's exquisite manipulation of flames, perceiving it as a divine spectacle. Thus, amidst the awestruck gazes of the crowd, the white-haired Taoist returned to the hall with a hint of pride. Those yet to be tested eagerly called out for the immortal master, quickly surrounding him so that this Master Wu might assess their spiritual roots. The venerable Taoist, brimming with vitality, graciously examined each remaining individual. Alas, among them, including the elderly Hua and the younger members of the Qin family, none possessed spiritual roots. They were merely ordinary mortals. This revelation left the newly assessed individuals disheartened, compelling them to depart from the Taoist vicinity in a state of despondency. It seemed that such fateful opportunities were indeed rare. This only served to further highlight the exceptional rarity of Tong Jing's spiritual root, drawing envious glances from others. The father and son standing beside the Taoist could hardly contain their smiles. Han Li, maintaining a composed demeanor, observed as Qin Yan returned with the disheveled young master and miss of the Qin family, both displaying signs of distress. I refuse to accept this. Why does that good-for-nothing possess a spiritual root while we do not? Each of us is superior to him 100-fold. A petite young lady from the Qin family muttered incessantly, still unwilling to concede. Enough with the baseless complaints. If you lack this fortune, what is there to lament? Qin Yan chided the young girl with a stern expression before taking a seat. Her words left the renowned little firecracker of the Qin family pouting, her face still etched with discontent. At this moment, the elderly gentleman bearing the surname Hua, accompanied by a pair of young men and women, approached silently and took a seat beside Qin Yan. After exchanging glances, they simultaneously broke into bittersweet smiles, reminiscent of kindred spirits sharing a common plight. Qin, my dear brother, it appears that the rotund lad is about to stir things up. The elder Hua jested. Ahem, this is quite natural. Who wouldn't be buoyed by the prospect of having a fine son, especially with an immortal mentor to lean on? Qin Yan sighed, his tone tinged with a sense of resignation. Despite their light banter, both the elder Hua and Qin Yan remained attentively focused on the actions of Master Wu and the esteemed King Xian. At that moment, King Xian, noticing that all the younger guests had tested their spiritual roots, turned to a nearby maid and whispered instructions. The maid promptly exited through a side door, the purpose of her errand unknown. King Xian then cleared his throat and, with a smile, addressed the gathering. To celebrate the recovery of my beloved consort from her peculiar ailment, and to honor my son and this young nephew as they enter the tutelage of Master Wu, let us all partake in a joyous celebration. With that proclamation, King Xian wasted no time in clapping his hands twice. As applause resonated through the hall, a procession of well-dressed servants and maids entered through the main door, bearing lacquered trays filled with delicacies and bottles of fine wine, which they expertly arranged on each table. Each glass was filled to the brim with a rosy elixir, filling the air with the enticing aromas of both food and drink. Come, allow me to toast to everyone, King Xian declared, lifting a goblet presented by a servant high above his head. Your Highness, please. The atmosphere in the hall instantly surged as the guests raised their glasses in unison with King Excian. Before long, the clinking of cups and the exchange of toasts commenced, marking the beginning of the feast. King Excian and his favored concubine, Qing'er, mingled among the guests, engaging in cheerful conversation with close friends, displaying none of the aloofness one might expect from royalty. It was no wonder that the reputation of this prince was so esteemed among Qin Yin and his companions. Meanwhile, Master Wu did not partake in the festivities. He silently departed as King Excian raised his goblet, leaving many who had hoped to cultivate a rapport with the immortal sorely disappointed. However, upon reflection, it was only natural. How could a being of such divine stature indulge in the mundane pleasures of food and drink like mere mortals? With this understanding, the guests released their disappointment and fully embraced the revelry. As the banquet progressed, King Excian summoned a troupe of court dancers, whose graceful movements ignited the atmosphere to a crescendo of excitement. Just then, a young man in white, around 20 years of age, emerged from the hall. He was elegant and refined, his tall stature and graceful demeanor embodying the ideal of a romantic hero cherished by many a young maiden. "Ming'er, come meet your esteemed uncles." King Excian called out joyously upon seeing the young man. By mere coincidence, Prince Excian arrived right at the table of Qin Yin and his companions. The genteel young man approached with a smile, greeting the two venerable elders with courtesy. "It is an honor to meet you, esteemed gentlemen," he said politely. "Not at all. The young prince is far too gracious," Qin Yin and the elderly gentleman of the Hua family replied, quickly rising to return the salutation. "Ah, you are his elders. It is only fitting that Ming'er pays his respects. Why must we stand on ceremony?" Prince Excian remarked with slight displeasure. Upon hearing this, Qin Yin and the Hua elder exchanged glances, a hint of awkwardness crossing their faces. Indeed, while his words held truth, how could they genuinely regard a member of the royal family as their junior? However, being astute and seasoned, they deftly shifted the conversation and introduced their younger companions to the remarkably affable prince, seizing the rare opportunity for their juniors to shine. Of course, Han Li was included in Qin Yan's introduction. When Han Li was mentioned, Prince Excian's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he scrutinized Han Li intently, wearing a smile that was both knowing and enigmatic. This caused the previously faded awkwardness on Qin Yan's face to resurface. "Ming'er, come over and greet this esteemed brother Han." For reasons unknown, Prince Excian cheerfully prompted the young prince to meet Han Li. The young prince approached, politely addressing Han Li as esteemed brother Han and bowing with a gentle demeanor that captivated the nearby young ladies, leaving them utterly enchanted. Han Li, appearing flustered, returned the gesture awkwardly, feigning nervousness. However, within, tumultuous waves roiled, disrupting his previously calm composure. The moment the young prince came close to him, he felt an unsettling aura reminiscent of the royal steward, though not as overpowering. Still, the sense of danger was unmistakable. What was happening? Han Li, in astonishment, found himself engulfed in confusion. The handsome young prince, oblivious to Han Li's thoughts, engaged in polite conversation with several familiar members of the Qin family, causing two young ladies to blush, clearly smitten. Observing this, Han Li could not help but smirk inwardly. This young prince was undoubtedly problematic. Should these Qin women truly throw themselves at him, it would spell trouble. Even if the prince devoured them whole, Han Li would find no surprise in it. After a short while, Prince Excian excused himself politely to Qin Yin and the Hua elder, leading the young prince to another table for socializing, leaving those from the Qin family and the Hua elder's grandchildren feeling somewhat disappointed. Meanwhile, Han Li seized the moment to glance at the young prince's retreating figure, a contemplative look flickering in his eyes. The banquet finally concluded after more than an hour, with the satisfied guests beginning to take their leave of Prince Excian and his father. Qin Yin, accompanied by Han Li and others, bid farewell and directly exited the gates of the Excian Wangfu. However, just as Elder Qin intended to approach the horse-drawn carriage that Han Li had arrived in, Han Li unexpectedly inquired, leaving Qin Yin momentarily stunned. "Uncle Qin, who are those two individuals? Would you kindly enlighten me?" Although Han Li's tone was polite, Elder Qin did not dare to be negligent. He quickly turned to look and replied, "Which two are you referring to, my dear nephew?" "Oh, isn't that the elder from the Shao family? He is quite renowned in the capital as the owner of the Leisure Cloud restaurant, known for his low profile. I am not particularly familiar with him. As for the young man beside him, he seems unfamiliar. He must be his grandson." Upon seeing the elderly gentleman and the youth that Han Li was observing, Qin Yan's expression shifted to one of surprise, pondering why Han Li had taken an interest in them. "Oh, I see. Uncle Qin, you may leave ahead. I will take a moment and return to the residence a little later," Han Li said thoughtfully, nodding slightly. Without waiting for Qin Yan to respond, he gradually veered towards a small path alongside the estate wall. Qin Yan gazed blankly at Han Li's retreating figure, then glanced at the distant Xiao elder, whose furtive gaze was directed their way, provoking a sense of confusion within him. However, after a moment of contemplation, he resolutely boarded the carriage and commanded his trusted driver to depart. Thus, several carriages from the Qin family left the front gates of the Exine Wangfu, heading towards the eastern district of the Qin residence. Meanwhile, the young masters and misses of the Qin family were entirely oblivious to Han Li's absence, continuing to discuss the events of the day at the Exine Wangfu with great excitement. They felt that despite not forming a celestial bond, this experience would undoubtedly serve as a noteworthy tale to boast about to their companions upon their return. At this moment, Han Li, after walking for approximately the duration of a tea break, finally arrived at the back entrance of the Grand Exine Wangfu, along the towering walls. The imposing back gate was firmly shut, devoid of any presence. Han Li chuckled, deeming it fortunate, as it spared him the need to employ any concealment techniques. He stood nonchalantly at the back entrance, idly gazing up at the sky. Before long, Han Li found himself momentarily lost in thought, seemingly pondering something. Suddenly, he sensed someone approaching cautiously from a distance, prompting him to lower his head and cast a cold glance. He observed the Xiao elder and the young woman dressed as a man approaching from the opposite side of the estate. Upon seeing Han Li, the elder momentarily halted, displaying a hesitant expression, while the young woman exhibited a look of curiosity, devoid of any fear. Perhaps realizing something, the elder quickly regained his composure and strode confidently towards Han Li, followed closely by the young woman. "I am Xiao Zhen, and I thank you, esteemed elder, for your leniency within the Wangfu. If I have caused any offense, I am willing to offer my apologies." As he approached Han Li, the Xiao elder found it impossible to discern Han Li's cultivation level, which only deepened his astonishment and reverence. Therefore, he preemptively bowed and respectfully offered his apologies. Han Li maintained an impassive demeanor as he accepted the elder's bow, and then spoke in a calm tone. "Why do you appear in the city of Yuejing instead of secluding yourself in a place abundant with spiritual energy? Have you become enamored with the fleeting pleasures of the mortal realm, forsaking your cultivation?" Without hesitation, Han Li sought to cast a large shadow over the elder, aiming to gain the upper hand in their exchange, thus facilitating subsequent matters. "You misunderstand, esteemed senior," the elder replied, his expression easing slightly. "Due to my advanced age, I have little hope of establishing a foundation. I am merely a steward appointed by my family to manage our mundane resources, not someone who lingers in the secular world out of choice." Han Li, however, was not easily satisfied and pressed further. "Which family do you belong to?" He felt it imperative to ascertain the backgrounds of the pair before him. If they hailed from a renowned cultivation clan, he would prefer to avoid unnecessary conflict. Yet, he mused, the Xiao family did not seem to be particularly notable among the cultivation circles. The elder hesitated, glancing at the young woman by his side before responding honestly. "I am from the Xiao family of Fenghe Gorge in Yan Jue." "The Xiao family of Fenghe Gorge?" Han Li furrowed his brow, pondering the name, certain that it did not ring a bell. "There is no need to think too much on it, esteemed senior. The Xiao family I belong to is but a small clan, and it is quite normal for you to be unaware of it," the elder said with a hint of self-deprecation. This revelation took Han Li by surprise. After sizing up the elder once more, he inquired with a steady demeanor, "Are you not concerned that your forthrightness might lead me to disregard caution and turn against you both?" While the elder remained unfazed by Han Li's words, the young woman reacted as though her tail had been stepped on, her expression tightening as she hurriedly reached for her waist, where a bulging pouch undoubtedly concealed a storage device. However, upon noticing that neither her grandfather nor Han Li intended to escalate the situation, she flushed, retracting her hand in flustered embarrassment, unsure of where to place it, which rendered her utterly adorable. The elder, witnessing this, cast a tender glance at the young girl before turning back to Han Li with a wry smile. "Though I cannot discern the depth of your cultivation, it is evident that you are a post-foundation senior. I am quite certain that you would not covet any artifacts or elixirs that would befit someone of your stature. Should you truly be such a person, I would have nothing more to say. With my meager cultivation, it would be futile to flee or resist. It would be wiser to acquiesce and allow you to have your way, thus sparing my entire family from your wrath. I simply wish to implore you to show mercy and spare my granddaughter. She is my only bloodline." The elder's last few words were steeped in melancholy, provoking a fierce reaction from the young woman, who exclaimed indignantly, "Grandfather, do not be afraid. If he truly intends to harm us, we shall fight back. I will not fear him." Han Li, upon hearing the words of the elder and the young woman, was initially taken aback, but soon found himself both amused and exasperated as he scrutinized the pair before him. Do not be deceived by the melancholic demeanor of this elderly gentleman, who portrays himself as self-sacrificing. Han Li, however, perceives no hint of a desire for death in his eyes. The outward manifestation of his magical energy suggests he is merely biding his time, preparing for action. There is no sign of capitulation. It is evident that should the situation escalate to murder and theft, he would fight to the death without hesitation. The young girl is even more intriguing. While her words are laced with indignation, her jewel-like black eyes dart around cunningly when Han Li is not paying attention, occasionally revealing a glimmer of mischievousness. Unbeknownst to her, Han Li, having mastered the first level of the Great Transformation technique, possesses a consciousness far superior to that of ordinary Foundation establishment practitioners. Her little antics have not escaped his notice. Han Li mused, "It is highly probable that their mention of the Shao family and Fenghe Gorge is nothing more than idle chatter. He holds deep reservations about the existence of such a clan." Thus, a faint, enigmatic smile graced his face as he silently observed the pair, neither bidding them farewell nor exhibiting any inclination to turn hostile, leaving them in a state of uncertainty. Initially, the elder and the girl managed to maintain their solemn expressions. Yet, as time gradually passed, coupled with Han Li's languid demeanor and impassive gaze, the duo exchanged glances, bewildered. "What are you planning to do, esteemed senior?" The girl could no longer contain herself. Ignoring the elder's warning gaze, she leaped in front of Han Li, hands on her hips, pointing at him and inquiring loudly, her face a portrait of grievance. The atmosphere shifted as Han Li's expression remained unchanged, his gaze towards the girl devoid of any fury. However, the chill emanating from him was palpable, and the elder felt it keenly. Alarmed, the elder barely managed to pull the girl back behind him just as an overwhelming aura erupted from Han Li, the terrifying spiritual pressure forcing the girl to stagger back several paces, utterly defenseless. Fortunately, the elder acted swiftly, darting to her side and grasping her shoulders to halt her retreat. At this moment, the girl's complexion turned ashen, finally grasping the true extent of Han Li's formidable prowess. And she looked back at her grandfather in a state of panic. The elder's face mirrored her dread. Previously, he had harbored a modicum of confidence that together they could escape Han Li's clutches. However, after witnessing just a glimpse of the latter's capabilities, all remnants of that hope were obliterated. The terror of a post-Foundation practitioner far exceeded his expectations. They were not opponents to be trifled with. Reflecting on the little ruse he and his granddaughter had attempted before Han Li, a cold sweat broke out on the elder's brow. This extraordinary individual was unlike any cultivator he had encountered before, those who merely toiled in solitude. His intellect and quick reflexes surpassed that of ordinary mortals. Could it be that this individual is, in fact, a venerable being who has lived for centuries, merely possessing the art of retaining youthful appearance? The elder, increasingly convinced of this possibility, felt a growing sense of dread. Upon sensing the escalating spiritual pressure emanating from Han Li, he instinctively swallowed hard and, trembling with trepidation, implored, "Esteemed senior, please show mercy. My granddaughter is merely young and unaware of the world's vastness. I beseech you to temper your wrath." Han Li, after casting a cold glance at the elder, seemingly discerned the sincerity in his words, causing his overwhelming aura to suddenly dissipate, transforming into a subtle and concealed presence. The elder, now quaking with fear, cautiously withdrew his hand from the young girl's shoulder. The girl, having become exceedingly obedient, dared to steal a glance at Han Li before quickly averting her gaze, appearing as though she could not bear to meet his eyes again. Her demeanor contrasted starkly with her earlier bravado. At this moment, the girl's petite and delicate frame, coupled with her pale visage that bore the marks of fright, resembled that of a frightened little bird, undeniably evoking sympathy. Han Li, upon observing this, felt a sudden illumination, discovering for the first time the enchanting beauty in her fragility, which captivated his soul and compelled him to gaze a little longer. Upon scrutinizing the girl's countenance, he recognized that although she appeared to be merely 14 or 15 years old, she was undoubtedly a rare beauty, destined to become a mesmerizing enchantress in the years to come. Perhaps Han Li's gaze lingered on the girl a moment too long, causing the elder's heart to plummet in anxiety. Could it be that this formidable individual had set his sights upon his granddaughter's allure? What could he possibly do against such a powerful figure? The elder's mind raced with worry. Since you two are reluctant to disclose your lineage, or perhaps you are merely wandering cultivators without any affiliation, I shall not press you further. My purpose in seeking you is simply to propose a transaction. Once it is completed, you may depart. After a prolonged silence, Han Li finally spoke. A transaction? The elder was momentarily taken aback, sensing he might have misjudged the situation. Indeed, I have taken an interest in an item of yours and wish to negotiate for it, Han Li stated with an unperturbed expression. Upon hearing this, the elder involuntarily glanced at the girl, his heart racing with the thought, surely, he does not wish to trade for my granddaughter. However, upon reflection, he deemed that unlikely. For aside from the initial glances towards her, Han Li had not shown further interest. With this realization, the elder sighed in relief and respectfully inquired, "May I ask what it is that the esteemed senior desires? Whatever it is that I possess, I will gladly offer it with sincerity. Yet, I find myself at a loss as to what could possibly catch your interest." Han Li, noticing the elder's perceptiveness, softened his demeanor and allowed a hint of a smile to grace his lips. "What cultivation technique were you employing in the hall?" The ability to conceal one's spiritual energy so profoundly that even a fellow practitioner at the Qi refinement stage remains oblivious to your true identity is indeed remarkable. Han Li refrained from answering the elder directly. Instead, he softened his tone and inquired further. After revealing a formidable aspect of himself, it was only natural that he would employ a strategy of persuasion, for a blend of firmness and gentleness is the most effective approach. Upon hearing Han Li's question, the elder exchanged a wary glance with the young girl beside him before hesitantly responding, "Esteemed senior, I am unaware of the specific technique employed." Instead of showing anger at this admission, Han Li maintained his composed demeanor and continued to regard the elder with a steady gaze. He understood that the elder's reluctance to provide details would surely be followed by a reasonable explanation. As anticipated, the elder cautiously elaborated. "The technique I utilize stems from a fragmented, nameless Taoist text. There is no mention of the name of this method for gathering spiritual energy. My granddaughter and I have merely practiced it haphazardly." "Nameless text? Pray tell, from where did you acquire it?" "I trust it is not a family heirloom," Han Li remarked, his expression revealing a spark of intrigue. If this technique were indeed known among the immortal clans, various sects would have long since sought to acquire it. Yet Han Li had never encountered any similar practice. "Esteemed senior, the text was discovered by my granddaughter while she was exploring a desolate mountain. Aside from the method for gathering spiritual energy, neither of us has been able to comprehend any other content within it. If you desire, I can return to my residence and present it to you," the elder offered with a flattering smile. Upon hearing this, Han Li displayed a satisfied expression and replied, "Rest assured, I will not take your belongings without recompense. You too may return and await my arrival at your lodgings. In the meantime, consider what you might exchange for something of value." His voice was remarkably calm. However, after uttering these words, he abruptly raised his hand, extending 2 fingers. In an instant, 2 pea-sized green lights shot forth from his fingertips, vanishing into the bodies of the elder and the girl. "Esteemed senior, what have you done?" The elder was both astonished and furious, having not anticipated that Han Li would suddenly act against them despite their amicable conversation. Although the nature of the lights remained unknown to him, he was certain they portended no good. The girl, too, was equally alarmed. "Do not be concerned. These are merely tracking markers. With them, I shall be able to locate you precisely, and at that time, I will remove them," Han Li stated impassively. Upon hearing this, the elder sighed in relief, albeit with a wry smile forming within. This senior was indeed meticulous, leaving no room for error. With these markers on them, should they attempt to flee, it would be unlikely they could escape far. Nevertheless, the elder was acutely aware that if the other party had not taken such precautions, he might have genuinely considered absconding with his granddaughter. After all, dealing with someone capable of effortlessly extinguishing their lives was fraught with anxiety, particularly given the unpredictable temperament of the individual before him. Even if there are tremendous benefits, one must consider whether they possess the fortune to enjoy them. However, it seems that in the current transaction, engaging is inevitable. His only hope now is that the other party will not resort to eliminating witnesses after acquiring the tome. During his brief interaction with Han Li, he has yet to discern the true nature of this enigmatic individual. It is clear that not only is this person's magical prowess unfathomable, but he is also exceedingly difficult to deal with. Any underhanded tactics are likely to prove futile. Very well. The two juniors shall patiently await the arrival of their elder. The old man could only feign nonchalance and finally spoke respectfully. Very well. I shall come this evening to collect the item. You two should take care. As Han Li spoke, his figure gradually became indistinct. When the final word escaped his lips, he vanished into thin air, leaving the space empty. Witnessing Han Li's elusive display as he departed, the elder's face turned pale, and he was utterly disheartened. Weakly, he called to the young girl and slowly retraced his steps. However, what the elder failed to notice was that his astute granddaughter, having watched the stranger's final disappearance, was filled with an overwhelming sense of admiration. It was only after the elder called her that she snapped out of her reverie and followed him. Yet as she walked behind, she frequently glanced back at the spot where Han Li had vanished, clearly reluctant to leave. Truly, she was a remarkable child. Concealed among the nearby trees, Han Li observed the pair depart with a slight shake of his head. Hee. Voting now counts double. Everyone, please cast more votes. Volume 3, Chapter 293. Infiltration. Han Li was quite familiar with the kind of infatuation the young girl displayed as she departed. He recalled the first time he witnessed Li Huayuan commanding the colossal serpent, marked by a similar expression of envy. With this thought, he found the beautiful young girl rather intriguing. After a faint smile, he silently vanished from the tree and reappeared within the high walls of the royal mansion. At this moment, Han Li employed both invisibility spells to elude the notice of mortals and also enacted the Qi gathering technique, a skill reserved for foundational cultivators. This allowed him to dart swiftly among the servants and maids of the mansion, appearing as transparent as air, without raising any suspicion. Moments later, Han Li infiltrated the inner quarters of the royal residence, quietly concealing himself behind a pillar in a secluded corridor, observing everything around him with keen eyes. Soon after, when a somewhat attractive maid passed nearby, Han Li suddenly flicked his finger, sending forth a sphere of yellow light the size of a fist, which struck the maid's head. She swayed slightly, about to collapse to the ground. Yet, before her body could truly hit the floor, Han Li had already leapt forth to catch her, swiftly returning to the corner behind the pillar. With practiced ease, he adjusted the maid's limp form so that she faced him, then emitted a stream of azure spiritual energy that struck her tightly closed eyes. Suddenly, the young maid's eyelids fluttered a few times before she slowly opened her eyes. As she gradually regained consciousness, her gaze fell upon a pair of golden yellow eyes that were coldly fixed upon her. Startled, she instinctively attempted to struggle and scream. But those eerily radiant eyes suddenly blazed with a brilliant light, piercing directly into her own. In an instant, the young maid felt the world spinning around her, as if everything had transformed into a golden hue, and then her head tilted, plunging her into oblivion. Han Li glanced at the maid, now unconscious once more, and let out a soft sigh, withdrawing a hand to gently wipe the sweat from his brow. Although the execution of this mind-controlling technique took but a fleeting moment, it had drained him significantly, leaving him feeling somewhat fatigued. It was no wonder this spell was considered one of the 10 least effective techniques in the foundation establishment stage. While the spell could compel the target to obey the caster for a period, akin to a slave, its limitations were exceedingly numerous. The number of practitioners who truly mastered this technique was remarkably scarce. Firstly, this spell could only be cast on mortals. It was utterly ineffective against cultivators. Even with a vast disparity in cultivation levels, as long as spiritual energy circled within the mind, the enchanting effect of the spell could be easily countered. Secondly, the practitioner not only needed to be a cultivator who had reached the foundation establishment stage, but their spiritual consciousness had to far exceed that of an ordinary individual, a requirement that most cultivators at this stage did not meet. With these two constraints, the number of cultivators interested in practicing this technique was pitifully small. However, none of this posed an issue for Han Li. He had been lamenting the scarcity of foundation stage spells under his command, and upon encountering the incantation for this technique at the Tianji Pavilion, he had curiously memorized it. To his surprise, upon returning to his cave abode and practicing it briefly, He encountered no resistance whatsoever, which left him quite astonished. Now, employing this technique on the young maid had indeed yielded immediate success. After cautiously surveying his surroundings, Han Li extended a finger and gently waved it, causing a small orb of milky white light to emerge from his fingertip. He then touched this orb to the maid's forehead, where it merged and vanished. The young maid awakened, immediately sitting up and staring blankly at Han Li, speechless. What is your master's background? When did they enter the royal residence? Where do they usually go? And with whom do they frequently associate outside the palace? Han Li inquired hastily, directing a series of questions at the maid. The maid he had chosen was the one sent by the Xian Wang to find the young prince at the beginning of the banquet, indicating her relatively high status among the servants, thus ensuring the information obtained would be more reliable. Which steward are you referring to? The maid replied, her expression devoid of emotion. Are there many stewards in the palace? Han Li asked, momentarily taken aback. There is Steward Wang, who oversees all affairs, Steward Li, responsible for procurement, and Steward Jai, in charge of internal management. The maid continued, her demeanor still impassive. Which steward welcomed guests at the palace gate today? Han Li asked quietly, furrowing his brow. That would be Steward Wang, who holds the most power. That is precisely who I am asking about. Han Li pressed, a note of urgency creeping into his voice. He was utterly oblivious to the duration for which this spell could dominate the mind of the other party. Thus he hastened to inquire about the crucial matters at hand. Otherwise, once the young maid awakened, it would undoubtedly require considerable effort. According to the elder in the estate, Steward Wang had grown alongside the prince as a childhood companion, having served him for over 50 years. Apart from the routine monthly excursions accompanying the prince to the palace, he seldom ventured beyond the confines of the Wang residence and had little to no contact with outsiders, aside from the prince's circle of friends. As for his relationship with the young prince, it was rather peculiar. According to the young prince's former nurse, prior to turning 10, he possessed a tempestuous temperament and shared a rather poor rapport with Steward Wang, even going so far as to publicly slap him once. However, after reaching the age of 10, he underwent a remarkable transformation, becoming not only courteous and gentle, but also exceedingly respectful towards Steward Wang, even observing the rights of a junior. This development greatly pleased the prince, who often attributed it to divine intervention. The maid recounted this matter in an unremarkable manner. Listening intently, Han Li maintained a neutral expression, yet inwardly he scoffed. Although on the surface, Steward Wang appeared devoid of suspicion, the young prince's anomalous behavior assured Han Li that an undisclosed relationship existed between the two. Moreover, the fact that they posed a significant threat to a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage indicated they were certainly not ordinary mortals. Regarding the nature of their mysterious background, Han Li had no desire to delve deeper. As long as they were not practitioners of demonic paths, he cared little whether their intentions were righteous or nefarious. The fewer complications, the better. Han Li had no intention of inviting trouble. Through the earlier inquiry, Han Li had developed a strong conviction that the two were not affiliated with the 6 sects of the demonic path. After all, the young prince's peculiarities had not arisen recently. If practitioners of the demonic path had indeed orchestrated this scheme over a decade ago, Han Li would be left speechless. Contemplating this, Han Li spoke again, instructing, "Where does Master Wu reside? Please lead the way." "At your command, my lord." The young maid obediently rose to her feet, while Han Li maintained his concealment, quietly trailing behind her. Under her guidance, Han Li traversed through several grand courtyards until they arrived at a relatively tranquil garden, where the maid came to a halt. With a sudden motion, Han Li struck her back twice with his hand, which radiated a soft white light, then swiftly concealed himself behind a nearby grand tree. "Isn't this the abode of the old immortal? How did I end up here?" The young maid blinked rapidly, suddenly exclaiming. Her previous bewilderment completely vanished. "Who is making such a commotion outside? Did I not instruct that no one should disturb my cultivation?" Came the displeased voice of the elderly Taoist from within a room in the courtyard. Upon hearing this, the young maid turned pale with fright, disregarding any thoughts about why she found herself there, and hurriedly fled. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing the venerable old Taoist, his hair and beard white as snow, appearing every bit the immortal. However, upon noticing the absence of any figures in the courtyard outside, a look of perplexity appeared on his face. What could be the matter? I distinctly heard voices and thought that the prince had come to seek me. This led me to hastily cease my practice. But where did everyone go? The old Taoist stood in the courtyard, glancing around before reluctantly returning indoors. Yet, just as he closed the door behind him and turned to face the interior, he was immediately taken aback. There, beside the 8 immortals table, Han Li was grinning at him silently, exuding an air of great interest. "Who are you?" the old Taoist exclaimed, his face changing dramatically. Almost instinctively, he raised his hand, conjuring a fiery orb that hovered above his palm. "If I were you, I would refrain from acting rashly," Han Li remarked, seemingly unconcerned by the fireball, a smile gracing his lips as if devoid of any hostility. "Humph, you have stealthily infiltrated my abode. You must be either a thief or a scoundrel. How dare you masquerade and cause mischief?" The old Taoist, perhaps accustomed to the flattery of those from the royal household, spoke sharply without a moment's thought. However, when he instinctively employed his celestial sight to scrutinize Han Li, his previously furious countenance froze, and his complexion paled. "Why, you are a Foundation Establishment senior?" the old Taoist stammered, disbelief evident in his eyes. "Did you not already ascertain my abilities through your spells?" Han Li's smile faded slightly as he spoke coolly. "Forgive me, senior, but I have never encountered a Foundation Establishment cultivator before. The most formidable practitioners I have met only reach the 11th or 12th level of chi refinement, rendering me incapable of gauging your true prowess. I merely know that your cultivation is unfathomable." The old Taoist, realizing his error, hurriedly extinguished the fireball in his hand, stepped forward to bow respectfully, and repeatedly offered explanations, his face adorned with a fawning smile. Seeing that the old Taoist did not exhibit the same fear as the elderly gentleman named Xiao, but rather an implicit excitement, Han Li felt a moment of surprise. However, after a brief contemplation, he grasped the old man's underlying motives. This white-haired Taoist, at such an advanced age yet lingering at the 6th level of chi refinement, was likely a loose cultivator with poor aptitude, thus never having had the opportunity to engage with powerful practitioners. After all, even loose cultivators typically associate only with those of similar cultivation levels. Now, encountering a senior practitioner of the Foundation Establishment stage like him, the old Taoist would naturally perceive this as a rare stroke of fortune and likely hope to gain some advantage from their interaction. Having understood this, Han Li could not help but smile. If the old man could satisfy him, he would not mind offering him a small boon. Therefore, Han Li gazed at the Taoist and spoke slowly. "You are indeed correct. I am a Foundation Establishment cultivator." Upon hearing this, the old Taoist's demeanor grew increasingly respectful, and the gleam of joy in his eyes intensified. "May I inquire if the esteemed senior has any instructions for this humble disciple?" the Taoist inquired with utmost reverence. This individual was quite astute, recognizing that to receive benefits from Han Li, he must first offer something in return. Upon hearing these words, Han Li displayed a look of satisfaction and chuckled lightly, saying, "Do tell me about your origins. I must say, I was quite impressed by your fire control techniques showcased at the Wang residence today." Han Li's compliment was sincere, and the old Taoist, taken aback by the acknowledgement, hurriedly replied with humility, "I am unworthy of such praise from a senior. My skills in fire manipulation are merely a modest achievement, while my other practices are quite lacking. As for my background, there is little to recount. In my youth, I inadvertently acquired a tome titled Solar Flame Scriptures from a dying cultivator, which led me into the realm of cultivation. Unfortunately, my innate talent is rather poor, and with no guidance, I have only managed to practice to the 6th level. Is your fire manipulation technique derived from that book?" Han Li inquired, a flicker of interest igniting within him. "Not quite," the old Taoist responded. "This fire manipulation technique was developed out of necessity when I encountered a bottleneck in my training. After years of refinement and modification, it has become my pride." "You devised this yourself?" Han Li was taken aback, regarding the white-haired Taoist with newfound astonishment. "Indeed, senior. I have even compiled my insights into a small volume titled Flame Manipulation Techniques. If you would be so kind, I would greatly appreciate your guidance on it." The old Taoist, noticing Han Li's keen interest, swiftly retrieved a thin book from his belongings and respectfully offered it to Han Li. Upon receiving it, Han Li was momentarily taken aback. To be truthful, while he found the old Taoist's fire manipulation intriguing, he had no intention of demanding his techniques. He did not believe that such minor tricks would be of significant use to him at this stage. However, the Taoist's sudden generosity caught him off guard, and he accepted the book, flipping through its pages. Initially, Han Li approached the book with a nonchalant attitude. Yet, as he read on, his expression remained calm, while his heart gradually filled with astonishment. The initial tips on altering flame shapes bore little relevance to him, appearing as mere embellishments. However, the latter pages introduced a vague concept of practical spell application and several viable training methods that enlightened Han Li profoundly, making him feel as though a veil had been lifted from his understanding. After a moment, he gently closed the book. Now was not the time for in-depth study. He would wait for a more opportune moment to thoroughly contemplate its contents. He was confident that it would elevate his comprehension and application of spells to a new level. I shall accept this book. I understand that although you suggested I offer guidance, you truly wish to gift it to me. As a senior, I would never take from you without offering something in return. Here, I present to you a selection of Taoist texts, various magical artifacts, and several elixirs that would greatly benefit those in the Qi refinement stage. You may choose one category as a token of gratitude for this book. You have a moment, a cup of tea's worth of time, to deliberate carefully. Han Li cast a deep glance at the old Taoist before uttering words that ignited a fervor within the elder. Thank you, esteemed senior. I am most grateful for your generosity. The old Taoist's face flushed with excitement, trembling slightly. After a faint smile, Han Li chose to remain silent, closing his eyes to meditate in his chair. Meanwhile, the elder paced restlessly around the room like an ant on a hot skillet, torn between choices, visibly distressed. Have you made your decision? After a while, sensing that the time was ripe, Han Li opened his eyes and inquired calmly. I have decided, esteemed senior. I wish to obtain an elixir that can aid Qi refinement practitioners in breaking through their bottlenecks. The elder responded decisively after Han Li's inquiry. Han Li showed no surprise at this choice. He had anticipated that the elder would prefer the elixirs, as magical artifacts and texts could be acquired later once one's cultivation advanced. Nodding slightly, he swept his robe's sleeve over the table, revealing two identical small porcelain vials made of fine celadon. These contain 2 vials of yellow dragon elixir, which are notably effective for practitioners below the 10th level of Qi refinement. Take them, Han Li stated nonchalantly. Thank you, esteemed senior. I am deeply grateful. The elder's gaze burned with fervor as he looked at the 2 vials, and after expressing his gratitude repeatedly, he eagerly approached to take possession of the elixirs. Almost unable to contain his excitement, he swiftly opened one vial, bringing it to his nose for a few whiffs, his face lighting up with satisfaction. Actually, I have another matter for you to attend to. Once it is completed, I shall reward you handsomely, Han Li said, maintaining his composure as the elder carefully tucked the vial into his robes. Under the promise of a generous reward, Han Li believed the elder would be inclined to assist. Indeed, the elder, taken aback for a moment, soon beamed, declaring, esteemed senior, whatever you ask of me, I shall undertake with unwavering resolve. Han Li smiled faintly and replied, It's nothing of great consequence. I simply wish for you to keep a close watch on your disciple, the young prince, and the steward of the estate over the next few months. If anything unusual occurs, do inform me. Though Han Li spoke lightly, the elder felt a twinge of astonishment upon hearing the request. He had not anticipated that this senior would wish him to monitor 2 ordinary individuals, one of whom was soon to be his beloved disciple. In his bewilderment, the elder cautiously glanced at Han Li and, with a tentative tone, asked, May I inquire about the reason for this? Is there something amiss with these 2? The elder questioned with utmost care, fearing that a careless remark might offend this esteemed figure. Han Li's countenance displayed no trace of displeasure, yet he refrained from immediately responding to the Taoist's inquiry. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke in a deep voice. I am, in fact, a cultivator from Huangfeng Valley, one of the 7 sects. The demonic path is currently invading our Yu kingdom, which I trust you are aware of. I harbor suspicions regarding those 2 individuals. They may indeed be connected to the demonic path. Therefore, I require someone to continuously keep an eye on their movements, just in case. Although Han Li believed that the steward Wang and the young prince were unlikely to be affiliated with the demonic path, he deemed it prudent to exercise caution. He held significant reservations about these 2 enigmatic figures, which compelled him to seek the old Taoist's assistance in monitoring their actions. However, he could not divulge the entire truth to the Taoist, and thus attributed his concerns to the demonic path, sparing himself the need for extensive explanations. After all, these 2 were perilous, and the conclusions Han Li had drawn from his instincts were not something he could openly articulate. Chapter 295, The Appointment Involved with the Demonic Path? The old Taoist exhibited no overt surprise at Han Li's revelation of being a cultivator from Huangfeng Valley, as he had already suspected it. The number of foundation establishment cultivators outside the seven sects was exceedingly scarce. However, upon hearing that the apprentice he intended to take on and the steward Wang might be linked to the demonic path, his complexion turned pale. The demonic path had earned a reputation in the Yu Kingdom's cultivation community synonymous with bloodshed and cruelty. As a mere qi refining cultivator, he was naturally inclined to evade such dangers. Are you certain, Senior? I have indeed examined the young prince's body, and he possesses no trace of spiritual energy. The old Taoist said, his heart racing. After careful consideration, he found it hard to believe. He had interacted with the young prince for quite some time, and could not discern any traits indicative of a person from the rumored demonic path. Han Li, upon hearing the Taoist's words, refrained from engaging in any trivial discourse. He calmly stated, whether these two are affiliated with the demonic path. You will personally observe their peculiarities in due time. There is no need for me to elaborate. I do not require you to take any hostile actions against them. A mere watchful eye will suffice. Furthermore, do not engage in any probing actions. Should they become aware that you know their true identities, your life may be in jeopardy. Han Li issued a final warning to the old Taoist. The skepticism in the old man's eyes vanished, replaced by an expression of fear after hearing Han Li's admonition. After a brief hesitation, he timidly uttered, "What should I do if these two discover my surveillance? My meager powers leave me greatly concerned about jeopardizing your significant matters." Esteemed Senior. Upon hearing this, Han Li frowned. It appeared that the old Taoist had grown hesitant and was contemplating retreat. This would not do. It seemed he needed to offer some incentive. With this thought, Han Li reached into his storage bag and retrieved an item, placing it gently on the table. Monitoring these two does indeed carry certain risks. I have a suitable upper-tier magical artifact here. Consider it a gift for your protection. Once this matter is resolved, it shall rightfully belong to you. Han Li gestured towards the faintly glowing purple bead on the table and calmly addressed the old Taoist. This is a superior-grade magical artifact. Upon hearing this, the old Taoist's spirits lifted immediately. It was pitiful that he often found himself financially constrained. He lacked the means even to acquire a mid-grade artifact, let alone a superior one. This purple bead, known as the purple light pearl, upon infusing it with spiritual energy, would instantly create a protective barrier around its bearer. A defense that few ordinary cultivators in the qi refinement stage could breach. This should suffice to handle the majority of dangers, Han Li remarked steadily, his expression unchanged. Is this a defensive artifact? After hearing the detailed explanation, a fervent gleam returned to the old Taoist's eyes. Among all types of artifacts, defensive ones were the rarest and most coveted. If the old Taoist were to gather spirit stones to purchase this superior-grade defensive artifact, it seemed unlikely he would ever have that opportunity in his lifetime. Very well, I shall do my utmost. The white-haired old Taoist finally conceded after a prolonged moment of contemplation, a mixture of emotions crossing his face. It appeared that the adage about birds dying for food and men perishing for wealth held true even in the realm of cultivation. Seeing the old Taoist acquiesce to this highly risky matter, Han Li bore a smile, though internally he felt a twinge of regret. I will temporarily place this spiritual mark within you. Should any mishap occur, I will be able to locate you immediately and perhaps even save your life. Additionally, upon the conclusion of this matter, I shall present you with a bottle of Huanglong pills as a reward. Han Li, employing the same technique, infused a strand of spiritual energy into the old Taoist's body, saying this with a blend of firmness and persuasion. The old Taoist, initially taken aback by Han Li's actions, feigned ignorance of his true intentions and expressed his gratitude repeatedly. Observing the old man's perceptiveness, Han Li chuckled softly before taking his leave. Under the old Taoist's respectful send-off, he slipped away from the Wang residence. He had no immediate intention of returning to the Qin residence. Instead, he casually sought a tea house where he could sip tea and reflect, pondering recent events to identify any missteps or oversights on his part. Regularly reflecting on past actions had become a habit for Han Li. Only by continuously addressing his weaknesses and compensating for his deficiencies could he navigate the perilous world of cultivation unscathed. Thus, he sat in the tea house for most of the day, leaving only as dusk began to settle. Drawing the curious glances of the serving boy who had never witnessed a patron consume tea for such an extended duration. This incident would later become a point of boastful recount among townsfolk, unwittingly turning Han Li into a figure of amusement, a circumstance he had never anticipated. Though the appointed time with the elder named Xiao had not yet arrived, Han Li did not intend to wait until the dead of night to make his appearance. He preferred to arrive early, wary of any tricks the other party might employ. After walking for a while, Han Li suddenly furrowed his brow. The markers he sensed from the Xiao grandfather and grandson were not in the expected eastern district, but had instead manifested in the opposite western district, which left him feeling somewhat irate. With a cold snort, Han Li, seizing the moment when no one was nearby, cast the divine wind boat into the sky, transforming himself into a streak of white light that surged toward the sense direction. This method of tracking individuals through spiritual energy sensing is quite common among Foundation establishment cultivators. Yet most can only perceive a range of several dozen miles at best. In contrast, Han Li, having mastered the Great Yin Decision, could faintly trace a range exceeding 100 miles, a truly astonishing feat. This remarkable ability intensified Han Li's anticipation for mastering the second layer of the Great Yin Decision. Moments later, standing atop the divine wind boat, Han Li gazed coldly at an inconspicuous small courtyard below, which contained merely 3 modest, somewhat dilapidated houses. Perched upon the pristine boat, Han Li refrained from descending recklessly. Instead, he remained silent, seemingly contemplating a matter of significance. Finally, he gently pressed his foot down, causing the boat to plummet like a shooting star. However, when he was still 5 or 6 zhang above the ground, the artifact abruptly halted, and Han Li gracefully leapt from it into the courtyard. At the same time, with a flick of his right hand, the boat rapidly shrank and flew into his grasp. The entire sequence unfolded with an elegance akin to flowing clouds, without a sound. Next, like a specter, Han Li positioned himself before the central house, calmly extending his spiritual sense to probe the interior for any signs of activity. He distinctly sensed 2 clusters of spiritual energy, resonating faintly with his own, undoubtedly present within the house. Indeed, as soon as Han Li's consciousness breached the threshold, he clearly heard a young girl's voice. "Grandfather, will our actions provoke the other party? If that person truly comes, will our prepared words suffice?" The girl's voice was laced with concern, revealing the profound impression Han Li had left upon her. "Humph. Silly girl, do you truly believe that someone can locate us merely by a trace of spiritual energy? Your grandfather has consumed more salt than you have rice. I have witnessed many exaggerated claims and deliberate intimidation tactics. I hardly believe what that person has asserted. Furthermore, even if such a sensing technique exists, a Foundation establishment cultivator should not be able to detect us from such a distance. If we stayed in the Eastern District, we would indeed be at risk of being found by this individual." The elder scoffed, admonishing the girl. "Then why don't we leave Yujing tonight, and simply move to the Western District?" The girl countered, still unconvinced. "What do you understand? The words above are merely your grandfather's speculation. The truth of the matter remains ambiguous. If we are correct, then naturally we need not face this person's threats and can live freely elsewhere. However, the other party is a Foundation establishment cultivator, and it's possible they possess such far-reaching tracking techniques. If we flee beyond Yujing and they confront us, how could we justify our actions? In the Western District, however, we could easily find an excuse to navigate through." The elder, seemingly indulgent toward the girl, took the time to explain in detail. "Hee, grandfather, you truly are cunning. However, I perceive that this individual does not seem to be the sort to engage in nefarious deeds. Is it truly necessary for us to avoid him so? In my opinion, we might as well utilize that tome to negotiate with him. Perhaps we could reap considerable benefits. After all, that book is rather esoteric and of little use to us." The young girl chuckled softly a couple of times and remarked nonchalantly, "Humph, the world is fraught with peril. It is not as simple as you imagine. Indeed, by conventional reasoning, everyone should conduct transactions openly, without the need to evade one another. But have you considered that fair trade can only exist when the parties involved are of comparable strength and status? When one party is strong and the other weak, fairness is a mere illusion. Furthermore, while that tome may be of little value to us, it could very well be a treasure in the hands of this individual. I have witnessed more than one instance in my lifetime where a treasure was acquired, only for the possessor to eliminate witnesses thereafter. How can I trust this person? After all, the disparity in cultivation between our family and him is vast. Extinguishing us would require little more than a mere breath from him." As the elder spoke, his voice grew somber, clearly burdened by the grim reality of his fate resting in another's hands. "Grandfather, there is no need to be so despondent. Did you not mention that, Despite his youthful appearance, he might very well be an ancient being of unimaginable age. The girl, noticing his distress, quickly offered words of comfort. Yet at that moment, an icy voice, belonging to the very person they dreaded, suddenly echoed from outside. What? Do I truly resemble an ancient fiend? As the faces of the grandfather and granddaughter paled, the previously shut door opened silently, and Han Li entered unhurriedly. Upon entering, Han Li unceremoniously took a seat at the head of the table, his expression remarkably calm as he regarded the two without uttering a word. What ancient fiend? No one has uttered such words. The young girl, her visage now paling, forced a smile and hastily lowered her gaze, too fearful to meet his eyes. Han Li chuckled lightly, choosing not to dwell on the girl's comment, but his gaze turned icy as it fell upon the elder. The elder's countenance mirrored his own alarm. He was utterly unaware of how much Han Li had overheard and internally lamented his predicament, feeling unprepared to voice any of the remarks he had initially planned. I did not anticipate the senior's arrival to be so swift. I thought I would have to wait at least another couple of hours. The younger generation shall fetch that tome for you right away. In his helplessness, the elder forced himself to maintain composure in the face of Han Li's evident displeasure, cleverly mentioning the book in hopes of tempering Han Li's ire. Very well, go and retrieve it, Han Li finally spoke, his piercing gaze fixed on the elder for a moment. This allowed the elder to momentarily ease his anxiety, at the very least. It seemed the other would not unleash his fury immediately. The elder hurriedly acquiesced and moved towards the adjacent room. The young girl, seeing this, also stirred to follow the elder, but he halted her with a stern glance. What nonsense! If both of us were to venture to the next room behind his back, would it not be a deliberate provocation? The elder, having discarded any unrealistic notions, was wary of giving Han Li any misconceptions. The young girl, pouting, remained in the room, standing silently beside Han Li. The elder moved with remarkable agility, swiftly entering with a weathered wooden box, which seemed to contain the coveted text. Esteemed senior, the breathing technique that my ancestor and I have cultivated was learned from this book. Please take a moment to review it and see if it may be of any use to you, the elder said respectfully, approaching Han Li and gently opening the box to reveal a somewhat darkened yellowed book, which he presented to Han Li. Upon inspection, it was evident that the book was an ancient artifact. Han Li squinted, glancing at the tome in the elder's hands before nodding and accepting it. Although the book had faded with age, when his fingers grazed the cover, he felt a smooth and delicate texture, suggesting it was crafted from the hide of some extraordinary beast. Such a material would not have endured the passage of time unless it were remarkably resilient. After gently caressing the book for a moment, Han Li pondered before slowly turning its pages. However, after only a few glances, his brow furrowed. The moment he opened the book, he was confronted by an unfamiliar ancient script. He was certain he had never encountered such symbols in the myriad of tomes within the Yellow Maple Valley. Recognizing his lack of understanding, Han Li refrained from wasting time and quickly flipped to the latter pages. To his relief, he eventually discovered a set of unnamed incantations seemingly added by a previous reader. The script used in these incantations was a more common ancient script within the cultivation world, allowing Han Li to comprehend it with ease. Realizing this was the breathing technique he sought, he delved into it without reservation. After a meal's time, Han Li gently closed the book, his expression reflecting deep contemplation. Meanwhile, the elder, who had held his breath in anxious anticipation, felt his heart race as he recognized that their fate rested upon Han Li's decision. Han Li, undistracted by the elder's growing anxiety, calmly retrieved a jade box from his storage pouch, carefully securing the book within. He then turned to the elder. Speaking in a measured tone, I shall accept this book. Now, if you and your ancestor wish to exchange something in return, please feel free to express your desires. I shall do my best to accommodate your requests. Though Han Li's voice was soft, to the elder and the young girl, it resonated like a melodious chime. They understood that not only had they preserved their lives, but it appeared they might also gain something beneficial, which brought expressions of astonishment to their faces. Esteemed senior, may we have a moment to deliberate on our exchange? After the crisis had passed, the elder, eager to maximize the benefits of this transaction, quickly smiled and addressed Han Li once more. Before Han Li's arrival, the elderly man and his granddaughter were consumed by fear of each other, dreading the possibility of violence, and had never even considered discussing the exchange of items. Thus, when posed with Han Li's inquiry, they found themselves momentarily taken aback. However, Upon realizing that Han Li was not the type to act ruthlessly, the elder mustered his courage to ask, "You may proceed, just don't take too long." Han Li, in high spirits after acquiring a valuable secret and a mysterious ancient tome, waved his hand dismissively. "Thank you for your kindness, esteemed elder. We will require but a moment." The elder replied, his face beaming with joy. He then quickly took the young girl outside, and they began to converse in hushed tones. Han Li, observing the scene, couldn't help but smile faintly. Though he could easily eliminate the two should he choose, he prided himself on not being a heartless villain. He had no intention of resorting to such treachery without cause. After a brief interval, the elder and the girl returned with peculiar expressions, seemingly anxious. Han Li found their demeanor curious, but inquired nonetheless, "Have you come to a decision?" "Esteemed elder, my granddaughter and I have conferred. She desires nothing of material value. Yet there is one humble request we hope you might grant." The elder hesitated momentarily before uttering a statement that took Han Li by surprise. "What is this request?" Han Li furrowed his brow and asked slowly, sensing an impending complication. The elder hesitated once more, and only when he noticed Han Li's growing impatience did he mumble forth his plea. "My granddaughter holds a profound admiration for your esteemed cultivation and mastery of techniques. She wishes to become your disciple and serve you faithfully. I implore you, esteemed elder, to consider accepting her under your guidance." As the elder stammered through his request, the girl, quick-witted and eager, promptly knelt before Han Li and bowed her head earnestly, producing a resounding thud against the ground. Taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, Han Li found himself in a state of bemusement. To accept a disciple? Surely, this must be a jest, he thought. He himself was still navigating the treacherous waters of the cultivation world, struggling to secure his own safety, and the idea of taking on an apprentice seemed utterly impractical. That said, upon reflection, the girl's aptitude, although not thoroughly assessed, appeared promising. After all, she had achieved the 6th level of qi refinement at such a tender age, something he had only managed through relentless consumption of elixirs. It would indeed be a pity to allow such potential to languish among lesser cultivators. While he could not accept her as a disciple, he could certainly recommend a suitable master. The girl's spirited demeanor was quite endearing. He recalled that his old acquaintance, Master Ma, had yet to take on a disciple and had recently lamented to him about having to tend to the herb garden alone after Han Li's departure from the 100 Herbs Garden. Expressing a wish for a well-behaved student, the young girl before him exuded an aura of remarkable intelligence. Should her innate talent prove commendable, it would be worth introducing her to Master Ma as a potential disciple. As for whether Master Ma would be satisfied or truly willing to accept her, that was beyond his concern. Contemplating this, Han Li's expression turned pensive, causing both the elder and the girl to believe he was genuinely considering the matter of accepting a disciple, which sparked excitement in their hearts. "Come here, and let me assess your spiritual roots." Han Li beckoned to the girl, his tone calm as he emerged from his reverie. "Yes, esteemed elder." The girl, appearing exceedingly obedient, responded respectfully and gracefully approached Han Li, extending her delicate and fair wrist, her demeanor tinged with a hint of bashfulness. Han Li gently grasped her wrist with his right hand, allowing his spiritual energy to flow steadily within her body. However, he soon released her wrist. "Dual spiritual roots, indeed. You possess exceptional potential," Han Li murmured, gazing intently at the girl's visage. Upon hearing Han Li's words, the girl and the elder were flooded with joy, mistakenly believing that Han Li was about to agree to the apprenticeship. Yet, Han Li swiftly shifted his tone, declaring, "Regrettably, I do not take on disciples. Otherwise, with your talent, you would have been worthy of being my student." This statement instantly doused the excitement of the grandfather and granddaughter, leaving them momentarily stunned. "I can only update one chapter tonight, as I must step out shortly to attend a friend's gathering. I sincerely apologize. I hope for your understanding." Chapter 297. A grim message of cracks. Seeing the disappointment etched on the girl's face, Han Li suddenly chuckled and softly remarked, "Though I cannot take you as my disciple, do not lose heart. I can introduce you to another fellow cultivator at the same foundational stage who may become your master. However, the success of this apprenticeship will ultimately depend on whether he finds you satisfactory." "Really?" The girl's despondent expression brightened immediately upon hearing this. Without further ado, Han Li retrieved a communication talisman from his possession, whispered a few words to it, and then handed both the talisman and a jade tablet to the girl. "Take this talisman and jade tablet to find a senior surnamed Ma at the 100 Herbs Garden in Huangfeng Valley. Whether you become his disciple will depend on your fortune, Han Li said with an indifferent demeanor. The girl, taken aback by the unexpected opportunity despite Han Li's refusal to accept her as a disciple, felt a flicker of hope reignite within her. She promptly expressed her gratitude to Han Li, and the elder was equally invigorated. Since the introduction to a potential master may not come to fruition, allow me to gift you 2 additional high-grade magical artifacts. As a token of appreciation for the kindness you have shown, Han Li offered, producing a piece of verdant silk and a small blue sword from his storage bag and casually handing them to the elder. The elder's face lit up with surprise. He had initially thought that the introduction of a master was already a significant boon, and he was deeply touched that Han Li would further grant them additional gifts. He hurriedly expressed his thanks, receiving the magical artifacts with utmost reverence, visibly delighted by their newfound treasures. In the realm of advanced artifacts, after years of arduous cultivation, he possessed only a single piece, and now, unexpectedly, he had acquired 2 more. What room was there for dissatisfaction? Subsequently, Han Li did not linger, effortlessly retracting the 2 strands of spiritual energy that had been concealed within the other party's body. He departed amidst the respectful gazes of the grandfather and granddaughter, gracefully drifting away. Once Han Li had distanced himself, the elder joyfully handed the brocade to the young girl, keeping the small sword for himself. He planned to set off on a future date to Huangfeng Valley to seek out the esteemed Master Ma, hoping to discern whether his granddaughter might have the fortune to join one of the 7 sects. However, the elder was also somewhat perplexed as to why Han Li had entangled himself with the Qin family, who were undeniably mere mortals. Setting aside the elder's musings, Han Li returned to the Qin residence in high spirits. As he descended directly into his abode using the artifact, his arrival went unnoticed, and he appeared in his bedroom without a trace. The recently acquired, unnamed technique for concealing one's aura proved remarkably practical. He devoted the night to studying it diligently. The technique merely encompassed a few minor skills in the manipulation of spiritual energy, and with Han Li's profound magical prowess supporting him, mastering it posed little challenge. Within a single night, he grasped most of its nuances. On the following morning, as Han Li commenced his meditation and felt fortunate about his recent luck, a sudden muffled thud emanated from the storage bag at his side, as if something had shattered. His expression darkened immediately, and a frown creased his face. After a moment, he reached into the storage bag and extracted a purple orb, identical to the artifact he had gifted to the white-haired elder, except this orb's smooth, lustrous surface was marred by several cracks of varying depths. After a moment of contemplation, Han Li silently exited his room, scanning the courtyard to ensure no one was present. He then summoned the spirit wind boat, which floated before him, and in a flash, he boarded it, vanishing from the Qin residence without a sound. 15 minutes later, Han Li appeared above a small village outside Yuejing City, his expression unchanged as he surveyed the area from above, seemingly in search of something. At last, he descended upon a remote hill several miles from the village, landing the artifact and fixating his gaze upon a towering willow tree. After a brief pause, Han Li formed a hand seal and softly uttered a gathering incantation. Instantly, a green orb of light surged forth from the roots buried deep within the tree, enveloping a round bead of the same purple hue, which bore several cracks akin to those on the orb he held. With a sigh, Han Li beckoned to the radiant sphere, and the fractured bead swiftly flew into his hand. Once in his palm, the outer layer of light dissipated into his body, leaving only the bare bead for him to manipulate endlessly. Han Li pondered for a moment, then with a sudden flick of his finger, a fireball the size of a fist shot forth from his fingertip, striking the base of a large tree and creating a sizable pit, reducing the willow tree to ashes in an instant. He approached to observe the scene closely, yet found nothing of significance. It seemed likely that foul play was involved. He murmured to himself, shaking his head. The purple light bead he had originally selected as a gift for the old Taoist was actually known as the purple light-sensing pearl. Upon its creation, it manifested as a pair. These beads not only emitted a protective barrier, but also had the remarkable ability that if one bead was destroyed due to the breach of the barrier, the other would simultaneously shatter if within 1,000 miles, a phenomenon indeed astonishing. This artifact was a favored defensive tool among the disciples of the Hahuan sect, one of the 6 demonic sections. Han Li had acquired several sets during skirmishes at the borders. Intrigued by their rarity, he chose to keep them rather than sell them. When he bestowed this artifact upon the old Taoist, He harbored the ulterior motive of wanting to be alerted should the old man encounter peril. Little did he anticipate that within a mere night's time, the old Taoist would resort to using this artifact, and it appeared that the situation was quite dire. This was utterly beyond Han Li's expectations, leaving him feeling rather unprepared. Standing motionless at the edge of the pit, Han Li seemed to be contemplating something. After a time, his expression shifted subtly. Then, with a stoic demeanor, he released his divine wind vessel, leaping aboard and transforming into a streak of white light as he sped away into the distance. The desolate little hills fell silent once more, save for the occasional chirping of birds, returning to a state of eerie stillness. Half an hour later, a deep, drawn-out sigh echoed nearby. Shortly thereafter, from beneath a small tree several dozen feet from the pit, a figure slowly emerged. The person was shrouded entirely in black cloth, revealing only a pair of piercing eyes that glimmered with a mysterious light, topped by a yellow barrier. However, as the figure fully emerged from the ground, the yellow barrier immediately dimmed and then vanished without a trace. Once outside, the individual cautiously surveyed the surroundings and the sky before speaking in a low voice. "Come out. The person has indeed left." With the utterance of these words, several spots on the ground simultaneously heaved upward, and 3 more figures, clad in identical attire and bearing the same yellow barriers, emerged. Among them was one with a slender build, seemingly a woman. "Big brother, what shall we do? They instructed us to either capture or kill the newcomer. Now, we have let this person escape right before our eyes. Will there be repercussions?" One of the newly emerged figures, tall and anxious, queried. Judging by the tone, they appeared to be quite young. The first figure to emerge trembled slightly upon hearing the question, as it struck at the heart of his concerns. They had all experienced the cruelty of those who had given them orders. Surely it will be fine. They did not specify that the newcomer was a Foundation establishment cultivator. This is far beyond our capabilities. Even if we attempted to intervene, it would merely be a path to death, the figure replied, lacking in confidence. Humph. The elder brother spoke wisely. Why should we expect to retain the foundation-building cultivators? I cannot believe those individuals would engage in rational discourse. The only woman among the 3 expressed her indignation. Upon hearing her words, the other 3 exchanged wry smiles, recognizing the naivety of their younger companion. Her life hung in the balance, yet she still believed they could reason with their adversaries. Nonetheless, her assertion held some merit. They likely did not anticipate encountering such a formidable opponent, or they would not have entrusted this matter solely to them. At the very least, they should have dispatched a foundation-building cultivator to assist. The final member, a tall and lean figure, added his thoughts. Indeed, if we clarify the situation, we should not face severe consequences. The slender individual seemed invigorated, hastily agreeing. However, the sentiment bore the weight of self-reassurance. Yet, a peculiar thought lingered. The young foundation-building cultivator appeared oddly familiar. A glimmer of doubt flickered in his eyes as he murmured to himself. This revelation startled the others, particularly the woman, who was eager to inquire further. However, the one referred to as elder brother abruptly gestured to silence her. "Enough. Let us depart from this place swiftly. Any matters can be addressed later." The woman, recognizing the urgency, swallowed her words and nodded in agreement. Volume 3, Chapter 298, Captured Alive. "Where do you intend to go? Would you like me to escort you a short distance?" Just as the group was about to retrieve their flying artifacts to leave, a chilling voice rang out from above. The voice was frigid and piercing, startling the 4 masked figures, who simultaneously conjured protective spells and scattered before daring to look up. High above, Han Li stood upon the divine wind boat, his expression impassive, casting a cold gaze upon them. A sense of dread enveloped the 4 as they simultaneously pondered when he had returned and how they had remained oblivious. "Scatter," the elder brother commanded without hesitation. Swiftly retreating while a disc-like artifact flew from his garment, he leaped onto it and ascended into the sky. The others also chose their own directions and fled in haste. Each understood that they were no match for a foundation-building cultivator. Fleeing offered a greater chance of survival. The young woman, being the weakest in magical prowess, found herself glancing back at Han Li as they soared away. To her astonishment, he remained motionless on the small boat, showing no intention of pursuing them. This revelation filled her with surprise and secret delight, as she felt the prospect of escape was indeed promising. Yet, at that moment, a piercing scream suddenly echoed before her. Startled, the woman swiftly turned her head, only to behold a blinding arrow-shaped red light slicing through the air from the opposite direction, hurtling towards her with ferocious momentum. In a moment of sheer terror, she raised her hand and hastily cast an ice spear talisman. Upon contact with the crystalline ice spear, a burst of white mist erupted. Yet it failed to impede the advancing red light, which struck her water element protective shield. Instantly, red and blue lights exploded before her eyes. She was jolted back several feet. Though fortunately, the shield remained intact, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. At that moment, her astonishment and fury compelled her to gaze forward, her heart racing with the unease of a potential ambush by the foundational cultivator and their companions. Upon discerning the attackers, her eyes widened in disbelief beneath her veil. Before her stood two soldier-like dolls, clad in iron armor and hovering in midair. One brandished a large bow, which was being drawn back with a similar red arrow, while the other wielded a thick, glowing yellow longsword, gliding steadily towards her. Though shocked that these inanimate figures attacked with such human-like intent, she understood that if she did not destroy them immediately, her escape would be impossible. Resolving to act, she clenched her teeth and retrieved a shimmering blue flying dagger from her storage pouch. This item was a high-grade magical artifact, acquired at the cost of her entire savings, and she had rarely used it. However, the urgency of her situation overshadowed her hesitations. "Go," she whispered, and the dagger transformed into a streak of blue light, shooting towards the approaching doll. In an instant, it reached its target and struck fiercely at the doll's head. Yet, to her dismay, a soft clang echoed as the doll deftly raised its longsword, deflecting the blue dagger with ease, and continued its methodical advance towards her. The woman's expression shifted drastically. She pointed towards the artifact, commanding it to arc back from several yards away and return at an angle from behind the doll. To her astonishment, the doll seemed to possess an uncanny awareness, effortlessly parrying the returning dagger as well. Panic seized her, just as she contemplated an alternative strategy. The shrill sound of an arrow whistled through the air, launched by the bow-wielding doll. With no choice left, the masked woman swiftly dodged to the side, attempting to evade the arrow. However, the red light appeared to be guided by an unseen force, trailing her movements and leaving her with no option but to endure another blow, which sent her staggering backwards once more. At that moment, the longsword-wielding doll finally reached her, raising its weapon to strike her shield without reservation. The woman, sensing the imminent danger, swiftly retreated to avoid the impending assault. Thus, under the relentless assault of two puppets, one close and one far, the masked woman, despite her remarkable skills, was forced to retreat repeatedly, making any escape impossible. As she struggled to fend off the puppet's attacks with her flying daggers, drenched in sweat, the puppet engaged in close combat suddenly leaped back, distancing itself from her. Simultaneously, the archer lowered his large bow, ceasing his assault. The woman was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Suddenly, a voice behind her sighed, "Cough. Fifth sister, you two have been forced back." Upon hearing this, the masked woman froze for a moment before slowly turning around. Behind her stood the remaining three masked men, their spirits visibly deflated, each accompanied by 3 or 4 puppets similar to those in front of her. Among them were not only soldiers, but also several beastly puppets resembling tigers and leopards. Despair washed over her as she scanned her surroundings, realizing that she had unwittingly been driven back to her original position. Her 3 brothers appeared vacant, seemingly under some form of constraint. Raising her gaze to the sky where Han Li hovered, the masked woman despondently cast her flying dagger to the ground, surrendering any further resistance. Observing this, Han Li unceremoniously raised his hand, unleashing several beams of green light that pierced the masked woman's body, causing her to feel an intrusion within her, as her true essence became stifled and ceased to flow freely. After completing this, Han Li did not hasten to question the 4 individuals. Instead, he gestured with his hand, drawing them all from the ground into his divine vessel, the divine wind boat. This was no place to linger. Should a formidable opponent arrive, it would spell significant trouble. Selecting a direction away from the capital of Yuejing, Han Li and his 4 charges transformed into a streak of white light, swiftly departing the scene. Not long after Han Li's departure, 2 figures appeared atop the small hill, garbed similarly to the 4 he had taken, though their garments were a striking crimson, evoking a sense of discomfort. The 2 scanned their surroundings, approaching the large pit created by Han Li's strike. After a moment of silence, one of them sighed and remarked, It seems the 5 friends of the Meng clan have failed. The voice was somewhat aged, suggesting the speaker's considerable years. What worthless fools. Not only did they fail, but they may have also been captured by someone else. There is not a trace of blood left here. Clearly, that person subdued them with ease, the other replied disdainfully, appearing to be in his 20s. This is somewhat troubling. The 5 friends of Meng are not mere inept individuals. Otherwise, they would have been sacrificed immediately instead of being allowed to live. They likely encountered either a superior number of qi refinement stage cultivators or the intervention of a foundation establishment stage practitioner, the first man expressed, a hint of concern lacing his tone. What? Are you afraid those few will leak information? They are merely newly recruited outer disciples of our sect, entirely oblivious to any of our secrets. Moreover, prior to instructing them to carry out tasks, I had already placed a hidden mark upon them, at most. They have but half a day's life remaining. The young man chuckled lightly, speaking nonchalantly. Ah, that is reassuring. I trust that with only half a day to spare, they are unlikely to divulge even the slightest detail. After all, they must be concerned about the blood curse that binds them. By the time they realize something is amiss, I believe they will be incapable of uttering a word. The elderly man sighed in relief, speaking slowly. However, the old man's tone shifted, growing cold as he inquired, "Yet, what transpired? Was it not agreed that old Taoist Wu would serve as your puppet master, allowing you to gradually make your presence known in the realm of cultivation? This way, our sect could execute the golden cicada shed its shell plan, granting our core disciples alternative identities within the cultivation world. How is it that you suddenly intruded upon the old Taoist's quarters and drained his vital essence? Surely, you do not require his paltry magical power to bolster your own." Upon hearing the elder's words, the younger masked figure forced a wry smile, responding helplessly, "Do you think I desired this course of action? I was driven by desperation. Is that so?" The elder's heart sank, and he whispered in astonishment, "Indeed, I suffered a backlash of magical energy, necessitating the blood essence of a cultivator to suppress the true essence within me. Aside from you, the only other cultivator nearby was old Taoist Wu. I could hardly seek your assistance. The situation was perilously dire. The backlash occurred 2 days earlier than anticipated, and I nearly succumbed to it." The young man lamented, a hint of lingering dread evident in his tone. "I see. Under these circumstances, one cannot hold you entirely at fault. However, you must provide a thorough explanation to the upper echelons regarding this matter. From my estimation, your recent fervor in practicing the Black Sha Azura technique likely precipitated the premature backlash. For the time being, it would be prudent to refrain from training in the blood prison and focus on solidifying your foundation instead," the elder mused thoughtfully. "Rest assured, after consuming the old Taoist's vital essence, my backlash has entirely subsided. As long as I remain vigilant, such an incident should not recur. I have also sensed that my cultivation progress has been excessively rapid and was contemplating ceasing my training there," the young man replied with composure. "Good. That is all I require of you. However, although the old Taoist has been eliminated, the lingering spiritual mark within him remains a significant concern. We cannot simply disregard this individual. We must devise a strategy to eliminate any potential repercussions. Indeed, your words hold merit. Yet, I initially presumed that the friends old Taoist Wu associated with were likely low-level wandering cultivators. Thus, after setting the trap, I merely summoned the 5 friends of the Meng clan to lay an ambush. Who could have foreseen that we would attract such a formidable catch? Do you believe it was the work of a group of low-tier cultivators, or could it have been the intervention of a foundation establishment practitioner?" The young man could not help but inquire of the elder. "Hee. Based on my deductions, it is most likely the latter, a foundation establishment practitioner. After all, even if there are numerous qi refinement cultivators, if those 4 are determined to flee, capturing them all together would not be an easy feat." The elder masked figure replied without hesitation. "Given the circumstances, should we not retreat from the spotlight? Let us wait for the master to emerge from his seclusion before proceeding with other plans. After all, practitioners in the foundation establishment stage are not to be trifled with." The young man, slightly hesitant upon hearing the other confidently assert the identity of those who abducted the 5 friends of Meng Shan, replied, "Retreat? Why should we retreat? You may not be aware, but news has just arrived from the master. Due to the requirements of his training, he is currently in need of some foundation establishment practitioners for a blood ritual. Since this individual has fortuitously presented himself to us, We certainly cannot let him slip away easily. After all, Qi refinement practitioners are plentiful, but solitary foundation establishment practitioners are a rare find. The older man sneered, his eyes glinting with malice. The young masked man paused momentarily, but then, with evident difficulty, remarked, however, within the capital, given the master's presence. Aside from the 4 blood servants by his side, our sect lacks any foundation establishment experts here. They are all attending to affairs at their respective branches. We cannot possibly summon them back to the capital for this. There is no need for such trouble. The master urgently requires foundation establishment practitioners for his training. If I report this, the master should assign us 1 or 2 blood servants to command. With our assistance, dealing with a single foundation establishment practitioner will be a mere formality. In doing so, we shall achieve great merit, and perhaps even earn the opportunity to advance to the foundation establishment stage, just like the 4 blood servants. The older masked man's eyes gleamed with avarice. The young man, invigorated by the elder's words, seemed thoroughly swayed. Very well, I shall return to make preparations. I will ensure this person is captured, he declared fiercely. Subsequently, the two engaged in hushed discussions for quite some time before silently departing the hillock, their destination unknown. Strangely, throughout their conversation, they never broached the topic of how to locate Han Li amidst the vastness of the capital, as if it were not a concern at all. Meanwhile, over 100 miles away, in a desolate wilderness, Han Li descended with the divine wind boat, allowing the 4 individuals to disembark from the magical vessel. Though they were acutely aware that misfortune awaited them, they harbored no intentions of resistance and complied obediently as they exited the small boat. Han Li stood before them with his hands clasped behind his back, scrutinizing them with a cold gaze. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke, "Remove your masks. There is no longer any need for concealment." His voice bore no emotion, causing the 4 individuals to shudder and exchange glances. "Ahem. Remove them," the eldest sighed resignedly. The others, seeing this, could only lower their heads dejectedly and reluctantly remove their black masks, revealing their true faces. Han Li observed each of them in turn. While his expression remained unchanged, he internally sighed. Indeed, they were the 5 friends of Mengshan. Having eavesdropped on their conversation from above, their voices had seemed familiar, and coupled with their cultivation levels, he had naturally recalled the encounter from 2 months prior with the 5 friends of Mengshan and other practitioners. Except for the woman in her 40s who did not arrive, everyone else was present. However, despite the identities of these individuals aligning with his conjectures, Han Li felt an overwhelming headache. It was evident to him that the young prince of the Xinfang Palace and the royal steward were undoubtedly the shadowy figures behind the recent disappearances of many cultivators. Now that they were aware of his attempts to uncover their secrets, it was likely they would pursue him to the bitter end. Initially, his intention was to avoid such troubles, yet unexpectedly, this colossal dilemma had fallen upon him unbidden. Had he foreseen this, he would never have allowed that old Taoist to surveil these 2. Their affairs were entirely unrelated to the demonic path, and his caution now seemed excessive. However, it was beyond his imagination that the old Taoist, Wu, would prove so ineffectual. Merely after a night of surveillance, he had been discovered, and his life now hung by a thread. This left Han Li even more frustrated and speechless. Had the old Taoist possessed any awareness of Han Li's grievances, he would likely feel even more aggrieved. He had not even begun to track the young prince and his companions when they intruded into his quarters and drained him of his essence. His demise was indeed unjust. Although Han Li had misjudged the cause of Wu's death, he remained unaware that the young prince and the royal steward had no inkling of Wu's intent to monitor them. Nor did they realize that their identities had been prematurely revealed to Han Li. Yet, this did not hinder both parties from sounding the alarm, plunging into a state of complete enmity. Han Li's thoughts were burdened. The recent missing cultivators included several who had reached the foundation establishment stage. The adversaries he now faced were truly formidable. A single misstep could lead him to share the fate of the other vanished individuals. In previous times, Han Li would have deemed this place too perilous and would have fled at the first sign of danger. After all, a wise man does not linger beneath a crumbling wall. There was no necessity to engage in a life-or-death struggle with this group. It would be wiser to distance himself as much as possible. Yet, he found himself in a predicament, for he bore the responsibility of safeguarding the Qin family. If, during his absence, something befell them, he would have no explanation to offer to Li Huayuan. He could hardly say that he found the capital suddenly fraught with peril and thus chose to flee. As these thoughts raced through his mind, his expression shifted between gloom and clarity, causing great unease among the four captives before him. They had anticipated that, once in this desolate place, he would subject them to intense interrogation. Yet, to their surprise, this young cultivator, upon gazing at their faces, fell into deep contemplation, his demeanor gradually turning peculiar. Was he devising some cruel means of coercion? With such wild conjectures swirling in their minds, the captives felt a chill creeping upon them, their anxiety intensifying. "What do you intend to do with us?" The young woman in her 20s suddenly blurted out, unable to contain her impatience. Hanli, roused from his reverie by her words, glanced at her coldly and replied, "Do you truly believe I require your presence to decide your fates? Simply hand yourselves over to the families of those missing cultivators and claim that you are among the shadowy figures responsible for their disappearance. I assure you, they will treat you with utmost hospitality," Hanli stated, his expression devoid of emotion, instilling a profound sense of dread in the four individuals, whose faces paled in fear. "We have never kidnapped those cultivators, not even once. We merely did a few things." "Silence, fifth sister. He is merely trying to extract information from you." The dark-faced elder suddenly interjected sharply, abruptly halting the young woman's words. Startled, she shot a fierce glare at Hanli. "Extract information from you? You overestimate your own significance." Hanli retorted with a faint smile, a hint of mockery curling at the corners of his mouth. Volume 3, Chapter 300, Blood Curse. "Humph. As a senior, there is no need for you to humiliate us so. Feel free to employ any means at your disposal." The tall, slender figure among the Mengshan Five, the second brother, suddenly shouted at Hanli, showing no regard for the perilous situation they were in. This left the other three momentarily speechless, in their eyes. This second brother was always one to strategize rather than act impulsively. The 30-something youth, who felt Hanli seemed familiar, suddenly recalled something and, filled with both anger and alarm, shouted at the tall man, "Second brother, what do you mean by this? Are you intentionally trying to provoke the senior, hoping he will be enraged enough to kill us all?" Upon hearing these words, not only the dark-faced elder and the young woman were taken aback, but even Hanli paused momentarily, perplexed by the youth's remarks. The second brother's face turned ashen, leaving him speechless. "Fourth brother, you must be mad. Why would second brother wish for our demise?" The young woman, now somewhat irate, defended the tall figure. She then turned to say something to the dark-faced elder, but was met with an exceedingly grim countenance. Instantly, her heart sank, leaving her feeling at a loss. "Second brother, is it because third sister remains in their grasp that you wish for all of us to perish while she lives?" The dark-faced elder inquired coldly. "I apologize, eldest brother, but you must understand their methods. If we were to leak any information, third sister, still in their hands, would undoubtedly suffer torment beyond imagination, far worse than death itself. It would be a mercy for her to be freed from this world altogether," the tall second brother finally admitted, shame evident on his face. The young woman, upon hearing this, turned pale, her lips moving silently as she struggled to find her voice. "Humph. Even if third sister is your partner, would you really be so callous as to exchange our 3 lives for hers?" The irate 30-something man shouted at the second brother. Although fourth brother's words may be somewhat rash, they are not without merit. Remember, when we pledged brotherhood, we vowed to live and die together. Yet now, for your selfish desires, you would deliberately endanger us all. This is utterly unacceptable." The dark-faced elder's voice was thick with disappointment. "Indeed, I wish to endanger us all. But what choice do I have? Within the womb of my third sister lies my own flesh and blood. I cannot allow the Li family to perish. Otherwise, a death of dignity would pale in comparison to a wretched survival, who would willingly seek their own demise." The tall, slender man, upon hearing these words, experienced a tumult of emotions, his complexion shifting from crimson to pallid as he clenched his fists and shouted in response. This utterance momentarily stunned the elder and the man accompanying him, leaving them at a loss for words, their expressions betraying their astonishment. The woman, too, gaped in disbelief, her face a canvas of shock. "Have you all finished speaking? If so, it is now my turn to address the matter," remarked Hanli, who had been observing the scene with a cold detachment. His voice cut through the air like a blade, awakening the trio to the realization that their fates rested in the hands of the foundation stage cultivator standing before them. Instantly, their fervor dissipated, replaced by a shared glance of uncertainty. I care not whether you genuinely wish for death or are merely performing for my benefit. All I desire is to uncover every detail regarding the puppeteer behind this scheme. If death is inevitable, let it come only after I have been informed, Han Li declared, his words laced with a chilling ruthlessness that transformed the countenance of the three men and the woman. What do you wish to know? Our knowledge is limited, and we are bound by a restriction known as the blood curse, preventing us from disclosing crucial information to outsiders, lest we suffer immediate fatal consequences. The dark-faced elder said through gritted teeth, his demeanor indicating a reluctant submission. A blood curse? Intriguing. Allow me to examine it, Han Li replied, his curiosity piqued. Upon hearing this, the elder's spirits lifted slightly, and after a moment of hesitation, he extended his arm forward, harboring a glimmer of hope that Han Li might alleviate this affliction. However, he was acutely aware of the dire nature of the curse. The one who had cast it had exuded utter confidence, boasting that no cultivator had ever dared to betray their secrets once bound by the blood curse. Those who attempted to inform others or divulge classified information had met with instant demise. At that moment, Han Li seized the elder's wrist, his spiritual energy coursing through the elder's body like a gentle tide. His expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. The remaining three members of the Mengshan Five focused intently on the two, hoping that this esteemed practitioner might indeed possess the means to lift the blood curse. After a span of time comparable to the brewing of tea, Han Li released the elder's arm and fell into contemplation. Moments later, he raised his gaze, his countenance unwavering as he inquired, what was the cultivation level of the individual who cast the curse? Did they utter any peculiar incantations or strange phrases during the process? As these words left Han Li's lips, the four individuals before him exchanged astonished looks, their expressions tinged with a hint of hope. They did utter some incomprehensible words, strange phrases that seemed almost like an incantation, yet bore the semblance of a dialect from a distant region. We are all certain that none among us comprehended those utterances. The one who cast the curse was a foundation-stage cultivator. The youth interjected eagerly before the elder could respond. Moreover, after reciting those words, he had taken a bowl of some unknown black blood and inscribed peculiar symbols on each of our arms, marks that defied all attempts of removal. The elder hastily added, revealing his entire arm, at the end of which was an ominous dark symbol. Han Li stepped forward, scrutinizing it for a moment before nodding, then lowered his head in contemplation. Not long after, he suddenly lifted his gaze and smiled mysteriously at them, exclaiming, "This is it. It seems I should comprehend the nature of this blood curse. Is what you say true, Senior?" The dark-faced elder stammered, his voice trembling, while the other three displayed expressions of disbelief. It was imperative to understand that this blood curse loomed over them like a sharp blade, forcing them to obey the commands of others. If Han Li could indeed eliminate this grave threat, they would regain their freedom and no longer be at the mercy of others. This so-called blood curse is merely a form of verbal incantation. The restrictions imposed upon you are entirely reliant on those peculiar chants. The black blood and the symbols inscribed on your arm are of no consequence. It is merely a ruse, Han Li explained nonchalantly, exuding an air of confidence. Yet, internally, he sighed with relief, fortunate that he had stumbled upon a rare book that mentioned this verbal curse during his inquiry about the Great Teleportation Order. Otherwise, he would have had no clue. Can the senior dispel this curse? The young woman could no longer contain her curiosity and asked. Unknown, Han Li replied coldly, causing their hearts to skip a beat. The elation they had previously shown diminished significantly. What do you mean by that, Senior? The dark-faced elder inquired, forcing a smile, fully aware that the key to breaking the curse rested with Han Li, and he dared not offend him in the slightest. There are two methods to lift the verbal curse. One requires knowledge of the chant to dispel it. I merely need to recite it with my spiritual energy in your presence to peacefully lift it. The other method involves me invading your sea of consciousness and forcibly erasing the traces of the curse. But this requires the dispeller's consciousness to be far superior to that of the one who cast it, allowing for the immediate eradication of the imprint. However, if unsuccessful, it would trigger the curse to manifest, and you are all too aware of the consequences, Han Li stated, furrowing his brow as he spoke with a hint of irritation. What? It will manifest immediately. The young woman gasped in shock. The gruesome scene that followed the activation of the blood curse was vividly etched in their memories, as the caster had demonstrated its effects on a living person before them. The sight of the victim spitting out pieces of their shattered heart had left an indelible impression, instilling a deep-seated fear of the blood curse within them. The expressions of the other three mirrored her concern. Did this not mean they were gambling with their lives? Han Li glanced at them with a cold smirk, preparing to speak, when the lanky second brother suddenly raised his head and declared, "Senior, please proceed with the forced dispelling. We are all under the same blood curse. If I can lift it, my brothers certainly can as well." As soon as these words left his lips, the other three stared at him in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. "Second brother, what are you doing? This is far too dangerous," the young woman exclaimed, snapping back to her senses and urgently trying to dissuade him. "Recently, domestic matters have occupied much of my time, causing a delay in updates. I initially hesitated to share this with everyone, as it pertains to personal affairs. However, it has become necessary to address it, particularly due to the incessant provocations from certain individuals who delight in stirring the pot, which I find rather amusing. These individuals, once engaged, cling to you like stubborn adhesive, leaving me in a state of bemusement. During holidays, I am bound by familial obligations, as well as commitments to my girlfriend and friends, which inevitably leads to delays in my updates, often restricting me to a single chapter. My initial promise to you all was to maintain a steady output of approximately 6,000 words per day, so the notion of any significant neglect is unfounded. Whenever time permits, I devote myself to writing, often spending hours at the computer. Yet the pace remains slow, yielding only 2 chapters in a span of over 10 hours. I sincerely hope for your understanding. Moving forward, I will strive for a regular output of 2 chapters per day, but should there be a day with only 1 chapter, I kindly ask for your patience and understanding.